What's up, John Stone? Elijah. God.
What up, Mojo?
What are you fucking eating in my ear for?
It's my telos.
To drive me crazy?
Yeah, that's my telos.
That's a shitty telos. You gotta think about getting another one.
It's not my fault, man. Capitalism taught me to want to bother you every day.
I don't know why you bothering me, but that's just fucking rude.
What's rude?
Eating in my ear.
Who's eating? I'm not eating.
You were just fucking eating something on the goddamn microphone.
No, I wasn't eating anything.
Yes, you were. Don't lie.
I was chewing a pretzel. I didn't eat it, though.
Oh, you spit it out? You're a spitter, not a swallower?
Sure. That's what society taught me. So what's your topic here? Zoan, he's a real patriot?
Sure. I don't really care. I've just been running out of backgrounds or things to put up.
Did you draw that background, or did you use AI?
It's AI. I didn't use it. I have tons of backgrounds, but I don't know. Nothing particularly relevant to today. So, and I decided to go live because fucking Zionists drive me crazy.
Zionists?
Yeah.
What's wrong with the Zionists?
They're obnoxious. They're racist. They're gross. I don't know.
So you think the people who want Israel to be a one nation hate black people too?
I think that people that support the expansionist state of Israel and the genocide of the Palestinians are racist against people with brown skin. Generally speaking, most Arabs.
My cat agrees with you.
Is that your beautiful wife? I'm just kidding. I'm so kidding. Don't take that seriously.
No, I don't care. Who's John Stone?
He is racist.
Is he?
Hey, Mojo, I'm a Zionist too. I didn't know if you knew that.
Oh, but you hate black people?
No. Well, look, this is all my personal opinion. I don't know. You want to? No, I wouldn't say that. I just.
You wouldn't say that?
No, I just think that the left and their ideas of equity are delusional because there's just average differences. There's average differences like among races and things like IQ.
What?
I told you he's a racist.
but what do you think? This isn't true, or do you think it's?
Dude, I can guarantee that shit's not true. That's the silliest shit you could possibly say, bro. No offense, I mean respectively. But
Beef prepares to ask what genetic factor contributes to IQs being different between races.
Is it the 3 dimples on the skull, like in Django?
No, it has to.
I'm just playing, dude. But no, really, bro. Like, where do you get that from?
It has to do with alleles. There was a couple ice ages, and when white people and East Asians went in about 100,000 years ago, the genetics changed.
Beef is preparing to ask what gene is different that contributes to IQ.
Somebody's got a horrible echo. Can you all mute yourself while you're not talking so I can figure it out? Okay, but go ahead and talk, but just mute yourself when you're not talking, please.
Beef prepares to ask a question.
To do with something known as high frequency alleles. Also, there's differences. There's differences in brain size too.
Beef considers this guy to be unintelligent. Beef has surfed Reddit for millennials and cannot find any genetic trait
Beef,
that is different.
if you're not going to be normal, I'm just going to boot you.
I literally sound like this.
Hold on one second.
And John, it is your echo. I don't know where.
Oh, hang on a second. Hang on.
Wait, why'd you kick that guy?
Because Beef is an idiot, and Beef was going to talk about himself in the third person all the time, and that's Beef is fucking obnoxious.
You don't like people that talk to themselves in the third person?
No, is that better?
Yeah, it is better. Thank you.
No, you still sound like a racist.
Right,
oh, look, man. Look. Do you believe in evolution?
No.
You don't believe? You believe in creation?
Yeah, I believe God put us all here.
Well, I actually believe in a spirit world, but I do believe in evolution. So, how old do you think the Earth is?
However old it is, I don't know.
Well, approximately. Do you think? I think it's a little over 4 billion years old. Do you think it's around there? Or do you think it's like 10,000 or 6,000 years old?
I've observed 35 years, so that's all I know.
Okay, so you don't have any opinion as to how old the Earth is?
It's as old as me. That's all I know.
And you can only go off of that from what you've been told, dude. Because nobody truly knows, dude. And anything we think we know, it's something that you've been told to by people who actually haven't lived through that time. So, no offense, whatever.
Okay, I wasn't.
It just has no relevance in what you're trying to say, is what I mean. But no big deal.
I'm just trying to establish if you all believe in evolution or not.
Do you believe in universal healthcare?
What does that have to do with anything?
Right, but
real quick vibe check, John.
We've all been through evolution.
Hey, Gunny.
Yeah.
John, do you want universal healthcare?
Do I want universal healthcare?
Yeah. No.
Oh, I bet.
Wait, I think he was talking to John, right?
Yeah, John, do you want universal healthcare?
I think we could have something with maybe like some sort of catastrophe type insurance for everybody. That seems reasonable to me.
See, there you go, Mojo. He's a socialist. That's why he's racist.
No, I'm not a socialist.
Nani, can I get your agent who you voted for, please?
Hi, I'm 50. I'm from New York, and Trump.
Have you talked to Rand? Are you a racist like John up here?
I don't know. How is John being racist? I just got on here, so I don't know what he said.
He said black people are stupid.
That's not...
Okay.
Only because their brains are smaller,
You also want to develop.
By the way, brain size has nothing to do with actual intelligence, but nonetheless, go ahead.
It's true.
Not you. Sorry.
So I'm just going off the prompt here. Is that a question or is that a statement?
Well, I would say it's a statement, but I don't know.
I mean, actually, so I'm just curious.
How do you feel about a non-American being a patriot? It can be a patriot, I think.
For sure.
He's an American.
Yeah, he can be if he really had America at heart, but he doesn't. So I'm just wondering, how do you feel that he's actually a patriot of the United States?
Why doesn't he have America?
I'm asking because I want to understand.
I'm a Republican, but I would assume that they're saying that his freedom to express any ideals that he has, as long as he's elected.
I can answer. It's my prompt. You don't have to assume anything. I can just say. I think he's a real patriot.
Go ahead, Mojahideen.
Well, thank you. I think he's a real patriot because I think he wants to make this country a better place, and he wants to make it a better place for everybody, including poor people and middle class people and working class, and he doesn't give a shit whether it harms the rich people or not. So by wanting the country to be better for everybody, I think that's patriotic.
Hey, real quick, host, do you realize if all the
Okay.
rich people leave, then all that's left is the middle class? And if the middle class has to go, or what's considered the middle class, which are really poor at this point, have to go against it, and all the rich people leave, there'll be no taxes. And you know who'll be paying that upper hand? Will be
We will.
everybody else. Or, you know who he'll be giving that to? His people. If I'm
Right.
wrong, I'm wrong. But
All
hey, man,
right.
not much says so.
All right, yeah. All right. So there are approximately 350 million people in the United States of America. The top 0.1% owns the vast majority of the wealth in the United States of America. That would mean that approximately, I don't know, 1,700 people are the richest people in the country. So you take those 1,700 people and you throw them on an island, or they leave. I think we'll be all right. I don't think we have to worry.
Okay,
What do you
so
think?
I just want to.
There'll be war all across the island.
You know what pays everything besides just your little tax refund? Everything that's governed is those rich
Again,
people's taxes.
those rich people get money from poor people and from middle class people and from
But it's
all
their
of the other people,
taxes, bro, that pay for the money. Go ahead, man.
and all of the other people that live in the United States of America that buy and consume products as well as produce products. So those rich people are getting everything from everybody else. So if they leave, they get taxed on the way out. So more power to
Right.
them. Go ahead and leave. And all of the businesses still exist. All the consumers still exist. All the producers still exist. It's just a few people that leave, and fuck them. Let them leave.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I just want to talk about the prompt. So the prompt, I mean, he is a patriot, right, to the Middle East. He's not here in the best interest of Americans. He doesn't care about Americans. When you have imams stating that we will take your constitution and replace it with the Quran, they want to implement Sharia so friggin' bad here in the United States. They're doing it in Texas, Michigan, everywhere. They're starting to take over. So right now you see him out in the street marching with the gays and the trans and all that. Okay, great. Because he's a minority. Once they start becoming more and more, because he's practicing taqiyya. So once they get more and more and more, and now they're in power, they will implement Sharia. Us women will be in burqas. We will lose all of our rights. And people are sitting here worried about Donald Trump and white supremacy. It's bullshit. You need to start worrying about Islam supremacy. They hate us, and they hate you with a passion. They don't like you, and they never will. They have infiltrated our systems.
Hello, what are you doing?
And they are invading us.
Takia, is that like a female taquito?
No, actually, that's what they practice to a lot of people that are non-believers in their religion. Just so you know.
Thank you.
And they can get away with it.
I actually work for some Middle Eastern people, and I kind of agree with you, bro. These gas stations, bro. They're fucking crazy.
Wait,
okay.
Mojo,
So I have a panel.
Dude, the gas stations, you know, there's 7 years free taxes.
I have a panel full of fucking racists right now. This is great.
No, dude. It's not racist.
We're not racist.
We just said, dude. Me and this guy just said we got friends that are Arab, bro. That told us the truth. Well, I do.
Yeah,
I got a black.
I do too.
I'm not racist. I got a black friend. I'm not racist. I got a black friend. I'm not racist.
Yeah. Nobody said I got one friend, dude. That's funny.
That's kind of what you just said.
Bro, I'm mixed, bro. How you think I'm racist? Get the fuck out of here.
I'm a mutt. I'm a mutt, so I can't be racist because I'm a mutt.
I could be. I'm not, bro.
You are. Bang a Middle Eastern chick.
We're not racist and we're not Islamophobe. We're not neither one of those things. We're telling you facts.
Islamophobe is just a made up word, bro. Just so you can fucking try to put fear into people.
Exactly.
That shit don't work no more, bro. This is America, bro. It ain't gonna work no more. Yeah, whatever.
God, the racism is crazy.
You're right, dude. We're racist. Yeah, you're right.
You
gotta come with something better than that, bro.
Right wing is.
I don't understand why people get so upset when we point out the facts. Hey, if he cared about America and he was really a true, care deeply about the country, okay, that's fine. But he doesn't. He doesn't.
How much was he charging to get the Times Square for
hey, bro,
4th of July?
One thing I'm defending Mondani on his New York Knicks speech when he said they didn't just win for New York. They won like New York. Because when everybody's counting them down in the last 4 seconds and they were down 28 points and they came back, they didn't just win for New York, they won like New York. And that was a great speech. So I agree with him on that. I mean I don't agree with him, but
Right.
That's funny, bro, because I forget who, one or two of the Knicks are actually like, I don't care what he says. I don't want nothing to do with like whatever what he said having to do
of
with our
course.
game or some shit.
Okay,
Like,
stop.
Yeah.
You guys.
He politicized it.
Hey. We have to have normal conversations here. You guys are all
we are,
talking over
bro.
each other. You're just bouncing back and forth and saying stupid shit back and forth to each other.
Yeah, you're sounding very
Well,
If you
stupid
want
because
to
we don't agree with you.
stop
Come on,
talking,
dude.
stop talking, stop
Yes, master.
talking.
Yes, master.
Don't
Yes, master.
don't talk over the top of me, especially.
You
Just
sound like a
talk over.
fascist, bro. Telling us how
Shut
to
the
talk.
fuck up,
Bro,
dude.
Don't talk
No
with
wonder
master
you like
stocking.
Van Damme.
Don't talk with master stocking.
Okay, I need you all to have normal adult human conversations. Stop yelling over each other. Stop. Thank you. Yeah, you can go ahead and go with it.
Yeah, this is Mamdani is fucking terrible. This is the Red Green Alliance. This is the strange alliance between Marxism and radical Islam, and it's all just designed to destroy Western civilization. And it's unfortunate
You
that so
said
many people
Red
are
Green
falling.
Alliance?
Red Green Alliance.
Yes.
I never heard of that.
It's some red scare bullshit that it was basically the whole idea is basically talk about things like ideological subversion and it's something
Right.
called cultural Marxism, but it originates from anti-Jewish propaganda from the Nazis. They
We don't
basically
care.
said that
It's happening.
I'm
Stop.
talking about Nani. I'm talking. They basically used it to apply it to Jewish people, and right now,
Yeah,
white supremacists,
I
white
need you guys to
supremacists,
stop. What the
and right
fuck? Why
now
can't you let somebody finish their goddamn statement? What is wrong with you people?
This is what we do.
right now, white supremacists and Zionists are basically using it to demonize Muslims. At the moment, it's basically just Nazi propaganda, not repackaged for Muslims. And I think it's wild to see like Latinos fucking shooting on other minorities. I kind of like have a new term now because you say ladder pullers, but there's also another term called ladder kickers, where basically, if you basically kick the ladder of other immigrants that are trying to that are here because you're basically shooting on other ethnicities. Using the
Well,
same
Muslims are
shit
demons.
It's become obvious.
you're just a racist, Nani. You're a
Can I
racist.
interrupt for a
And
second?
Also, I don't
It's
care.
become obvious that the next
you're a piece of shit.
target after the immigrants is going to be the Muslims. That's what is actually that's
Okay,
what we are
after-
seeing.
after-
And what
after-
we're
And that's
seeing is
okay.
that this
They
group
need
of
to get
people,
out of here. Bye.
this group of people needs to have a scapegoat. They need to have a group of people that they can blame for their
Talking about
shitty
Americans.
lives,
Talking about
and
Americans,
that's it. And that they will
What
not
group of people are
take
you talking about?
accountability for their own misfortunes. So they have to have some group saying, "Oh, this is the group that's fucking up America." No, guys, it's you that are fucking up America.
Okay.
Americans are fucking up America. That's what you're saying. I agree with you on that.
I'm saying the racist, xenophobic,
Americans.
Islamophobic
Americans.
people are
Americans.
yeah.
Okay. I have a
Americans
question.
on the
of course,
right.
yeah.
All
Hey,
right.
wait,
what about
you-
Mojo? He hates women.
Stop.
A whole bunch of Democratic Americans.
Stop. Please stop doing that. Nani, how do you suggest that they're going to institute Sharia if we have a constitution?
I think she dropped.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, we can give you one example in Michigan. Whenever they were so accepting of Muslims coming over there to Sherborne, Michigan, when they got a representation in office, they outlawed the pride flag being displayed in HOAs, and that's directly against liberals.
HOAs can set up their own rules.
No, yeah, but are you saying that you didn't hear about the mayor that was elected in Michigan that outlawed? I mean, essentially the city ordinance outlawed displaying of the pride flag. You haven't heard nothing about this. You haven't heard nothing about this.
Do
I don't
you
think that happened.
and also
No,
do you
well,
not
it
talk
did-
to
it did
fucking
happen.
do you not talk to MAGA supporters and how they complain about the pride flag all the fucking time?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, so Sharia law is not a. So they essentially in Michigan they are welcoming Sharia law, and then the Sharia law people showed up and they voted for their own representation. And then after the representation got into office, they outlawed the pride flag, which is
I'm telling
against.
you, I don't think that happened.
Well, I'm going to go look it
Okay.
up. Okay.
Let me go look it up. I'll be back in a second.
But Mojo, it's not unreasonable to say that Sharia law
is against like pride
doesn't
flags, though.
absolute. I mean, look,
Of
the
course.
non-straight community is unalived in places like Iran and
Yeah,
Saudi
but they're still
Arabia.
good people. They're still good people.
Johnstone, you demonize that community all the time. Give me a fucking
Look,
break.
wait, dude, that's just true.
Yeah, it's just true.
See, dude, this is wild. You complain about how they talk about how they you say they treat that community, but then you also fucking talk shit about that community.
No, I
It's
just don't
fucking
want.
crazy, dude. You're a hypocrite.
Dude, well, let me respond. Okay,
Let him finish.
That you're telling me that I'm like a terrible person because I don't think drag queens should read to kids. I believe in tolerance. In places like Iran,
He didn't say you're a terrible person, though, bro. To be honest,
the non-straight community is unalived by state law
in America.
No, in Iran, in places like Iran, and
it's a good thing we have a constitution.
Yeah.
Okay, but
good thing we have a constitution because you don't get to do that kind of shit here.
But do you not?
The Constitution was given to you by capitalism, Mojo.
Shut up.
Do you not see the
Constitution has nothing to do with capitalism. We were actually mostly mercantile.
Okay, can I get a second?
But Johnstone was still talking.
What is
I just looked up the Sharia pride flag thing in Michigan. Okay, now apparently,
was I wrong? Was I wrong?
I'm going to state it.
Was I wrong?
I didn't hear
you.
Wrong? I didn't hear your details. I'm going to give you the details, and then you can decide whether you were wrong.
So give me a detail.
There is a town in Michigan. There is a town in Michigan called, it's hard to pronounce, it's like Kamakuk or something like that. And they have an all-Muslim city council. And what they did was they voted that they were not going to allow pride flags on public buildings.
Yeah.
That's all. That's public buildings. Okay, so residents are free.
Right.
Residents are free. Right. Residents are free to hang pride flags, but not on public buildings.
Yeah, so that serves the liberals right.
Here's all I'm trying to say.
The liberals were the ones who were trying to get all them over there.
Wait, hold on. A city can say what they want on their buildings or not. They do have that capacity. That is constitutional. That happens all the time.
But is that liberal or not? It
doesn't matter whether it's liberal or not. It's constitutional. It's American.
Okay, but we don't skirt around it, bro. Don't skirt around it, bro. You know what it is.
It's American. That's the way we pass.
It is American.
That's the way we work in this country.
Yeah, but it's against liberal ideology.
It's not against anything.
It is against liberal ideology.
No, it's not.
So is liberal ideology?
Are you a liberal? Wait, did you become a liberal?
I am fluid.
You're fluid? Are you gender fluid?
Oh wow, you took a turn there, sir. I'm not sure. I assume you say that for a reason.
I'm just wondering what you mean by fluid.
Mojo Harin, just chill. I'm not that type of person.
Can I ask a question of the panel? If Muslims want to be extremists like that and they want to move into towns and kind of what's the word, like commune themselves, kind of like the Amish do. I mean, do we have a problem?
No, it's not the Amish. No, it's way different than Amish.
I'm saying if they want to have those extreme lifestyle and they want to go into a remote place and occupy an entire town. I mean, is it wrong?
No, it's not a remote place. It's in every fabric of society in America. There are extremely good businessmen and the business families, and they go and they implement themselves and they infect themselves.
Hold on, can I answer the question?
Let me make the point. The thing is that this was a small town where they were able to vote in an entire Muslim city council.
So was that right or no?
Where is that going to happen?
You know, say I was right before we move on.
Just chill.
Where is that? Where else is that going to happen?
You're trying to argue against me when I was
just chill the fuck out.
It's not like it's happening all over Michigan. You know, it's happening in one tiny little town. It's not like it's happening all over Michigan.
So was I right?
Audio Dave.
No.
Audio Dave.
Right.
So we're talking about something y'all said I was right.
hold on. Go ahead, Carl.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, Audio Dave, if I created a small town where, like, I enslaved people, would you be like, oh, it's okay because it's a small town?
Is that what they're doing? Are they enslaving
No, I'm just
people?
asking you a question.
Well, I'm asking you a question. Let's not compare apples to oranges. If you had a small town and people were practicing extreme Islam, that's the question. It's not whether people were being enslaved or not. Let's not
what's
get off track.
enslaved Islam? They would enslave women, right?
Hey, bro, you'll be.
Do they?
You allow a lot more.
Let him answer the question.
To your fucking statement, if you would just assume that I was right, because I was right.
Okay, you were right.
Okay,
but
okay.
I didn't.
No. Hold on. He wasn't. Hold on.
Gives you more credibility.
Stop. He wasn't right. He wasn't right about anything.
Oh God.
And on top of that,
right about
on top of that, City again. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Again, you were not right about anything. City councils get to decide what goes on city buildings and what doesn't. They get to decide that.
Can they decide anything?
No. Was I lying?
As long as it's not
constitutional. Talking about this?
Oh my God! How is it unconstitutional to say
give me
that
one win, bro? Give me one win.
Why the fuck? Why?
Because I was right. Give me a little bit.
Why can't you stop? I'm not going to give you shit if you don't stop talking.
This guy's a woman.
You gotta chill the fuck out, dude. You're so obnoxious. Anyway, I don't think it's unconstitutional to say that you can't display things in a public building.
No, right. The question was, can they do anything? And I said only if it's constitutional.
Yeah. And I would suggest that this is constitutional.
Just Mojo. Look, this is all I'm trying to point out, man. Is that on the left that y'all put women and the non-straight community on a pedestal, and
you gotta talk to leftists, man. You don't get to decide what the left is.
Look. All I'm trying to, if you just let me finish the point, is that
the left is too broad.
Okay, okay. Yeah, it's just in some places in the Islamic world, women have virtually no rights, and the non-straight community is put on a pedestal to be unalive. So it's the belief systems are antithetical. So that's why we run into the problem of intersectionality. With you can't criticize anyone who's not white. So that's where
what's intersectionality, John?
Sir, you said antithetical, and I'm gonna take that as an insult because I don't understand what that means, sir.
John, what is intersectionality?
It just means the opposite belief systems. It just means that the belief systems of Islamic law are completely contradictory.
I see what you're saying. So as liberals, we really can't stick up for Muslims because their laws are anti-liberal. That's what you're saying?
Well, they hate
you.
Hello.
They hate you.
Exactly, John. Bro, because they would kill you.
They hate you. I mean, if you don't believe me, why don't you go over to some of these countries and try and organize a gay pride parade and see what happens to you?
Hey, John, you should try not to misconstrue Islamic religion with cultural stuff. Like, have you ever heard of Indonesia?
Yeah, no, look, I know some places are more modern.
Have you?
Like Turkey.
I mean,
why do you think so many of them come here then?
Because the Muslim migrants, right?
Their gospel.
Time out. Let's talk about this. Where do you think these Muslim migrants are coming from?
All over the world.
No, they're not. You don't have Indonesians. You don't have Indonesians here. You don't have Indonesians here. Like all the
Asians, Southeast Asians.
You don't have the well off. There's 53. There's 53 Muslim countries, right? And you see people coming from about there's 53 Muslim countries in the world.
How many 53 of those are in the Middle East?
Probably I don't know how many countries are in the Middle East. 7, 8,
20. Yeah, so
there's 2 billion Muslims.
So you're saying that they're coming from all over the world.
That's what he's saying. I'm not saying that's true. You don't see people. You don't see Muslims.
3 and there's only 8 in the Middle East.
You shut the fuck up.
Yeah, in the Middle East.
Shut up.
In the Middle East, yes. What are you saying? Yes, you're trying to argue that there's 8 countries in the Middle East. Yes, you're right. There are 8 countries in the Middle East. There's countries outside of
53 Muslim countries.
Well, okay,
I don't know what the
you're
purpose.
just walking
I don't
in
know what the
circles right now.
purpose. Shut up.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. But let me finish my point here.
Shut up. I don't know what the purpose of this conversation is. But then, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
I'm 29 and I voted for the prosecutor, not the damn felon.
Okay, and I need you to do me a favor and not tell people to shut the fuck up on the panel. Omid, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
I'm 29 and I didn't vote for any of those fuckers, to be honest with you.
Do you vote at all? Down ticket, down ballot, anything?
Yeah, I did, but just not in terms of presidency. I did not lean towards either of them. I thought Kamala was a terrible choice, and I thought Trump was a terrible choice. Okay, arguably.
So you think we're better off today with Trump as president?
No, I don't. Now, hindsight 2020, I don't. I didn't know he was going to do.
Okay, that's good. Hold on, we can continue the conversation in a sec. OT, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
25 Kamala.
Damn liberals everywhere. Liberals. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Back to what I was saying. John was talking heavily on, Muslims, restricting women's rights. And then I want this to be apparently clear. That's a cultural thing. There are places in the world, a majority of the Muslim countries in the world, where women can do and say and do whatever they like. Now, yes, there are extreme countries in this world, like people bring up that Saudi Arabia just recently let their women drive. Yeah, I mean, they also were riding camels 40 years ago before their oil was found.
That was like 3 years ago, bro.
Okay, whatever you may believe. Yeah, okay. America just within the last 100 years gave women the right to vote, right? They're a well-developed country. Saudi Arabia, unfortunately, is literally becoming developed in the last. They're behind. Obviously, they're going to get these freedoms for women a lot later because they're not exposed to it. They're still in those prehistoric, not prehistoric, but like those old time mindsets that you kind of shake from.
Yeah, they invented algebra.
Yeah, they did. Okay, there was a time where everyone was equal, right? And then obviously some countries flourished and some didn't. I mean, Saudi Arabia is like 60% desert. There was no money to be made there. Oil wasn't a cash cow then because oil wasn't really used until the late 20th century when oil was used for absolutely everything. And they found a royal 1950s. Cool. You find a royal fuck ton of it out in the country. Of course, now they're developed. They've developed faster than any other country you can see. How many new cities have been built in the United States in the last 100 years? Okay. How many new cities have been built in Saudi Arabia in the last 20 years alone? Like,
are you just going to ask questions?
No, I'm addressing this.
Yeah, no, you're not addressing anything. You're asking a lot of questions. If you're going to ask questions, you got to.
No, I mean, the first thing I hear when
if you're gonna ask questions, you have to let people answer, or just make a statement and then stop talking.
Yeah, my statement is, you guys, from what I'm hearing, I believe it was John saying, if there was a county in Michigan, all the women's No, if you had a county in Michigan where it was a bunch of extremist Saudi Arabians, yes, maybe women may lose rights. Don't misconstrue a culture with a religion. They're not the same.
Gay rights.
This again, the same. Have you seen Indonesia? Have you seen other countries, other Muslim countries?
They're extremely against that shit.
Again, a cultural thing, not a religion thing. If America was super 110% Christian and the United States followed the Bible,
this is the Muslim county. This we're talking about a Muslim majority got voted into office, and they,
but we tolerate it in other groups. We tolerate it when the Amish eject the LGBTQ. Yeah, we tolerate it when the Indian reservations reject the LGBTQ. How come we tolerate it with all these other?
The Indians had this weird type of like ghost family or some ghost person or something.
What do you mean tolerate it? What does that mean?
It means that you see the same kind of discrimination from the Amish towards the LGBTQ as you do from the Muslim communities. So why isn't that an issue?
How are they discriminating?
Because they're not saying do not put up.
You don't see pride flags hanging up in the Amish communities. You don't see that. You don't see them teaching that in school. You don't. What's the matter with you?
So what? Why does that matter?
And if you had a county that was
because you're saying that's right. If you have a county in Michigan that is primarily Muslim, and they so much so that they elected an entire Muslim city council, okay, and then that a majority of them want to practice their religious beliefs a little more extreme, why is that different than the Muslim than the
Yeah, I can answer this. Because excluding a flag from a flagpole and teaching people to, like, I don't know, subjugate women is completely different.
That's not subjugating women. It's gay, bro. It's like LGBTQ. You're being racist. You're being like bigotry, saying that it's like women. You keep going back to women.
Go back on the short bus.
There's homosexuals. There's like transgender people. There's people who believe they're like fluid. People who believe like a whole bunch of like things. You're being bigoted.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference between excluding something like a flag and then also teaching people to, like, I don't know, do horrible things to women. I think those are two different things.
So where do you see anywhere?
Yeah, and most women. Are you guys aware that women had the first rights to educate themselves under Islamic law?
That's what I'm saying. He's constantly misconstruing a religion with a culture. If you go back,
I never said religion, dude. You haven't listened.
You're talking about Muslim communities. When you're saying
extreme, he said extreme.
All Muslim communities are different. They don't all belong.
Yeah, I was answering his extreme example.
Yeah,
that's listening.
So
if you had an extreme Christian county, they're gonna reject that LGBTQ just as much as an extreme Muslim county would.
Is it okay? Is it okay for them to do that?
And women don't have a lot of rights in Mormon counties either.
Wait, I think everyone.
Wait, Galt, you think it's okay to treat women that way?
No. Now you're saying something different.
Well, no, I asked if it's okay if a Christian community does it.
It does what?
It's you all. It's not, man. You all hate the Christian right because the Christian right wants conversion.
Stop saying you all. You haven't asked anybody what they like or don't like.
We hate the Christian right because it's the closest to extremism.
YALL, y'all.
I don't mind Christianity. I just think that Christianity needs to mind its own fucking business and leave other religions alone.
Yeah, but that's how we get World War II.
Mojo, you asked me a question. I was asking for context.
I don't even fucking know. I'm sorry. Sorry, I don't even know what the fuck I was asking it now.
Well, these people, they don't listen. They just want to talk. Like, none of them actually listen in this panel.
Well, you wouldn't let
these are like the worst group of people I ever met.
Well, I was interrupted before I could even finish the point, you know?
Dude, you're just talking to the evil.
Very good dumb point.
Yeah, fuck you, OT.
Well, fuck you, John. You're scared of me.
No, I had to block
John Stone versus Omid.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can go up against that forehead, bro. I don't know. He's thinking like 20 steps ahead of me right now, for sure.
Yeah, but you got those
Megamind, just the
your
white
beard
version.
can connect. So talk to him. Oh shit.
Okay, I can't do this. That's fucking annoying.
You know what I think of when I see that prompt? When I hear Zohan, I think Zohan. Hey, remember the movie Don't Mess with Zohan? You should make up a prompt that says Don't Mess with Zoran. I don't know why anybody hasn't come up with that yet.
He had a good ass
You crack yourself up. That's awesome.
He had a good ass speech about the Knicks. That was amazing.
Look, here, Mojo, and I'm going to drop here in a minute, but
you're an asshole. Fuck you.
No, there's just listen, okay? All I was trying to say is there was so many people on the left that was like celebrating what happened to Charlie, right? To CK. And
really, how many people on the left are doing that?
About 787.
I mean, are you asking what percentage of people? I see it all the time here. I've talked to them on TikTok, and I see it all the time. Are you denying they do?
I'm saying that the number is probably pretty small. It's certainly not going to be all of them or even a majority of the leftists that did that.
Of course, there's no way to quantify.
I didn't say it was everybody, but there's a significant percentage of people on the left who are celebrating it.
What is that percentage? Is it 2%? Is it 20%?
There's no way to quantify it, bro. Why?
Okay, well then don't say it. Don't attribute it to all lefties then.
Well, I didn't say all, Mojo. I didn't say everyone was. I just said that the point is that a lot of people on the left hate the Christian right. Okay, man.
We'll talk to those. Wait. Okay, fine. I'll play your game. I hate the Christian right. What do you want to say?
Okay. Do you hate the? Okay. Why do you hate the Christian right?
No, don't fall for that. Keep going to the conversation. Keep going for your logic.
It's part of the reason.
I hate all religion.
Oh shit.
So you hate Islam too?
Yes.
Okay.
I think all religion is ridiculous. It's the opiate of the masses.
Yeah.
Well, that's straight out of Marx, right?
It's not real. It's just a psychological safety net. Religion is and belief in God is just a psychological safety net for people who are too insecure to deal with their own mortality. That's what it is.
Yes,
so
John.
You're talking about opiate,
yes, John.
Opiate,
yes, John. I'm a Marxist. What the fuck?
I know. I've seen your prompts. I get it. It's look. I always say the villainization of whiteness is the opiate of the left. And that's but the point with Christianity, again, a lot of people on the left, not everybody, but a lot of people on the left hate the Christian right because the Christian right wants conversion therapy for the non-straight community. I'm just saying they have a much harsher view.
That's fucking gross, though. That's fucking gross. What a gross thing to say.
Okay, let me just finish the point, man, is that in the Islamic world, in a lot of places, not everywhere, they have a much harsher view of the non-straight community having their head examined. Or do you not agree with that?
I think Republicans should have their head examined.
Because people are scared. You have labeled those people as an enemy of mankind. And that is what is the most bizarre thing to me. And I can only go back to, it must have to do with your own insecurity. That if you think if there are too many gay or lesbian people around, it's going to either turn you or your children into gays and lesbians. And that is the most furthest thing from actual logic that could possibly exist. And someday when your species evolves, you will understand that people are just fucking born that way. It's been going on since the beginning of time. It's just been hidden. You are
a part of the. Wait, you are a human being too. So don't say your species. What a fucking weird thing to say.
I can do what he's saying.
The species of the
that one guy playing football, and like he would always stand by himself, and like he would be like girly and shit. Like I don't know, he might have a point on some.
Are you drunk?
No, I get what he's saying, bro. He's saying that everybody's like they are from the beginning, and it's just like I argue with that, but at the same time, there's some little youngsters that you can tell, right?
I don't even know what you're trying to say, Apex. I think you've been drinking a little bit.
Audio.
Yeah.
I'm just against the glamorization of the non-straight community. I believe in being tolerant. I don't mind if the non-straight community has their nightclubs and these sorts of things. I don't think drag queens should be reading to kids. I think it's
that's a bullshit thing. That's something, I don't know what the actual truth of that story is, but what you guys do on the right, especially the media on the right and social media, you take these like really obscure things and you make it sound like that's a normal thing within their culture and it's happening all over. That's the problem. Maybe something did happen at somewhere, but it got so fucking blown out of proportion and used as propaganda for you guys to hate the trans people. I mean, that's really, and the same thing with the bathrooms. It's the same thing with the fucking bathrooms, dude. Okay, trans people that are going in the bathrooms are not looking at the girls that are in the bathrooms. They're fucking going in there to use the bathroom. Okay, it's not show me where these attacks have happened, or show me where these women have come out of the bathroom.
Where
have these women come out of the bathroom?
You're moving away. God, you are fucking obnoxious too.
Sorry.
You're moving away from what he even said.
Yeah.
Look, it's just I think a culture. I do believe that genetics certainly is part of somebody becoming non-straight or trans, but I also think the way a culture views these things, like the Society of Ancient Greece, there were a lot more people that were non-straight because the culture accepted it and probably even endorsed it. So I don't think it's all genetics. Certainly
No, it's not all. It works both ways. Okay.
Certainly part genetic.
Some people are born that way, and some people become that way due to their environment. It works both ways.
What about the suicide rate about people who convert?
But you think about stories like the people who were abused by priests. Okay, so you don't have to have drag shows for kids to get abused. In that regard.
I agree with you.
I would suggest that most of that kind of abuse probably happens at home.
The Catholic Church and the priests have a real problem with that. I agree with you. I'm not going to deny that. It's disappointing. I mean, I'm a ally to Christianity, but there's an issue.
I'm a Baptist, and Martin Luther had a point whenever he nailed those pages to the door of that fucking church in Germany.
TTO, can I get your age and who you voted for?
25, Kamala.
Nice. I'm gonna, as soon as the conservatives leave, I'm gonna yell at you liberals.
What?
Go ahead. I don't like the idea of there's conversion therapy. It's really sad if you think that there's a genetic component to being a homosexual, and you think you can honestly talk somebody out of a genetic component of who they are.
You just said there's a genetic component.
Then you have a really disgusting viewpoint on what.
Okay, so is there a genetic component to alcoholism?
Yeah, isn't that borderline eugenics?
Yes, but it doesn't mean you have to be alcoholic.
That's right.
But there is a genetic component. There is a genetic component to
Why
being
is it bad to be gay?
alcoholic. But you don't have to be alcoholic.
But you are.
But why are you equating alcoholism with
Because there's a genetic component. He just said his words were saying that there's not a genetic component.
Just let people live.
Yeah, but it's not the same because it's not bad to be a gay person.
Okay,
right?
But
in their eyes, it is
a genetic component.
I know in their eyes it is, but it fails if you have to demonstrate why it's bad.
No, it's hilarious. I can guarantee you that the right likes lesbians because they're like, oh, it's just an extra girlfriend.
It's a good time. It's a good time. It's a good time.
Right. But when it comes to gay people or trans people, they shouldn't exist. They shouldn't be.
No, it's not that, bro. It's not that. Nobody's saying that, bro.
You're flirting with the idea, right?
No,
they're not saying it, but that's what they're thinking.
Because you're infringing on Christian
guys.
You're more closer to
why
like
is
a
it so hard?
Muslim.
Why is it so hard for people on TikTok to have normal adult conversations?
Because we're on TikTok. We're not normal adults. What's the matter? Come on.
Stop. Just listen to what somebody's saying and respond to them. Don't yell over the top of each other. John, I think the problem is that you don't want gay people to exist. That you think you can.
Dude, no, really, man. I think people should try to be straight and keep their same gender. But if they can't, it's okay. I told you, I don't care if they have their nightclubs, and it just why does it have to be in everybody's face so much?
It isn't.
Especially kids.
It isn't.
Yes, it is.
Wait a second. See, there's a step. There's a ladder, and this is the thing. You at some point you decide that you don't want gay people to have those rights. For example, are you okay with them getting married?
Sure. Yeah.
Are you okay with them?
No.
Are you okay with them adopting children? Crickets.
No.
Yeah, what's wrong with them adopting children?
I didn't say that was. I'm just showing you that at some point.
No, sir. I'm not saying that you are. I'm always talking to them. Like, what's wrong with that? If all it is
they didn't even say they were against it. Stop. They haven't even answered yet. You didn't give them a chance to answer.
I think having a mother and father is better for children. Look, I don't even have kids, so I'm really nobody to talk on this. But if there's if kids need adopted parents and they happen to be gay, 2 men or 2 women, okay, it's not my first choice, but I'm not like totally against it.
Yeah, it's actually harder for them to get it. I'm not sure what the process is, but I have a lesbian friend couple, and it was that they say they have to go through extra loops to actually get an adoption.
That would be called discrimination.
Unless
that would be called
wealthy.
Discrimination. Two
I
lesbians
don't care
trying
what
to
it's
get a
called. I'm
child.
telling you the truth. They told me they have to go through extra loops.
All right, that might be true. And John, good job for holding your stance here, because if you think traditional families are good for people that's two parents and a child in a stable household, then those two parents can be two women, and that would still be more stable than one parent in a single household.
Yeah,
Right.
but you know what though, and you might disagree with this.
What if the two females make $100,000 a year? That's $200,000 a year.
I've actually seen like people say that two women raising like a daughter, the daughter is more likely to become non-straight.
Yeah, I don't think that's provable.
I've
And
I doubt there's any statistics on that.
That show that a female who has a stepfather is more likely to be hypersexual active.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
I've heard about a whole bunch of these studies. There's one study that shows that men our hormones, our testosterone spikes if we hear a baby crying. There's a whole bunch of studies. Look it up.
And
it makes sense. It makes sense. Like if you hear a baby crying,
I don't see the
automatically
correlation
your
there.
body, your testosterone spikes if you hear a baby crying. Because
what does that have to do with being gay?
Our primitive nature kicks in, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Exactly. It makes sense, right? A little bit.
It's irrelevant as fuck.
Yeah, I don't see the correlation. All right, so back to the prompt. Zohar Mamdani is a real patriot. Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's advocating for more socialist policies. He's advocating for the people, and he's trying to hold the billionaires accountable that have multiple properties in New York, unnecessarily. So if they're willing to do that, then they need to pay accordingly, and it is what it is. He was finally able to balance out the budget, and that's something that almost, if not any, I think almost no.
He got more money.
No mayor was able to.
He got more money from the state, bro. Don't try to make it seem like it's so great. He got more money from the state. He didn't do no genius.
That's his job.
Hey, buddy, who accrues the most?
The state gave him more money.
Who generates most of the GDP in New York?
New York
State.
Oh fuck,
New
John
York
ran
City, right?
before I could
New York
answer.
City, right? So it's just borrowing from yourself,
did he
right?
not get more money from the state?
So it's just borrowing from yourself, right?
Okay. Did he not get more money from the state?
It's reallocated funds that you're the one that created in the first place. Okay. You're the one that generated it in the first place.
Yes, sir. Yes, they generate the most money, and they got more money from the state. So yes,
I hate these
you're
fucking
not
crazy
disagreeing with
people
me,
on
right?
TikTok.
You hate what?
I hate crazy people on TikTok. You guys are crazy. I don't understand why.
How the fuck are we crazy? What?
Because I don't understand why conversations are so fucking hard.
Yeah, right. Like I just, that's crazy. Like you're crazy.
You're drunk. You're drunk, so it makes sense that your conversational.
Yeah, but like, at least he's like he's agreeing with me and disagreeing with me at the same time.
No, I'm not.
You are. You just said that Mamdani got more money from the state because he generates more money.
Why is that bad?
He got more money.
Explain it, Apex. Why is that bad?
He deserves more money because he generates more money. So you're not disagreeing with me, but you're saying I'm wrong. What the fuck is that?
I already only got 3 brain cells, and you motherfuckers make me lose them every single day more.
Don't have the Zoran.
No, so again, he balanced out the budget. Most of the generated GDP is from that fucking area, from that region, New York City. So how the hell is it a handout from the rest of the state if he's the one that generated the wealth in the first place?
Okay, but
he didn't generate the wealth. What has he done since he's been in office?
The state, the city.
He balanced out the budget, Rosa.
So he's shifting.
No, he didn't.
He's literally shifting.
God, he got more money from the fucking state.
The burden. He's shifting the burden.
Why does it matter if he got it from the state, you dumb fucks? Why does it matter?
He didn't balance out the budget. He didn't do anything crazy.
That's his job.
But he represents the city of New York City. So
the city lobbies to the state.
The governor is responsible for the rest of the people. If the governor thought that was not the right thing to do, then she wouldn't have done that. But he represents the people of New York
and New York City. Nobody supported him in the elections.
Apex, you don't know how government fucking works. The city lobbies the
I
state.
understand
The
the
state
governor
lobbies
and
the federal
nobody in
government.
the state
They
capital
they secure
supporting
funding
him.
for their own like level of government. You don't know how this shit works. You're just like, oh, the state giving money. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Secure funding from the fucking state.
Okay. So why didn't the previous mayor do it?
Exactly.
Because they suck at it.
Because they're corrupt fucking morons.
That's right.
They're all Democrats. That's all y'all.
Mamdani securing that money
That's all
is
y'all
his
people.
job.
Cuomo's a
That's all
fucking
y'all
Democrat.
people.
We're cooked. We're cooked.
Yeah, Cuomo. Yeah, Cuomo was a governor.
The one that had more legislative fucking say in on how the funds got allocated. What are you talking about?
Oh, allocated. So obviously you can only get more money from. So you're talking about allocation. So we're agreeing with what I'm saying. With Zoran got more money than the previous
And
mayor.
that's not
not gonna
bad. You
reiterate
haven't
again. I'm not gonna
demonstrated how
repeat
that's
again, bro.
bad. That's just how government works.
I'm not gonna repeat it again.
Yeah, of course. That's
What do
just
you
how
mean,
government works.
yeah. Like what? Like what's the point in pointing out he got it from the state?
Because y'all are making it seem like he did some kind of
You
profound.
guys don't understand that this is gonna
That's what he
worsen it.
did.
It's gonna
He
worsen it for
lobbied for the
people
money,
later
it's
down
not
the
gonna
line
worsen
for
it.
and he
taxpayers.
got it. That's how
No, it is
it
not
What
gonna
works.
is
worsen
going
it.
on? Stop.
Because it's
Not
a
gonna
lot
say
better.
that.
Let me say this.
Previous governor, the
One
previous
person
mayor
at a
had
time.
less money.
Fucking.
He doesn't know how a fucking mayor works.
It's a lot better than taking large scale bribes from corporations and
Yeah,
billionaires.
well, it wasn't a large
Okay?
scale, bro. He got a fucking plane ticket, bro. It was upgraded
I'm
from
talking
regular
about what
class
the
to
right
first
is
class,
doing.
bro. It wasn't
The
more than
right
two.
doesn't have any problem taking money from corporations and
Yeah, but we're talking about New York City. We're not talking about the riot. We're talking about all
Dude, this is
Democratic.
just so obnoxious.
Yeah, and we talk about how
Yeah,
Mamdani is
how
doing his
much power
job.
does the Republicans hold in New York City, bro? We're not talking about the Republicans. We're talking about y'all.
I can't stand any of you people.
Not understand that this is gonna make it worse for taxpayers down the line.
Okay, they're gone.
What? What do you do? You just empty the panel? Do you know Mondani just got he got caught trying to plan a meet and greet with the one of the guys in Iran. And then he comes on the podium and act like he had no idea that it was even going on.
What is an idea? I don't know what an idea is.
He said he was like he pushed it over to he placed the blame on somebody else. He didn't take blame. Right. It was that's what he said. He pushed the blame off to somebody else. He had no idea.
Okay, I don't. Where do you see this?
It's all over the news. What do you mean?
Meet and greet Mamdani. I see nothing.
No, so what happened was he was supposed to go meet with this Iranian what do you call it?
Imam?
It was somebody of prevalence in Iran. And then he acted like he had no idea. It was
Iran's UN ambassador?
Possibly. Yeah, he just spoke about it today. He just spoke about it on the TV. My bad.
Oh, I'm so fucking sick and tired of goddamn fucking paywalls.
Yeah, no, my bad.
No, it's not your bad.
No, it's not made up. This is the actual thing that happened. Do you know? Listen to this shit, right?
Why is this bad that mayor of a city that generates $4.4 trillion a year? Why is it bad that mayor might meet with a UN representative?
Because why would he be doing that?
I don't know. To set up trade. I don't fucking know.
I doubt that.
United Nations to try and help him. Well, yeah, maybe that's bad. Fuck, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of an excuse. Top official in the Mamdani Administration Office for International Affairs made plans to meet with Iran's ambassador and permanent representative to the United Nations, Commissioner Anna Maria.
Here it is. Hold on. Here, Mojo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an absolutely crazy
What the fuck is this?
to talk about.
This is the guy, but you'll hear Mamdani come on the thing in a minute.
Who is that?
This is a TikToker.
On the social Mayor Mamdani of New York.
But Mojo, Mamdani comes up and like denies
his
it.
Administration red-handed, attempting to schedule and set up a face-to-face meeting with the Iranian officials. And this comes while we're at war with Iran. It also comes on the heels of intelligence from the Israeli government that the Iranians had yet another plot to assassinate the president. So this is a pretty big deal. And Mayor Mamdani is trying to play dumb. He's backpedaling and trying to cover up and pretend that he has knowledge that this was taking place in his administration, but nobody's buying it. So
yeah, Mamdani's about to talk on it.
Let's dive in.
Well, New York City Mayor's office is under fire after Zoran Mamdani's International Affairs Commissioner reportedly made plans to meet with Iran's UN ambassador earlier this week. The timing could not have been worse. And the New York Post reporting this, the scheduled meeting would have unfolded after Iranian troops fired missiles at 2 commercial ships traversing the Strait of Hormuz. An action Monday in direct defiance of an interim peace agreement between the U.S. and Iran. Mayor Mamdani was asked about this at a news conference today. Watch.
That meeting did not take place. It will not take place. And I did not know about it until there was a press inquiry regarding it. And when it comes to the work of our commissioner and our International Affairs Office, it's to ensure that as we are a city of the world, that we are also there to meet with leaders from across the world. The focus is always on our city and our relationship. The commissioner recognizes that this was made an error, and we're working on a new process in terms of new meeting requests.
New process? What about competence?
So according to Mayor Mamdani, none of this was his idea. He says he had no knowledge.
So he acted like he didn't have any knowledge of this.
Yeah, maybe he didn't. What makes you think
That's
he did?
bullshit. He lies.
You can't say that. You have no evidence to suggest that in any way, shape, or form.
Mamdani was just denying it. What do you mean, prove a source?
Yeah, so he denied it. How can you prove that what he's denying is not the factual
What the fuck
case
is
of the
that?
matter?
How does he even know I'm a Scientologist?
Everybody
Wow.
knows who you are.
That's crazy. So where is everybody?
I just booted everybody. I don't know. I have tried to come on. What is wrong with you? You're sick. Are you going to get me sick?
This person had cats when I was at the house doing housekeeping, and I'm allergic to cats.
That doesn't sound like an allergy. That sounds like a fucking straight up like throat cancer. I don't know.
Oh my god, are you crazy right now?
Yeah, I am kind of crazy. I'm pissed
I
off.
think
TikTok sucks. I have tried to go live the last couple of days, and it's been nothing but fucking chaos. Yesterday, I started a live, and I had like 7 conservatives on the panel, and they were all yelling at each other about who was more Floridian than the other.
I don't know why people can't wait their turn to talk.
Fucking obnoxious.
Crazy.
So I just quit. And then I come on today and I get all those fucking people, one guy drunk, and then all the liberals come on the panel and won't stop fucking talking. I don't know. It's annoying.
I mean, if this was such a good idea, right, to borrow money to take money from the state to pay for the city, why didn't mayors previously do it? You know what I mean? Like, it seems like such a simple thing.
They do.
So how come he came into office with like $215 trillion in debt for New York?
Oh my God. See, New York State's GDP is $2.46 trillion. You know that, right?
No, he came into a lot of debt in New York.
Okay, so New York State's entire GDP is $2.46 trillion. So every year, the state of New York pulls in $2.46 trillion.
I was exaggerating.
The city of New York pulls in 2.3 of that $2.46 trillion. So when you say that they're getting money from the state, they're simply getting money from themselves because they put in 98% of the taxes into the state of New York.
But do you not know that that's going to push make taxes higher for people down the line?
No, I don't think it will push taxes higher. However, this is money that New York City paid in.
Right, but they're in debt, so shouldn't that be like I don't know, dude.
Well, if the city's in debt but the state's not in debt, then the state should be paying for them to get out of debt because they produce 98% of the GDP of the state.
Listen, I just think that someone should have done it before him so he wouldn't have came into that much debt when he came into office, right? I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, I don't disagree. That's fine with me, but we're still only talking about billions of dollars, and New York City produces $2.3 trillion every year. That's like a quarter of the American budget.
It's something to do with pensions, too. He's using, like, pensions and stuff to pay that.
I don't know, but I just don't think it matters. I think that they pay the majority of the taxes, so they should be able to get the majority of the benefits. And if they need to get some money back or pull some money back from the state, they should have the right to do so when they're paying 98% of all those taxes.
Yeah, I read that it was fiscal irresponsibility, but okay. What's up, Teddy?
It could be. Teddy.
So,
do you guys know each other?
The pension thing is not something you can do more than once. Like he basically is holding off on putting some money back into pensions in order to balance out some other parts of the budget. But I've looked at the NYC budget, and even the people who are running his budget were like, this is really a one-time thing that we're doing in order to get out of debt. It was like helpful. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think that if you're a city like New York City that pulls in as much money as you do, like you could get away with this, but you can't do this. This isn't something you could do repeatedly without consequences.
Now, do you think that the overtaxing of the rich might pull business out of New York City?
No, because there's nowhere else you can do that work. You have to understand that cities don't just become cities the way that they do, like if you just want them to, right? They kind of happen organically. You just can't do finance like you do finance in New York anywhere else. You're not going to leave if you do that in New York. You just can't get the same kind of volume anywhere else. Yeah, I work in finance.
That's fine. That's how you listen. That's all well and good. Well, but when you have 60%,
there are other places that have financial centers.
Can I finish the statement? Can I finish the statement? When you have 60% of the workforce at J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley go down to Dallas, Texas, you don't feel that that's a problem?
No, yeah, sure. Like that has happened, but that's not all of finance. You still have the entire international SWIFT system that's working out of New York City. You still have Goldman Sachs. You still have all of these other major fintech companies that are all still in New York City because that is still where that's happening. And SWIFT is never moving. None of those, the World Trade Center is not going to be moving anytime soon. Like, sure, JP Morgan Chase can split itself, but its headquarters is still in New York City. In fact, my office is in their new building. Like, there's still a ton of JP Morgan in New York City.
Now, hold on. Now, hold on. Do you work for J.P. Morgan or do you work for another company within J.P.
No, I work for a hedge fund in Connecticut, but I have an office at J.P. Morgan for when I do active trading.
Which, once again, I understand. I mean, trust me, you got a guy like Steve Cohen, who is, a hedge fund. He owns a hedge fund. He's out of Connecticut, and I understand that totally. My thing is when you have people that want to build within the city, and then you're actually sitting there and you're calling them out in front of their house. I don't see that that's a win-win.
Look, you have
And
to see, you have to understand too, like New York City
ma'am, I live in New York, by the way,
it's
so
like a
trust me, I know.
center. Yeah, it's like a center of culture. You have everything you could possibly need. You have access to airports, international travel. People with money are not going to give a fuck about a small, increase in taxes. None of them have, generally speaking. A lot of my clients who live in New York City, who have a lot of money, don't give a flying fuck. They don't. I mean, I don't care either. Like, I pay a lot of taxes, that don't come back to me because I don't have kids, right? But I pay a lot of taxes to live in an area that has a really good school, that has lots of after school activities, that takes care of the boardwalk and the seat. Like, I like paying taxes toward that stuff because it makes my life safer. It makes it better, right? Like, overall, and like I can afford it, right? Like, because I
I
have
mean,
an income that allows for that. So that's okay with
I'm,
me.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I would love for my tax money to go to taxes within my area on Long Island, but unfortunately, it's going
Oh,
to
I
Zoran
love Long
Mamdani.
Island. I love Long Island, though. Long Island is great.
Okay, but the worst part is my tax money is not going to Long Island; it's going to Zoran. Why is that?
It's not going to Zoran.
Oh, it's not. Wait, hold on. So Kathy Hochul's bailout wasn't coming out of my tax money, coming out of Long Island and throughout the
That
state.
tax money was going to the New York State no matter what, right? No matter
It's
what, that
going to
money was going
it's
to go to New
going
York
to New.
State.
That's fine. It's going to New York State, but when you have the GDP of New York City making so much money, and within the state, I mean, not for nothing, Long Island doesn't get the tax money it's supposed to.
Is
Upstate doesn't get the tax money it's supposed to.
is
But
is
What do
sure
you
Mom
mean
does
Donnie?
that?
that
What
Is
do you
New.
Mom
mean?
Donnie?
Okay, so
Wait,
tell
is
me, what the thing that you're missing is. What's missing? What do you feel like is what that the state needs to step up?
Why is my tax money?
I'm asking you, what does the state need to step
I'm
in
trying to
Long
I'm trying
Island
to
to give you?
I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
My tax money should be going to the highways and roads out here which are falling apart. My tax money should be going to actually trying to make the schools better, help the
So
schools.
so
Also,
your
once
property
again,
taxes already go
no,
to the
you asked.
schools.
Hold on. You asked me a question, and then as I'm saying it, but once again, the GDP of New York City is so flourishing. Yet the past three, yet the past three mayors have a deficit which is out of control.
Right, Mamdani balanced the budget there, but
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He got a
Wait.
bailout from Hochul. He got a
Okay,
bailout from
listen.
Hochul.
Okay, let me just answer this for you. One, the state is only responsible for taking care of state highways. So those are the only things they can fix anyway. Your local jurisdictions are the ones responsible for local roads. So you need to take it up with the city, right? If that's the case. Your property taxes did not go to the state of New York City. Those property taxes that you
No,
paid went to your
I know what the
schools.
proc.
So
I know
when
now
what
you
you're not
say
letting. Wait, now you're not letting
so
her finish.
so when you say that you didn't get that money, no, that's not true. The things that you want changed are going to be more local than what you're talking about. Your state is funding things like your Department of Health. It's funding things like the highway system that's going, not the interstate system, the highway system that is run by the state. So you're complaining about things that you need to take up with your local government, which Mamdani has nothing to do with. You just want a reason to complain.
No, Kathy Hochul has something to do with. See, I don't particularly have a problem with. Well, I do have a problem with Mandani, but I don't particularly have a problem with him during that. I have a particularly problem of my tax money having to go there when it could go here. Sunrise Highway is a is a state run. That's an interstate, right? The Long Island Expressway is an interstate. There's a lot of things that can be done on the Long Island Expressway.
You remember how
But I
bad the
mean,
belt used to be? Oh my God, now it's the
I,
bed
I mean,
here.
I mean, I mean, look at still the Bell Parkway is still a shit show,
Wait,
and
is
that's
Long
in New York
Island?
State.
Wait, is Mom Donnie your mayor?
No, but why is my state money going into Mondani's pocket
It's not
and
again.
getting bailed out?
Again. It's not your state money because the
Oh, it's
GDP of the GDP of New York City is $2.3 trillion. The GDP of the
and why
state of
can't
New
they
York,
afford it?
the GDP,
And
the
why can't they
GDP,
afford it?
the GDP, the GDP
I
of the
could
state
get
of New York. Would you shut the fuck up? The GDP of the state of New York is $2.46 trillion. New York City is responsible for $2.3 trillion of the $2.46 trillion that the entirety of New York brings in every year. This are your tax dollars.
no.
No,
So if the GDP is so large, why are they in such a deficit? Oh
because
wait.
whoever had it before that ran it badly because the programs didn't work out correctly. Whatever the stupid reason is, it doesn't matter. They're the ones
Oh
paying
no,
the
it does
tax.
not.
They're the ones paying the tax dollars in.
No, see, that's the thing. It does matter because the last two
It
mayors,
doesn't matter because you're trying
Mojo,
to tell
Mo,
you're trying to tell New York City that what they have to do with their tax money, and that's crazy.
well, you're trying to tell me that my tax money is going to a city that is in no way, shape, or form
You
helping
get
me in my business when I'm
Long
sitting there.
Island,
And
Long
hold on.
Island. Okay, I apologize. Go ahead. What the fuck? Did I cut out? Can you guys hear me?
I could hear you. I don't know why he's not talking. He was onto something. He was saying,
I don't think he was onto something. Long Island's going to get more money
yeah,
back
I
in
don't think he
taxes.
was.
Long Island's going to get more money back in taxes than they pay out in taxes. They already do that today, just like the rest of the state of New York. New York City is funding the state of New York.
You also know that like Queens and Brooklyn, which are part of New York City, are on Long Island, right? So there's that.
I don't know. It just seems kind of weird.
It is. They're just looking for something to complain about. Like the reality is he balanced the budget. He was able to still give people things that they needed and increase services for people. He's been a good mayor. Like this is a good thing, right? Like we shouldn't, even when Trump was elected, I was like, I hope he doesn't do badly. I want things to turn out okay. And when they don't, then you have to do something about it. But this guy, it's like things are good. Just because he's not on your team doesn't mean you should be voting for, like, wanting him to fail. Because these are people's lives. Real people who have to live in that city, right? That entire city still requires a service industry. It still requires baristas and people who work in medical clinics and all these kinds of things. And they need to be able to afford to live there. And he's trying to make that happen because that machine that's running for that big financial system requires a whole host of other people. And he just wants it to be affordable for those people too. And he's actually making it happen. He's actually trying to do that. And I don't know why you're trying to cheer against that. It's just silly and petty.
He left. He got a phone call probably and left. I don't know. But boy, did you hear when I first started up, HR?
I didn't. I just got on TikTok today. I've been trying to sleep.
I've been trying to go live and everybody's been crazy. Like everybody's just yelling at each other.
Anytime I hear people, it's just like I feel it's embarrassing at this point. Like it's embarrassing for MAGA. Like you guys, he literally called Japan an Islamic Republic. And then thought Zelensky was Putin on the world stage at a NATO summit.
Jeff, defend that shit.
It's just stupid. It's insanity. This is the most powerful country with the most powerful military, and we have somebody who can't keep their fucking words straight together at an international summit. It's pathetic, and it makes us, you know what? That, if anything, makes us look weak and stupid. And it makes our enemies more likely to fuck shit up because you know what? People running at the helm are dumb. They aren't serious people. They don't understand how things work, and they are not helping Americans. He has done nothing but rip this country apart, completely destroy the economy, and make us look like fools on the world stage. And still people are out here like talking, like pretending that he's the greatest thing to happen since sliced bread. It just makes you look stupid and incoherent and like you don't know anything about how anything works.
That's pretty wild.
And it's like impossible to have these conversations with people anymore because I'm like, it's embarrassing for me. It's embarrassing to me to sit here and talk to someone that stupid and try to think that I could change someone's mind who clearly isn't capable of having a coherent thought in their mind. It's just embarrassing.
How you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah. How's MAGA doing for you today?
Oh, I don't really have any MAGA friends. I mean, I do, but we don't hang out.
Yep, Archie
I have MAGA family, but I'm not with my family lately. I'm not really MAGA, but like I can see why people labeled me that. So if the general public believes that, then there's something to it. And I think that goes to what HR is saying, that if all of these type of people are just stupid, that might be a fact. But they don't believe they are, and they do believe something. So you have to respect what they believe, even if it's wrong, I guess. And you can't just...
Do you believe that Japan is an Islamic republic? Should I respect that?
No, actually, most of everything you said was well said. That's
what I'm saying. Like, do you not feel like this is bad for our country? This is bad for our country. Like, I mean, it makes me sad because I am genuinely a proud American. I am somebody who has come here and worked really hard.
We'll have Democrats all over the place in 4 years. Don't worry.
Hold on, and seeing...
No, we're getting control. Don't worry.
That's not the point, Jeff. That's not the point. The point is that he has created an atmosphere in this country that makes... that has completely is crumbling the foundation on which it has been built. He has absolutely denigrated the very laws, the very foundations of this country. He has been corrupt and stolen from people, and he has made absurd comments about different groups in this country, made it unsafe, made it seem like we are a bunch of, like the World Cup came here thinking that they were going to see a bunch of vicious people. And I'm so glad that they didn't. I'm so glad that the World Cup was here so that people could see that what the actual American people are like, because they are good, honest people. But he has absolutely ruined us. And it is going to take decades, not just 4 years of Democrats coming in once again to clean up the economy, to clean up the image, to fix everything that they destroy. But if we don't fix the education system, if people don't step onto the fucking take accountability for the things they said and did during this time, we will never get it back. We will lose our place in society. We will lose our hegemony. And it will not be pretty because that will always bring violence. It will always bring wars. It will always bring a vacuum and looking for power. He has put us in a terrible situation.
I don't know. Is it fixed? Well, see, you say that Democrats are going to take control, Jeff. I'm fearful that it's going to take a generation to change everything that Donald Trump has done, all the damage he's done to this country. I think he's done a lot. That's what I'm worried about.
Nah, y'all are just fear-mongering. But yeah, the Democrats will get in there and they'll just start writing some checks and it'll be fine. All these other countries, they love money.
Dude, you just want to see things as black and white. You don't want to look at the nuance of things. You don't want to you just want to hope that the answer is simple for something complicated, and it's not. Like, this is going to take so much damage control. Like, we have a E. coli breakouts in this country. We have measles outbreaks in this country. We have a parasite outbreak in this country now too, because he decided to put a lawyer at the head of human health and services, right? That absolutely reduced the amount of people that typically look out for this stuff so that they don't become outbreaks. Like, these are not things that are easily reversed. Biology is not something that we have a great control over. It's something that we can monitor well, and we haven't been. And now people are going to have a parasite on them for months. He deregulated all of the stuff with AI, and now people in Lowell, Massachusetts can't even use their water. People in parts of Georgia can't even use their water. These are not things, once the groundwater like that is contaminated, White, it doesn't matter how much money you put into it. It's going to take so much time and maybe even won't be able to be fixed and reversed. These are just not things. This is why we had those regulations. This is why we do things a certain way, so we don't end up harming and hurting hundreds and thousands of people, children. 47% of people in Arizona who used to be on SNAP are no longer on there. 200,000 of them are children. This is not easily reversed.
HR, tell me something good today. Something good that happened today.
Something good that happened today?
Yeah.
Nothing good happened today. I got my period today, so I'm not in a good mood.
Alrighty. Wait. Lindsey Graham is drinking mint juleps in hell right now. So
that's true. He died. Yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, at the same time, it's like, whatever. Like, that's, it's like it's not the best. I mean, look, I will say that I think if there is a silver lining to all of this, it's that people have gotten more political in their local politics. They're starting to realize that there's more than one way to be political than just voting. They have decided to join things like the DSA, decided to do things like go and work for nonprofits that help the environment, because they're seeing that there's actual damage now. So if there is a silver lining, it's that people finally are taking this stuff seriously, because it's harmed so many people. So many people have been harmed by these policies that they actually want to be political now. They actually care about politics now. And that I am grateful for.
I got bad news for you. I don't remember who it was, but somebody told me a story yesterday about a white supremacist that they had met. And the white supremacist was talking about their experiences and why they were white supremacists. So this is a younger person, a younger guy, who didn't have a whole lot of friends, but ran into some people that were really nice to him. And we're having conversations with them and treating them kind of equally and whatever. So he kind of liked it. So he kept having conversations with them. And then they were doing stuff out in the real world. They were doing like food drives, and they were doing like mutual aid programs. This white supremacist group is doing like mutual aid programs out in the community, trying to help and reach out to people in the community. And this guy thought that was super cool, that these guys are out there helping people, real people in the streets, and I want to go do that. But he's getting sucked into a white supremacist group as he's doing it.
Yeah, look, I'll say this. Grassroots left-wing organizations are far more entrenched, and they have a lot of resources, and especially if you're in blue areas, right? And even places like Oklahoma and Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? Like Tulsa, Oklahoma is a blue island in a Red Sea, and it has some of the, like, one of the biggest DSAs, and it's grown exponentially during this time. I also think that the DSA sweeps that we've been seeing in Colorado and in New York, those are all good things too. People are ready for a serious change. And I think those are some silver linings. Where I think where I've been struggling recently too is just even people in my industry who are neoliberal Democrats, right? Like, they are pro-capitalist Democrats, right? Most people in my industry are. Most people in finance are not Republicans, right? They're just neoliberal Democrats. even they are at the point where they're just so sick of the uncertainty. They're so sick of the like 90-hour work weeks because of how much just shit is being thrown at the wall constantly with things that they're like, fuck it. You know what? Me being taxed a little bit more is worth it for my sanity and stability. And I think that's a good change too. Like, good. I'm glad that you finally see it that way. Like, stability costs money. And I'm glad you now see that is something that you should be willing to pay for.
Yeah, that's why we're willing to pay for schools and stuff like that, because that adds to a stable environment. So Colorado is interesting. I actually worked for Diana DeGette, who was the Dem that was ousted by the DSA member. I worked for her back in the early 2000s as an aide in her Denver office, and then and that, which is fine. I mean, she was a pretty moderate Democrat, so it didn't bother me. She hasn't done a whole lot in the years that she's been in Congress, so that's fine. But then I got to meet the DSA member. I can't remember her name now, but I got to meet her when I was going through the assembly process, through the state primary process or caucuses or whatever. I got to meet her, and she was super cool, and her campaign manager was even cooler. So good people. I would have voted for if she was representing me, but so I'm happy that DeGette got beat. But
I will also say that, like, I'm really glad that the veil has been lifted more on Israel and our relationship with Israel. My heart just like it breaks every time I look at the news and still see what's going on in Gaza, and like looking at the reports. Like, it is like, it should make every American feel sick to their stomachs that our federal dollars have gone to support something like this. And it will come out, like the dust will settle, like the international community will eventually be able to investigate this. Like, this won't, like, I still have some idealism left. Like, I fight very hard for my idealism. Like, it's not something that I take on because it's easy. It's something I take on because it's hard. Like, I really hope that we actually, like, we have come to the point where it is undeniable to people what happened. And that we have to then, like we're going to have to do something. Like, we are going to have to help rebuild for the Palestinians with their consent, with their direction and their ability to have right to return. And like, it is on us. Like, those were our tax dollars, and we did not fight hard enough to make it so that we wouldn't be paying for the bunch of the genocide of children. And I mean, generations.
Yeah, that means we're going to have to cut ourselves off from Israel, and I don't know if that's. I don't know. Do you think the Dems even have that?
I really think that is one of the core elements allowing the DSA to win, is that they're not taking AIPAC money. And AIPAC used to be able to throw money behind a candidate, and that used to work. And now people are hip to it. They know what all of these different PACs are. They know that AIPAC it's not just AIPAC on that invoice or on that sheet, right? That they have things like Leaders for America and this and that, and they look at that and they're more informed because they don't want to be any part of it, whether that's for good reasons or bad reasons, whether they're Christian Zionist or Christian, Christian anti-Semites or not. Like, we have to decouple that relationship because it is dragging us down so potently. And the fervor coming from there, like watching people interview people on the streets and how openly genocidal people are being, it is humbling and it is tragic. It is.
Yeah, all you have to do is go listen to the Zionist panels. If you listen to Zionist panels on TikTok right now, they are going crazy. They are getting more boisterous and more loud and more, violent in their rhetoric, and basically openly racist, openly xenophobic.
Yeah,
they're not holding back anymore. They're freaking out. They know that they're losing support for Israel.
Yeah, because I mean, it is medieval and grotesque. Like they people in the West Bank, like settlers, held up Ro Khanna, a U.S. congressman, at gunpoint, and like we're laughing about it. Like,
Well,
that's
yeah, and they're
not,
defending it. These people are fucking defending that.
that's
What's a
like,
congressman doing over there anyway?
what do you mean? Congressmen go over to Israel all the time, and aren't you claiming that the West Bank with those settlers is quote unquote part of Israel, and they can't even be like cordial to that man? Like, I mean, they're not our greatest ally. They are our greatest weakness.
Pretty wild. Well, I guess nobody's interested in talking. I don't know.
I did come in kind of hot.
You always do.
Well, it's just been so hard, like, to listen, like, even listen to panels. I'm like, this is just, like, it's gotten too stupid because it's so blatant now, right? The corruption is blatant. We saw how much money he's made. We saw how many trades he's made. We see that he's getting paid off for pardons. It's a full play-to-play thing, right? So he's corrupt. That's very clear. And he's giving us the evidence for that. He's saying things like Japan is an Islamic republic. He's calling Zelensky Putin, right? He still hasn't figured out what's going on in Iran, right? Like, it's such a clusterfuck, and it's so blatant that, like, it's not worthy anymore of attention. It's almost like, okay, we've like tried everything, and now we just have to let you die. We have to let you eat itself. You will eventually eat yourselves because you're incoherent and you're incompetent.
That's brutal. Just so you know.
Huh?
I said that's brutal, just so you know.
I mean, it's just the truth at this point. Like, they have lost it. They are people who have been backed into a corner and have nowhere to run. So they're going to chew their own leg off. And I don't need to be there to get bitten by them.
Yeah. I know that you haven't been on TikTok a ton, but certainly people have left. People have changed. People are anti-Trump now that were pro-Trump before, and then the people that are still pro-Trump, they refuse to engage. They will not.
Yeah, they're like Pharaoh.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that there's people changing. Look, and that's great. I'm glad there's people changing, but the reality is those people need to be on TikTok then, talking about how they are no longer MAGA and what it took to change that, and talking to people who are MAGA, because MAGA's never going to listen to me, right? No. I live in a blue state. I went to university. I'm getting a PhD. I have been into an Ivy League university. I'm an immigrant. I'm a woman. I am everything they hate, right? And I am right. So they're never going to listen to me. I am not the mouthpiece for this. I need to work quietly in the back, doing what I need to do to make sure that things work out. But me being a mouthpiece for the left is the last thing that the right is ever going to listen to in by any stretch of the imagination. And I think I've kind of realized that.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that you're so loud about it.
Well, yeah, I'm loud about it, but I'm also like, I also check primary resources. I also like really know how I understand the structure really well. And I like also like genuinely care about people, like as a whole.
I think that's normal for most liberals anyway.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe I think part of it too is that like I am just like really wanting to finish in the spring, and that's just like taking up so much time, because if I had an extra year, like I could easily be done every day by like 3 or 4 o'clock, you know, except when I'm like at an active desk. But like I really want to be done in the spring so I can go do something real with my life. I don't want to be in this industry anymore.
That's what it's for. That's why you're just trying to rush it right now, just to get into getting.
I need to, yeah, I have to finish this PhD to come out of my contract at my job.
And you don't want to do that anymore because it is heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking to, like, it is heartbreaking to realize that, you know, I really thought for a long time, like, it was good to be a voice of reason and a voice of change in these spaces, because nobody is. And I think what's heartbreaking is to realize that the reason nobody is because so many people have come and tried and realized that that's never going to be the way that it changes, and that you have to go do what you can on the outside of these places. You have to mitigate, you have to do triage, you have to fix symptoms, and you have to hope and vote in people, the people who can really have power, who really want those positions and can do it right. You have to help them get there. Like, you're not going to do it inside these institutions. There's just no changing them. They genuinely, and when I say genuinely, don't give a fuck about anything but money.
I think you were right about the podcast thing, though. Maybe you're not so suited to just argue straight up with liberals or with conservatives, or with MAGA for sure. But you are certainly suited to spread information, and a lot of people miss you in that environment where you are spreading information, true information, correcting people's mistakes and wrongs and mistruths, I guess. I don't know. I think you're good for that, and so don't give up on social media altogether, but maybe just choose to do that podcast instead of just getting on here and yelling at conservatives.
Yeah, I've still been thinking about that. I do think I would need to do it with somebody. I don't know. I need to be done with this PhD, and then I'll have room to think and, like, breathe and be creative. Like, that's the other thing. Like, this job really sucks all of my creative energy out, you know? Like, it really does. Like, 2 days a week on an active trading desk is so much chaos. Like, it's so much chaos, and there's something wrong with my brain. My brain, like, gets so quiet in that chaos, and I'm pretty sure that's a fucking trauma response that I'm trying to fix, and I need to stop doing a job like this.
Yeah, it's not a good sign when you get into trauma response at work.
I know, and I'm just like, this isn't normal. Like, this is not normal. Like,
well, I remember you talking about how you had to convince people not to do specific trades because making money off of the suffering of others is probably not the best of ideas. And I remember those conversations early on that you were having with people. And
yeah, and
and that's got to be hard.
It's heartbreaking because, like, I work with these people and they don't seem like horrible people, because they're not. They're not. They are just detached, right? They are so detached from the reality of any of these things, right? And I'm not. I'm, like, so still physically that little kid who saw all those things in Kenya, who experienced all these horrific things here. Like, I'm still that little kid, and I don't feel detached from it. And so I almost feel like a kind of, like, contempt and resentment to these people who are not bad people. They are just not people who have experienced things that I have, and therefore have no context to feel anything other than the fact that they are making so much money that they can take their kids on great vacations and have a trust fund for them and let them go to college, and they won't have to suffer, and they won't have, like, and I get that. I can't fault people for wanting to give their families good lives in a country that has told them that this is the only way to do it. I can't. And I can't continue to let myself feel that disappointment on a daily basis either.
Yeah, it is tough. It's super easy in a place of privilege in the United States when you're going to close your eyes and not picture what kind of damage our country is doing, and then make money off of those things happening by, you know, buying stocks in the military industrial complex or whatever you're doing, Palantir, I don't know, whatever it was at that time.
Yeah, and again, like I was saying to White, like, the things that Trump has done are not easily reversed. Like, not just the stuff that's going on at my job, but like the thing with like talking to MAGA, where they think that like, oh, these things can be easily fixed because they don't understand how any of it works. Like that parasite, it is going to be really difficult to get rid of it. Yeah. Really, really difficult. Because biology doesn't give a fuck about your regulations. The only option we had was monitoring those things and making sure that we were able to do recalls quickly enough. And here in my area, they were able to do that because our departments of health are very well funded. And they decided, while RFK was when he was put in there, that we're going to do our own thing. We're not going to listen to the federal government, because if we do, people here might get hurt. And so when people ended up contracting that parasite, they did a whole they figured out what grocery stores these people were at, what restaurants these people were at. They went, followed it through backwards, got rid of all of those inventories, gave a subsidy to those places so that they could get new things, made sure that they knew where they were getting it from, and completely overhauled the thing so that people would be safe. And still, we have an E. coli outbreak in Connecticut in some of the water, not in my area, but in like the more northern, northeastern part of Connecticut, because we just don't have the federal government no longer has the manpower to look at this stuff. And people are now going to realize, yeah, the federal government spends money on things for stability and safety. This isn't like, this parasite will dehydrate the shit out of you. Quite literally, you will be shitting a lot, and it'll dehydrate you. And kids getting this will mean kids will die.
Yeah, so people are going to die. That's certainly but that's not the only issue, of course, though. We still have international relations, international trade, stuff like that we have to deal with. Because of all the relationships that he's fucked up all over the world.
Yeah.
Oh, we have whatever's going to be left over after this war is done. There's going to be the Supreme Court rulings that are going to have to be overturned in the future at some point or another, or redefined at the very least. There's a lot of shit that we're going to have to do, and it is going to take a generation to try and fix a lot of this stupid shit that he did within a matter of months.
Yeah, and it is really easy to break things, but it is not easy to build them. And like, that's the lesson here. You want someone to move fast and break things? Be careful what they break. Like the water problems, these aren't going to be easily fixed. This is your aquifers that are now contaminated.
Is it possible? Is it possible to like, I don't know, strain that out some way?
Yeah, it'll be. Yeah, it'll be really, really expensive. It will be, and it will have to come with whatever caused it in the first place. These data centers to be removed, to have them stop working. And the thing is by doing it incorrectly, we do put ourselves at a disadvantage, right? There is some truth to the fact that we need to understand and do AI, because there are genuine threats to U.S. security from other countries, and having those things is important. But by doing them incorrectly, it's going to have a reversal effect. Now all of a sudden we have to go backwards. We have to do this. We have to do that. That makes us slower instead of just doing it the right way, the slow way, in the first place. It's going to have a backlash.
What right way are you thinking about?
I mean, water isn't the only way to cool data centers. It's just the cheapest way to do it, right? Like you could use coolant, which is more expensive, but doesn't require to use water sources that people need to survive, right? There's a data center that was built in the ocean that is using the movement of the waves as energy. And since it's in the ocean, it's being cooled easier, building them in cooler climates instead of places that are really hot, not building them in places that are already having water issues, right? Like there were probably multiple ways to fix these problems, but they just wanted to move fast, do it, bulldoze over whatever they needed to bulldoze to do it, and not think of the consequences. Well, the consequences are here.
Yeah, I agree. I live in Utah, so I mean, we're trying to stop I think they might have downsized the one they were going to put up in Box Elder County.
The one by that Canadian guy, what's his name?
Yeah, I think they might have made it smaller, but
yeah, and I mean, he called two women who were fighting against that Chinese assets. These two Mormon women from Utah.
Yeah, he had to correct himself, I think.
I mean, but that's crazy. That's crazy.
It's crazy. You know what else is crazy? Is your background here.
Why is that crazy?
Oh, man.
I mean, I guess what defines a real patriot, first of all?
Somebody that actually cares about fixing the country and helping the people in this country rather than discarding the people in this country and hating them or despising them.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you can really do both. Like, if you help the people, that could actually be bad for the country.
Yeah.
Or is if you help the country, it could actually be bad for the people. So it's not just.
And well, it's not that simple either, right? Where like it's like that. He's the mayor of a city, right? And he understands. He's balanced the budget. He has increased social programs. He has done a lot of things that have made New Yorkers' lives better, increasing rent control, increasing the ability for people to have affordability in the city. There's some things he's trying out that we're going to see how that ends up panning out. We don't know everything yet, but he has balanced the budget. And the thing is that he understands that the people at the top rely on so much of the people at the bottom, and those people also deserve to live a good life in New York City, right? Not just the people who can exponentially afford it.
Okay, yeah, but I don't even know if that has anything to do with like him being a patriot. I have a question for you though. Do you guys remember when there was a white supremacist rally like in New York City and there was a bomb thrown? Do you remember that? Not that long ago. It was just outside the mayor's.
Are you talking about Jake Lang?
Yeah, it was Jake Lang's protest. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the little fucking coffee can bomb. Is that what you're talking about? Are you serious?
Wait, hang on. There was a bomb thrown, right?
It was a coffee can with some fucking duct tape on it.
Who threw it?
Some couple kids.
No, it was actually, there's a video of it. You can watch the guy throwing it. It was I don't think
it was a couple kids. There were two kids.
No, it wasn't.
They were like 19 years old.
They were pro-Hamas people. This is documented.
I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure what that. I'm not sure what.
I'll tell you what it means. I'll tell you what it means.
Wait, would you stop? Would you stop?
Wait, hang on.
Would you stop? Would you stop?
Well, I'd like to finish.
I'm not sure what it means.
I'm trying to tell you what it means.
I'm not sure what it means to be pro-Hamas. I'm not sure why it matters if somebody's pro-Hamas. But I'm still talking about two kids that threw a coffee can with some fucking duct tape on it at an actual white supremacist fucking a goat.
Bro, that's not what happened.
That is exactly what happened.
It kind of sounds like what you're going to say is that he can't be a patriot and be Muslim.
No, that's not what I'm going to say. My point is, when that bomb was thrown, when he made a statement, he talked about white supremacists. He didn't say a word about the jihads throwing bombs at the protest. That's not patriotic at all, in my opinion. What say you?
Not.
Do you think he should have said something about radical Muslims?
When is the last time that somebody has talked about
Islam?
When is the last time that somebody has said something about Muslim terrorist organizations and in the same breath also said there are also Christian domestic terrorists in this country in the same breath? Do they have to always be talked about at the same time?
Wait, you're missing something.
You're missing the point. You are. Like you're missing the point.
No, the point is Jake Lang didn't throw a bomb. Islam people threw a bomb.
He was fucking a goat. He was fucking a goat. What are you talking about?
Dude, so I don't know what's your fucking point?
Jihad? Are you pro jihad?
Point? Are you saying
jihad?
that every Muslim?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Wait,
Like you're doing a part versus whole. You're doing a part versus whole fallacy where you think if there are two people who are Muslim and who are radicalized, then all Muslims must be radicalized. But I could say the same thing about Christians. I could say the same thing about Jews and Hindus. I could say the same thing about any fucking group and show you the violence that they have perpetrated on people. And that would still be a part versus whole fucking fallacy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you're talking about just random shit. I'm talking about this instance where we had white supremacists at a protest, and then we had Muslim people and radical Islam guys showed up, threw a bomb, and the mayor didn't come out and say anything about the guy that threw the bomb. He said, we need to stop white supremacy. Do we need to stop guys throwing bombs at peaceful protesters? This guy calls him the GOAT. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Who called him the GOAT?
I don't think you really understand.
Cooked. Democrats are fucking cooked.
Who called him the GOAT? Wait, who called him? What are you talking about? The GOAT?
Didn't you call him he was goated?
No, he said that Jake Lang was fucking a goat.
He was fucking a goat.
Oh, you kept saying. I thought you were talking the guy that threw the bomb was goated.
No, Jake Lang was actually pretending like he was fucking a goat.
Okay, you're just talking about some other stupid shit. Let's talk about the.
No, I'm not talking about other stupid shit. That's exactly what was happening at the time. He was in the act of pretending like he was fucking a goat because he's a white supremacist and he hated Muslims.
Wait, I have a question. Pretending to fuck a goat and hate Muslims, do you think that's worse than throwing a bomb into a crowd?
It wasn't into a crowd. It was at Jake Lang specifically.
I'm asking you if you think it's worse. Do you think
it wasn't into a crowd.
Do you think it's worse to throw a crowd?
It wasn't into a crowd. Well, then don't say it wasn't into a crowd.
In an open area. Do you think it's worse to throw a bomb in an open area or pretend to fuck a goat?
I think it's worse to pretend to fuck a goat, for Christ's sake, because if you're not gonna,
you're fucking retarded, bro.
Oh,
you are fucking retarded.
You know you can't say that stupid shit on TikTok, right? What is wrong with people? It didn't go off. I'm not even sure that they had the capacity to go off.
Yeah, the thing is once again, he's just cherry picking small instances and not looking at any of the big picture because he's not capable of it, because he's not smart enough to really understand the nuances of things. He really wanted to draw a line to say that because Zoran Mamdani is Muslim or supports people who are Muslim or supports resistance movements, that he is somehow not a patriot. It's silly.
The fucker got a goddamn violation for saying that.
Yeah, because you can't say the R word on here.
Yeah, what is the deal? Everybody seems to be saying that nowadays. I don't know why. It has become so much more popular now that it's banned.
It's once again because we have a president that has emboldened people to show their worst nature, like the worst parts of themselves. I shouldn't have said the word nature. Like it really has. It has made people really show their worst colors.
Well, now I can't say anything. Lest it turn into a much bigger argument. Yeah, he does. He certainly gives people permission to say things that they normally wouldn't say out in public anyway.
He threatened to exterminate an entire civilization because he started a war he couldn't finish. Like, that is not presidential. That is not what I consider diplomacy or what I consider measured or reasonable. He is an unhinged maniac, and he's got the fucking nuclear football. It's absolutely terrifying.
It is pretty wild to think that the President of the United States of America suggested that genocide would be an option. That's just wild.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people are denying genocide. A lot of people
but he wanted to. I mean, like, that's what he said, right? He's going to wipe out the whole country. He's going to wipe out an entire civilization, is what he said.
Oldest civilizations on the planet.
Yeah. We're just going to wipe them all out. Just to say that out loud on a public news source of some kind or another is pretty wild that the President of the United States can say something like that. And so then people have no problem saying glass Gaza, shit like that. The people just don't have a problem with that anymore because The president says it, so fuck it, I can say it.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is why it's like so difficult to be on here and like talk to people because of stuff like that. Like here's the other thing. My brother is Muslim. He married a Bengali girl and he converted to Islam. He has a baby boy who is going to grow up Muslim. They are pregnant with their second baby boy who is also going to grow up Muslim. And I don't want them to grow up in a country where they feel othered by half the nation. I don't want them to grow up hearing horrible things about Islam. I don't want that for them. Like, it breaks my heart. Because they are going to struggle. They are going to struggle. And you can shield them from it as much as you want, but they will eventually go out into this world and out into this country and they will face Islamophobia and racism from people.
What is Bengali?
She's from Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Okay.
Yeah. And Bangladesh is majority Muslim.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. It was former East Pakistan.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah.
I still hate all religions, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, look, in my opinion, Christianity is the original mass media, right? It is the original mass media. It is the original, like, it is just an offshoot of Abrahamic religion in general. And Islam went and did its own thing with it because it didn't like what Christianity was doing. And as far as I am concerned, like, I hate Abrahamic religions because they have caused so much devastation in the world. Like, I'm over it. Like, put a spear through Yahweh's heart for all I care.
Wait, they tried to do that before, didn't they?
Yeah, it's like I want my made up guy to fight your made up guy in a made up world, and I want my made up guy to win.
That's a great Hollywood movie. Bollywood will make it a Bollywood movie.
Bollywood will make it. They don't give a fuck. That's why I like Bollywood movies. They don't take themselves too seriously.
That is true. It's but it's so hard to watch like I don't know, an action movie where it makes you laugh more than it does.
I know. And when they have songs in between, it's just
and they dance. They kill each other and then they dance.
That's what I like, though, right? Like, it doesn't take itself too seriously. It's like, it's fun. It's colorful. It's campy.
Campy. That's a word.
Yeah. It's just so over the top.
I have tried to watch them. I can't. I just can't do it. They're like, take the worst 80s movie and then make it 10 times worse, and that's what Hollywood is.
So here's the thing. I love 80s movies too. Like, I love them. I think they're so great because they don't take themselves too seriously. Like, they're weird and fucking, like, especially animated movies from the 80s. They're so weird and they're so fun. I love them.
Okay, not animated, but do you know what space herpes are? No. Phone call. Now I'm stuck here by myself. I don't know why you guys are still here listening to this. I guess there's only 40 people in here. I'll probably just end. TikTok is wild. Maybe I'll try again. But...
Oh, I couldn't hear you. Did you asked me something? I couldn't hear anything for a second. You said, do you know something?
Bryn, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me, Bryn. I asked if you knew what space herpes were.
No. Should I know what space herpes are?
You'll have to go look it up now.
Okay. I'll look up space herpes.
Do that.
Oh my god.
It went along with the previous conversation
Okay.
about campy 80s movies.
I love a campy 80s movie.
Well, then you'll love Space Herpes.
All right, I'll check it out.
Wait, no, I have to tell you. It's a movie called Ice Pirates.
Ice Pirates?
Yes. It's the craziest movie ever. They run around space stealing ice from people because nobody has water anymore, and there's still ice in space, and space herpes is a thing.
I love it.
It's funny. It is a funny movie.
Yeah, I have been paying quite close attention to some things in the economy, if you want to hear it. I think our labor, the reason that the unemployment is just not showing like the real kind of on the ground feeling is I think our labor demand has shrunk. Like it is that like companies in and of themselves are not really expanding. So it's like now when you do the math, when you look at like how we get that number, we're basically just seeing that like, and it's not necessarily due to AI. Like a lot of that is still kind of up in the air. It's really like the immigration policy, right? We weren't able to fill those positions. And now like a lot of farms have been downsizing. And so we're not getting a clear picture, which is why I'm actually kind of glad that the new Fed chair wants to like revamp some things, like get better data, get like relook at how we're collecting data. Like these are good things. And I don't think he's being stupid about it. So I'm actually kind of excited to see that. I think it's weird that he no longer wants to give us like a forward prospectus. Like he doesn't want to give, like usually they send it out to like most financial institutions, like kind of what everybody's thinking in terms of interest rates and in terms of like where the Fed is, what the Fed is thinking about doing, their balance sheet, things like that. They no longer are going to do a forward prospectus, which just creates a little bit more uncertainty for us, like working in that field. But I do think that it is good that we'll kind of undergo some changes in the Fed. I don't think that's going to be good for Donald Trump in the long run. I think he thinks right now he could maybe like fudge some of that and that might actually help him in the short term, but in the long run, I don't think that's going to be good.
Okay, you were talking about this before. Okay, I just lost what I was going to say. Sorry, never mind.
That's okay. I was just saying that, and like part of the reason that the economy kind of seems quite resilient is because it's a K-shaped economy. But if you look at the bottom part of that K and the top part of that K are very different, right? Like someone like me is able to withstand like changes in inflation pretty nominal, like pretty easily, not easily, but like I can withstand them. Like I don't need to like dip into my 401k or like change something drastic in order to keep up with everyday expenses. But the people who can't keep up with everyday expenses don't have that option, right? And so where like the top part of that K-shaped economy is kind of like where we're also getting most of our data from. So it looks more resilient than it actually is, because like there are some companies that do like on the ground work. Like they will go to more poverty stricken areas and gather data and gather numbers from small businesses in those areas and give, like the Southern Poverty Law Center does some of that work. And you can really see how this stuff is affecting like a lot of people who are, basically making less than $100,000 a year. Anyone making less than that is like, we're starting to see them be squeezed more and more. And a lot of those people lost SNAP benefits. They lost access to healthcare. things like that has now like shifted the way that they spend their money. And so we're starting to see these like cracks forming at the bottom here, but the top is still kind of resilient, which makes it more difficult to like really say like the economy is about to do really poorly. And again, like economics is more of an art than a science at this point. And I just think that people really aren't able to recognize and see like, okay, like when we zoom out here and when we look at this in totality, like it's going to come to a point where people can't feed their kids anymore. And that will start causing like criminal disruptions, right? You'll start seeing people acting out. That's what happens, right? And then what the right will do is they'll blame that on race, or they'll blame that on blue cities doing something wrong, or they'll do that blame game instead of looking at what's really happening, which is like people are being squeezed economically really badly at the bottom of that K shape.
Okay, so now I'm confused. K-shaped economy. So when people say that, when I've heard you say that and Blossom say that, I'm thinking the top is growing and the bottom is growing and the middle class are remaining stagnant. That's what I thought a K-shaped economy
was. No, the middle class is the middle class. So think of the letter K, that bottom line that's pointing downward, right? The middle class is at the top of that line. They're still going down, but they're more resilient because they're still kind of closer to that center piece where it starts to split. The people at the very top, we're talking about bankers and owners and business owners that are probably still, and I mean, when I say business owners, I don't mean small businesses, right? I mean bigger businesses and conglomerates, AI tech companies, right? They're going upwards. Everyone else is going downwards. And that top part of that slope, right, is your professionals, your professional class, your doctors, your lawyers, your small business owners, right? Those people who make quite a lot of money, but they are exchanging quite a bit of time for it, right? They're exchanging quite a bit of labor and time for it. They're not passively earning money. The people who are passively earning money are the ones who are going up on that other part of the K that's pointing upward. But that part where we get a lot of our data is coming from that top part of that bottom slope. And I'm saying the Southern Poverty Law Center just collected a bunch of data off of that bottom part of that K slope that's pointing down. And we're really seeing more cracks down there. And we're seeing a little bit more resilience for others.
Okay, so K-shaped economy, what's the bottom axis? And what's the side axis? Side axis is what? It can't be growth. It has to be spending.
No, when we say we're looking at growth on the y-axis. So people are losing assets and losing their ability to get assets over time. So x-axis is time, y-axis is growth, or essentially your ability to get access to assets that allow you to grow.
Okay.
And the thing is like small businesses are the bread and butter of this country. They employ the most people, and they are the kind of heartbeat of this country in a lot of ways, especially in rural America. And rural America is being hit really, really hard by stuff like this. And things like having a national healthcare system would relieve small businesses of this thing. Okay, well, I have to stay under 49 employees because I can't actually afford to give people healthcare, right? So they are stopped from expanding because they can't actually meet the necessary requirements of expansion, right? Because that's too much for them. You know, the same people who make too much money, someone like Messi, who had a problem with her healthcare because she makes too much money to get access to state healthcare, but she doesn't but she's a contractor, so she doesn't get healthcare from a worker. So then now when her healthcare expenses go up, that's really, really bad for her, right? So it's saying the same thing, right? Like what I think a lot of people don't recognize is that a lot of these things, if they can be provided through taxation, the prices of them can go down, and it relieves a lot of small businesses and allows them to expand more, to not have to pay as much in terms of benefits, because that's coming from the government, right? The only companies that are getting access to that kind of benefit right now are places like Walmart.
Yeah,
right? Walmart,
that's a huge cutoff point for a small business. I mean, obviously, you're going to have to be able to jump pretty quickly, pretty high from that 49 employees. You don't want to just move from 49 to 50. You want to move from 49 to 70 or something.
Yeah, and it's like, again, you will also have people who are currently in jobs because they require healthcare, right? They have a wife who's pregnant, or they are pregnant themselves, or something, or they have a chronic illness, or one of their children has a chronic illness, or maybe they're just afraid, right? Like they're somebody who is more anxious and they need to have health insurance to feel, less anxious. Those people who have great ideas for great small businesses, or want to open a small business in their area that could fulfill a need, are not doing it because they need access to healthcare. Like, you will incentivize more like labor movement, which is good for labor. It gives us more negotiating power at the table, right? These are all good things for labor. And I just think this is so overlooked by so many people. Like, when we talk about giving things away, quote unquote, it's like we're talking about small increasing in taxes. We're talking about small, taking away the cap for Social Security, for example. I think that would be really good because we're about to run out of Social Security in like 2039, right? Like, we need to start looking at stuff like that. Most people in America like Social Security. That should be something we should continue, and we can do it without really affecting people's lifestyles, or whether or not they can pay for private schools or fly first class. Like, these things won't affect those people. Like, this inability to recognize that it's sick, really. Like, it genuinely is. Like,
okay, now going back to the labor thing, you said that we're being more productive on less labor.
not more productive, not necessarily. It's just that the labor demand has decreased, right? And we haven't really seen, we are seeing productivity increases, but not across industries. We're seeing productivity decreases in things like agriculture, and we're seeing productivity decreases in things like education sector as well. Like, there are some sectors that are seeing decreases and some that are seeing increases, like tech is seeing an increase, right? But they are also volatile, right? Like, very volatile right now, because we're seeing supply chain shocks for things like chips and like necessary components for memory and things like that are in an entire supply chain shock right now for. So it's more volatile. We're seeing a decrease in hiring for healthcare, which is pretty rare. Like, usually healthcare kind of does its thing regardless of what's going on in the economy, but we've seen some decreases there, which is kind of concerning. And again, like, we're still dealing with fucking tariffs. We're still dealing with oil shocks. We're still dealing with overvaluation. We're still dealing with over-leveraged debt. These are still things that are just, like, in the background that are happening as well.
Persistent. They're persistent. They're not problems that are going away. But okay, so is this because of AI that we need less labor, or is it because
no, not yet
demand, or
people are, essentially companies are shrinking their demand, right? They're not hiring as much. They're contracting. So what it looks like in the labor market is that we're requesting less labor, right? So even if we fill some jobs and it looks like we're filling jobs that need to be filled, the amount of jobs that are even need to be filled are going down because people are contracting, right? We'll probably see some slow growth. But the thing is with GDP, you have to remember, we're still going to see all the growth from the military industrial complex, from the building of AI and data centers. It's hard you have to go through GDP and say, okay, where are we actually seeing real growth, and go sector by sector and look at how each industry is actually functioning. And the problem is that necessary functioning of the country is getting worse, right? Like things like for example, my transmission costs in where I am, like I paid like $330 for my gas last month because transmission costs went up threefold, right? Like that's fine for me, but there's probably people who that's not fine for, that paying their gas bill now means that they can't afford to send their kid to soccer anymore, or they can't afford to pay their piano lessons, or they can't afford to buy food enough for that month, right? So we're seeing that, and we're also seeing that like it's harder to get a job, which means like if you were up for a promotion or if you were going to ask for more money in terms of labor, it's going to be easier for your person to say no to you because you're not going to want to leave your job because it's going to be harder to find another job, right? So this is now making people also be more stuck in positions. So they're less likely to leave a position and get a better position or ask for more money in order to take on the fact that inflation is going higher, and companies can easily say no because they know that nobody's going to leave.
Well, if that's the case, why is this not affecting our overall GDP?
Because GDP will calculate the fact that you found a bunch of oil, caused an oil spill, and cleaned up a bunch of oil. That will all go towards your GDP. GDP is just, it's going to calculate all of it. It's just a very muddy number.
Well, it doesn't take into account like social spending, like entitlement programs, whatever, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps. I don't think that's included in GDP numbers. So if more people,
no,
go ahead.
But what is included, what we will see a decrease in growth, though. I guarantee you, we'll see it.
That's what we've been saying since he put those tariffs on, but it's still been going up.
It's a big economy. This is a huge economy. It will take time for you to really see like the effects really coming through. Like it just will take time. And remember, like things with the tariffs, like they were on, then they were off. They were on, then they were off. They were on, and they were off. He had to pay back a bunch of companies, and some of them aren't on anymore, and some of them are 15% now. And all of those other ones, like the aluminum, textiles, copper, steel, all of those are still on. But like, we're also increasing spending in things like the military industrial complex in terms of oil companies. We were like seeing an increase there. Even though you're going to see a decrease in other areas, the GDP is just going to show you like overall growth is still there. But I think growth will eventually start to decrease because of those entitlement programs that you're talking about. When people don't have access to those entitlement programs, right? And they have to like reduce spending, right? Reduce the things that they're doing, right? You're going to see like drops in productivity from that.
Well, yeah, but okay, so that was the problem that I was having here with the whole labor thing. If we're requiring less labor, that means we're selling less products, unless those products are being created by AI or robotics or something like that. So we're obviously selling less things, but our GDP is still going up. So what you're telling me is that Donald Trump is somehow playing a shell game and spending government money in other places where it will still prop up the GDP while harming consumers, and that eventually will have to end.
$500 billion in the military industrial complex will easily boost the fucking GDP. GDP is just not a really good measure of actual productivity. Like I said, you can look at GDP, but you really need to go industry by industry and line by line and look at like what's moving around, because it's that movement within GDP that is actually going to give you a clearer picture.
Yeah, I know it's a bad measurement. I know it's not something that's going to be very indicative of what's actually going on. However, it is the number that a lot of people use just to have arguments like this or discussions like this.
Sure, so because like
that needs to be explainable.
It's surface level, and it's easy to like yell at someone about that, and somebody can easily get flustered around that, and yeah, Sawyer, it would boost GDP because when we give that money to the military and then they hire a bunch of private companies to do a bunch of things, that goes towards our GDP, dude. Like, come on.
You guys can come up if you want. Jen or Sawyer or whoever, you can come up. Nobody's requesting up. I'm not sure what's going on here.
I think I'm just yapping over here. That's probably why.
And that, I guess that's fine, but I don't know.
See, this could be the podcast, Mojo.
No. I didn't really even want to come up. I was just saying hi to y'all, and someone said you got a request up. So here I am. Hi.
Hi. How you doing?
Not bad. How are you?
No shingles shot yet.
Hi, HR.
Hi, Judy.
Figured as much.
How are you?
I'm good.
That's good.
How are you with your rest doing today?
I'm good. Just talking shit, I guess, chatting shit around here.
Yeah, yep. I hear you. I was up late talking with with Ella. Yeah, Ella's panel, and Mojo was there. They were playing a game, and everybody else was chatting about some other stupid stuff.
Yeah, CT and fucking Donovan wouldn't stop fucking each other.
In the comments? Or was that after I left?
That might have been after I even left. I don't recall that.
No.
I think
I'm using you know what I mean. I'm using the word colloquially, but they kept fucking talking shit to one another, and they just wouldn't stop.
Like how Bryn's down there. Just another day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh man, yeah, it's just like I was just saying to Mojo, it's become really difficult for me to like talk to people on that side. It's just like because everything is like, hey, like look at all of this very blatant corruption that he's doing, and like I just it's almost like embarrassing. You know what I mean? Like I'm like it's like so cringy to me. Like you guys are really this like blind. Like if a Democrat had done a fifth of the things that Trump had done, we would have taken that guy down. Like Democrats would have been like, abso-fucking-lutely not. If any single if Obama, started putting his face on the Department of Justice and started making an enormous amount of trades, like had a meme coin, like we would have absolutely been in the streets protesting him, whether or not we voted for him, because it's just not right. Like people are suffering, like, and I will not stop going on about HHS. Like we are seeing the real consequences of having a moron who doesn't believe in germ theory running Health and Human Services, right? Like, yeah. Legionnaires broke out in New York. We have the cyclosporin parasite. No, not cyclosporin. I think that's an antibiotic. But that parasite that's going around. We have the measles outbreaks still happening. We have people refusing vitamin K for their babies because they think that it makes their blood too thick to get stem cells out of the cord blood. That is so moronic. And the increase of children that have come in with hemorrhagic bleeding, newborns, because they don't believe in vitamin K anymore, is absolutely horrific.
So heuristic, this is going to probably not blow your mind, you'll believe it, but so I've seen a couple different places now that the theory is on the right that Lindsey Graham unalived because he just received a CVID booster, so that caused his.
Seriously?
No, yes, I just saw like the third place a few minutes ago. So that's I mean I don't know, if like Donovan's of the world will believe that, but. It's out there.
Would absolutely believe that.
The thing is that look, you're the COVID fear mongering, like steeping or leading to new mothers not wanting to give their kids vitamin K because either they believe that it's big pharma, quote unquote, or they think that their baby was born perfect because God doesn't make mistakes. Like, I'm sorry, evolution throws spaghetti on the wall and sees what sticks. Okay. That's how it works. Like, it's really, really sad and we've seen a 9% increase overall in red states of people rejecting vitamin K for their babies. We saw 3 deaths from hemorrhagic bleeding. It just helps you plot.
Yeah.
Wait.
the measles is also making a comeback as well, correct?
Yeah, and so is raw milk. Like, it's so crazy.
And I have a very small. No, go ahead, Mojo.
I just have a question. She said it when you guys first came up here. I'd been talking to her about telling her she should do a podcast, and she said she wouldn't want to do it by herself. And I said, well, we could do it together, and I'll just ask you questions, and I'll just like I'll be like somebody that you can play off of or something like that. What do you think of that conversation we were just having?
I liked it. I think that would be a great idea. I was thinking that actually. I was like, Heuristic should do her own show.
That's what I thought too.
We should have our own podcast, Mojo, you and me. The Grumpy Boomer and the Grumpy Gen Zer. That'd be a great one.
And the
you know
what? Millennial.
I have a topic for your podcast. If you have any insight or what this morning, and I really needed more coffee or somebody that could more eloquently express this. So this gentleman came up on my panel. Well, he wasn't really a gentleman, but he came up on my panel and he was like, listen, I just want to have a respectful conversation. I was like, cool, me too. He said, so listen, there's some policies of the left that I really like healthcare, things like that. Like I might vote for, he said, what stops me from voting for people on the left is that y'all get so up in your feels over trans and immigrants and things like that. And
God damn.
So
hold on, Jenny. We just got 3 fucking galaxies. Jesus. Thank you, Bobby. Sorry.
Oh, thank you, Bobby. So and I said to him back, I said, well, those are important issues, obviously, but I feel like we are running defense. Like, I don't think that we're necessarily bringing these topics up. I feel like what's happening is, these people are getting kicked down, and then so we're coming in to say, hey, like, you just don't kick these people down, okay? But so, what are your thoughts on that? Like, do you feel like it's reversed? Like they're creating the issue, and then we're just kind of coming into play, like, hey, listen.
Yeah, I do think that's primarily what the culture wars are. Is like the right magnifying things that are not actual issues in order to distract from the fact that they are basically doing a smash and grab of the economy, right? Like if you look at and there's this really good guy on here, Nick Powers. If any of you guys follow him, he's basically autistic and runs a bunch of statistical analysis on like political stuff. And he's great. And I've downloaded a lot of his spreadsheets and looked at them. And one of the things that he did recently is he's showing how much money that Republicans have when they enter Congress and how much they make, like how much money they make while they're in Congress. And Democrats come in with about half as much money as Republicans do, and they only make money at about half the rate as Republicans do, right? Because at the end of the day, like the kinds of things we want to do, rich people have the resources to stop. And in order to be able to not see the problems in the economy, the Republican right really like fires up things like trans rights and gay marriage and race problems, because they want us to look at the culture wars because we want to protect people, because we have this tendency to overreact to them, and then we look stupid sometimes when we overreact to those things, even though those are important things. But the problem is when we overreact to them, they just hit us with the fact that we're being ridiculous then. And it's like we shouldn't be playing their game, because you're right, we are just reacting to them instead of playing an offensive game and doing what we need to do out front, which is why Mamdani and the DSA stuff that's going on is like really rattling them, including the rich Democrats, like rich neoliberal Democrats are feeling the same way about the DSA. And the reason they feel that way is because like we're actually playing offense here. We're saying we're going to talk about what we really think is important, because when people have the ability to have financial security and economic security, they will fight for their own social justice. They will be able to do their own bidding there. We don't have to step in for them because they will have the energy to do it for themselves, right? The tide will rise on its own if people have financial and economic security. It is the bottom of the pyramid. And that's why it's scary when we actually start doing it. Because then the culture stuff won't work.
It won't work, but they'll still try to do it nonetheless. I mean,
they'll still do
remember
it.
what happened when they were out of power last time?
I mean, and that's the thing, right? Like, they dig their heels in and they are going to always come on. Like, and remember, like, TikTok is performative by nature, right? Like, people are never going to, even if they agree with me, even if I show them everything about how they're wrong, they are never going to come on here and say, you know what? You were right. Because by nature, this space is performative. And like, we all do it. We all kind of perform on here. And like, but I think that like, there is an embarrassment, a shame tied with like being wrong about this stuff, seeing how it's failing, looking at what's going on. Right? Like, how many times have we like told them, like, look at Argentina, like, you libertarians out here, look at Argentina. They have 30% inflation, brought down from 210, but still struggling with a president who used to be an economics professor, but is a libertarian. Right? Like, he used to be an economics professor, believe it or not. Like, and that's the thing, right? It's still failing. The country is still doing poorly. They're clawing their way back out, but they've needed a lot of help, a lot of aid, right? To do that. And they're still not going to say, okay, well, maybe this isn't such a good idea, right? Like, when they talk about healthcare and they're like, well, I just want to have the choice to like buy whatever health insurance I want. And I'm like, why doesn't choice start at going to any doctor you want and not having to worry about it? Like, they pick and choose like where actual liberty is coming from. They don't see liberty as the value of values, you know?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, they are practically very selective or nitpicky about certain things. I remember just recently, Donovan was having a conversation with the people up here on the panel, and Donovan at some point had said, you should never give Marxists guns because when you give Marxists guns, they tend to lean on violence. And I'm like, is that an anti-Second Amendment take coming from someone who claims to be like a constitutionalist, likes the Constitution a lot? Like, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, and you know, the thing with the Constitution stuff is that at what point do you interpret something so much that it is essentially meaningless? And like, the reality is that our world looks very different now. And that's why we have common law, right? That's why we have different precedents. That's why we have different opinions that are set down from the Supreme Court that are using the Constitution as just like a backbone of laws. But like, it's gotten to the point where it's almost overinterpreted. We need to add some amendments in things around technology and AI and labor and the economy. Those things have to be put into the Constitution. We have to make the Constitution both have, you know, liberty and rights, but also economic rights and liberties, right? These are things that Republicans don't want to happen, right? Because they're still in this like kind of exploit part of the exploit like binary. They have stopped exploring. They just want to exploit. And that's a problem.
All right, grumpy old man, it's your turn. Add something.
To add something. It's all they have. They're not right about economics. They're not right about policy. They're not right about international affairs. They're not right about anything. So what they have are culture wars, and they have been feeding on these culture wars since the fucking 80s at least, I suppose. Anti-HIV stuff, anti-gay, anti-whatever, anti-this, that, anti-communism. That's what they're digging their heels in on right now, is calling everybody a communist. Donald Trump is doing it on True Social. He's doing it on Twitter. You hear all the panels on TikTok when they get together with all the little fucking crony Republicans. They talk about how we're all communists, we're all Marxists. None of them can define what this shit is, but it sounds scary, so they're going to do that. They don't actually talk about real issues. They talk about something that's going to scare people. And Elon Musk used that in $300 million to win the last election for Donald Trump with transsexual.
It was 250.
I think he spent $300 million total on commercials.
Yeah, and I do think a lot of people are really hip to like how campaign financing is working now, especially because like people don't want
background noise.
I don't mind a sludge pool, but
yeah, that is literally what are they?
Okay, somebody. Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna boot you.
Yeah, I just think that what was I saying?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
If you don't remember, I can go.
Elon, something about Elon, and then we got distracted by.
Oh yeah, campaign financing, campaign funding.
Oh yeah,
campaign
campaign financing. Yeah, people are more hip to like how campaign financing works. They are more like aware of the fact that they don't want to vote for somebody who isn't beholden to them, right? Who isn't going to listen to them because they have been bought by so many corporate PACs. Like the amount of pages that I see now of people tracking that stuff and websites that people are tracking that stuff. So you can easily go and look and see who you're voting for and who's financing them and, what, Leaders for America is. And if they're being funded by AIPAC, if they're being funded by big oil and all these things, like people are paying attention to that now, which I think really changes the way you have to do campaigning, right? Like if it's not just like you can throw money at the problem, then it doesn't matter anymore, right? Like you can throw money at the problem, but if people know where that money's coming from, they're not going to give a fuck. They're still not going to vote for you. Because people are seeing it in their own lives, right? Like they're seeing the dirty water from the data centers. They're seeing people in their communities getting sick from, the measles, or their kids not being able to go to school because somebody has given everyone measles there and your kid has an autoimmune disorder, so they can't get a vaccine, right? People are seeing these things happen and it's affecting a lot of people on the ground.
So one thing that I primarily said is when it comes to campaigning / lobbying / financing politicians, I've even questioned myself on this. People can just say we need to repeal Citizens United, but they don't often understand that within Citizens United, whilst the primary beneficiary is going to be the bigger PACs, the super PACs, you also have unions included within that ruling. So unless we have like something like a safety net, I guess you could classify it as, to where unions can still have the means to donate, we're kind of fucked on that one. You just gotta like take it as is, because you can't just get rid of it unless you have something.
Yeah, I think you agree with that, HR, right?
Yeah, I generally agree with that. I have to go though. I need to go get some groceries and sleep. I'm really tired. So I'm gonna go get groceries, make dinner, and take a fucking nap.
All right.
All right. Bye. We'll chat about that podcast idea.
Okay.
Bye, HR.
Bye.
Love you, HR.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Now that she's gone, I'm gonna insult you because you're a grumpy old fuck.
You're a grumpy young fuck. What's the difference?
That's why I think the podcast would work between the two of us. Two grumpy fucks. That's prime content.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it would be prime content for something different. We wouldn't be teaching anybody anything. Everybody would just be laughing at us.
Yeah, that's the point.
But so, do you think that it's possible? This is silly to ask, but like, do you think it's possible to actually break through to some of the, like, I suppose it's possible for some of these people, but to break through to them and say, listen, you're the problem.
I think it's
conservatives.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible. I think it's possible with some people, not with all people. Jeff is a good example. The I Hate Poor People, Jeff CPA.
Oh
guy.
yeah. Whatever happened with him?
He was just on the panel earlier today.
Oh, has he come around?
Yeah, he's going by the name White Goodman for a while.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Now he's back on his regular account called Jeff. Hi, I'm Jeff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I think he's become more liberal over time. Not just because of us, not just because we've convinced him, but certainly because of things that he's been seeing going on around him. And he's still a little bit economically conservative, but I think he understands that there are some things that are just needed, and I think he's just moved closer to the left than he was before. I think a lot of people will move as long as you give them good arguments and you're not an asshole to them. I mean, if you don't act like JD, it makes it a lot easier to get people to listen to you.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I try when I'm just talking to one person, I try to be in good faith and just try to,
Yeah, I even went on with John Galt this morning. I had a couple-hour conversation on his panel with him and Andrew. It was basically just about the propaganda-riddled capitalistic approach to economies. He was talking about something, and he was just talking to himself, and so I jumped up on the panel and just started talking to him about how I think we are trained to live in this capitalistic society. And then it turned into a much longer conversation, and I think the conversation was pretty good for a couple hours. We didn't scream and yell at each other till the very end when a couple other people came up, and then we started calling each other stupid, but before that it was pretty good.
I'm surprised you were able to have a conversation with Galt with how much he changes his mind depending on what panel he's on. Him and Millie were getting along great 2 days ago.
Yeah. He's pretty good at playing the room.
The energy is about to be drained by 12%.
Why 12%?
Lib Tears came up. Yeah, Lib Tears.
Lib Tears. Here's another one. This guy came in yelling at us the first night, and then Ella put up a chest for Superfan, and he gets it, and he's been here every day since.
That's a good tactic, Mojo.
Yeah.
We should just let them win it, so they, yeah. I won one too. Thank you, Ella. I'm a super fan.
So that way they can get everything exactly that they wanted.
Well, they can see how socialism works too.
He's been hanging out listening to us, and he's been having better conversations than he did the first time he came up on panel, so I don't know.
Gotta kill him with kindness.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll get through to Lib Tears here, but at least he's listening.
Huh? I wasn't listening, guys. That's Lib Tears.
He said he'll be back in 5 minutes to explain. I don't know if he's...
Gotcha.
I don't know. But, yeah, it's funny because, we were talking to Darren, the nightclub owner guy in Dallas.
Yeah, the Bentley.
Yeah. So he was saying that, out there in Texas, it's kind of a cool thing to just be a Trump supporter. And then when you really talk to someone, they're like, yeah, I think universal healthcare might work. And, I believe in a woman's right to choose. But then they're but yeah, Trump, it's so, it's almost performative.
Yeah, it was, I was up there when we were having that conversation because he was me and him were talking about the performative machismo of the right, where it's they'll hold up they'll have a picture of them holding up a fish or something like that, and don't know the first thing about fishing.
Oh yeah.
Machismo was the name of my last boyfriend, just to let you know.
Hell yeah.
It says hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh, I'm patiently waiting.
I'm sorry, Jenny.
Off mute. No, what are you sorry for?
For interrupting you for that really fucking D-tier joke.
No, it was worth it. You didn't interrupt me. I think I was done. I am anxiously awaiting for Lib Tears to come off mute and tell us why we're wrong.
He's a character.
Or, I've seen him in the chat. Or if he believes that Lindsey Graham unalived because he got his CFID poster. That'll just make me laugh.
Lindsey Graham, that was totally out of the blue. I think I had just gotten off before before Vicky came in and started announcing that. And so when she came in and announced that, for some reason I read it as Mitch McConnell. I'm like, oh, well, everybody knew Mitch McConnell had passed away or something. So I walk away, and then this morning I wake up and I see that Lindsey Graham passed away, and I'm like, 2 in one night? What the hell? And then I look around, I'm like, oh, wait, Mitch McConnell's still alive. What the hell?
Right.
We are Lindsey Graham.
But they come in threes. So if Mitch goes, Lindsey.
They're both looking up at us right now.
That's right.
I'm sorry. You're saying threes? I'm thinking fours. I want Senator Kennedy gone too.
Listen.
I was so going to try and do the accent, but I know I'd fuck it up. So I decided not to. Sorry, go ahead. Hello. Did everybody just stop talking, or are you guys not hearing me? Or
well, I'm about to go back to work, so.
Was that you that just opened a beer?
Refill my water bottle, so that's me. And then Pallet's on teacupping, and Lib Tears is not talking, so.
I'm doing some quick Iran research real quick, just seeing what's going on this evening.
Oh yeah, I guess I forgot about that too. Did we things are ramping up? Is that correct?
That's been this entire presidency. Just shit has moved so fast that there's still a huge thing going on, and then we're all collectively like, oh shit, yeah, that's still happening.
Yeah. Right. Isn't that hysterical? I mean, it's not really. It's very sad, but
flood the zone. That's the tactic. Flood the zone. Just put so much shit out there that nobody can get really pissed off about any one thing.
Yep.
Well, we've all become desensitized now. This dumb fucker's doing something stupid every day, and when he first got in office, we would bitch about it every single day. Every single day we'd be talking about the new stupid thing he did that day or the day before or whatever. But now it's just like, oh, that's normal. What the fuck? He dropped a bunch of bombs in Iran. Yeah, that's normal now. Who cares? That's where I feel like we're at right now, where everything just feels like it's normal, even though it's wildly inappropriate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what worries me too about the younger generation coming up, especially the kids that are under age say 26 or so. This is all they've known. This is normal to them, and I think Lib Cheers came off mute.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh hey, it's exciting.
Waiting for you to explain.
All right, so
what's going on?
I was listening to you guys yesterday in your little get together panel with Ella, and I want you guys to understand two things. Okay, well before I even say that, I'm going to preface this by saying I am an independent, and I have voted Democrat. The reason why I switched from voting Democrat was because I could see the authoritarian tendencies in the left. Okay, number one. Number two, because the left, they do not value labor in the way that, to me, free market capitalists do. Okay, we all understand that there's no such thing as free capitalism anymore, and I get that. But when you have free market, you have a tendency to have more chances to take risks in the economy and to make something of yourself. Okay, the issue with the left is that there's too much authoritarian tendencies. There's too much of I want to take and I want to give without explaining and having a proper solution behind that. So when you tell somebody who's on the right, or you try to get them to switch to the left by saying we will tax the rich to pay for your social programs, capitalists don't like to hear that, okay? And usually when you vote on the right, more than likely your tendency is to be a capitalist, okay? So somebody like myself who's moved further right from an economical standpoint, I specifically vote right because of economy, okay? I don't vote right because of social policies. I agree with the left's social policies, a majority of them, not all of them, but a majority of them. I'm an independent, like I said. So the reason why people, not you guys in particular, but the left on TikTok, Santana, who else? Dean Withers, these people are fucking grifters. And they hurt the cause. Because they say, all they do is take talking points and expand on them over and over again. And they sit in front of a computer and Google talking points. And that's what's hurting your cause. Even though you may have a good heart, right? And you may have good intentions. The problem is those people do not. They're fucking grifters. And that's what frustrates me. The good people on the left get hurt because of people like that. Okay?
Well, I would just can I just make 2 points back? Because you're saying a lot of stuff, so I just want to address as you go so I don't forget because I'm old. Number one, what the fuck was I going to say? I would just like to have for instance with the Iranian thing, right? The money that we're spending every single day there, we're all paying taxes. I accept the fact that we're going to have to all pay taxes, and I used to be conservative actually, but I just would rather spend that money on Americans. I would rather see that money go towards healthcare and taking care of Americans than booming other countries. So I would just like to see our money maybe allocated differently. And secondly, and I would love to, I can cite this for you, but every time a Republican leaves office, the economy is worse. Every time a Democrat leaves office, the economy is better. So I'm not sure why you would vote for the economy in that direction.
So when somebody's in office for 7+ years, which usually when a Democrat moves, well, let's say for instance under Bush, right? You had Bush 8 years, Obama 8 years, Trump 4 years, Biden 4 years. You had Clinton for 8 years. You had Bush Sr. for 4 years, right? You can't make that argument because Democrats are in office for a longer period of time where they're able to withstand and deal with the fluctuations of the economy over a longer period of time where it does stabilize over a long period of time, right? If the economy, let's just use COVID as an example. If the economy, if COVID never happened, Trump's economy would have been absolutely fantastic at the end of 2019 into 2020. It would have been absolutely fantastic. And nobody here can disagree with that. Inflation was like 2.1%. The job market was at all-time highs. Obviously, the stock market he talks about all the time was at all-time highs. But these are things that get disputed because of because of COVID, right? So then Biden takes over, and Biden takes over an absolute shit economy because everything was a mess. I understood that because I saw how bad things were. And I could sit here and say, you know what, I'm going to give the guy, even though I didn't agree with him from a policy standpoint, I gave him a year or two to see if things would smooth out, and they did, right? He did some good things for the economy, and I agreed with that because I want my president to be successful. I don't give a fuck if I don't agree with them or not. I want him to be successful. So that's why I always say, when I voted for Trump, I expected things to be better in the beginning, and they weren't. Well, they were, and then over time, obviously, things have gotten a little worse. But I want to give it a chance to see, okay, after 2 or 3 years, where do we stand? If after 2 or 3 years, now things are still a shit show, okay, now I can start saying, this guy's policies fucking suck. He's not doing anything beneficial for anybody. It's been 3 years, things have been a problem, right? Obama's economy sucked the first 2 fucking years. Guess what? They got better after that because things started leveling out, right? So we gave him a chance to better the policies and better things for the American people, and I'm sure people were thankful for that. The problem is we're fucking so impatient, and we want things done immediately.
Obama took over the housing crash. That's what Obama took over. Obama
He
took
did.
over the bailouts.
Yes.
Obama took over the bailouts that W had put in place. So he was stuck with that at the very beginning, and he had to deal with that situation, and he ended up leaving a fucking excellent economy for Donald Trump. So Donald Trump didn't do shit for the first 3 years he was in office. He just he was just riding the coattails of Obama that entire time. The only thing he passed in that fucking time was that helped the economy was the tax bill. That's it. I don't. Everybody would have passed the tax bill. That's not a big deal. The problem is that what he did also at the same time was to get rid of Obama's plan to deal with pandemics. And what do you know? By the end of his term, we're dealing with a pandemic, and he's got no fucking plan to deal with it. And he fucked off the entire time that it was going on. He tried to play it off like it was going to be over in 2 weeks. He tried to make it sound not as bad as it was. And he was just trying to ride his own coattails and trying to ride his own popularity into the midterm or into the next election cycle. And he fucked it all up, and he let the supply chain go to hell. And so then he left Biden with the shit fucking economy.
Yeah, but Mojo, nobody knew what the fuck was going to happen for the first 2 months. I remember I used to work in an industry where they dealt with the public, and my company had to lay off like 5,000 employees because they worked face to face with the public. And over the first 3 months, everybody thought that things would get better, but nobody knew what the fuck was going on. And then obviously what happened. And yeah, he was downplaying it in the beginning, but nobody truly knew how much of an impact it was going to have. So you can't say that. That's not a good argument to me, because
we knew what impact pandemics have. We know that. That's why
we didn't know it was a pandemic.
We did. We fucking did.
Not in the beginning, Mojo.
Because Obama had to deal with COVID before that. Because he dealt with the swine flu. Because he dealt with the outbreak of whatever the fuck it was in Africa as well. He dealt with pandemics. Yeah, there you go. He dealt with pandemics. We knew about pandemics, and we knew that this one was coming. That's why Obama had put this plan in place, and Donald Trump got rid of that plan. We fucking knew that.
Okay, the point is, you could say what you want now in hindsight, but at the time, nobody, even my company was in China. They had regional offices in China, and they didn't even know what the fuck was going on. And they were in the fucking thick of it before it came to the USA. Okay, so like nobody really knew what the fuck was going to happen for at least 3 to 4 months, and that's when I ended up getting laid off from work.
I just think you're wrong. I think people knew what was coming. I think especially hospitals and healthcare providers knew what was coming. I was going through medical treatments at the time, so I was in and out of the hospital a couple times a week getting infusions and other stuff. And I was talking to the nurses, and they were rearranging the entire hospital, and this was in January and February of 2021. They were rearranging the entire hospitals. I'm like, what are you guys doing? And he said, we're setting up for COVID. And I said, oh, it can't be that bad, can it? And he's like, yeah, we're looking at losing at least 250,000 people. And I'm like,
COVID was 2020, dude.
Way.
Yeah, the pandemic hit at the end of 2019.
Okay, I'm sorry, 2020 I meant, not 2020.
My girlfriend's a nurse, believe me. I know all about COVID. She worked on the fucking respiratory unit. I know the whole deal.
But they knew. They knew. The hospitals knew. The healthcare providers knew. They knew what was coming, and they knew how bad it was going to be. So don't tell me that nobody knew, because they fucking knew.
No, they did. Yeah, they didn't know until probably, I would say, May or June of 2020 that they didn't know how bad it was, because the first case didn't come to the United States until February, the end of January, beginning of February.
Yeah, January, February, they knew. They were already setting up hospitals to deal with it. They already fucking knew it was coming. They knew it before anybody had died in the United States.
How can you know how bad it is without any research, Mojo?
They had no idea. Research. They've been researching COVID for fucking 20 years.
No, the coronaviruses.
There you go. The coronavirus.
The coronavirus. There's tons of different coronaviruses.
They
didn't know how bad this one was.
No, there's not tons of different ones.
There's no way that people didn't know till May or June, because the military had already issued lockdowns at the beginning of March.
Oh,
like
yes,
the military
March.
could stop movement.
And as a matter of
like late February, or at the latest first or second week of March.
I recall
again, March I can understand.
Do you not recall watching the news and all the panic around, things that were happening in Italy, the mass unalivings and families unaliving? And I think that's what led to our shutdown in March. So we absolutely knew before April or May.
I mean, and in February, the CDC had been mentioning it in reports. I went out and bought a deep freezer because of those reports. So they absolutely knew.
The first,
Donald Trump fucked it up. Donald Trump fucked it up. You got to admit that.
No, he could have done things better, but that's the problem is we fucking sensationalize these things so dramatically, and that's why it pushes people away from the core argument. If we had a more rational argument about things, not just about the pandemic, but about anything, the economy, social welfare programs, all these things that could make things better for Americans, with actual rational arguments, it would make it would bring people more to the center. But because we've had these arguments, especially on TikTok, we talk over each other on TikTok so much. We don't debate properly. People like I can sit in here with CT and argue with the fucking guy for an hour. He's another reason why people like CT are reasons why people like myself, who is probably further left than CT is himself, fucking move away from the left. Because I'm sick and tired of the authoritarian aspect of the left.
What about what Trump is doing? Trump right now was trying to make companies like NVIDIA buy Intel chips. You know that,
Paula,
right?
I agree.
But
I
Lib,
think he's a fucking socialist.
Dude, you just said that people like CT make you. I'm sorry, you just said people like CT make you turn away, whereas that's a weird flex. That's a weird thing to say. You should be doing your own research. Nobody on this app, present company included, could ever persuade me from my views. You can ask everybody on this panel. I've argued with all of them.
Mm-hmm. Ideology
Nobody
is
here
pretty
is going to
entrenched.
change my mind on the research I do.
I know, but you know what? Ideology is hard to. It's a hard thing to break through. Like when somebody is truly a capitalist or a socialist or whatever the case is, it is hard to break that.
So what you're saying is that when you say that Republicans are better for the economy, there's no way I can convince you with any kind of fact that that is absolutely a ridiculous statement. But yet here it is.
I know they're not better. No, Mojo. I don't disagree with you. I never said they were good for the economy.
That's what you said. You vote for the economy. That's why you vote for Republicans.
No, the economy doesn't necessarily mean what people think. To me, the economy there's more to the economy than just like social welfare programs, which the left harps on way too much. The left complains about corporations, right? The biggest thing is corporations make too much money and they basically make the poor poorer, right? That's like a philosophy on the left. Am I right or am I wrong?
What are you talking about?
Rich people make the poor poorer. I think the system itself makes the poor poorer.
Okay. But we can't agree, unfortunately, that to say like there are people on the left and on the right who make bad decisions in life, right? From just being a human, you make bad decisions in life, and not all the decisions that are made are based off of like if you lose your job or if something happens. People make bad decisions in life that create the circumstances that they encounter and that they live in, right? We can't just say, hey, humans make bad decisions. They put themselves into situations that they may become poor, or they may become a drug addict, or they may become an alcoholic. Those people need help, but instead of like advocating for that, it's let's tax the rich because those people are sick because of the corporations that fired them or got rid of their jobs or don't pay them a living wage. That argument doesn't hold water to me. It's like we have the choice in a free market society to to go to a different job if we don't think we're making enough money, and not depending on the state and the federal government to say to the corporations, you must pay somebody $15 an hour,
explaining to me why you vote Republican.
That's
I like lower taxes.
First of all, my
I like
opinion
lower
is that
taxes.
We
That's
should
also
be
a very
taxing.
myopic way of looking at it. Because like you're talking about this in a very like micro scale. But at the same time, like look at a corporation like Walmart, right? Who's done this all over the United States, that they'll move into They'll move into an area, undercut all the mom and pop general stores and grocery stores to where they're the only game in town, shut down a shit ton of jobs in the town, bleed the town dry, and then hike their prices back up. Like that's the shit that we're talking about when we're bitching about corporations. It's not like this weird, like microscopic thing that you're talking about like welfare queens.
But they're also the main company that provides jobs to their community, right? So, like,
exactly,
yeah. So don't
and
say that like
they also have to
guarantee.
They also
I
have
can
to
guarantee
compete with surrounding
one Walmart Supercenter will create less jobs than it takes away from a town.
I also will add on that Walmart gets a tax credit for every person they hire that's on any federal program. And then they turn around and they do not give these guys a livable wage, so we have to support them. And then they don't provide them with health care, so we have to provide that as well. I mean, literally, the
Why
poor
are
people
we
that
blaming the
Walmart hire, I'm still
corporation?
talking, the poor people, I'm sorry, guys. Let me make my point. I'm almost done. The poor people that Walmart hires is in of itself a revenue stream.
Have you
Okay,
lived
but why are we
in
blaming
a
the corporations?
town? Well, no, hold up.
Why are
Have
we
you lived in
blaming
a
the
town
corporations?
with a Walmart? You know, it's the cheapest option. It's the most affordable option. So, like, I'm not sure why you have a hate boner for Walmart.
No, I'm just saying that I just don't want to have to subsidize that company, right? I mean, you guys might think their margins are low, but you need to pay attention to their cash flows. Their cash flows are amazing.
Okay, but you can't blame.
Yeah, I can. We subsidize. Once upon a time, Walmart used to be only American made. Did you know that? Did you guys? You did? You were old
So
enough to
was
remember that
Kmart.
time?
So was Ames. So was
And then they
Bradley's.
decided to do what? They decided to buy their stuff from
consolidate.
From China, yeah, instead of buying it from America, right? And employing other Americans.
They decided to negotiate and
With
get
China.
better outcomes because when you have
Was it better outcomes?
when you purchase
It
a
wasn't
high
better
amount
outcomes left.
of product, you can ask for them to
They-
reduce the prices of it.
Paula, you
right?
gotta let
Yes,
her
sir.
talk, Paula.
I got you.
Listen. Well, if you want to blame anybody, you need to blame the counties, the town councils, the mayors, the cities, all these places that put bids in for these big corporations to come in to generate revenue for the town, to generate tax revenue for the town, so that they can pay their bills and budget and all this bullshit that's continuously growing. You can blame them. Don't blame the corporations.
I'm blaming the corporation.
They put no. Why?
Because let me tell you why. Because they get property tax abatements, and your state and local government gives them.
Okay, that's the state.
They actually pay. Wait, you just said that's what you just said.
It's because it's easy. It's easy to blame them.
I'm not
That's why.
no, y'all. That's my bread and butter with state and local taxation for quite a while. And I know when they give them property tax abatement, they give them sales tax breaks on the on the construction of their building. They get sweetheart deals from from utility companies. Come on, man.
Yeah, because they can afford to do it.
It doesn't,
Because
and
we
they
subsidize
pay
them.
back. They quite literally
No.
are getting things that they don't need or they don't deserve. They have so much money that all
You
this
on the
money
toilet,
can be
dude?
distributed. I'm in a room that's very big.
You screaming in the hallway?
You have a crazy echo.
I'm painting. Anyways,
you're good.
The point is, we have plenty of money, and to act like we don't, it's crazy. These social programs should have money given to them, and there should be no problem. There should be no blame or people, any of this. Like, let's get our shit together and start moving forward together instead of arguing over dumb things that we know we can take care of because we have the resources.
All the millionaires and corporations are going to do is continuously donate more to charity so that their taxable burden
But it's
gets
not how it
lower.
works. It's not how it
They'll
works,
pay
dude.
less taxes. They're gonna find
It's
ways
not how it
to
works,
get
dude.
they're gonna get around ways of paying taxes, and then we're still gonna keep on complaining about it until we reform the tax system. That's just the
There
way
are
that works.
ways to circumvent the tax system, but it's not the way that you're explaining it. You don't just donate and that's not how it works, dude. It's not how it works. What
Yes,
you
there
do
are
is
charitable
you create,
caps.
No, what
and
you
create
do
LLCs,
is
you create trusts,
no,
you create all these different avenues.
No, I'm telling
Shell
you how it's done,
corporation.
right?
I
Because I know
understand
it's
all
done.
that, dude.
Yeah,
Hey,
I don't think you do.
one person
You
at a
do.
time.
You create shell companies, and then you divert your funds towards there, and then you like you manufacture your income. Yeah, so
Is that
I guess
not a
you
tax
kind of know
loophole?
part of it.
That's a
Well,
tax loophole. Just make it simple so everybody understands. Because once we start getting into the minutia, then the argument starts going all haywire. It's like
yeah, but
there are
here's the
tax
thing, though.
loopholes.
I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that, though. Like, I think that there's it affords people who first of all are intelligent enough to do it, or intelligent enough to hire accountants to do it. It's beneficial to society by doing that.
I don't disagree with that, but it's part of the system that we complain about corporations doing all these things. The fucking people in government are the ones who create the laws. We keep complaining about corporations making all this money. They make all this money because of the laws that are on the books. So the only way you change that is to change the laws, and that's just the way it works.
Corporations lobby the government to make these laws. Like, it is a vicious cycle of capital between the corporations and the powers that be, and they are self-aggrandizing for each other.
But look, I'm not going to disagree with the host has on his page, right? The Zoran guy, right? He's kind of doing something that I kind of partially agree with, right? So like if you own like a few pieces of real estate in New York City and you don't actually live there, like I don't necessarily disagree that tax them like 1.5%, like not a big deal. I think that's kind of what we need. I mean, would you disagree, Lib?
Lana, making brownies.
Okay, first off, good choice. Brownies are always good. I think we've gotten to the point where corporations' influence over our government is too much. And I feel like they've stopped paying attention to regular Americans. If I'm being honest, you guys.
Well, let's not focus on that. Let's focus on other things
Well, what other things?
Like I just said, right? Like Zoran, what he's doing, right? If you own multiple like real estate places in New York City, and you tax them for not living there, 1.5%, right? Not a terrible idea.
Yeah, but what's going to happen is they're just going to change their residence. There's loopholes around that as well. And it's
they can actively live there. That's fine, and then they won't have to pay the tax. And that's an option that they have, right? And
if it's a secondary residence, that's when that
I know, but
tax kicks
so
in.
if they're not living there and they just own it and they're just holding on to it, like not the worst idea to do. It's 1.5%, like really not a big deal. If you think about how much these properties that they own cost, right? 1.5% is really nothing. It's like peanuts.
I mean, when the properties are worth $5 to $10 million, that's $100,000 extra a year.
Yeah, the entire building, but not the individual. Yeah, but I mean, like it's like if you think about, all right, look at it this way, right? Think about what it's paying for, right? What it's actually doing, right? Because if you think about it that way, right, it's paying for like universal education for like I don't know, pre-K or whatever, pre-K, some shit like that. But like like there are massive benefits to it, and what is really the impact to the people who are paying for it? Like it's nothing. They don't even live there. They own these properties, and they don't even live there. I don't think it's that crazy, dude.
1%. See, I'm fine with a little bit of them, with them paying a little bit of extra taxes. But when we're talking about like federalizing, like the federal taxation, the federal system's fucked, right? And when it comes to taxing on from a corporation standpoint, when it comes to taxing even the individual, the way that corporations get around all the tax issues and the millionaires and stuff like that get around the tax issues. The problem is in government. It's not the people's the people do what the people want to do within the law, right? So all these millionaires and corporations and shit, they all hire accountants to do anything they can to avoid paying taxes. So again, like, we want to complain and bitch about it. I totally understand that, but you have to lobby. You have to call your government, essentially, and tell them, like, to call your representatives, call senators, call Congress, whatever the fuck it is, and, like, essentially lobby them to change the laws.
Have you
That's
called
just
your
the way?
local,
That's the only way it's going to change.
Have you called your local politician, dude? They don't do shit.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna lie. They don't do anything.
I
dude.
call my fucking.
They ignore you.
No. I actually have a decent relationship with my local politician. His name is Justin Thurber. He's one of the House reps near where I live, and
I know that
he's
guy.
Yeah, he's actually not a bad dude, and he's pretty moderate.
And you spoke to him, dude. I'm skeptical that you actually spoke to him, or you spoke to one of his staff members, dude.
No, I've spoken to him.
Hey, can I tell you guys one of the biggest tax scams corporations use? Do you want to know one of them? It's really easy to explain.
Okay.
So it has to do with how they break out the actual establishment. So say you buy a building, right, and you have a business that's operating within that building. Say it's the same building. Say it's your building, and say you buy a building, but you're going to buy it in another name. You're going to create a shell, and all you're going to do is hold this real estate, right, and then the business will pay rent to that business because rent is 100% deductible, right? That's the biggest scam. Because if you collapse that shell, then I'm sorry, what?
Isn't that what they did to Red Lobster?
Yeah, that's what they did to Red Lobster. They break out the real estate. McDonald's did it too. They break out the real estate from the operations because rent is 100% deductible. So they pay rent to the holding company, and the holding company has to, then they're taxed on that rent. But I'm just saying it's a big scam. That is a big loophole that corporations use.
It's not that simple. It's not that simple. First of all, it's not how it works.
100% that simple. First of all, Lib. I don't know how many you've set up or you've reviewed. I reviewed a few because banks do that, and that's how come I happen to know.
No, you would have to look. What you're talking about, like, it's a little bit more complex because if you want to deduct 100% rent, right, then you have to also show that you're putting money into the complex, right, or the apartment building, or whatever it is.
You pay rent to your landlord, right?
No.
You pay rent to your landlord.
You can only deduct the cost of maintaining.
You're wrong.
The real estate.
So tell me about all the holding companies Tell me about the holding company you have. Can you tell me about it? The holding company. That's what they're called. A holding company. All they do is they hold the real estate.
It's
I'm sorry. I thought it'd be an easy concept.
Maybe
for you to
you
understand.
have one specific example that you're aware of, and I'm just saying on a large
this
scale.
is what all banks do.
No, it's not on a large scale. That's not how it works.
It is how it works. It is how it works. The holding company.
What are your
holds the
credentials?
business.
You have credentials?
What are your credentials left? What are your credentials?
I'm a
What do you
CPA,
do?
so I think I know
You're
what I'm talking
CPA?
about.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I
Then
am.
you know exactly what I'm talking about. Then why is this difficult for you to understand?
No, I'm literally explaining to you.
You're literally
how it
not a
works.
CPA if you don't know this.
Actually, I am.
He's not a CPA.
I know he's not.
I am, dude.
No, you're not.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Are you kidding me?
What is the core argument here?
What's the
core argument, Paula?
You say you're a CPA, but you've never been able to answer any questions about it.
Dude, dude, I'm credentialed. You can look it up online. I'm not gonna tell you my name or anything, but
you can't look it up online. So
you can look it up online. Actually, you can because that's how it works. That's how it works. Yes, that's how it works.
No.
That's how it works when you're a CPA, dude.
No.
Don't tell me no. I know what I'm talking about.
You need to stop. If you're not going to give us your name, we can't look it up. Dumb shit.
He doesn't want to dox himself.
I'll just withdraw it. I withdraw it. We just won't talk about it anymore. I'm sorry.
I just want to ask a question. Is that what they did in the Las Vegas Strip with all those resorts where they sold all the land and underneath them. Is that why they did it?
I don't know about the Las Vegas example, but I can tell you that that's exactly what, if you want to read up on what happened with Red Lobster, if you want to read up with actually what McDonald's actually makes their money off of, you'll
That's
find
not
out.
how Red Lobster works.
I'm still talking left. What they do is they create a holding company that holds the actual real estate and the business, the actual brick and mortar. And then the business operates within it. And they break those two apart because you get maximum tax advantages that way.
This is coming from a non-CPA. Also, take that with a grain of salt, what she's saying.
Yes, it is. Whenever you say something, it's coming from a non-CPA.
It's literally in the IRC. So you know what the IRC is, though, right, Left?
Why
I just don't know why somebody who claims that they're a CPA would know more about this than somebody that worked for a bank for years. I don't understand.
I do, which is why
Paula
I'm telling
knows
her
about holding
she's wrong.
companies and how you avoid it and what happened to Red Lobster most recently.
What happened to
bought
Red Lobster was
how they undercut them.
it was a hedge fund that acquired them, and then they sold out their assets. Like, dude, it's not what she's explaining. It's completely different, dude.
But wait.
And we've seen that happen with.
No, explain what happened to Red Lobster. What happened?
So hedge funds acquire them, and then they saw value in their real estate, and they sold it off, and I guess that was the downfall of the company, right? Which is the same thing that happened.
Jump skipping ahead, you left out a giant fucking part of what happened. The hedge fund saw an opportunity in that because that's how Red Lobster set up their business, which is the argument that Paul is making. And you're waving your pretend hand saying, I'm a CPA, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. But when I asked you again to explain it, you skipped that fucking part. What was attractive to Red Lobster from the hedge fund was the fact that they set up their business that way, which is the same way that McDonald's set up their business. But you're just fucking waving your hands and trying to pretend that you're a CPA. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So I am I am a CPA, dude. I hate to break it to you, but
Listen to you speak, dude. You're not smart enough. I think you're a JV football coach. That's what I think you are.
Maybe a bookkeeper.
Well, you'd be mistaken in your guess, right? I'm telling you what I am. So I'm not really sure.
I don't know what you do for a living. I don't care, but I'm just offering what I know from my career, right? Is that this is one of the biggest scams or biggest, not scam, but loopholes that corporations take advantage of.
And there's many, obviously.
Corporations just send the taxes to their end consumer.
What do you mean? Like there's many types of taxes that they pay, but their income tax is paid off of their net income.
Right, but don't they figure that in with their pricing model and just have consumers pay it?
No, they donate. They move money around. They move money around so that it reduces their taxable burden. They don't have to really pass the costs on to their customers as much as you'd think. And they already.
You can't in a competitive marketplace where you have competition at all. You don't get to just pass on shit to the consumer.
I actually think it's illegal to do that. Like they have to indirectly do that. There is some type of law that says they can't make that determination because even some of their milk, for instance, is an industry that's kind of regulated by the government, so they can't just jack up their milk costs just because they want to. You know what I mean? So there's stuff that they sell that goes through an industry through government regulations.
They pass the tariff to the consumer.
That's different, yes.
But wait, when you're talking about these regulations, and I constantly hear people on the right, especially libertarians, saying, all we need to do is get rid of regulations. They never have one in mind when you actually try to nail that down. It's like literally nailing jello to the wall. But the very thing that you just mentioned, there's a lot of regulation around milk. In my opinion, not enough because of the amount of fucking hormones that are in it. But the point is, what regulations do they want to get rid of? That's the thing. This nihilism about government and what it's doing. Regulations are ruining everything. Regulations are the only thing in the fucking way to have the full crony capitalism that we're experiencing right now. Right? That's the only safeguard that we have.
Regulations stunt construction. They construct build. They stunt different aspects of the economy for better or for worse. Construction can be good when it comes to let's say building residential buildings, but it can be bad when it comes to building AI centers everywhere. There's pros and there's cons.
May I ask you, because you're talking more of a state and local government purview more than a federal government, but I'd like to ask you, what building codes would you like to undo?
I mean, I think government owns too much land.
No, no, that's not what we were talking about. That was not.
No, because you can't.
You said that there's too many regulations on construction, and I just was wanting to know what regulations are you thinking we should do away with?
I think that I think a lot of locales, because you're right. Like state and local government has a lot to do with it. So like where I live, there's the town council, and people vote on different zoning construction within the town that they agree with, right? And in order to build something in a location that's, let's say, a conservation or a different part of the town that's it's been essentially like there's no build there, or they have to like do some type of deforesting or something like that. People have to vote on that. I think that what happens a lot of times is like small businesses aren't able to bid on those types of activities because it's just too costly. So these big ass investors come in and they're able to pay the money to do these things because it costs so much money with like lawyers.
How much does it cost to rezone? Do you know?
I don't know.
Exactly. Look at San Francisco, right?
No. I'm sorry. I wasn't done. I've actually rezoning is not that difficult, and it depends on the city as far as the difficulty level. But why do they have zoning laws? What are they purposely for? I mean, if you don't like zoning, I mean, there are areas that have no zoning. Do you know why your area has zoning laws? I'm just curious.
To protect property. No, to protect property value.
Conservation, yes, property and conservation.
No, it's NIMBYism. NIMBYism is your main reason behind zoning laws. It's so that fucking people can have McMansions and not have an apartment complex next to it.
Well, before I was rudely interrupted, if you look at San Francisco, right, you can see an example of overzealous, regulation, right? You're looking at a huge housing problem, and it's all due to these zoning regulations. People don't want like a 5 to 10 story apartment building, and it's causing homelessness, right? So
I thought it was just the
that's one
cost of
example.
living.
That's one example of regulation kind of being detrimental to society.
I don't know if I would say it's detrimental because the cost of living in San Francisco is exceedingly high. So I don't know, even if you were to build a multiplex that could like an apartment building, it's still going to be priced out of the reach of regular folks, right?
Okay,
Like
well, that's
for
an
you and
opinion.
me.
That's speculative. That
No,
you're
it's not
saying, but
speculative. It's not
it is.
speculative.
It
You
is
know that San
because
Francisco is San Francisco probably one of the most expensive places to live in the United States. I think it's probably in the top 10. Do you think?
okay, but if you have more housing, if you reduce the regulation, then you wouldn't have as
What
rampant
regulation?
homelessness that you see currently, right? I mean, that's just one
No,
example,
no,
right? You can extrapolate that to
no. You can't
other
extrapolate
cities and
that
towns. Yeah, you can.
because okay, all right. If you're going to build something in San Francisco, right, you're going to have to build it. You're going to have to charge enough money to recoup your building costs plus maybe a profit, right? Then how are poor people or people that are making under 300,000 a year going to be able to afford to live there in any situation?
Well, it's easy. First of all, you recoup your costs through
It's not
rent
easy.
over time, right?
How do
It's
they
not going
afford
to
the
be. It's not going
rent?
to be. It's not going to be a straight shot. Like you get your money back the second you sell it, right? It's not how it works. But like through time and through rent, you would recuperate your costs, right? But it's
No, I'm talking
restricted.
about how do
It's
they pay for it? It's very expensive to live
how to
there.
pay for what?
I've lived
Building it,
outside of
dude. It's an
there. It's so
investment. Do you get your
no,
money back
no,
every time you invest?
lift
No, you don't.
when you oh my God, when you rent an apartment, let's just go there. When you rent an apartment, you still have to meet their credit standards, right? You do
It
know
depends
that.
on where, but in some places, sure, yeah.
Okay, I'm done.
all fucking places, Mr.
No,
CPA.
not all
Nobody's
places.
renting you a
Some
place
places.
without looking at your credit and making sure that
Some
you
places,
can pay it.
Name
me two. Name me two. Name me two.
Maybe you don't actually rent and you don't know how it works, and
Name me
that's
two
what it seems
places.
like.
Name me two places that don't require a credit check.
Bro, have you been on fucking what's it called? What's that fucking website? Craigslist, dude. You don't need to necessarily verify your income, dude.
It should be really easy
there
to
are
prove.
places that exist.
You're going off of your feels. You're going off your feels.
And I'm not going on I'm going off reality, dude. I'm
Then
sorry,
it should be
but
really easy to prove.
yeah, go to Craigslist.com.
Just
fucking
did.
look up a room to
Guess
rent
what?
and
All of them
realize
require
it.
rent check. You hear that typing? That's me on Craigslist. Don't exist.
Sorry, what?
You hear this? Craigslist.
Hey, I use Craigslist. What are you talking about?
Dude,
No one's
Craigslist
saying
don't
Craigslist
necessarily-
doesn't
you don't
exist. Oh
always
my
need to
God.
verify
Who
your
am I
income,
talking to
dude.
right now?
I'm sorry, but like this is how reality works, dude. Like, yes, a lot of places, maybe legitimate places, do require it, but
Legitimate.
like, not
so
all
now we're
places.
trying to
Like,
unregulate for the unlegitimate places.
no, what
Good
I'm saying is that
argument.
no,
Good
no,
argument.
no, no. My argument
You
is
learned that at CPA school?
if no, first of all, stop talking over me. When we, all that I'm saying is that if we were to deregulate certain aspects of our economy, then we could have more housing, which is something that I think we need in certain states, right? And I gave an example of San Francisco, which has way too little housing. And if you extrapolate that idea to throughout multiple states, then I think we would make a big dent into
Just land your plane because it's nonsense.
Oh,
Pallet already brought it up. The majority of the reason why we have at least some regulations that won't allow for duplexes and multi-unit complexes is because of NIMBYism. That, at the end of the day, is the biggest factor that's in the way. And I'm going to ask both you and Lib, again, name me a regulation that you want to get rid of that isn't from your feels and that isn't just making shit up. What is an actual regulation in the state of California that you want to get rid of right now that is in the way, quote unquote, of making affordable houses?
The carbon tax would be one, right?
The carbon tax is the reason there's no affordable housing?
You asked me to name one regulation that we could do away with. That
On
would
affordable
help
housing.
our economy.
On affordable housing.
On affordable housing, it would be a reduction of the restrictions on building new places to live.
Okay. That's not a regulation.
I mean, it is.
Which one? Do you see how you're just shooting birdshot
No,
and
I
hoping
don't
for the
know
best?
the exact
and I
fucking
said,
name
hey,
of it.
don't give me your feels. And then you're like, let me just grab that feels gun and shoot it off.
Dude, just because I don't know the name of it does not mean I don't understand the concept of it and what it's doing and how it's harming.
clearly don't.
I'm
clearly don't.
One thing that I disagree with a lot of these zoning bylaws. I think that they're too restrictive. I mean, there's
Okay, but those
when
aren't
it comes
federal
to like
regulations. Those are state regulations. And you know what really hurts new home construction? Trade wars with countries that we need their materials to actually build. That's something that's important if you want to drive down costs for building, right?
sure, but we're talking about regulations as of now.
I know
like,
that's what I'm talking
like
about, dude.
Status quo. What's going
What
on?
regulation? What
I'm
federal
sorry that we don't want to
regulation
get
limits construction?
fleeced by other countries anymore. Like, I mean, come on.
No, what federal regulation stymies new home construction in the states? And can you please elaborate on what it actually does?
I mean, I don't know. I think that most of the construction is related to the states as opposed to federal. I don't think federally you can control it that much because it's a state regulated.
Right, I agree.
As opposed to federal,
I agree with you on that, Lib. But I also, go ahead, Peg.
Hey guys, California here. If you have any questions, I lived in San Francisco for some time, and there in fact is quite a bit of housing, and it is actually done either by the city regulates it, or it can be done by the county, but it is you're right, it is done mostly by the state. However, it can be federally regulated, and again, this is a problem. You have hedge funds, you have people in corporations withholding We don't have a housing problem in California. I mean, we could have more like houses, but we don't have an actual housing issue.
Anyway, so I think
an affordability issue, Peg. Then is that the problem?
We don't, yeah, that's exactly the problem, because you have places in urban areas that should not be $3,000 for one bedroom, but you do. The problem is you have tons of landlords, and real estate's a big business out here. And the problem is, A, people don't make enough money for the areas that they live. And then B, price of housing is way, way, way too high for what you're getting.
But increased supply, the price lowers, right?
No, that's not. No, because you literally
that's
have.
how it works.
Okay, so I live in Long. No, it's not, because I live in Long Beach. I'm going to dox myself here. I live in Long Beach, and there are high rises all throughout town. We have plenty of housing here. The problem is, and we have one of the highest homeless populations in California. The problem is not housing. We have plenty of housing. In fact, during COVID, a lot, or, whatever, C-19, a lot of these homeless people were put up in empty hotels that weren't being occupied. Also, they were like in these high rises. But the problem is you have developers or landlords withholding property, not wanting to rent those situations out or rent them because they want to artificially increase the price of their units or their buildings. So what they do is they withhold like literally 70% of their capacity, and then that way they can justify the high increase of prices. And they do that not just in Long Beach, they do that all throughout California. So we don't have a housing problem per se. If we're talking about single family houses, yeah, sure, we don't have enough of those. But actually apartments and people like livable places that are actually quite nice, we absolutely do. And it's done because these companies are trying to save their costs of their building and wear and tear, and also artificially increase their pricing.
There's one trade act that I think is it actually drives up the cost of goods. I had to research this because it was in the back of my head and I couldn't it wouldn't just fucking pop up. The Jones Act when it comes to maritime imports and stuff like that. So because I work in an industry that deals with like maritime and stuff like that, with the government especially, they do have to deal with some of these regulations. So
what does it do?
It basically, like I said, I had to research it. It's a law that dictates maritime commerce between U.S. ports must be conducted exclusively on ships built, crewed, and owned by U.S. citizens. By legally banning competitive international freight options, it causes domestic shipping costs to surge, leaving coastal regions reliant on costlier overland rail or foreign imports. So I think that's probably something that we could maybe expand on a little bit and deregulate.
So you think that it's going to help you and your businesses?
Yes, it'll bring costs down.
If China can buy out the shipping that goes around the United States.
Yeah, because that's really what
China to the United States, but just around the United States.
When you talk about getting around regulations in terms of trade, really all you're talking about is finding another interest, because
another country.
Our whole system is set up to benefit the rich, so it's not like we can get rid of.
I asked a question.
I'm sorry.
Now you're detracting from it.
I'm sorry.
Are you suggesting that you want China to control the ports in the U.S.?
If you're asking me,
yes.
If you're asking me, to me, the China already fucking imports so much shit to this country.
Okay, but they don't control our ports.
They don't. Okay, controlling the port is one thing, but when it comes to
but the Jones Act is to make sure that they can't control our ports.
No, the Jones Act is basic. It essentially has to do with.
It has to do with America to America shipping. So from California to New York, for example.
Okay, but these ships they're owned by United States citizens, and they have to be legally procured that way. If you can, I'm sure you could fucking find a ship from Canada to do it. I mean, what's the big deal? You're moving goods from one port to another port.
But how much does the cost? How much of that is added to the price? What is it costing consumers? I'm just wondering. Is this if we were to remove this act, how much would I save? That's what I'm trying to find out. Would I save a lot of money? Would I save hardly any money? Because they would pass that cost on to their consumers, right?
Yes. I'm gonna have to research that because I don't know.
Oh, okay. I mean, because if it's I don't know, maybe it'd be worth a discussion.
Maybe. I mean, maybe we could have Canada do it. I don't know that I would want China doing it, but
yeah, I wouldn't want China to do it either. But
Also-
people down in the chat says it's not very much.
It says about $2,000 per family per year, roughly. A study from the Grassroots Institute of Hawaii.
Dude, the Jones Act is for energy. It has nothing to do with trade.
That's a more interesting one. So Hawaii to California, that would be impacted as well. So
Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm thinking New York to California. A lot of that shit probably goes by rail anyway, and probably because of the Jones Act, it goes by rail.
Probably goes by truck. To be honest, probably like
what the fuck out there.
I mean, it may increase shipping costs even domestically for shipping like on land because they have to unload certain goods in order to transit.
We don't want
places, right?
we don't want companies from China taking that shit over.
I agree with that.
This is the same argument people made around here. I live near DC, and the toll roads were rented to a third party because people said it would cost us less money to have that happen instead of having the government control it, and it just turned out to be a cash grab for a private interest. So, I don't get how that would help us by getting rid of something like that.
Well, it would help. It would reduce the costs and it would increase competition, and I think that's the bedrock of our country, right? Competition, right?
What competition would be on a toll road? Hold on. Let's put this logic to test. He just mentioned the toll roads in DC, and you said that's going to open up competition. What competition?
I was talking about competition for jobs in the shipping industry. I wasn't talking about toll roads, obviously, dude.
Well, but it's really the same. So by competition, you mean it would let people bid lower and hire cheaper and do the work cheaper so they could get the contract.
Well, I mean, you get what you pay for, right? So, if you're going to pay less, you're going to get less quality. So
the bids go to the lowest bidder. That's
Do you not think there may be a national security risk
I
in
think
keeping these things in America? Wait, Liv, don't you think? Hold on, let me finish, please. Don't you think there's a national security risk? Maybe that's why you implemented the Jones Act to make sure that these highly valuable and national security ports would be protected and under U.S. banners. Is that not something we want to consider?
I think the only issue that we have in relation to China and their economic prowess is really when they subsidize certain industries, they have a leg up, right? If you were to remove it, if you were to either, enact tariffs or some type of system to not allow them to subsidize their markets in the way that they do, then I think that's a fair competition.
America subsidizes its industry as well, dude. That's not going to fix
Why
the
would
problem.
tariffs make you not subsidize your industry?
Well, subsidizing industry, every country subsidizes industry, and the Jones Act has nothing to do with trade. It has to do with energy, specifically natural gas or liquid natural gas. They have to put all of that energy on a specific boat that is made and produced and owned by an American country or a company. This has nothing to do with trade. You guys are on some tangent that's not even a thing.
I didn't know about it. Thank you, Debo.
I digress. I don't really know anything about the Jones Act.
That's why I was going based on what he said, but it didn't sound like it was such a bad thing in the first place. So I don't know.
And if I had to guess, it started because
was that your suggestion?
It probably started because they were already doing shit like that, and we realized, we can't have some random ass company from a different country owning all this shit. So it was probably put there for a reason. So is that really a regulation?
It's to domesticate. It's to domesticate energy
It
to
legally,
America.
hold on. That's not true. It legally applies to transport of all commercial goods and passengers between U.S. ports. It's not just what you're talking about.
So
energy.
you're saying only boats,
agriculture,
only
livestock, retail, food and groceries, construction materials, passenger travel, dredging and salvage.
Dude,
it's not just
so
energy.
you're saying hold on. You're saying that only then America would only be we wouldn't import anything then if that's the case.
All right, I'm reading exactly what the
what year was this? What year was this
the Jones
law
Act
passed?
pertains to, what it covers. It covers all of those things.
What year did this one pass? Because there's two separate ones. What one are you reading? Because there was one in the 60s, and there was one in 1934. Which
the
one are you
in
reading?
1934, I would assume, is the one that has to do with goods.
No,
and it was
it's the 60s.
It was passed in 1920. No. It was passed in 1920.
Okay.
The Jones
I may have been off, but no, there's two, because there was one because of the early onset of shortage when they. Anyway, regardless, there's two separate ones, and it was for domestic production of natural and liquefied natural gas, and it was to secure our domestic distribution of transporting energy. So, like states like Massachusetts, they still don't even use American-made natural gas. They import it because it's so expensive. And only that, there's only two shipyards left. One was just bought by a company in Hong Kong. I believe it was in 2021. So there's not even an American-made owned ship manufacturing company anymore because it's too hard to produce boats in America because of regulation.
They're required to hire Americans first. Also, let's be truthful about that purchase, because I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm being truthful. I'm just saying they're not even American owned.
Okay, but they're American owned in all but name, right? Sure, the owning the actual parent company is not from the U.S., but all the workers are.
Yeah, that wasn't my claim, dude.
Yeah, that still
I didn't
matters.
say anything about workers.
Well, it's just you're phrasing it as if we.
I didn't say a word about. I'm not phrasing it anyway. I didn't say anything about workers. I said owned. I didn't say anything about production.
But it gives the impression. It gives the impression
well,
that
you can be nitwitted and not know what words mean, and then imply whatever you would like.
No, but I'm telling you, the general populace who hears that would get the impression.
If people can't think for themselves on a word, that's not my fault.
Well, I mean, all right, man.
All right, this is getting weird.
Are you saying that it would be better if we had a bunch of foreign companies that did things cheaper come into America and hire us all to give us jobs?
I'm simply stating what the Jones Act is. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm saying that why they constituted it.
Debo, this all started because I asked the right team to name one regulation that would, at the time we were talking about affordable housing. I don't know how we got into trade, but if we could tie it back to affordable housing in the state of California, since Peg is up here, maybe she can or maybe she can point you in the right direction of a regulation. But Lyft or Liv's here, or now that Debo's here, either of you point at one regulation that we would need to get rid of that would help affordable housing in California.
I already named a few of them.
You didn't name any. Why would it be asking if you did?
Like,
you literally wouldn't be asking if you did.
I agree. I would agree with civics here. You didn't name any. Not to be.
Did I said I gave you the carbon dioxide one, like as
housing? Yeah, he said with the housing.
Are you talking about EPA? Because energy affects the cost of construction as well. That would actually be a good thing to deregulate.
Wait, in what regards to energy, though?
No, like in EPA, that when it comes to regulating
repeal
energy
the EPA.
costs.
It already has the EPA federally has already been deregulated.
I didn't say repeal the end. What are you talking about? I didn't say that.
So what are you saying? You're talking about energy, but you're not you're just using it as like some buzzword. Like what specifically?
No, I'm saying if we're essentially what Trump was doing when it comes to like increasing oil production, it helps reduce energy costs.
So you think
and then in turn it would help reduce construction costs, maybe the cost of goods over the long term.
Maybe we should offshore drilling. Is that what you're talking about?
What's up?
You're talking about drilling. What are you talking about?
Reducing the time it takes to apply for permitting. Before it would, I believe under Biden it was like.
And what happens when you drill? Can you describe what happens to the environment, especially water sources, when you drill?
I mean, can we just talk? We can go there. I was just wondering how that's going to solve lowering housing costs, because right now we're doing shit that's actually causing the price of diesel and gasoline to increase. So maybe the first thing we should do is not do stupid wars.
I think we should incentivize trades back into our 12 through K. Obviously not kindergarten. You're not going to want to learn how to do electrical or build, but you could bring back the trades back into junior high and high school. We could start there, because there are going to be an enormous amount of young children, young people that are not going that have degrees that aren't going due to AI and innovation and all of that stuff, where you kind of institute American citizens going back into trades. America needs to learn how to build again, because our kids
you make a good living, right?
Can I please? Yeah, go ahead, Paula.
I was just going to say, you make a good living. You're a carpenter, right?
Right.
And you make a really good living.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't go to college. I actually got paid to learn how to do my job. I didn't pay someone to learn how to do something. They paid me to learn how to do it. So that's like one of the biggest, I would say that's like one of the biggest bonuses about being into trades. Like if you want to be an electrician, they'll actually send you through journeyman school. They'll pay for your schooling so that they can have quality employees. They'll pay for you to be educated instead of you going and being, well, I'm not going to go into that because that's a whole tangent, but I think it's really important. I mean, because kids, when they come out of high school and they want to come and work, hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done. I'll land soon. So they can't even read a basic tape measure. There's only 16 marks on 1 inch. And I'm telling you, 90% of the kids that are coming out of school don't even know how to read a tape.
But what does this do for housing again? Like everybody wants to know in the chat as well. Like, how does this reduce housing costs?
By having more skilled laborers will actually bring down the cost to build. That's what I'm talking about.
So if I have a master's degree, like how does that help? Like I should be, okay, like I have friends who have master's degrees in social sciences. We need people in social fields. Like we need sociologists, we need social workers, we need psychologists, we need people who are who have higher education degrees, who work their ass off to get those, and they still can't afford anything. So would you say that their degree is the problem, or do you say like how we value certain education and how we value certain trades are the problem? Because
I would say that there was a generation that, and it was me included, like everybody wants like their kids to be like have a better life than them. I think that that's like a fundamental principle of being a parent, right? But what we did was we didn't want them to experience anything hard. Oh, I don't want you to break your body. I don't want you to go work and break yourself to earn a living. Go to school, get an education, go get a desk job, something that's a little bit easier physically, whatever. But there was an entire generation of kids that just went to college, and now they don't have any jobs available for the education that the government provided for them.
They have those jobs. Those jobs exist. The problem is that they're so vastly underpaid for the amount of work and education required. It's underpaid. We don't have a housing problem. We have affordability problems, right? If the cost of inflation and minimum wage went up at the same rate as our parents, the average house today would only cost $200K. But the average house today costs $400K.
Okay, so how many homes did we build in the United States last year? Do you know?
It's not even just
homes. No, it is.
Do you know how many homes? We have housing. The problem is we don't have wages that allows these people to have housing. Like even for myself, right? If I wanted to buy a house myself, I could qualify. I'm one of the lucky ones. But here's the thing. I couldn't qualify for what somebody with a dual income qualifies for, right? And even still, I can afford to pay for, you know, $1 million house, $500,000 house, no problem. But the problem is you have to have credit attached to that. And then they want, so like, you, again, it's done by income, not what people can actually afford, but it's actually just done on income and assets. Like we have literally created an impossible system for people to actually afford housing in this country because, again, the cost of living. And again, cost of living, because you're not listening. Because the cost of living didn't keep up with
You didn't even give him a chance to respond. How do you know he's not listening?
I am listening because hold on. I am listening because I'm responding to you repeating yourself. So if I wasn't listening, I would just listen to you say the same thing over and over. First of all,
can I respond? I was just going to respond to you.
Go ahead, Civics. Go ahead.
I think you're right. Having more people in the trades, there's going to be a supply issue that is going to temporarily solve the demand issue, right? There is a huge demand for electricians, plumbers, carpenters, right? But it's a combination of NIMBYism, which is what Pallet had brought up, and it doesn't have to be regulations. And it actually was one of the smarter things that the Harris campaign tried to advocate for that I'm upset that nobody really shined on, which is giving tax breaks to development companies. Because if you're a development company, you'd rather build a neighborhood that has McMansions out in the suburbs rather than building like townhomes that are like 3 or 4 units per home that is affordable for people because you don't make your money back there. But if you're getting a tax break to build those, then that's meeting the developer out in the middle because they make way more money on the McMansion. And that McMansion's only for one family. There aren't 7 families living in those McMansions. Right? So giving tax breaks and actually trying to approach it in that way of giving them an incentive to build affordable homes is where we should be meeting people. And I don't disagree with you. Yes, more people do need to go into trades. Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, I'm saying that the reason that the cost of building is so high is because the lack of manpower. We built just shy or just over 5 million homes last, I believe it was in 2023 or 2024. From 2010 to 2015, we were averaging just under 11 million. That was during the housing crisis. I don't think people really understand the amount of homes we're not building in America. And another huge reason it is so expensive to build in America, we have more trees in America other than Canada because Canada has a shitload of trees, but we don't harvest our timber. There are economic and environmental ways that you can harvest the timber without harming the environment. The problem is we have so many national parks that you can't even go and clean out brush. And then when we have fires, it's like a matchstick and it just goes up. And on top of that, the West is in a drought. There's lots of issues when it comes to that. But regardless, we don't produce as much timber as we used to. Like if you go to Montana, Oregon, Washington, those were like some of the timber hubs of our country. And they're just not producing timber there because it is so expensive due to regulation.
Yeah, but isn't the softwood lumber from Canada the one that you want for construction because of the winter? The way that the trees were able to grow and gain resilience and their strength, right? Like that's part of the reason why.
It's not that it's hard or soft lumber. It's the age of the timber because the rings. Like if you go and tear down an old home, it's called old growth timber. The rings of the wood was such tighter because it was like younger. It's like how do I explain this? It's like older trees are stronger than younger, and we're harvesting all of the younger timber now. And that's why anybody that builds in today knows our timber sucks because it just warps and cups. And that's why like houses and walls and all that stuff isn't straight. It's because we're using the younger timber that isn't as strong. So it's multifaceted. It's not just one thing, but I mean, nobody's building hardwood homes, dude. That's not a thing. Every house in America, the majority of houses that are being built are essentially pine, Douglas fir, spruce, stuff like that, or lodgepole pine.
So what if we took a different direction and struck down whatever the fuck Bush 2 put into place that incentivized us all to own homes? that really just upped the price and created the 2008 housing crisis.
Are you talking about the
Well,
Homes
that-
Affordability Act?
Yeah.
W didn't do anything for that.
He did the Home Affordability Act.
I believe so, yes.
Wait, that was Clinton at the end
That
of
was
the
that was the Financial Modernization Act. Under President Bush, we did the Homes Affordability Act.
But Clinton started. They tied on to the Bush tied on to an existing bill that Clinton. Mojo's right. It was initiated by Clinton.
No. But here's what's interesting in what was just passed actually had legislation had banks lowering their capital ratios and weakening their underwriting standards, which was the same. So I guess in about another 8 years, our next financial crisis will be good.
Yeah. Yep. So it's like we don't solve the root issues, but we talk about how it costs too much to build shit. Never mind that all of our construction companies build absolute slop today. Anyone in the housing building industry would tell you that.
Not all.
He just explained why, though.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. So we're all incentivized to try to build shit cheaper, build shit faster, find all these workarounds to very basic issues of houses aren't seen as somewhere we live anymore. They're seen as a product we can flip. They're seen as an investment, which is why you have all of the boomers just sitting on property until they die, which is actually a big problem in America.
It's almost like over-regulating's driving up costs.
Correct.
Wait, I'm not leaving my house. What are you talking about?
Yeah, fuck you. You can't make me leave my house either.
I know. I'm fucking not leaving my house.
I earned this pig. But it does create a market problem.
No, it
Does
doesn't.
it, Hal?
I think that's a farce as well.
Hold on. I know what you're trying to say. I would say it's not the boomers' houses where they live. I'm not trying to keep people out on the street. Like, that's ridiculous. However, some of them have summer homes and other homes and other like rental properties. And even if they're empty, right? Like we do have Mondami and other mayors around North America have all almost implemented a 1.5 empty home tax or whatever they want to call it. It varies from city to city, but realistically, it's almost an Airbnb tax, right? Like if you're going to take residential housing away from people for Airbnb, we're going to tax you, and that's what it is. Is that when you have more than one home, we shouldn't be kicking boomers out. They still need to live somewhere. If they're paying their mortgage and not defaulting, live there. I don't give a fuck. You own that house. I'm worried about your second and third property. That's what I'm worried about.
Most states regulate.
That's part of my retirement. What are you talking about?
And that's a state regulation too, because up in Wasatch County, that's where like Park City is. Most of that is a resort town. Most of the people that live up there, those homes are like 10 million, probably even more. And those are probably third, fourth, fifth houses. But you can go in and rent the house. Like you can't penalize people that have success. Like why is America like constituting penalty for success? Like
because
that is the most un-American
corpses. They're eating our bodies.
Well, that's not true. The biggest problem that we have is that you have massive corporations and hedge funds that are now corporatizing home building. That is the biggest problem. Is that it alludes to what you were saying earlier is that people are trying to profit just off of building a home because you have like D.R. Horton, I mean, all these big conglomerates. Like, but if they're not building them, then who is? That's the other thing. If you don't have
72%
big builders
of
doing
ownership,
it, who's going to do it?
72% of home ownership, single home ownership is single families. They're not corporations or hedge funds.
Do you know who had a
It's such a
plan to
small
build more
percentage.
houses?
I know.
He didn't say home ownership. What?
Thank you, Mojo.
You didn't listen to what he said. What the hell?
I think we've all been programmed to this lie that we're all going to get a house someday and we're all going to get property someday.
You can buy houses.
Well, but our whole system is set up to disincentivize that.
No,
so it's like,
absolutely fundamentally not true. You can write off the interest of your home on your taxes. What more of an incentive do you need to buy a home? You could write off your living space, dude. You can deduct that from your income. Like, what other incentives do we get?
Is house ownership up or down?
You're a millennial, aren't you?
Oh,
fucking millennials.
No,
What's
he
wrong with
shouldn't.
millennials, dude?
Is he millennial?
Like that.
What are you, Mojo? A Gen Z?
He's Xer.
Fucking millennials always
So, like-
whining
like,
about
if
something.
we
I
go
can't
back-
buy. I'm
we're gonna go back
25
talking
years
about
old and I
regulations.
can't buy a house. This economy sucks.
Wait, where's Crosstown?
It does suck.
It does suck.
the economy does not suck. Where's it? Show me a
It
better
does.
economy than America. Who's got a better
Mojo,
economy
when
than
were you
America?
born?
Hey, one
Did
at
you
a
guys
time.
not hear me? Did you not hear me earlier? He doesn't like it when I repeat myself. If again, housing,
Oh,
inflation,
go cry
everything,
harder.
200,000 versus 400,000.
Because so many people buy homes, fix them up, and sell them, and that's become a part of our lifestyle as property owners.
Well,
Not
yeah,
just-
we didn't have granite countertops. We had Formica countertops. What are you talking about?
Yes, exactly.
No one's
You guys
asking
hear,
for
oh, in the
granite countertops.
1980s, you could buy a home for 30 grand. Yeah, and everything was crap because I got those homes all the time and they have the worst building materials. Like everything, like the laminate floor, not even laminate floors. What's it called?
Linoleum?
Linoleum. And it was full
linoleum.
of, and it's full of like, dude, the products they use and the asbestos and all of the nasty shit. Like, you guys, we have to put in like quality products now. You can't just fill a home full of
Yeah, but talk about
hazardous
the
material
foundations and
anymore.
the framing. The foundations and the framing were solid. Check out the cinder blocks. Who cares what it looks like as long as people can afford a home that's safe?
Yeah.
That's the
What
point
about
I'm
the wood
making.
paneling? Ugh.
No one cares. Like, I don't care. Like, to buy a house, I don't care what kind of countertops, right? I want it to be in a decent location and I want it to be a sound house, okay? Because I understand what we deal with in California. So that's it. People aren't asking for the world.
too. There's a problem too. The decent location thing. Millennials seem to want to buy homes within the inner city and buy them for $200,000 in the inner city where nobody's fucking selling, and then you're pissed off because you can't do that. See, we bought homes in the suburbs, and we were willing to drive to our fucking jobs because, God damn it, home ownership was more important. That's my.
We can't afford
the
We can't
homes
afford
in the
homes
suburbs.
suburbs.
The homes in the suburbs are cheaper than the
What
homes.
birds?
How old are you?
It's true. It's true that they are.
That's
I
not
mean, but
not always.
but like relative to what?
Right, city. What do you mean not always? Suburb. That's why it's called the suburban sprawl. Like that's what created that. Like you don't even.
The
Even
suburbs
that
are
doesn't
awesome.
exist anymore, though. But that doesn't even exist
What do you-
anymore. It's actually a little
Oh
bit
my
cheaper to live
God.
in cities now. You're not getting a home. You're
Fuck
probably
the
getting
big
a condo
cities.
or an apartment. But again, you still can't. Like a home in the burbs is going to cost like over a mil, and
No,
anywhere.
it's
Crazy.
not.
Hold on.
Okay.
I bought a home in the suburbs for $280,000.
Colorado.
For $280,000. Yeah, and fucking. What's wrong with Colorado? I'm sorry. It's a home in the suburbs. I'm sorry. It's a home in the suburbs in Colorado for $280,000. It's now worth over $700,000. I don't know what you're bitching about. It was a brand new build. It was a brand new build in 2019.
And is it near Commerce? Is it even drivable to Commerce?
Yeah,
To
it's
jobs?
30 minutes.
He has a car, girl.
It's 30. Yes, it's 30 minutes away.
No, he rides the horse and buggy, Paula. Come on.
Stop. I mean, my commute was pretty big too, so I had to. It wasn't fun, but you got to do what you got to do.
It took me longer to drive across into when I was going to school in Denver. It took me longer to drive from my house in Denver to school than it does for me to drive from here to the local grocery store.
Okay, and then
My
someone brought
commute-
this up too, and this is a good point. Sayani said, "And now, what is your home worth?" That same
I
house.
just said 700,000. But they're
Okay,
building
there
new.
you go.
They're building new
Sure, they
houses out
don't
here.
listen.
They're building
Well,
new
so-
houses out here all the time, and the new houses are all selling for around 300,000 to start out with.
Damn,
And then
Mojo. It
so
sounds
you
like
buy it.
capitalism's
In your
good,
neighborhood.
man.
Well, so you buy it at 300, you sell it in like 5 years for twice the value, and then you get a different house, and then you move to there, and you do.
No, but wait, but then the new house you buy is a lot more expensive, so that's why people aren't leaving. Wait, that's why seniors.
They're going a little further and further out to build out these suburbs, so you're getting them just as cheap as they're building it farther out.
I'm not
That's not
moving.
true.
I can't get a house. I can't. We're not moving out of our house because I cannot get my house in today's market and afford it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
if you've got
true.
a house,
Yeah.
if you've got a house in an inner city, or you got a house in some place where you really like and don't want to move, there's no reason to sell it, sure. But for new people, you're just gonna have to get used to the notion that you're gonna have to drive, you're gonna have to commute to work, or you're gonna have to telework. And we didn't have the option of teleworking when I was growing up, so I don't know.
You gotta walk uphill both ways in the
Fuck
snow.
off. Fuck off.
Okay,
I mean,
so
it is,
a good
like-
regulation. I have a federal regulation where you just cannot do fucking Airbnb anymore. Period. That's my new regulation.
That's a horrible idea.
That is a horrible idea.
But why?
Why should you determine the how? Why should you out regulate?
Because people can live there.
So we're not
people can
destroying the
still
housing.
live there.
Sure.
For instance, I have a friend.
Do you guys realize how many millionaires
hang on,
pay
please.
Airbnb?
I haven't said anything. I haven't said anything, please. I have a friend that has an Airbnb, and the top two levels are his home, and the bottom level is his Airbnb. The bottom level is like the main level is 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, kitchen, living room, Airbnb, and then upstairs is his area. And he has that filled all the time. He's not far from the city. There was even a lady that was staying there for 2 weeks because she was having work done at her house, like 10 minutes away. So she was renting there while the work was being done because she couldn't live through it. It is important aspect to have, especially if you're like in a surrounding area of a big city. It doesn't, in my opinion, that is better than just owning 5 single Airbnbs, because it's generating income for him, but it's still his home.
Yes, Messi. That was the original intent of Airbnb. You had an extra room or you had an extra floor. Then all of a sudden it turned into buying out whole homes. Airbnb, when it first started, was, hey, I got a couch, I got a room, I got a basement. That's what it was supposed to be. And it just blew up from there.
More of Airbnb, the industry of taking over properties and selling and renting them more than it is the concept of Airbnb.
Yeah, but even in the new legislation, they only limit it to 350 residential units, and it's per LLC. So I don't know if the new legislation will do anything to accomplish these goals.
But like,
just create a new LLC.
An example.
Exactly. That's what I do.
As an example, Airbnb absolutely fucked the housing market of Sevierville, Tennessee, which is right outside of like Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg, and where like Dolly Parton grew up. She's got like an amusement park there and shit like that. But Airbnb inflated like the average home price in that area by like, I want to say it was like almost 2,500%. Like over a period of like
2,500%. Are you guys living like $30 million homes? Like what the hell? 2,500%.
Yeah, that like let me look up real quick between 2005 and 2025, like the hike up in
Airbnb wasn't even around in 2005. Why are you going to go back to?
That's why I'm giving you a pre-Airbnb price.
Well, okay, Airbnb was in like what, 2015, 2016?
Okay, then I'll look up 2014 for you, Debo.
Well, I'm just saying 2,500 is a little bit dramatic. I'm not saying it hasn't increased, but you also have to look at the aspect of how much wealth it's generating too. You can't just look at all the negatives of something and call it bad because of one. Like, yeah, it is going to. So let's build more houses. Because eventually, if you have just all Airbnbs, then it's not sustainable. And a lot of cities have stopped allowing just people to put an Airbnb up. A lot of cities are now saying, no, you can't put Airbnb. It's because of this problem. So yeah, any new service that comes in and it's just a free for all, you're going to have some good things happen and some bad things happen. That's having a free market.
Between 2010 and 2025, over exaggerated, but it's 800%. It was an 800% increase in home price, from like $110,000 on average to $843,000 on average.
There's not even a house. There's not even a county that has a household medium price. The average home in America is like 410 for a single family home.
Correct. And that's
and if
like,
it was
it has
100,
become,
if it's a okay. Sorry, go ahead.
it's become like a place for vacation rentals. So people like private investment buys these and strictly just has an Airbnb business with these. That's why like so many people go to the Smoky Mountains and rent cabins. Those cabins, like they bought this land, tore it down, built like a quote unquote luxury cabin on it, and like these things buy and sell for like close to $1 million now.
And the fact that $400,000 is the average home price for America is fucking insane.
And
That's
but
crazy.
hold on, so the thing on top of that with Sevierville, Tennessee, the median wage for people that work in Sevierville is $45,000 a year, and the average home price in Sevierville is $843,000.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, yours has gone up a lot because mine's has only gone up like 200%, which is a lot lower than that.
So even in places with reasonable housing markets, corporations come in and totally blow it all up to make money. So like earlier when the person said like, how much wealth was made, like who the fuck cares? Because it doesn't go back to the community. It just goes to some corporation that's going to move out when they're not allowed to anymore. It's going to totally fuck up the market for like decades, all because we see land as like a product that we trade more so than places where people actually live.
So you don't like investment properties, investment companies buying houses, even small ones?
No.
I haven't had to interact with that much in my life, but I don't know. Maybe on a smaller scale that's different, but I know when large corporations do it, they all do the same thing. They just drive up costs and they build a bunch of slop, and then it sits there for 40 years and gets worse.
Well, civics, what about like a multi-residential condo unit? You don't believe that they should be allowed to?
I think that they should be cooperatively owned.
That's crazy.
Otherwise, you're going to end up in the same place.
I think the residents that live there in a multi-unit building should be owned by the people that live there.
Yeah.
So why don't they all just band together and buy it together?
An average home.
We used to have co-ops. We used to have tax breaks and incentives for people to build co-ops in inner cities where people lived, and that regulation and that incentive went away over time.
Yeah, because it's so overregulated. All those people getting together to do that, it wouldn't be beneficial for all those people to do that. That's why corporations and investment companies.
You're telling me that the people that live in their houses, it's not beneficial for them to own that. They'd rather have that owned by a corporation. How is that better?
A single family house is different than knocking down, deforesting an area to build a multi-unit condo.
How?
You're going to tell me that the average American has, I don't know, let's just say on average it costs $500 million per acre of deforestation. $500,000 per acre to deforest.
You're telling me that
roughly.
a single family home that can house, I don't know, 5-6 people max is better than having a multi-unit that could probably host, 20 people? That's somehow better?
Yes.
Okay, I just fundamentally disagree.
I would agree with civics there. That's just not.
Why would it be? Why wouldn't it be better? When the value of the property would probably be more beneficial to the people that own it individually, as opposed to a bunch of people that own one unit. That doesn't make any sense.
Not a bunch of people own one unit. He's saying
that's
like
what civic is saying.
No, you're misunderstanding. No, it's not
cooperative ownership is multiple people that own one property.
He's talking about multifamily. You're talking about two separate things, dude.
Multifamily condo is essentially a multifamily. It's essentially the same thing.
Essentially, it's not. No, they're not. But not when it comes to real estate. The co-op is completely separate from a multifamily complex, dude. Completely. Like those aren't even in the same room. No pun intended. But the fact is, an average home in 2010 was $272,000. Today, and this is for a single family home, 2,300 square feet, it was $272,000. Northwest was $415, Midwest was $232, South was $244, and the West was $316. Today, it's $410,000. That's not 800% in 15 years. That's just This is according to the United States Census Bureau. So,
well, that area, that one area.
Hold on. You're looking at this on a national scale. I'm specifically talking
that's
about.
What I've been referencing the entire time.
Yes, and I was just talking about a specific place.
I just gave you the entire dynamic of the entire country, not just. And even with your specific area, I would say it'd be more of a northeast region. It was 415,000.
What is the average? Just Google the average home price in the Smoky Mountain region of Tennessee right now.
Right now?
Yeah, right now.
Smoky, what was it? Sorry, Smoky what?
Smoky Mountain region of Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
I have a feeling it's only as low as it is because there's so many poor areas that hold the average down.
No, I don't think so.
I'm still confused.
Smoky Mountain's not a poor area. Okay, so it's 369 per square foot. So it's saying 804,000.
Yep, 804,000. What was it in 2010?
I'm gonna look right now.
Wow. Holy cow.
Let's see, Eastern Tennessee real estate market, price is higher than average. Holy distressed property. It's not worth it. Oh wow, between 160 to 185.
Yeah. So what's that about?
Okay.
That's cool.
Well, I would the Northeast. I would say that's the Northeast, and that's not. So I'll have to go to the Census Bureau and look at that. Let me do it through the same.
You consider Tennessee the Northeast?
I think that's all. That's like the only region it gives. It only gives the Northeast, Midwest, South, and the West. That's the only 4 regions it gives.
The point that I was making is that, like, in specific areas and lower income areas that have become like inundated with Airbnbs, such as Sevierville, Tennessee, and Northeast Tennessee, like home prices have risen like 800%, like you just have pointed out.
Okay, fair enough.
That I asked you to look up.
Fair enough. 2010. Let's see.
So, like, I don't see how building more is gonna combat that force. It's just gonna make it more of an inflationary market.
It might even increase it more.
You're driving. Sorry, I mean, go ahead.
No, I think it would increase it more because you're building more units to allow people to do that in general.
Yeah.
And usually the units that are being built are like, usually the units that are being in Florida, like I've been to Florida a bunch of times recently, and there are all these fucking 55 plus communities going up everywhere in Florida, and it's like nonstop, and they're like $500,000 to $800,000 homes, and they're all getting Airbnb'd out, even in the 55 plus areas, because the elderly tend to have more money.
Yeah,
they buy the homes and then they just fucking rent them out. They don't want to take care of them, essentially.
Or they die in 5 years and then they resell it. Their family resells it. So.
But the families get a step up basis, so they don't have to recognize that gain.
Well, Jack, I would also point out though that in 2010 that was also like a 40-year low in home building. So and it's also had to do with the recession. Like, I mean, there's multiple factors, obviously, but I mean, yeah, housing has gotten more expensive, and a lot of it has to do with supply and demand. And if you're having more people buy Airbnbs just to have people stay there short term, yeah, that's going to drive up the cost. So I would agree with you.
Not a supply and demand issue, though.
Everything is a supply and demand issue.
No, it's not. It's literally it's people are making tons of money on these homes. Like, they're renting out their homes for not only the price of that home, but the other one that they're living in. So essentially, you're paying 2 mortgages in one.
It's a scam. It's a fucking scam. It's a giant scam.
What's a scam?
Just the whole, I mean, not literally a scam, just the whole idea of making money off of property so that you can live well. It doesn't, that market is not conducive to that sort of.
Real estate is one of the best investments you can make. There are very few investments that you can make that is better than real estate over time. Like that's pretty well established.
I guess I would suggest, how are you going to get builders to build if they can't have a profit? I mean, do you know what
Correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's why
the
cost
cost
is just
to
going to
build a
keep going
house.
up.
The cost to build a house now for even just a regular base model house is like $250 a square foot. 10 short years ago, it was maybe over 100, like 125.
So do
I've
you
been doing
think,
this my whole life. Like this is what I do.
so Debo, what do you think about, and I don't know a lot about this. I'm really asking you because I know you work in this area, to build homes that are affordable for people who aren't, making, like, just regular people that are making maybe 80 a year.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do we get homes for them?
I'm literally right now, Paula, to be 100% honest with you. I'm trying, like, I think for people, because owning a home, you build it's more than just owning a home, right? Like it's just that's why they call it the American dream, the white picket fence, all that stuff. If you can get somebody that owns property and they yearn to take care of it or whatever, like your family, when you have kids, you build that structure of them going to the same school, the same friends, all the things. So if you could just build like a slab on grade, meaning that the house sits like the foundation just sits on, there's no basement essentially. If you could just do like a slab on grade, high production, you could build homes for like $150,000. The problem is that our kids, we've created this thing to where they have to have all the shiny things, keeping up with the Joneses,
Basement.
and they got to have this big screen TV. I did never have any of that. Like when I was young, 20 years old, I struggled. I didn't have Jordans. I didn't have, let me finish. I didn't have Jordans. I didn't have an iPhone. I didn't have a really super nice car. I didn't get all those things till I was like 40. 35, 40. That's when it started. But our kids think that they can just get out of school. They deserve to get paid $100,000 a year, and they just get all of these things without earning it. But if you could establish a way, yes, you can. If you can establish a way that that the youth could save up their money and buy something instead of renting, and make it affordable, it would change a lot of the dynamic.
I don't disagree with you.
Buy that 150K house. Like, we don't care about the Jordans. We can't.
That's not what I said.
That's student loans is what you guys
basically said that there's a generation of weak people that never understood how to take.
I didn't say that either. But
I mean, that's kind of what, like, they can't.
No, I said very intentional things. Like, Mojo. I'll say that.
I mean,
He's always complaining about something or another.
I just want to also mention that when my first home was at 6-7%, and this home I'm in now is definitely below that. But something that younger people have a struggle with that I did not have to face was, just like Peg was talking about, a lot of our graduates have tremendous student loans that they're saddled with, and our government could literally do things. They could like take their interest and take it down to just an administrative fee, and they'd be able to pay it off. You know what I mean? Like, there's things
I agree with that, Paula. Yeah.
Yeah.
The government should be making money on that. I agree.
Yeah, I agree. Oh no, Debo, we agreed. Twice.
Yeah,
yell at me, Paula.
I think we should make all these things easier for people. I'm just sick and tired of people complaining about it. A lot of kids made a lot of bad choices when it came to higher education. We did too when we were younger, but it was a little cheaper back then. But on top of that, we also went to community colleges for our associate's degrees, and then we went to regular college, a state college after that to get our bachelor's, and then we would get some sort of a scholarship to get into a master's program. So that's generally how we were taught to do it. But now they just want to go to Harvard.
Here, we did too. No, we had to do that too, Mojo. That's exactly what I did.
Okay, well then you're not saddled with a shit ton of fucking bills.
No, but the thing is, we're also not paid appropriately either. We're still severely underpaid for the amount of work and productivity we offer.
Okay, I disagree.
That's when
I don't think that's
harder.
true at all.
My local Burger King
It's also
is
harder.
$20 an hour.
Wages have not kept up with inflation since
Minimum wage
it's
nationwide
also
aren't keeping pace. I have to agree
it's
with them.
also harder to get into these schools. So not only are these graduates overeducated, overproductive, but Peg's right. We are not seeing salaries for young entry level jobs for them to be able to move up. That's just being taken away. It's the same shit that happens.
Don't you think it's also the degree? I mean,
There was always entry level jobs for you to be able to move your way up and gain experience after university.
There are still entry level.
Not
jobs.
as much, Mojo. I'm sorry.
Mean,
Just
not
as
as
much.
much. What does that mean?
McDonald's is an entry level job.
one at a time.
You're not
Walmart is
going
an
to get an
entry-level
education. You're not going to get an education. I'm talking about an entry level job that requires an education at a company that is going to invest in you, being like, here's your first stab at this. We're going to use that degree to work. You're going to work your way up in the next 10 to 15 years. Those don't exist anymore.
When you have a degree, you're not considered entry level, dude.
Wait, no, that's not.
What are you talking about?
If you have a degree in software programming, you're going to enter as a junior developer.
Yeah.
You're not going to enter.
Yeah,
as
but
a
that's not
senior
entry
developer,
level,
and you
though.
can still move your up. Yes, a junior developer is basically entry level.
I see, but I see the value in a college degree, and I think that 100%, I believe that there are some occupations that you need a degree to be able to get into. But I do think, though, that the corporate world requires college degrees for a lot of jobs that don't need them.
Well,
That's true.
I
100%.
also agree with Devo that trade schools are awesome too. I honestly think that we should include trade schools when we give free education.
I do too. I agree.
When we give
The only
free
thing that
education,
worries me
this
about
guy.
that is that the right wing push to sort of defund public education, they've latched onto trade schools as sort of the fix for it, but that's not going to give us better educations. It's just going to give us a more job-ready education.
A more productive
What is education
workforce.
supposed to do? That's the exact reason you get an education.
But here's, and I think that Debo would agree with this though. Is I think that there's a trade-off that happens specifically, and I'm talking about strictly with trades and stuff like that. You would agree though that there needs to be college educated engineers at whatever firm or company.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
There's a shortage of. I think whoever said that about the Republicans latching onto the trade school idea, I think that's important because we need that. We actually need that more than we do liberal arts degrees and philosophies degrees and all this other bullshit.
Yeah, but they're not doing it. I don't know if they're doing it because it's a great idea. They're doing it to get rid of all the other education.
I don't know if it's more. I don't know that we need it more, but we certainly need it as much for sure.
This may be nitpicky, but I just want to say real quick that a liberal arts degree, all that means is it's the type of degree that you get. It's not like an actual degree path. An engineering degree at any ABET accredited university is a liberal arts degree. It just means that STEM majors take fucking English classes and English majors take math classes. That's all that means.
That's your associates. To get your associates,
No.
you still need that foundational. You still need those foundational classes. You still need those foundational classes in order to get
and that
move
is-
on to your
that is
bachelor's
the- that's
in
the
some
liberal-
particular field.
That is
I
the
have a
liberal arts
bachelor-
method of doing it.
I have a bachelor's of science in finance and accounting, and it took me 5 years to get both degrees. And I was able to secure a job before I left. And everybody I know that is struggling, I bless their heart, I have no idea what's going on in the current market, but I do know this. My son has an advanced degree above mine, and I made more at the same point in his career. I made a shit ton more. So I know there's something wrong.
But all liberal arts means is that there is a common core of classes that has to be taken for any degree. That's all that liberal arts means.
Yeah, it's a well-rounded education. And Paula, has your son considered to not complain?
I told him to smile more.
Stop buying
Has he considered that this is life and it's just not that difficult? Stop complaining.
I know we're joking, but I mean, he does have his undergrad in business administration, which I should have stepped in and say no. and he's got his master's in marketing. But I mean, I'm really deeply, and I don't want to change the subject, but I'm deeply concerned about AI, and how it's going to replace jobs for you all, you younger folks in the future. Have you guys considered that?
I think it's so funny and Orwellian and ironic that the people that made AI are the first people that are going to be ousted by AI, and that's coders. I find poetic justice in that. But anyway.
I think a lot of that's overblown because we don't have the technology to actually make real AI, and it'll just be another bubble.
Well, no, I'm just talking about the technology in general. You can have, AI, generative AI is very, very, very good at coding shit. Using
coders, yeah.
You can get AI to make a really good fucking website, or you can get AI to write a fucking Python code better than I ever could.
I had it wrote me a code. I wanted to, y'all don't laugh. I said, give me a report on just some random economic numbers like GDP, debt, blah, 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 blah. And it said, I will write you a code to have a widget on your iOS. And it did. And it wrote it in Python. And I don't know what I could do with it because I was too scared to download it because I didn't know what the fuck it was, but it wrote it.
The government's going to come knocking on your door.
Yeah. AI.
Listen, I work. Here's the problem with AI. It is speculative. Number one. Number two, it's gotten to the point where it's completely overtaken the tech industry. And what I mean by that is the coders that use it. Our whole lives have evolved around it. Where if we're trying to inject AI in our existing software as a service or platforms as a service, everyone's looking for that because they think that that's the next big thing. But we've reached the point now where we don't know how to charge for it because the companies that are writing the Gen AI and that we are piggybacking off of, essentially middleware, they don't know how to price it because no one's made a profit yet. And we just keep injecting more and more money into something that could easily burst. We've reached that threshold. I didn't think we'd reach this threshold that high, but now that we're ready to implement a lot of these quote unquote AI features, an understanding of your own data, giving you insights on your users or something along those lines, we don't know how to charge you because we don't know what they're going to charge us. So we're in this constant tug of war of I don't actually know how much AI is costing us. And nobody does. That's the fucking thing. That's the thing that nobody's talking about. Because OpenAI and Anthropic and the big players aren't telling us the real price.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's true.
What do you
model and scale
Debo,
your
how does
company? Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Debo because of his career. Do you guys have any concerns or benefits that you think you're going to get from AI?
If I could just tell you something about using AI to do estimates now, they are so much more accurate. I've actually increased my profit probably 5%, and I've spent a third of the time doing estimates. It is the most amazing tool for me. And I'm not like this big, huge conglomerate. So for me, if I can spend $200 and save myself hours and hours and hours of sitting in a chair doing a bunch of crap that I don't even like doing, let alone want to do, and the computer can just do it for me. And it's called SimplyWise. Anybody that's in construction and you're thinking about trying to find some AI software to implement into construction, SimplyWise is the best tool for construction. It literally just asks you the scope of work, the square footage, and you walk through it with your camera on. You hit, and then it'll ask you what kind of material grade you want to use, blah, blah, blah. You hit send, and within 30 seconds, I can email a client an estimate for the job. It is amazing. And it'll even do contracts for you. It will even do contracts for you specific to the trade you're trying to do that will limit your liability. If we're doing this and a pipe breaks, then that's on whatever. It is amazing. I love it.
It's a good
data. I'm not even a big.
I was reading an article not too long ago. I'm sorry, Lib. I'll just wrap up real quick. That said that AI would drastically help sole proprietorship, smaller businesses actually be more profitable. That's pretty cool to hear. Sorry, Lib.
Yeah.
No, it's a good data entry. I use it at my job sometimes too. It's good for data entry. That's kind of what you're implying, Debo. It's like you're just kind of inputting the data and it's spitting out a result. I do that because I CNC program, so it does help somewhat with that. I would say though that when it comes to the hands-on particular portion of our jobs, labor jobs, it's not good at all. It's actually fucking awful because because when you're talking about a technical trade, like a technical skill, it can't figure that out for you. You still need the labor to input the data manually as opposed to AI.
Not with mine. It'll like if I'm like demoing out a wall, it'll give me and it implements it in your your
but
proposal.
Tebow, it's not going to replace you, right? Like this is the thing.
Oh,
and this is the misconception. This is the misconception that investors had with Gen AI, and they thought that in 10 plus years or even less, they wouldn't need the you anymore. No, they need the you that knows what the fuck they're doing to use an AI. It's a tool. It's a calculator. It's a modern calculator for a modern accountant. That's all it is. And the sooner that people start realizing that like it's not replacing jobs, it's enhancing jobs. It's replacing the jobs of people that refuse to use it. However, that being said, Simplywise isn't giving you the real price. They've estimated that at $200 a month or $1,200 a year, something along those lines, they're just guesstimating that they're going to be able to cover their costs because between you and the next guy next to you that uses it, you might use it every day, all day, every day, and all of a sudden you're an expensive customer. But the same guy next to you pays the same amount and he doesn't use it at all. It's a balancing act. Nobody fucking knows the cost of AI, and this is what's fucking scary.
Okay.
It's also determined on the person entering the data. So you might be better at taking the pictures or the video or inputting the data than somebody that's not as skilled as you are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to not know what to look for or implement into the bid. Okay.
But I think it's exciting though because when I used to be a small business underwriter, and I would suggest people to go. Hey, can you mute?
Hey.
That when I would get a small business entrepreneur and they have a really good business plan and they were devoting an inordinate amount of time to their books and, all that stuff. And I would say, hey, you should go check out this CPA that I know and he's going to help you. But see, they wouldn't even need a CPA. They could, they would, but they wouldn't have to avail themselves of an ongoing service contract. You know what I mean? Like, this is that's really exciting.
What do you think it's going to do, Civic, since you're in that industry? Do you think that it'll affect administrative at any point?
I think that the costs, there's a bubble. And the cost, we don't know the actual cost yet. So there's like the human cost of it and an environmental cost of it, which we are starting to see with some of the data centers. But the cost is that in order to reach a certain threshold, and they're like, look what it can do now, right? And it's like, great, but like, who can afford that? And who's asking for that type of compute? And when I say compute, it's just like, right now it's on cloud services. There are AI models that you can run at home if you have a power enough machine. And I highly recommend those that love using AI now that it's affordable, look into that. If you can afford to run it locally, because if you're dependent on the cloud software of it, the compute power of it, that is about to go skyrocket in the next year or two, in the next 6 months. We don't know yet because they don't know. They're being very secretive about this. It's a circular investment. And what I'm terrified about is that they're going to get everybody addicted to it. And all of a sudden jobs and the way processes all change. Be like, well, we have to use AI now. And then we're like, great, now we have you by the fucking balls so we can charge you whatever we want.
Kind of like they do with their phone. Like
exactly.
Everybody uses their maps to go find a place to eat or whatever. Yeah. And now you can't even get directions anymore. When I tell my kids like, oh, hit 215, then get off on I-80, and they're like, where's that? I'm like, oh my gosh, you don't even know how to find where to go? Like, what have I done?
All the exits on the highway go numbered in numbered sequence.
No, they just stare at their phone the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just about the you and I everyday users of it at like the consumer level. That's low-hanging fruit. It's at the enterprise level. It's when the Microsofts of the world and the Salesforces of the world have now injected AI in their day-to-day processes, and that cost is going to be sent over to us, the actual consumer, and we don't know the actual cost. But we have now changed entire processes and got rid of fucking teams that used to do that manually. And now the OpenAI and Anthropic can be like, just kidding. It's now $1,000 a fucking month. Good luck. Like, that's what I'm fucking terrified of.
That, though. Because if they try to do that and it's not affordable, nobody's going to buy it. They're going to go broke anyway.
Right, but once we're all addicted to it, we won't have a choice. Once our entire processes are around it, we won't, like, that's the thing. That's the power play that I'm terrified of because it is concentrated in such few hands. They're changing the way that businesses run. Imagine if the Swift network, the way that we deliver money back and forth, all of a sudden we're like, you know what? It's way too expensive to run this network. Every single bank here now has an extra $100 a month that they have to pay for. Right?
Yeah, like,
and then you're like, well, how else are we going to send money? Do you know what I mean? Like that's the fucking
XRP.
network. What do you mean? I'm just giving you an example of they're getting us addicted and changing our processes so that we don't have an alternative, and then they can actually tell us the price and
kind
the
of
cost.
like what they did with cigarettes, and Philip Morris started buying food companies because everybody quit smoking. So then they just made food addictive, and now we're all fat. Well, I'm not fat.
Civics, do you work in the AI industry? Do you think that AI is going to, in your opinion, take over a lot of jobs over time?
No.
Or do you think it is going to be used just as a tool?
No, I think once the real cost of it, I think once people realize the smoke and mirrors have been smoke and mirrors on top of smoke and mirrors, they were fed a lie because I see it now when marketing teams and sales teams are like, oh, we need AI, and I'm like, people don't actually know the difference between a large language model, generative AI, what actual machine learning is. The real future of AI, of like things that get smarter, a model once it's fed data and a data set this is how the data works. This is the not only the platforms that feed the data, but also just the schema of the data. Like once they figure that out, and it can do, like, that's machine learning. At that point, you have machine learning, and it can get smarter. That is the real AI. It takes fucking time, though. We've just kind of masked this layer of Gen AI on top of it, and everyone thinks it's the smartest thing in the fucking world. All it is a series of math equations, and it's predicting what you think you want to hear just based off of the sheer number of what they've been able to scrape from the internet. There's nothing Gen about it. It's not that smart. It's not. It's not agentic yet. It's not autonomous yet. Like, it still requires a human to build it and to guide it. Like, that isn't going away. It's not that smart yet.
So essentially the information already exists out there in the Ethernet, in the online world. It's just gathering the data that's been inputted into it by humans, particularly, right?
Yes, it has essentially scraped the internet. Now, the problem that we're going to see in the next little while is that because Gen AI has put out so much slop, it's going to start feeding you that slop of not knowing the truth, which is why it's not why sometimes things hallucinate. Hallucinations are when it just doesn't know and it makes things up, and you have to double check it. But that making things up, there's so much of the internet that's out there that it's like AI summaries that it just made shit up. So then some other AI pulls that and been like, oh, that must be true.
Yeah.
So now it's like telling you the truth of some other AI's hallucination. You know, and it's just riddled with that shit.
Okay. That's kind of how I felt
alone
too.
Makes the whole thing unreliable. Like, I can't get past that. Like, so I don't think I'll ever really use it.
No, it makes sense. That's kind of how I felt, because I think ultimately it's dependent on human interaction, and human interaction, you know, it could take some of the data that you're giving it and misconstrue it, and then spit out a bad result, and then that bad result gets perpetuated to other people, and now it's like it's a cascading effect that just continuously gets worse and worse and worse over time.
The irony is, it requires token usage. It requires compute. When you know that it's done something wrong, like you probably noticed this, where you're like, that doesn't seem right. You double check it or something wrong, and then they're like, oh, my bad. You're right. Should have looked at that. So imagine doing that 1,000 times when you're writing code. So you're like cannibalizing it and double use of tokens when it's like the original prompt should have just been like, let's just say hypothetically, it should have been 100 tokens. But because you had to double check it, you're now at 150 tokens, an extra 50 just to double check your work. So now multiply that times like 1,000 requests, right? Like that's why it gets fucking expensive.
Yeah, that's why dedicated software, I think, is always going to be superior over AI. Because, I mean, even the software that I use is a dedicated software where it spits out particular code depending on its input, but it's always the same thing. It's never like changing, you know what I'm saying? If I'm not skilled enough to understand that and understand like the tool pathing and stuff like that, I could just say, oh, this is an AI generated code, it's going to be fine, and then just throw it on a machine, and then fucking there goes a $500,000 machine down the tubes, you know? So that definitely makes sense. But I don't know.
Worry is how much of our investment long term we put in such few hands because of the hype. That's my ultimate worry. Like you ask about worry, it's how much of our economic future we've put in the hands of people that are like, trust us, we have your best interest in mind. It's like, no, you don't. I don't trust you. You do not have our best interest in mind. And our entire economy is based around you not fucking up.
And the environment of the entire planet is waiting to burn because we need this, I guess. I think a lot of people really hate that. Like I've been in a lot of political debates over the years. One thing I've never had to really argue about is why AI is bad, at least in the sense of how it's being used to kind of dilute the job market and just kind of fuck everything up. But
I just don't think we go back. I think we just continue to go forward with this because, you know, back once upon a time before we had computers and
we would have said the same thing.
Yeah, people said the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the concerns are not legitimate, but I think more than likely they'll find ways to overcome a lot of these issues.
I also think that corporations usually regulate themselves, and usually they will do things for profit, but they also will do things within reason. And I think if they understand that AI is costing too much money and it's affecting their business, they're not going to invest in it as much as we think they would now, just because it reduced some costs. It may not reduce all costs until they already make dedicated software for all these different things. Like AI is just a broad scale
of payroll software and design software. Yeah, for each industry, each company has its own proprietary shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Though there already is proprietary software.
Yeah.
I think for me, it's just been eye-opening. Well, not necessarily because I was already well aware of this fact, but a lot of these large companies, if they can like replace all of their humans, they would. And I think right now the conversation they're probably having is, hey, did we get into this too early? At first, they wanted to be the first to pioneer the use of AI in their fields, or whatever the case is. And now looking at their investments, they're like, oh, did we get into this early? But at some point, it's going to get good enough. It's advancing at an extraordinary rate right now. It's going to get so good that they can adopt it at a cheaper cost and replace most, if not all, of their workers, depending on the industry they're working with. That's how I see it. And I'll say this like a million times over. Not everyone can be an entrepreneur or a business owner, because those are the only other people who will like really benefit from this, or those who decide to adopt AI in their trade. But what we should all recognize at the end of the day is that even though you could pivot and go to AI engineer or something as a study, or whatever the case is, like as a degree, right? There can only be so many people doing it, because the whole point of replacing workers with AI is having fewer workers to overlook the work of the AI, and then having AI do the work of, like, I don't know, the remaining 80% of people. So at the end of the day, we will still have a significant shortfall on the amount of jobs available in the market. It's going to be fascinating to see it. No, it is scary. I'm doing my grad school right now. It's a scary prospect, but we're also incorporating AI in a lot of the things we learn because they're like, oh, we want to prepare you for what's coming. But I
would be curious. I would be curious to see how many jobs AI actually produces as opposed to takes from what we currently have.
It's certainly made jobs adjust. Things that I had to do not but 3 years ago that took time, I'm doing now in the matter of minutes, but the workload, because I can do those things, is also increased. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm adjusting, but they still, what I really feel for is recent grads, junior developers, because like Mojo was saying earlier, a junior dev at an entry level would usually go under the wing of like a senior intermediate dev, learn the ropes, start contributing some code, do some peer programming, and then they get confidence and build their way up. All of that shit's being handled by AI now. There is no role for a junior dev. Like, the senior devs are checking AI's code that they're working with to see if it's going to break production. They have to go through regression tests. The regression tests themselves are being written by AI. Like, there's a lot that you need to know about it before any 21, 22-year-old kid is going to have a shot at it.
So it's kind of like expecting how we kind of expect all middle managers and above to have an MBA. It's not an entry level position anymore or something you work up to. It's something you kind of go to school for and get for that job. Like, it's a very specified industry, which I can see.
It is, but the industry is changing so fast that I don't think that there's a curriculum out there
that would even cover
that can keep up with it. I think that there's just going to be so much retraining, and companies should be investing in their existing employees that know the industry and know what they're doing to get retrained in how they're going to incorporate AI in their day-to-day. But also this ultimate resilience on it. But the ultimate resilience on it is going to bite them in the ass when the prices go up, because the prices are going to go up.
It's still privatized though, so those companies, they're like, wouldn't they have to like internally create some type of like educational system for particular softwares in order to distribute it to vendors and stuff like that? Because that's kind of how it works now with software, right?
But dude, I can't stress this. There are 3 players, 2 really, OpenAI and Anthropic. They are running behind right? That is Anthropic.
Oh yeah, Anthropic. Okay, yeah.
They are the ones that are running, like, it's like Android and iOS. Like, there's 2 players, right? All the other ones kind of went to the wayside. So anything that they're offering you, it's them too. As soon as Anthropic and OpenAI start raising their prices, all of these other software companies that have wrapped their own logos and shit around Anthropic and OpenAI's own code base, they're all going to get fucked, because you're like, we don't know the price yet. We don't know the cost of all these data centers. We don't. We know that we're going to have to pay for it eventually. We just don't know yet.
I mean, a lot of these communities are already paying for it, to be honest. But yeah, I think I agree with the assessment that a lot of entry level jobs are going to be taken up. The requirements, or the prerequisites to enter is definitely going to go all the way up. You're going to have people trying to get into these industries at a, I don't know, maybe not a senior level, but at least what's the proper terminology I'm looking for?
Organizational?
No, because you won't be having what are they called? When you go to work for companies for free and you learn all that stuff. Internships.
Apprentice.
You apprenticeships as well, right? You wouldn't be having those opportunities, because I feel like you're going to be losing a lot of knowledge base in the like senior level personnel on the ground to teach. as well.
There's going to be a lot of jobs created around this too. I think everybody freaks out too much. When the internet was created and the website started, everybody thought that was going to take away from everybody else. Nobody was going to have a job after that. Same bullshit. We're going to find different. We're going to find different ways to use AI that we can't even think about right now, and we're going to use that AI to run robotics, and we're going to use the AI to do farming, and everybody's going to figure out different ways to use that AI to make better music, to make better artwork, to make better whatever, and you're going to end up with a whole lot of jobs that we can't even plan for right now, and have no idea what the capability of what they are going to be are.
I mean,
remember when dial-up went to DSL? Yeah, it was the end of the fucking world. You remember that, Mojo?
I think a more apt comparison would be the .com bubble than the actual technology.
Exactly.
We are just coasting on the same technology for the last decade and pretending it's new.
The thing, my thing is, I understand that people will adapt. Like, humans are incredibly adaptive organisms, right? We're gonna adapt, shift, make changes, find new avenues of success in society. But how fast can you adapt, though? What are the opportunities to adapt? AI, I personally, in the form that it currently existed, I don't know about you guys. I first heard about it 2-3 years ago. And it was dog water then. First in image generation, text to a better degree with Grammarly. Grammarly has been here a while longer, right? But in the span of time that it's improved, we're having people still attending college with study material from previous decades, right? So as it's changing in the last 2-3 years, there are people who've been in school the last 2-3 years, about to graduate in a year. They're not updating the curriculum that fast. People will update, but there's going to be a whole generation of people who will be left by the wayside, especially in this economy.
And they used AI to study and take tests.
I wasn't even gonna bring that up yet. I don't know if you guys heard about the Brown University controversy about the students cheating using AI. The thing is, it's not like a calculator though. People bring up the comparison to calculators. I don't think it's like a calculator, right? With a calculator, you have to write out the equation and know exactly what you're doing to input the information, right? You have people who are not experts in a certain field going in and getting results and not even understanding exactly what it means, but using it because it gave me the result, right? So you're going to have an extremely underprepared population in the future. But yeah, I'm optimistic too, to be honest. I can see its use in the medical field. There are specific fields where I'm hell yeah. But then there's others where I'm you shouldn't even be touching it. But the floodgates have been opened, so we can't really do much at this point.
Well, it needs to be regulated, right? To take it back.
That should have been 100%
the first thing. Does.
That should have been the first thing.
I mean, don't you think it should be regulated?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, there's some pretty bad shit they can do with AI that we need to protect consumers from.
I think corporations are going to have to implement, they're going to have to push for regulations because not only will it affect consumers, but it's also going to affect them themselves. So they're going to have to find ways to regulate it.
Well, yeah, you got product liability, sure.
Exactly.
That's going to be a big issue. But didn't they just, in one of the legislation they just passed, didn't they just include something on that? Not the big, beautiful bill, but I'll have to look it up. They're trying to prevent any regulation. I know that President Trump did an executive order.
They have 2 years. Yeah, they have 2 years of no regulation. Or was it 2 years?
I thought it was 2030.
2030? Never mind.
I think it was 2030, which, I mean, I'd have to go look it up. I know I read it somewhere, but there was a couple legislations that we're working through that actually had, some plum little provisions for the AI industry.
Well, you're going to have to watch out.
Tool. I don't think it's a tool. It's literally teaching us, it's reteaching us how to think or not think. That's the problem.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. But it in the sense of like, going and taking your phone and scanning a room and it telling you like all this stuff about it, that is pretty cool. But also like nobody
Cool.
even
No one's
knows how to
denying
think
that it's cool. It's incredibly cool.
Yeah.
The problem is that it literally is replacing us thinking. Like, when you use a calculator, right, you kind of have to know how to do the equation. Like you said, it's not even just inputting. You had to learn how to do the equation. The calculator just made it faster. This is like, you don't even need to know what you're inputting anymore to get a result.
But yes, you do. You still have to know. You have to know you have to figure out the right prompt to get the results, right?
I don't need to know physics to ask a physics question and get that result.
I'm not sure what you like. If you think you're going to be able to get a job using AI for physics, is that it?
I've
I mean, you
actually
still
heard
have
that
to.
before.
Using AI to get jobs every single day now.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
No, but what I'm saying is, if they're going to hire, are they hiring a physicist or are they going to just have AI? Is what I'm trying to find out.
No, people using AI on interviews. Like it's actually kind of crazy, but
No, like if you have an organization, right? You still have to have people. Are you saying you don't need any people? Like if let's say your engineering firm, you still have to hire engineers, even though they can use AI. You'll still have to have engineers to review the AI stuff at the very least, right?
You would hope so.
Yes. Yes. Yes, because you still need a certain skilled individual to work with certain parameters when it comes to AI. Like Abanya has put in a chat talking about a 3D model. So, for instance, I use CAM, and my CAM software, if I generate a model, if I draw a model and then I go into and I've done this, I go into AI, I put in the general size of that box, and I put the dimensions inside of the AI model. It generates the model, but it's not like clean. It's like distorted. It's not very accurate. And then you can't take that model and input it into a software. You have to save it to different formats, and most software nowadays can't communicate with AI, so you can't even import it into a software. So AI themselves are going to have to develop their own software in order to translate and format that particular model that you're using. That's why I mentioned before about the proprietary software already does all that. It would cost, I'm sure, these companies, AI companies, a lot of money to develop that software. So it's kind of pointless. So, yeah, we were talking before about AI legislation. There's a few states that already have some regulations, like the financial sector. Colorado and Illinois had passed legislation regarding algorithms that can be deployed in the consumer finance industry, which is interesting. And also the SEC has they have a regulation regarding AI trading strategies. Like, I guess the regulation pertains to like when these hedge funds and companies make trades, because they're handling such a large amount of money, consumer money, that they have to follow proper protocol and laws in order to do that type of trading, because it could be very risky for investors, their money, so they're trying to regulate stuff like that, which kind of makes sense.
They already have automated trading that I mean, it may be I don't know if it's AI or not, but they already have automated trading that trades at lightning fast speeds.
Yeah, they're trying. So in Europe, so this is I was reading this the other day because I'm into the market trading and stuff and day trading. In Europe, they revised their RTS 6 essentially they have like these like you were saying, hyper fast trading algorithms, and it creates really volatile market. trade so fast, so they're trying to put a cap on that so the markets aren't super volatile, because it dissuades investors from day trading and investing in general because of that volatility. So that's another way that they're trying to regulate it, which probably would happen here at some point, I would assume, if it gets to that type of volatility fucking with the financial system.
Well, but they're going to let crypto get into it, so I'm not sure how I'm not sure how much I'm going to trust them to adequately regulate AI if they're going to let crypto into it.
Crypto's already trading 24/7 to begin
No, I'm
with, so
talking
I'm
about
sure it'll be
banks.
even worse.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
that's the thing that kind of freaks me out.
Yeah, so I'm reading this here. The CFTC, Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and the NFA, National Futures Association. So that's just your basic regulatory bodies in the market. They want to enforce rules requiring predictive AI to be closely supervised. Even if an AI system optimizes trading resources autonomously, the institution must guarantee that the market remains open, competitive, and legally efficient. So, yeah, same thing, I guess, in regards to the volatility aspect of the market. Interesting.
There's low-hanging fruit, and I've said this before, on regulation that we can do with AI. Mostly to do with our personal information and how they are storing that, how they're processing that, and how they can get around it. We should have learned our lessons with Cambridge Analytica and the social media companies that were selling our data, but we need to get ahead of it and be like, hey, at the very least, we're not going to impede AI in terms of technological advancements or something along those lines, because I understand why people wouldn't want to put regulations on that. But at the very least, just so that there's something on the books, we need to be able to make sure that they are protecting our information and what they're doing with our data. That they can bitch and moan all they want with it, because they know that potentially is putting a hindrance on how they would sell our data in the future, but that's regulation we can pass right now.
Yeah. Well, again, I still think corporations always look out for their best interest, and they're just gonna find ways to regulate it, maybe internally, externally, lobby, do things to help, protect their data, protect their marketing, protect their proprietary, data, software, whatever you want to call it, and it's gonna work itself out over time. It's just a big craze right now. And obviously it's driving the fucking stock market bananas. So when that comes back to earth, people aren't going to be happy.
I agree.
Well, this is a fun conversation.
We'll invite somebody so we can argue with them.
We're supposed to be arguing with you.
Well, I think we can. I think Republicans and Democrats collectively don't really like AI very much. Well, the
choice.
Yeah, not like it meaning like the resource drain and all the infrastructure issues and that kind of thing. We don't like that.
Again, we don't have a choice. We have to compete on the global stage. Otherwise, we fall behind, and China gets to be the one world superpower.
So you like imperialism?
Did you say that?
I don't know.
You're trying to get to a Republican, Mojo, really quickly. What's going on with you?
What would make you say that I'm imperialist?
Because you want to just dominate everything. You want to dominate AI. You want to just dominate.
Yeah, AI is kind of important because of the fucking Terminator.
Well, to get to a Terminator point, we would need to invent mass quantum computers too. So I don't know if we're that close.
Whether we're close or not, we just have to make sure that somebody else doesn't do it better or faster
So you need
than we do.
you need a robot.
all over again.
You need a robot and AI to make Terminator. That's what you want.
You just need AI.
Yeah, the AI made all the robots. Yeah.
Although it is kind of funny because the AI corrected itself and made better and better models. So obviously AI isn't perfect, but we definitely, in order to compete, I mean, we're already falling behind in so many ways, behind a lot of different countries. I know that HR told me something about a thorium reactor that we had created back in the 60s or some shit and never put it into production in the United States. And now here China is actually utilizing a thorium reactor or thorium reactors. And so we actually created the technology and they're using it. We just can't.
Yeah, they definitely
just shouldn't let that happen. When our economy is service-based, when our economy is based on innovation and invention, we have to be first to the market on shit like this.
Can I say something? I feel like there's a different use case in terms of China, how they use AI and how the US is going to use AI. And I want to say that specifically in the realm of the US isn't really going to be using it itself, but like the corporations are going to be using it, right? So like this pursuit isn't for the good of like this general public, the citizenry in the US, right? While China, they have their own thing, right? It's state owned, it's state run for the benefit of the people, right? Themselves, right? You might have your criticisms there, but I think if you look at it from that perspective, that's where this current situation differs from, say, the Cold War even, right? Because this situation, all I'm seeing personally is a certain group of people just trying to get as rich as possible at the end of the day, right? If they bring us along like they do, otherwise their objective is getting the money and not necessarily like improving the lives of like us. Because someone did say something interesting, and I think we didn't talk about that enough, where like we've seen promises with innovation where people are like, oh yeah, you're going to work less because it's going to be much easier, way easier. No, you're going to be working a lot harder, producing more product and getting paid the same.
Wait,
but
that's not true. If you can implement AI in some sort of robotic component, then you will work a lot less, whether you think so or not is irrelevant in this process. If we can farm, if the vast majority of farming moves over to machine-based, people work less.
So what's less for you? Are we working 10-hour days, 8-hour days, 12-hour days, 6-hour days?
Less than we do right now.
What does that look like, though? If you can give me like a quick synopsis, because if I look at the history of this country, right, the only thing that's kept the working class from working less is workers' protection and unions, not companies putting out innovation. Like, talk about Tesla, that's Ford.
That's absolutely not true. I'm sorry, but running a plow behind an oxen is a hell of a lot more laborious than jumping on a tractor and driving around a field.
Not only that, companies put so much money into R&D, dude. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Are you rubbing on a goddamn balloon or something?
I heard that. You.
I mean, obviously, across the board.
Cecil, hold on. Can I just like step on your toe for just a minute? Because I agree with Cecil. I think they're not going to be like, oh, Paula, you did your depletion schedule and you're done. You can go home. No, they're going to just give me more shit to do.
It's always the case.
Exactly.
I mean, if you compare across the board, yeah, of course, like physical labor like in a specific industry might reduce or might go down, but that's only in the context of that industry. If you look at other industries that are going to be impacted by AI, say you're working an office job, right? You used to be able to send 10 emails an hour. Now you can send like, I don't know, 20, 30 emails an hour. You think they're going to say stop sending emails after 10 emails or just let it go? No, you're going to keep sending.
No, but if you can do it in an hour and you did it an hour before, you're not working any harder.
You're not working less, though.
If I would rather see less emails
no, but this is
with
something
more information.
This is something that's supposed to take over those processes, not something that makes those processes more efficient.
Exactly. Yeah. That's my point. It's not for the benefit of the working class. That's my point. I know. We have opposite positions on this topic. That's fine. This specific one.
Yeah, but would you rather have... All right, pertaining to email, would you rather have somebody input information into an AI model that sends out 30 emails in a minute that has not the exact information that you would expect in that email, as opposed to the same person sending out 10 emails in 10 minutes with the particular information that you're looking for?
Oh, that was actually an issue they had with AI being like entirely unhelpful. But I think that's at like the current stage that it's at right now.
You're talking about if it was perfect, like if the emails were exactly what you want them to be over the course of a minute as opposed to 10 minutes.
Yeah, even when it's perfect, you're going to either be working the same or more. So what my statement is that you're going to be producing more.
What do you work more at? You can produce more. That doesn't mean that you're working more. What are you going to be working more at?
My initial point was it doesn't materially benefit the people because you're going to be producing more, right, for the people who own these companies while making the same amount of money. That was my initial point.
Because it's easier. Because the job becomes easier. So you can do more. You can do more with less labor.
Right, but again, this is about productivity. We don't reward productivity in the U.S. We don't.
Well, as a matter of fact, we do. We just reward it to the wealthy, not the employees.
This is not about.
Then, in that case, it's not productivity because they're not producing anything.
This is not productivity. It's about fucking technology, and it's about being able to write a code for an AI bot that will send all the emails for you, so you don't have to do a goddamn thing.
No, but then what's the purpose of you working?
That's the problem. That's going to be the problem here. It's not going to be that you're going to work harder. It's going to be that you probably won't have a fucking job.
Well, I said that they're still going to have people there, though. Right? So, okay,
but a hell of a lot less than they have right now.
A company cuts its workforce by, 80% because they have AI, right? The 20%, what are they going to be doing? Overseeing AI, the errors AI makes. They're going to be working the same amount or even more and making the same amount of money.
And that 80% don't work at all.
Yeah, you're still supporting my point. It's a net negative.
I'm not supporting your fucking point. I don't know what the fuck you mean by net negative. I would say not working. I would say not working is a net positive.
For who?
It's not that you just don't not
for the people that aren't fucking working.
What are you talking about?
For the people that aren't fucking working.
So they're getting paid not to work, bro?
Yeah, we have to do some sort of UBI or something like that. Obviously, that's
you think they're going to do
We have to.
I don't think that you're going to have a choice.
You should have said that first, because in my own assumption is people are going to be.
I'll say what I want to say. You can fuck off. How's that?
No, if you're making an argument,
I think you guys are saying the same thing.
I know.
No, he's a dipshit and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Why are you so disrespectful out of nowhere?
Because you are.
When was I disrespectful?
Cecil, I'm following you. You sound like a pretty smart guy, Mojo.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
He sounds like a pretty smart guy.
Again, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
I think AI is going to affect data entry first before.
Well, it already does. Most definitely. It already does. It already has.
Yeah.
Like
medical coding and.
Mm-hmm.
It's already doing that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's really fascinating that I was talking to somebody else the other day, and he proposed. He's like, the issue is going to be if people aren't working, how's the federal government? Now, of course, some people will be working, but if enough people aren't working, how do we fund the government? Because most of the funding comes from income taxes.
All right, I'm gonna tell you what the solution here. The solution here is just to move to a Marxist system, and this is going to give us a reason. This is going to give us a reason and a way to. This is
I agree. By the way,
shut the fuck up.
I agree with you. But...
Shut the fuck up.
This guy.
This is going to give us a reason and a way to do that. It changes capitalism. It evolves capitalism. We become a Marxist society. We utilize AI and robotics to provide all basic needs for everybody. And then you can do whatever the fuck you want with your free time.
Dude, what people are going to end up offing themselves because they have no purpose in life, Mojo.
Everybody's got a purpose in life. Everybody's got a goddamn telos. You've got something you like to do. Fishing. Whatever the fuck it is. Fishing, knitting, maybe you like to knit fucking sweaters. I don't know. Whatever the fuck you like to do, you're going to be able to do because all your basic needs are met.
Yeah, but Mojo, how many... I used to work part-time at Home Depot way back in the day, and we used to have people that would retire and just come back to work because they fucking could only do so much at home. They wanted the interaction with people. They wanted to like do things. They wanted to work and stay
stop you from doing that.
Yeah, but it sounds like that's what you want. You want AI and robots to
Nobody's
do everything
going to stop you from going out and talking to people.
We're all going to live in cubes.
I don't think that'll work.
I'm telling you, this is a perfect time to evolve an economic system.
We've replaced hunting animals with working, and I think that's good. I think that's a good thing.
Well, we've been sold the lie that they're the same thing when they're not.
Rich people's children don't work.
Yeah.
Look at them. They're doing fine. I'd like to have that life for a minute.
They're doing drugs and jumping off bridges. Fuck them.
That sounds like fun.
One day,
with the bungee cord.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Like, if I'm too content someday...
I agree with Mojo. I don't think we're going to have a dystopian future, right? I do think that it would be. I hope that we'd be able to go that way, Mojo.
I don't see that we would have a choice.
We'll have a slave system again. We'll have to sell ourselves to buyers.
Slave for what? What are they going to use?
They're going to have robots. They're going to replace all the schmex workers.
Hold on. So Mojo, I got a question for you. Do you think that if people, let's just say in a perfect world that you're suggesting that there's AI and robots that do all of our jobs and we don't have to work anymore, is there going to be space for people to do things? Do you think people are going to be able to like actually enjoy doing things?
Yeah, because we'll have time to want it, so it'll get built.
Well, there's going to be traffic nonstop. There's going to be congestion everywhere. There's going to be 9,000 people fishing in the same spot. There's going to be 9,000 people biking on the same trail. There's going to be 5 million people hiking on the same mountain at the same time. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm obviously over exaggerating, but
maybe. I mean, but then there's people. There's like. I mean, I think. I don't know you very well, but I think that you just have to imagine that there's I say different strokes for different folks. Some people I would want to go to Yosemite, and some people are going to want to, like, I don't know, knit or farm or whatever, but you'll be able to explore. We're just conditioned not to think that way. Do you know what I'm saying? Because of the way we were all brought up in this country, in this economic system, we are all bred to think just this way, like, oh no, I have to work or I will not be happy. That's just, if you think about it on the face of it, that's just a ludicrous notion.
well, I find happiness in working. I find happiness in seeing projects started and ended on my volition.
Who would stop you from doing that, man?
I also appreciate going like on vacation and not having 13 million people at the same resort. You know what I mean?
So now
I like the convenience.
So you think that you should be able to go do all this fun stuff, but other people shouldn't?
No. I think they shouldn't be able to do it at the same time as me. I like to be not
Well,
annoyed.
obviously, you
and
got to
not
make
bothered.
reservations.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like it would implore people to do more of the same things at the same times, and it's just going to create chaos.
What do you think they're going to put bunk beds in hotel rooms?
They're going to have to expand them because people are going to be wanting to go on vacation 24/7.
They don't have to expand them.
And there's really no such thing as a vacation at that point. It's just, there's no excitement there. There's no like, hey, we're going to do this in 2 months. It's like, we could do this right now.
What do you like to
boring.
do? What do you like to do? What do you do when you have free time? What do you do on the weekends? Just for enjoyment.
Well, I went to the casino today and I won $500. That was nice.
Ooh, congratulations.
Do you enjoy
Well,
going
just
to
hang
the
on
casino?
casinos all day.
Yeah, well, I like the casino a little bit. I like bingo, playing bingo at the casino. That's fun.
It's fun just because bingo's fun, or it's fun because you have a chance of winning money?
Well, there's that, and there's also the fact that everybody's fucking annoyed at one another because when they win, they get aggravated as everybody starts mumbling to themselves.
Well, then you can go do that. You could sit there and people watch all day at a fucking casino while you use your dauber to punch in your bingo numbers.
Some people won't want.
It's called the dabber, sir.
Some people aren't going to want to go to Yosemite. Some people are going to have. I mean, you're thinking that everybody's going to think just like you, and that's just simply not true. I mean,
well, what's a vacation for though?
Why do you call it a vacation if you don't have to work? Why would it be? It wouldn't even be a vacation. It would just be a Sunday. It would just be a Wednesday.
That's my point, though. It takes away from the fun and the.
See, that's because you're conditioned to think that way.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but taking a nice dip in turquoise water with white sand beaches, that's always going to be fun.
Yeah,
it'll be even more fun if I don't have to fucking pay for it.
or just not thinking about anything. That's the whole point of a vacation, is that you're not thinking about work. You need time to get away and have a different perspective.
What happens when you don't have to think about things? You start losing your mind.
No, that sounds
What are you talking about?
Give it a try.
You
That's how
rot.
stay mentally healthy too, though, is to have that downtime where you can just be bored. Like being bored is really important.
I think you guys are crazy. I don't think this is going to go anywhere. That's best case scenario. This is not going to go the way you think it is. I think if people can hoard wealth, they're going to do it. And this just gives them an opportunity. Whoever owns the AI gets to hoard everything. And I just don't think this is going to go the way it is.
Wealth for what?
Paying $28,000 a month for a yacht to just sit and park in the water. Like, doesn't Bezos do that? Somebody, one of those quadbillionaires. Hi, thanks for having me up, Mojo. I don't think that this is going to be anything like what we're thinking. So, like, I imagine my grandparents who spent hours, like, sitting and writing their checks and literally balancing their checkbooks. And I literally look at my life now and it takes me 5 minutes to pay my bills because everything is like, on technology, right? I go click, I go authorize, it's all there. My banking institution has a little pie chart that tells me like where my money goes. I don't have to balance a checkbook. Like obviously I keep my eye on it, but like how many hours have I saved by not spending that time like my grandparents and actually my parents? My mom taught me how to write checks, right? Hardly anybody writes checks anymore. So like nobody that was writing checks 60 years ago was sitting there thinking that we're now going to have these little computers in our hands that we pay all of our bills on. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know what the world's going to be, but I don't think it's what we are sitting here talking about. And I'm not even sure it's going to be UBI. Like, I don't think UBI will ever happen because I think people are too selfish and greedy. And not that that's what I want. I mean, I want everybody to have a roof over their head and food in their stomachs, but I don't think that's where we're going as a society.
I don't think it should ever get there.
I want it to get there.
I don't think it should. Doesn't mean it won't. Like, I literally think this is going to be dystopian as AF.
I don't think it will, but if it does get that bad, I'm hoping we all get like universal basic income.
I mean, look at what it is now. We have the opportunity to live kind of like a utopian existence now, and why don't we?
I mean, people are paying thousands of dollars for like their diabetes medications in our country, and like it's like it's crazy. Like it's to think of this world where we have UBI, like when we don't even care enough about our own people to like pay for them to go to the doctor. Like, come on, like I don't know. I'm not hopeful. I mean, right now we're using AI to continue to imperialize. That's what AI is being used for. Like, let's be real. Like, that's what we're doing with our AI right now. Like, look at the news, and we're going to continue to do that.
I think it's funny that we talk
We
about.
won't be able to compete. Compete for what?
We talk about UBI. What about those people that win the lottery and they go broke within like 2 years? You're like, people just don't know what
billions or millions of dollars in like either one shot or something like that.
Yeah, UBI doesn't matter, dude.
And they're famous, so everybody comes asking for their money.
If I won $1 million, I put that shit right in the stock market.
Well, it's because if you're a financial person and you're not going to have money if you're if you're not greedy. Like that's the reality. Like you cannot be wealthy. Right. Like you cannot be wealthy, like, and be, like look at Taylor Swift, for example. Like she is now marketing her stuff on Apple, or Disney Plus or whatever, her wedding and everything. Like at a certain point, like, I don't know what she uses. I used to have a lot of respect. I still do have a lot of respect for her because I don't know obviously what she does with her money, but like I look at her as somebody that is at least an honorable, wealthy person, right?
Yeah,
there's very few out there.
She complained about closed borders, but yet she blocked off like 5 blocks in New York City to have her stupid wedding. I guess walls work. Fuck her.
That was a funny comparison. Anyway, but my point is I don't think you can be rich and not be like somewhat I don't know, sociopathic, for lack of better words. I'm not big on psychology terms, but I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say. Like you got to be a little or a lot of kind of greedy, right? Or you're not going to be wealthy very long, and that's why so many people who win the lottery don't keep their wealth because anybody who comes, they don't say no. They don't have the boundaries to say no, and so they don't keep it for very long because the second that you have money, and even when you don't have money, people will come and ask you for things, right? So
but that's why I think that human nature is when people, that's one of my arguments against like socialism and Marxism is our human nature. We're inundated with things and materialism, and we just can't, we ultimately all have different ideas. Nature.
Oh my God.
There is.
Stop it. No, that's not. I mean, do you feel that way about paying taxes for the fire department? Does that bother you, or is it just normal?
No, there's always good. No. Social fucking. These social programs I'm fine with. I'm not against social programs. People need help. I get all that. It's just when you expect people to essentially sell their labor and equally distribute their labor to people. I don't agree with that. I think some people are just more.
It's not about selling their labor and it being equally distributed. Socialists want the laborers to own their own labor, so that they're not working for somebody else. They're working for themselves. They're working for their coworkers. They own the company. We want
but that
it
labor
is literally owning the
into
means of production, and somehow you guys always equate that to some central authority figure taking your money and giving it to somebody that didn't work as hard. That's not what socialism is.
That's what socialism does, dude.
No, it doesn't.
That's what kind of the fear, the scare tactic.
That is what the right has been saying for fucking years.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
I mean, what is the largest corporation in North America that's a co-op, Civics, or even just the United States? Do you know?
There's a bread company.
Probably be Winco.
I know,
grocery store chain.
Hold on, Civics. Hold on,
one too, are they not?
Civics.
I'm sorry.
How does that make any sense?
Are you
If-
getting
what
abducted
makes
by
sense?
aliens
if in
again?
a social, yeah, that's funny. I heard that too. In a socialist economy, in a socialist
The
system,
fuck is that?
Yeah, dude, it's like a wand.
Cecil, mute up.
Oh, someone's calling me.
It's
Oh, the vibration.
vibrating.
Yeah, one sec.
Dairy Farmers of America
Good
is
worry.
a co-op. 23
You got
billion.
that thing vibrating pretty hard, buddy. I wonder what's going on over there.
CHS Incorporated.
Sat on my table this way.
Maybe
Happy
AI
Sunday.
can do something
Ace
good.
Hardware, REI are all worker co-ops.
REI is another big one, yeah.
Although apparently
But I
that's
would say
different.
probably Winco in terms of size and the services that they offer.
I mean,
I don't.
But REI
understand.
is
I think
huge because they're outside of North America too.
And if
the workers,
sorry.
if the workers own the means of production, right, and we're talking about like these social welfare programs, all this stuff, right? You're owning the means of production means you have to put into the system equally, essentially, because you're equally owning the means of production.
You just collectively
Whatever labor you do put in, you are the actual benefactor of. Like you get paid for your actual worth. You have certain
That's not
rights.
socialism.
you collectively
That's capitalism.
own
That's
you
capitalism.
collectively own the risk instead of having one person who got some favorable deal with a bank and they get to own the business. Let's say there's 10 employees, the 10 of you go to the bank and you start a business and the 10 of you own it equally. And if you want to
can
bring on
already
an
do that
11th,
now.
it depends on how you can do that now. That's why I'm advocating for co-ops, and co-ops could, if we bolstered co-ops, they could actually, in a market economy, they could actually challenge some of these big companies and more people consciously buy things at co-ops because they know that the workers own that business. If you knew that you had a choice between a grocery store or a Walmart where there's some fucking overlord that isn't fucking paying their employees well, or somewhere else where all of the employees that work there own it, you're going to go there.
Yes, but if 10 people bought a company as opposed to one person buying a company, those 10 people are still technically part of the hierarchy of that company. So you still need employees to do the work.
No, they are the
Well, they are.
Employees.
We're too far gone to have more co-ops, though, aren't we? Like, isn't there? I mean, we have more billionaires than we ever have, like in all of history. So, like,
we can take care of them.
Oh, can we now, Mojo? Can we now?
we're going to create more thousandaires.
Worker co-ops have a harder time getting starting loans just because it's sort of the biases against them in
Really?
banks.
There's
But
actually
other
a
than
bank
that-
that's made just for them.
But other than that, they're more resilient long term. They close, they go out of business much less often. I don't remember the other facts about them, but they're still a very good idea, even like in hyper capitalism.
I mean, unless I'm mistaken, a lot of the ag, dairy, a lot of that in that industry, there's a lot of co-ops.
Yeah. Yeah, I just looked at that. The Dairy Farmers of America, it's like $50 billion a year or some shit.
Yeah.
But aren't they having to be supplemented by the federal government regularly?
What did you say?
Aren't they having to be supplemented? Like, aren't they having to be supported on some level?
Are you talking
Like,
about
I know
Because they're a co-op because of the industry that they're in.
Yeah.
My argument
Well, no, I'm
is
talking
why are we
about-
supplementing? Okay, why are we supplementing? Okay, that's one example of dairy farmers, and I think that's a different type of co-op. The co-op that I'm talking about is where workers actually own the business, and the business itself is just shared equally. And usually why they are more sustainable is because they do establish rainy day funds, or if you want to call them sovereign wealth funds or something along those lines, where that money gets pooled and then they buy things like to R&D, or in case the market fluctuates, they have a safety net to fall back on, and they don't have to lay people off.
You need free enterprise to do that, though.
Right. No, what do you mean by free enterprise?
You need a free market in order to
He
determine
just
any
said
of those
a
things.
market socialist system.
But he's trying to put a bow on socialism. You can't do that.
What do you mean you can't do that? What does that mean? You can't do
You
that?
can't because like he's trying to essentially, instead of having the entirety of the workers owning the means of production, only have 10 people own the means of production in a particular
What
company.
do you think the worker? You have a fundamental misunderstanding of what socialism is. It's evident. So now you want me to fit my definition of what you think socialism is and calling me wrong. Do you see how that's dumb?
I'm not calling you wrong. I'm saying you're putting a fancy bow on socialism.
It's not. It's having an understanding of how socialism works and not what was taught and wherever the fuck you thought that it was so evil. Once you actually learn how it works and what the concept of workers owning their means of production actually means, it's not that fucking crazy.
Okay, here's my issue with this entire conversation. I think we are too fucking far gone into capitalism that we could never get enough co-op. Like, I agree that co-ops are a beautiful idea. I think it would be wonderful. But we are too far gone in capitalism. Like, I don't think it could ever reasonably happen.
We just outlawed corporations. We just outlawed corporations and we make everybody set up a co-op.
I also think that the nihilism.
You're gonna spiral me into our legislators being paid off too. I mean, come on.
This is crazy.
The nihilism is giving them a win that they don't deserve.
What if we just did it a piecemeal? Like, wait, I'm not done. What
none
if
of this is gonna work.
No, Lib, can I talk? Thank you. What if we
Yeah, stop crying. Stop crying those lib tears.
like
public
okay,
ownership?
I think
Like, fuck
wait, hold up.
socialism.
I think civics is going to be better at this than me, and I wish Pallet was here. But utilities with like
What the fuck is
doesn't
wrong with
Tennessee?
me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi Mojo.
You just want Marxism. You don't count.
No, wait, let me finish. Doesn't the Tennessee Valley Authority supply energy? Oh, yeah, will you please tell them? Because you know where I'm trying to go.
It's a publicly owned and funded. They do electricity, right? So just everybody that lives in the Tennessee Valley, their electric bill is subsidized because it's publicly owned. They have investments in their infrastructure. It's a well-oiled machine. If we kept going with publicly owned utilities, and here's the thing. I want nationalized utilities up until a certain point, and I want things that the federal government should provide. Other than that, I do think that their state and local governments are going to know way more than Washington will ever know, which is why I'm not a Marxist-Leninist, because they had this fucking crazy idea that Moscow was somehow going to know the fucking the intricacies of what was going to happen in fucking Kiev and Kherson. It's not. That was a satellite state. You can't have central planning like that. You can't have central planning when it comes to your utilities. If nobody had to worry about their healthcare, their education, their heating, their air conditioning, all of that, their internet, if all of that is covered, including for businesses, you could have co-ops that are thriving, because then you'd have like-minded people that wanted to get together and build a worker-owned enterprise and do whatever the fuck they want. It could be a brewery, it could be a fucking daycare, it could be a lawn mowing company. It doesn't fucking matter. The point is that rather than having one person or two people control the company and get all of the profits, it is distributed amongst the people that fucking work there. It's not that
They already
difficult.
do
It's
that
not
by
crazy.
paying the employees.
The only thing that's crazy, and I'm going to go back to what I said before, is that we're too far gone. And even Mojo brought it back to regulation and legislation, right? How do we do that? We got to get money out of friggin' politics. That shit's not going to happen. So we're back to square one, right?
I think the people will get themselves there, like once they get fed up with the current system.
No.
Yeah,
No way.
I mean,
It's not
I agree.
happening.
I agree. I think the best thing for Democrats has been Donald Trump and MAGA.
I don't
Absolutely.
want
We
public
also need to
ownership
get
of
fucking lazy
resources.
liberals out of the fucking way who are nihilistic and say it's the system. We need to fuck that shit. It's been middle ground goddamn liberals that have been getting in the goddamn way. The DSA and people that actually want to do something about bringing power back to the workers. People that are corporatists and being like, oh, well, we could just do a little bit of the bullshit. The middle never got us anything. And we need to stop pretending like finding some kind of middle ground at the right is going to get anything fucking done. No, it's not.
Agree.
I don't want
Wait,
public
Jay.
ownership of utilities and resources. Fuck that.
Why?
No way. Never gonna happen.
You already, your taxes already pay into
Never.
it anyways, except you would actually have some ownership over it versus like some corporate who doesn't even care about you, who only cares about
Who
the profits.
wants ownership
I mean, you're getting,
over fucking natural resources? You understand how fucking difficult it is to maintain
how many water
natural
companies,
resources?
how many
What
water
are we
companies
talking
are
about?
there?
I mean,
We're
How
not
many
complaining
water
about
companies
working-
are there?
Hold on, we're
I don't-
already complaining about working too hard, and they're gonna want to fucking maintain natural resources.
You're
Come
not
on,
going to
dude.
be out there with a pickaxe.
You're
fucking-
already
That's
doing
crazy.
it though.
You have to.
No,
you
we are
have to mine the
absolutely-
materials.
We are
You have to
absolutely
mine the
putting-
materials.
We're
You have to take care of the
absolutely putting this
reservoirs.
dipshit out there with a pickaxe.
Okay, yeah, I guess.
You have to fucking take care of the fucking resources.
Like,
you have
oh
to
shit,
take
I gotta
care
go
of
check
all
on the
these things. Fuck
squirrels
that,
at my
dude.
park. My
Oh,
God.
good.
All it means
Oh,
is that,
good.
you know, okay, so there was a country in Europe that gave personhood to a forest. And you might think, well, that sounds ridiculous. But the reason that they did it was so that that tract of land had certain rights and it couldn't be deforested. It was this whole thing. And the people all wanted to keep that forest.
They already
So-
have that now with conservation, dude.
Well, that's been
Yes.
rolling back.
No,
And it's
I'm all
not-
set with
I
that.
mean, would not,
that.
like, if you had a co-op and it's people in your area and they own it, wouldn't you rather, I mean,
No.
you don't even know what I was
No.
going to say. I was going to
No.
wouldn't
Just
you
the
rather
answer is
think maybe
no, I
a
don't want
million a
co-op.
year?
But you
don't
pay
know.
for it anyways. It doesn't mean you have to
didn't-
physically do
wait,
it. You pay for it anyway.
I love it because we're going to be able to do it and you're going to have to just like it or fucking
It's not gonna
All right,
happen.
sorry you're
Zero
going to like your
chance.
job more.
Equal distribution of wealth and goods. Fuck
That's
that.
not what
dude.
it is.
I'm good.
Who said that? Hold on, time out. Who said that?
That's a core principle of socialism.
I'm fighting some fucking straw man that you made because you had some fucking poor understanding of what socialism is, and you keep
What is the
bringing
core
back
principle of socialism, civics? What are the core
the
principles?
fucking
Tell me right
workers
now.
owning the fucking means of production. How many fucking times do I have
The
to
core
repeat it?
principles.
That's
Core
it.
That
principles.
is it. That's it.
My
That
God.
is the definition.
Literally is
That
it.
is the definition of socialism.
Yeah. If you read Marx, all he talks about is A, how capitalism alienates us from our labor. We don't get paid as much as we're actually worth. B, the way that companies set up manufacturing chains and stuff hides the cost of products. And as things get easier over time, that shit is not passed down to us, as we all know over the past 60 years. And then he talks about like how we have to actually stop being slaves to just
Okay.
this weird group.
The thing about so in civics you just said the workers owning whatever the means of production and all that bullshit. That's the
Whatever.
problem. You have
Whatever.
to distinguish
Bullshit.
all of the means of that production. You have to distinguish the economic aspects of it, the public aspect of it, the distribution aspect of it, the social
Right.
safety nets that have to be involved in order for all those things to work. You're just saying the definitional aspect of it without telling people the entirety of it and how it will work. And that's the problem. You guys want to talk about socialism as in
Wait, but it's no di-
equality for everybody. You can't get equality for everybody when we are inherently
No.
not equal people.
Grab
It's
more
never
straw
going to
man.
happen.
Build that straw man. Build
Some
that
of us
straw
are
man
more
right up.
equal.
It's
I
not.
get
It's
it.
not a straw man. It's the fucking reality. That's why
No.
we have capitalism.
You
yet
think
we all
that is
deserve equal rights.
acceptable?
Socialism never worked for these reasons.
It does work. Market socialism is being used right now.
In what? In small scale, not on
You
the grand
realize-
scale. You can do
You
that in
realize that
small
when capitalism
areas.
started failing in the 1890s, in the turn of the century, that they had to inject fucking social programs as a way to combat it. Because you, in your fucking fantasy world, you think that we live in some kind of free market. Fuck no. We had to establish
I'm
that
fine
that
with
safety net.
social
That safety net,
programs.
rather than being a safety net, should be the principle of what our fucking economy runs on. If we
No,
democratize,
because that
We live in a
creates
corporate
laziness.
welfare state.
our way of
We live in a
government,
corporate
if we
welfare state.
if we've
Exactly.
democratized our way of government and by having transparency and making decisions, being like, I don't like the way that fucking guy was doing that, let's vote him out. The same shit could be done with our fucking economy. That's what socialists are trying to get to, specifically democratic socialists. We are trying to democratize our workplace by having labor own the means of production. That is the principle of socialism. You keep grabbing shit from the USSR and other fucking fear-mongering shit from the McCarthy era and trying to inject that into the fucking conversation.
It doesn't work because the workers don't want it to work.
None of us have advocated for that.
The workers don't want it to work.
So stop strawmanning it.
The workers don't want it to work. You just
people
think
ask,
like you.
Go
That's
ask,
the problem.
Go ask a worker if they'd rather be part owner or just an employee.
Yeah, exactly.
Most people don't want to be a fucking part owner because they don't want to deal with the bullshit of running a fucking company.
You are.
It's the dude. I don't even.
Mojo's talking about being a shareholder.
He's talking about being a shareholder. You can't be a shareholder, Mojo, because the shareholder, the guy who gives the capital, takes a huge risk. Understand that. You know how many startups fail every year? All that money is gone.
50%.
No, it's not. God, you're an idiot.
80, 90%. 90% of startups fail.
Exactly.
I can give you so many names. 90%.
That's not true. That's not true at all, as a matter of fact. Within 5 years, 50% of new companies fail.
Yeah, there you
Within
go.
5 years.
Oh
It doesn't matter. They assume the risk for the company failing or
But the employees would bear the risk now.
And honestly,
the
there is no
employees
risk.
don't want
Honestly,
to bear the risk.
And honestly, in the
So
system,
where would
we
they
have-
get the capital
honestly, in the system we have right now, there is no risk. You set up an LLC, and all you have to risk is the LLC. And if it goes bad, then you file bankruptcy on your LLC, and you start a new goddamn company.
And
There is no
controversial
fucking risk.
opinion here, the worker ends up like freaking absorbing most of the risk because, well, they rely on the monthly income. And guess who gets fired when the company wants to make extra money?
There you go.
Why would the work? Hold on. If the workers own the means of production, what are they going to do? Keep running the fucking company into the ground if it doesn't
I'm
work?
saying they're going,
or just
they're
consume
going
another
to assume
company.
the same risk they're already assuming right now, bro.
It would be even worse
They're
for
not
them if the
assuming.
company
Okay, hold on.
Hold on.
a
Wait,
second.
I mean, I'm placating to what he's saying specifically. I understand they don't assume any risk necessarily, right?
Thank you.
But
They
I'm
don't.
placating to what he's saying and saying that whatever risk we're assuming right now, we would get that and the benefit kind of cancels out if you think about it that way, right? So it's like imagine I've worked for a sales company before, right? One of the benefits of working for a sales company is having bonuses when the company does really well, having that sent out. And so that's one of their marketing, major marketing points of these companies. Like, hey, if we make an extra 1% in profit this year, we're going to send you like monetary compensation, right? People work more. Right? So it's not a thing where people...
Can I ask you a question, though?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? Okay.
No,
so
say no.
If he already said yes, it's too late. If Tesla needs to raise capital, like when Tesla was going bankrupt, they had to raise capital, right? This is like hundreds of millions of dollars to mass produce the Model 3 so that they could actually then become profitable. And then once they were able to do that, so they had to raise a lot of capital, hundreds of millions of dollars, right? High risk, because if they don't get the Model 3 out in time, they may fail.
How do they back that risk? How do they mitigate that risk, Jay?
There's no risk backing. That's why.
How do they mitigate that risk, Jay?
What do you mean they issued stock?
How do they mitigate that risk, Jay?
Exactly. They issued stock equity.
No.
To the
How do
investors.
they went to their investors and say, "Hey, we already have funding from the government. It's not that risky."
They didn't. No, that's not.
Yes, they
That's
fucking
not-
did.
It's because they had
yes,
assets.
they fucking did.
I'll give you a name.
Civics.
They absolutely did.
Listen, there's
They
so
put
many
loans
companies.
against their assets.
There is
Go
this
ahead,
one
Jay.
company, I forgot, this British-based electric EV company that had these prototypes but never actually manufactured, and they failed. Investors lost hundreds of millions of dollars. I forgot the name. I'll get you the name right now. But there's Astra, that's the rocket launching, that Rocket Lab. They were competing as Rocket Lab, couldn't make it, so they had to they got delisted from NASDAQ. They had to go back to private investors. So all I'm trying to say here is when you are putting, employees don't have that capital. Okay, startup has 50 to 100 employees. You can raise because okay. I want to ask you a question. Okay, so that's
What's
fine.
the incentive to raise capital?
No,
There would
listen.
be no
Let's
incentive to do these
Wait,
let's
you
ask
guys,
that lady the
you're
question.
so indoctrinated in capitalism, and God, I can't believe I just said that.
Oh, Paula, let me ask you this question. There are 50 employees in a startup. You need $500 billion.
Okay, but
Or
you're
is each
framing it all
employee
around
going
how
to?
You can
CEOs
get
make
a
money.
loan jointly.
From
Thank
who?
you.
From who?
From a
50
bank.
employees can get $500
From
million
a bank.
loan,
Yeah,
line of credit.
jointly. Yeah. Here's what you do. You file
Oh my
LLC,
God.
you get incorporated, you file your bylaws and your charter and all the other appropriate documents. Then what you do is you go to a bank and you show them your proposal and you can get a loan jointly. That's how corporations
Then
do it as well.
if banks did that, they're assuming the risk. No bank would give you that loan.
I'm sorry.
If a $500 million
I
loan.
don't know how many businesses you've underwritten, but that is
Zero.
exactly how it's done.
Zero. He's speaking from his feels. Jay, enough of this nonsense that they're the ones taking the risk. Employees and laborers take a fucking risk too. I'm taking a risk that some dipshit named Jay is going to start a business and that he's going to get the capital to fund my fucking salary for a year and to pay for my child's daycare. That's a huge fucking risk. Enough of this nonsense where we're fucking grandstizing all these goddamn people that are taking the fucking risk. When Mojo said it perfectly.
If you're working as a product manager in SpaceX
and just build up a new business name. What kind of fucking risk
if you're
is
working
that?
in a large
the risk
tech
comes
company
with labor. That's where the real risk is.
No, that's not
You have to
true.
lie
If you're
to
working
people
as
and
a
tell them that you're
large-
gonna. I'm not done. Why the fuck are you both talking over me? The risk lies with the goddamn
private
labor.
price
Always
controls.
fucking has. You are taking a risk with your time and energy to make sure that you're gonna have a fucking livelihood. That's a fucking risk.
What
I'm
did
tired of this
Elon
goddamn
Musk
risk.
If you work
his
let's say you work
The
in
fucking
Meta. Let's say you
capitalist
work
is the
in
only
Meta
one
as a
taking a
product
risk.
manager. Let's say you work in Meta or some large bank as a
Jay, I
product
have a
manager.
question for you.
You can't
What
even
did-
quantify your work.
What did Elon Musk do when his business was going bankrupt? When his business failed, what did Elon Musk do?
What do you mean? What did he do? Which business
What did
failed?
he do when Tesla was about to go under? What did he do?
He went to investors and got funded. I had Tesla shares in
No,
2018 when that shit went down.
he took care of it himself.
No,
he literally bought his own
raised
fucking company
capital.
out.
No, that is the first instance after which he went and raised
Oh,
capital.
okay. So you told me no,
After
and then
he
you're
got
like,
all
yeah.
his-
After
yeah,
he did
Musk-
that, come
Musk
on.
always buys out all his shares. He just likes to own all the shares before
That's
IPO.
the point we're trying to make
Maximize
to
profit.
you. There's
So what's
a
wrong with
point where somebody owns so much shit
Yeah.
that it doesn't fucking matter anymore, and
Okay,
the
but do you-
sole responsibility is on whether or not they can get somebody to work for them at that point. And
Okay, but
they're
do
the
you
people who are truly invested. There is no risk. Elon Musk doesn't risk shit. Jeff Bezos doesn't risk shit.
Of course,
can I
Neither
just
of them
respond?
do
Can I
at this
respond to that?
point.
Can I respond to that real quick? Can I respond to that? You know, I would work.
No.
I would love to have Elon as my CEO
No, you
because
can't.
Elon has a skill
No,
to raise
I said
capital.
No, I said no. I said no.
That's because you're not a woman, by the way.
All right. Okay.
You know, I would like to not base my economy off of the richest ghouls inside of it.
But you'd rather base your economy off of dumb fuck people on the streets that are
the
gonna
average
eat.
person.
That's wild.
No, I'm good.
So you're going to make the correlation of how much money somebody makes to their intelligence.
Exactly.
That's
Yes.
stupid.
Hold on, I'll
Because that's
start
kind of how it is now.
There's no meritocracy in this country.
Yeah,
That's how it is now.
Lib tears. Let's watch this real
No,
quick.
it's
Have you
not.
ever worked? Have you ever worked at a company where you had a
Not
dipshit
true.
fucking manager that didn't know what they were doing?
Yeah, but that's not the top
Hold on,
echelon.
I'm asking Lib Tears. I'm not asking the idiot Jay. I'm asking Lib Tears here.
Okay.
Lib Tears, have you ever worked somewhere where you and like your coworkers were the smartest guys there, and you're like, why the fuck do we listen to this
Nope.
asshole?
No.
You've never worked at that company? Well, you're
Nope.
fucking lucky because the majority of companies, the laborers, the people that are there day to day, they know their job better than some fucking pencil pusher. And that's what we're trying to say
sounds
here.
speculative.
You're sitting here
That sounds
saying
speculative.
the employees can't run their own companies because the employees are the ones that fucking know what they're doing. Of course they know how to run companies. They know what they're doing. That doesn't mean that you can't have a structure where you maybe have a CFO or a CEO. There's still just one person, one vote. At the end of the day, you have an organizational structure where they can still run the company the way that you're comfortable with some kind of hierarchy. But the point is, the direction that the company's going to go in, it's just one person, one vote. That's what we're asking for.
What's the incentive for that CFO to not make that decision based off of his personal experience and his personal educational level, as opposed to a fucking jackass who's just pressing buttons on the fucking machine?
And they convince that jackass pressing buttons. They're the ones that convince him. They're saying, hey, I'm using my expertise. I'm using my education. This is the direction I think that we're going. This is the direction that I think we're going. Let's put it to a vote. That's what happens.
It's equal ownership, civics. You can't. No, that's not how that
just
works.
think about it like
you just missed what I just said. Repeat back what I said.
I heard everything you just said.
You think the
CFO? You think the CFO inherently? You think the CFO inherently is going to be like, we're all equals here? They go to fucking school for a reason, to be better.
Okay.
That's what people go to school for.
Can I respond real quick? Can I please respond?
Give me a break, dude.
Can I please respond?
Tears, I think you're on
just like fucking just like pushing aside these fucking really intelligent people in society just because you want to make them equals. Fuck that. There's a reason why they go to school.
You're unable to dissociate from the current system. So when we describe something different, you always walk your way back to the current system and attribute all of the characteristics of those roles to this new system. Right? It might be a difficulty you have. I'd say really look into it.
No, because it's not going to fucking happen. They go to school for a reason.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
They want to make more money. They want to feed their family. They want to provide for their family.
And so does the engineer.
Why are you telling us the obvious,
so does the president, and so does the secretary.
Is fucking crazy,
dude. I feel like you just need to deconstruct your notions because if you just think like a publicly traded company and all the people buying the shares, except for in this case, the people that own the shares of the company are the actual employees. That's really, to me, that's like that's really the only big difference.
That is not true. That is
you
not true.
think the dumb fuck that's on the floor should be equal part ownership as the mechanical engineer?
You're an elitist
because you're contributing to the labor. Yes.
You lived here. You're an elitist snob. You're an elitist
snob. To a company, then you get
that's crazy.
And guys, I think like
can I please speak? Can I please speak?
Let me finish this point real quick. When you talk to individuals who are incredibly defensive of like a system like capitalist, you come to realize that they're more defensive of the hierarchy that exists because of capital and what it means in this society, right?
No, because of fucking intelligence, dude.
What is
you
intelligence,
don't care about
bro?
intelligence.
They're the ones that take upon the risk
Hey
of
guys,
benefiting
I
and growing
have
the
some
company.
breaking news. Just because someone doesn't value making money doesn't mean they're not intelligent.
Thank you.
It could mean that they're more intelligent. Shocker.
What is intelligence? Live tears.
There are multiple intelligences.
Here's the
I know
real
I'm not
shocker,
live tears.
Or live tears. Mojo and I will disagree on this, but in your scenario that we were just talking about, where the CFO has to quote unquote, convince his fellow owners of a direction that the company wants to go in, I don't live in a world where that person should make as much money. I do think if you have the education, you might get paid more as the CFO. That's where they're going to be a little bit different. They're making more than the dumbass that just pushes buttons. However, that CFO, just because they're educated doesn't mean that they have more weight to throw around in terms of their vote when it comes down to voting, because they're equal fucking owners in the company. That's what you can't grasp. Because again, the workers owning the means of production is fucking socialism.
Even in
CFO inherently, the CFO is usually inherently the one who takes on the financial risk for the company. They make the financial decisions for the company.
They have to get it through the board of directors.
I
just want to get a point in, guys. I just want to get a point. Okay, can I just get a point in? The main job of a CEO, the main job of a CEO is to raise capital. If you guys don't understand that, you don't understand anything. How many of you here can raise $5 million? How many of you guys can raise $5 million? Do you have the networks? Okay, you're doing paperwork for them.
Hey.
Do you have the networks?
Hey. I have an unlimited Amex.
Ooh. Dude, you can make jokes, man. That's
Sugar daddy.
I'm not kidding. I have a fucking Amex with no limit.
I actually worked for a startup one time. It failed, and I wished Elon was our CEO. I worked when I was much younger, but I wished Elon was my CEO, because if I had that capital, I probably would be a multi-millionaire right now and not working and not be on this live right now.
Oh, doesn't sound like you're very smart then, I guess. According
Well, I
to
got a
your
regular
logic.
job. I got a regular job in stock options and shit. But these were like matured companies, so you can't make that much. But let's say you join a startup pre-IPO, way pre-IPO, and you're able to make a product and then get funded all the way to the IPO. You're going to be a $100 million plus person. The guy who works as, I don't know.
Oh, hey Mojo, when you got
what
that
those are
American
called?
Express card in the mail, did your IQ go up? I'm just wondering.
No,
No, it's
It
not
didn't?
even.
Oh,
It's not
It
even in my
did.
name.
It
It's
did.
not even.
Doesn't it?
Wait, hold on. It's not even in my name. It's in a corporate name. So it's
Oh, that's even
it's my
better.
corporation, but
So you're in the professional working class, Jay. Have you ever had
Hold on. I need just 10 seconds. Jay, what you just described is called a unicorn company. There's a reason they are called unicorn companies. They don't fucking exist that often. Your concept of you get funded all the way to IPO, that shit doesn't happen. It's happened a handful of times. They're called unicorn companies for a reason.
I can list you 50 companies where it has happened. 50 companies.
But 500,000 that did the same thing and failed.
Startups
how much
have
was
to go
Nvidia
that route
stock
most of the time.
Okay, how much was Nvidia stock? How much was Palantir stock in, say, Nvidia stock in 2015, and how much was Palantir stock in 2023? $5 a share. Their market cap was under $5 or $10 billion, and it skyrocketed 10x, 20x. Went up to $120.
It's because they started using all that shit in Palestine.
Google it, dude.
What
Google
the
it.
fuck are you talking about?
Why am I lying?
He's just pointing out a fact. That's all.
You're just pointing out that rich people feed on all of our productivity and find scammy ways to make as much money as possible. That's all you're explaining right now.
That's not true. That's not true.
I think going to the fact of starting a business, going to startups, is very telling of that, because the vast majority of businesses are not startups where they think of a product and have fucking IPO meetings and shit. It's just people going to work every day, running a business, like running a store, running a contracting company. Like I ran a company for about a decade just doing like security work where you just...
Nobody runs stores in America, dude. I don't know which. Are you 1980s right now? Nobody runs stores in America. You want hardware, you go to Home Depot or Lowe's. You want groceries, you go to Kroger, you go to fucking Whole Foods, whatever.
Are those not stores?
Walmart.
Those are stores.
Yeah, but nobody,
Those are all stores that people
no, it's not a mom and pop store where he's like a small business owner. Oh, let me go meet my customers and say, hey, good morning, Bill. How's your daughter-in-law?
That's what
Nobody does that anymore, dude.
The new businesses are not just giant 401k.
Yeah, but we don't have those anymore. You understand that, right?
Snapped, Jay.
There are no mom and pop stores anymore.
That's
not
think
true.
That's completely true.
That's not true at all.
I mean,
It's pretty
you could drive
accurate.
around
COVID
the
destroyed
hometown. You'll see
everybody.
tons of mom and pops everywhere, especially in the restaurant.
COVID destroyed small businesses.
Okay, how many of you guys buy your medicines from like pharmacies that are owned
No,
by local
what about
person
like
in your
what about
town?
restaurant?
I do, in fact. I do.
Oh, come on! What do you live in?
I
Some
swear to God.
Hicksville?
I mean,
No,
come on.
No, I live in
Probably
one of the
Walgreens,
major cities
CVS.
in Southern California. No, I don't go there only. Majority of my medication comes from a small pharmacy. Swear to fucking God.
Walmart.
So new
Rite
businesses
Aid.
have actually
But
gone
Jay-
up since COVID.
But Jay, there are other small businesses are like 60-70%. Is that about right? I can't recall. It's a lot. So those are all mom and pops.
Yep. Just because
Small
you
business
think of
could
a
be
brick and
under
mortar-
50 employees. That's not a mom and pop store.
Yeah, that is a mom and.
He's talking
that
about
is-
1, 2, 3, 4 employees.
Yeah, there
Small
those
mom and pop.
Those
Small
are
mom and pop
like,
pharmacies
well-
don't exist anymore.
I'm not talking about pharmacies. I was just talking about businesses. Are we talking about pharmacies and I misunderstood?
Yeah, okay.
And my small pharmacy literally is a family. It's a
Where do
single
you buy your
family
food?
who owns it.
guys,
Like if you're only going to bring up 1980s grocery stores.
Jay, I swear to God, I fucking hate you. You do this every time. You make the panel chaotic.
He's a boot.
No, I started yelling first.
He's got to lick his billionaire boots.
He came in after I started
I'm a
yelling.
bootlicker and a ladder puller. Ladder puller who also licks boots.
Shut up! Shut up!
Yeah, I'm both.
Shut up! You've been good all afternoon, Love Tears. And then he comes in, now everybody's fucking screaming over each other. What is wrong with you people?
Yeah, but I hate socialism. I hate it.
We understand.
We get that, man, but you hate socialism the way that you were taught socialism works, right? You couldn't engage with what I was saying. You still don't understand how a worker co-op or an employee-owned business would work, and how that would be the bare essential of a market economy. Because co-ops would compete with one another. You'd still have competition. You'd still have choice.
Your life wouldn't even change that much. It's just that it would be better.
How would it be better when I have dumb fucks making decisions for companies? That is such a dumb argument. What are we talking about? People are dumb, dude. You want the average 80 IQ in America running a fucking $300 billion company?
Average is
holy shit.
Average is 100.
The Somalis run daycares.
The average IQ in America is 85, sir.
Somalis do run daycares, though. Successful daycares in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Somalis.
Average IQ, by definition, is 100.
Wrong.
The average IQ is 100. It's a moving scale that they update based on.
Yeah, but you're wrong, so.
Live Tears.
That's actually true. That's actually
that
true.
everyone
the
else
average
is
IQ
dumb.
in the U.S. is 100.
It's actually
And
98.
have you heard the president of the
It's
United
98.
States speak in like ever? Are you kidding? He literally runs the country and is
Guy
a
went to
billionaire.
Wharton.
Have you
Guy
heard
went to Wharton.
Hey, Jules, be quiet,
Wharton
Piggy.
Business School.
He's not average.
No, he's
very
He went to
intelligent.
Wharton.
Yeah.
He's very intelligent.
Yeah, he's president too.
He's way below
What are you
average.
talking about?
Like way
There's
below.
reports
No, he's actually
There's
very
reports that
intelligent.
he had test takers.
He's
All
not
people
even
do somewhere.
Intelligent that he can barely
That's
read.
intelligent. That's making the efficiently getting your job done without
Then how
having
does
to do
that
it.
make him smarter?
That's actually smart. That's what I did in school.
Being
I had
a
other people
murderous
do my
ghoul
assignments.
and destroying everyone around you's lives doesn't make you smart. It means that you knew how to game an exploitative system.
Well, you need IQ for that.
No, you
IQ
don't.
is understand that, right?
Smart.
You know,
dude.
psychopaths
What are we
generally
talking
have
Yeah,
very
you need
low
intelligence
IQ.
to be able to. Okay.
You need a
how other
lack of
people do your-
empathy
Yeah.
and emotional intelligence is what you need. You need to be a sociopath, which is why this system of capitalism that you guys advocate for is so beneficial, because we have a lot of fucking sociopaths that lack empathy.
Elon Musk.
Sociopaths generally have lower than normal IQ.
Oh my god.
IQ has nothing to do with making money. Literally, the dumbest people I know are the richest people I know at the same time.
Yeah, the
So
Somalis
we don't
in
live in a
daycare business.
meritocracy. I'm sorry,
Are you
we don't
saying
live in a
Somalis are dumb?
meritocracy. You like to pretend that we do. I'm sorry. Am I not talking right now? I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, Peg.
we
He just triggered me. I'm sorry about that.
We don't live in a meritocracy at all. So the fact that you guys keep on standing on this is really ridiculous, and that shows that you have a zero IQ.
Boom.
Yeah, that's impossible.
Zero.
You can only have zero IQ for your dad.
Brutal.
So okay.
It's not brutal. It's fact.
That's a terrible.
It could be a figurative statement. I mean, someone with
No, it's a
enough
dumb
IQ would
statement.
understand that. But
no,
my
it's
IQ
completely
point.
true.
Dumb.
Yeah, there's actually.
I'm sorry.
about-
Are you dumb,
The funny
Liv?
thing is
Are you
that
admitting?
both of you are.
Fucking very intelligent.
But
there's
I know that both
actually-
of you aren't at the economic level that this system actually advocates for. You guys are just simping for them.
yes.
You realize that you have way more in common with us, including JU that lies about your fucking income with
Civic,
your 7
I don't
Teslas
want lazy
and your
people
McMansions.
owning the
You
means
wouldn't
of
be on this
production.
app.
No, I'll show
You're
you my
missing
Tesla
the
story
point,
right now. I
Tears.
can open my
You're
garage
missing
door and
the
show it to you.
points.
I got
I
two
Go
get
Teslas
what
ahead,
you're
in
man.
here.
saying.
Pop
I
up
don't
the
want
AI.
it.
Like,
Yeah,
why do you
dude,
think
I'm-
everyone else is so lazy?
I'm on this app
Because
maybe an
people
hour
are
a day.
fucking lazy.
Says who? Most people
Says
just don't
everybody that works at a job that recognizes people are fucking lazy.
work. Well,
Are you
that's
kidding me?
not- That's just
So
not
now income is equivalent to work
laziness.
ethic.
How much how many jobs you have is how cool you are. More.
No,
or
no,
less.
no. You didn't even
How
listen to
much-
what I just said. Work ethic is not equivalent to income, period. Not,
It
not, never.
usually is a
You
good
have
defining factor
lid
of how
tears.
much money you make.
No, it's
If you
absolutely
don't-
not.
Yeah.
It is. It
not.
is.
Jesus
It
Christ.
usually
It's
is.
absolutely not.
Hey,
It's
how's
not
Bernie
talking
Madoff
over each
doing?
other.
He's pretty
We're-
smart, and he was a bad dude also.
But
Who?
we are talking
Bernie
over one
Madoff.
another. We are not
Yeah.
let's just do one at a time. And again, Libs here is just put all of your preconceived notions of what McCarthyism told you about socialism, and just follow me down this path. If you established an organization where it was employee owned, one person, one vote, you would still have these smart people, the quote unquote people that you are advocating for right now. They would still be, I don't know, maybe your executive committee. They know what they're doing. They have middle management. You would still have that structure. Where I differ from Mojo again is that I think that those people that are educated more in their skill sets should probably get paid more than the janitor that also happens to work there. However, all of their labor together is what makes the company run, right? Mm-hmm. And within that company, you establish rainy day funds so that you don't have, so that you can deal with market forces. If all of a sudden whatever that you're making, if it goes up or down in like market value, you have a little bit of a safety net to work with there. But the point is that the direction that you guys are going in, maybe it's a new equipment for the factory floor. You vote as a company, as a unit. This is what I think that we should be doing. All of us might not get paid as much next month or the next quarter because we're buying this. We're spending this capital expenditure. But you do that as a company, and your work ethic doesn't go out the window because you own the fucking company. And your coworkers, as soon as you start being lazy and fucking off, they're going to vote you out. That's how co-ops work. If you're lazy and not pulling your weight, you don't get an equal share. You get voted out of the company. That's how that works. That's democratizing the workplace.
Publicly traded companies already fucking do that.
With the
What
board.
are you talking about?
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Costco. Talking about the board.
They vote on business ventures all the fucking time based on their shareholders. They hold shareholder votes. They already fucking do that.
Not the laborers. That's the point.
They're
shareholders are not the laborers.
They're part owners of the company. So
yeah,
they're not
okay, what
working
metric
there.
are they using to judge them or to evaluate
profit, revenue?
They're all
That's
sharing.
how they
the same
can
as
I just add?
shareholders-
Can I just
as
jump in
shareholders are
here?
Sharing from the same
fucking
basket. What are you talking about?
If you get stock-based compensation, not everybody gets stock-based compensation. If you get stock-based
So are we talking about employees or are we talking about shareholders?
Employees could be shareholders if they get stock-based.
I understand. That's why I'm trying to make a
Wait,
distinction.
Huh? UK? Did you call my name?
Gift goal.
Oh, shit. Okay, thank you.
That's kind of like the whole issue is that shareholders decide all of that because they bought or own part of the company, not because they're even involved in the company. They have one rule, and that's to make more money than they made last year, period. That's the only rule.
They're involved in the company. They're
Last year,
involved
last
in the company
quarter,
monetarily.
last quarter, dude. Last year, last quarter.
Week. Last week,
That's how it
they're
works.
involved in the company. What are we talking about?
See how? So if you run a corporation at a margin because you have to, you run it to make more profit every year because you have to. You don't actually have any sort of liquid assets to deal with any problems that come up. You just cut your workforce, which is what they all do year after year. Comparing that to a business where you actually save money in the business to protect the workers against shit like that going on. If there is a down slump or there is something crazy that happens, you don't get bought out by some random billionaire who wants to change it in some way or fuck everyone over. The actual
We already have that with social welfare programs. We already have this.
I'm talking about within the company itself. When you go to
Unemployment.
that's not in the company itself.
Dude, oh my god. It's an agreed upon social
You're talking
welfare
about
program
all
that
of
we
the
pay
ways-
into.
Well, no, you're talking about the ways
That
that we've tried to
subsidizes these
band-aid.
large companies. What's your point?
Corporations are made for profit, dude. It's not
Yeah,
a
that's my
charity.
They're
Yeah,
not
that's
made
the whole point. Oh
They're
my
not
god.
made for
Okay,
profit
so
of
if
the
they're
workers.
hold on. This is a great argument. If they're made for profit, the 10 shareholders of a company, 10 workers that vote for a company, do they not want to
Shareholders
see
are not
growth in their-
workers.
do they want to see growth in their company or not?
Live
They vote
tiers.
numbers like this.
All the time.
Live tiers.
Not all the time.
Live tiers.
Then
Exactly.
what's the point? What's the
You're
what's the
shifting-
incentive of growing the company? It's become
The
stagnant. There's no
benefit
incentive.
of the people, the benefit of the
There's no
shareholders.
incentive
One at
to
a time.
grow.
One
What
at
are
a
you-
time.
There's no incentive to grow.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's my critique of capitalism.
Holy shit.
Is companies trying to grow year over year limitlessly in a world that has limited resources, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is impossible, right? And in a socialist system, you would recognize that and also know, hey, environment is also important for the development of our future generations. Corporations don't give two shits about that.
How does that fit into your statement and your own perspective? The thing is, we're trying to shift you from a position where corporations value or prioritize the profit of a few.
Sustainability.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He
I
can't
swear,
switch his
progressives
mindset at
are
all.
regressives.
Like, you can't switch your mindset at all.
This
It's so
progressive
difficult.
mentality leads to regression.
That's
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I don't
Because there will
understand why you
always
don't
be
see that.
necessity. There will always
I
be
don't know
necessity. And when hold on. There will always be necessity, and when you have necessity, you create motive. Yes. And you create
growth is
resources to
motive.
make that happen. Growth is
Growth
not
is
motive.
motive.
Just to grow,
Yes,
growing
it is.
just to grow
Holy
is cancer.
shit.
That is cancer,
Holy
dude.
shit. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me?
Growing
It's
growing
earning
just
per
to
share
grow
right now.
is cancer.
It's earning per share,
That's
y'all. That's what matters.
You need to
Earnings
have
per
purpose.
share.
You need to have purpose. You need
What's
to have
your EBITDA?
necessity.
Earnings
Growing
per share.
just to grow is not worth
So
it.
what's your
That's when
solution
people
if
get
the
lazy.
population? What's your solution if we have a baby boom and the population fucking explodes? 5 million people over 5 years. How the
It
fuck
will
are you gonna
create the
support all those
necessity,
people?
and we will meet that necessity. We will meet that necessity.
Oh boy.
That's how it works.
What's your solution under capitalism? Just give them jobs and they'll
Growth,
be fine?
incentivize growth, incentivize GDP growth.
Okay, then why
These
has
are things
Growth
that we
doesn't
need.
just. But that's the thing. Growth actually harbors necessity, and it prevents us from actually like creating anything good. Like that makes people lazy. Literally,
do you
growing
grow?
just to
How
grow
do you
creates
grow?
laziness.
How do you grow?
have to have need to grow.
Yes.
You need to have
Okay, whatever
need.
that means, but how do you grow? What do you do to achieve growth? In general, in a
You
company,
scale.
in a career,
You scale.
etc.
You scale. You scale your operations. You scale your operations.
This is like the
So,
technical seminar.
so in a socialist program, where is the scale? In a socialist economy, where is the scale to help encourage growth? Where would it come from?
It doesn't. There's no incentive. They don't have
There's
any
no incentive to grow.
Okay, for example,
That's
hold
a fact.
on. There is no
This is why
incentive.
socialism
Literally,
won't work.
the growing population size is an incentive. Like, what are we talking about? That is the most basic, fundamental part of a community is growing your supply, right? In plans for the future generations. Like, oh, we're gonna have 20,000 babies in the next 10 years. We have to grow our, like, what are we talking about? Like, this is like you're not even putting in the work to think about these things, and you're just refuting it out the box. I didn't even have to think about
That's called a
that.
5-year plan that the Soviets did.
Oh my
That's
god!
what you're doing.
Of course.
These people live in a fucking delusional reality.
Welcome to the
Like,
Politburo.
You know that government from 60 years ago? That sure was bad. Let's base all of our opinions today off of that.
Well, that's what the fuck. That's what Marxism.
We don't have true
kinda is
capitalism.
it not?
Look, we don't have true capitalism in the United States. We have way too many subsidies. We have way too many credits for corporations, agricultural,
Because capitalism
energy.
would fail otherwise.
We still have subsidies for energy companies that was started under Bill Clinton when oil prices were $10 a barrel. They went up to $150 under Bush and Obama, and we still have the subsidies for them. That's how our country works.
So
Agriculture.
I'm going to say one last thing, and then I'm going to drop down. So we're talking about practical things. Right now, we are not preparing for the next 5 to 10 years of the boomer crisis in healthcare. We're already getting into that. So we're about to see in our lifetime, in real time, how we are not prepared. Yeah. We're not taking care of this shit. We're going to have a lot of our parents, our grandparents, our siblings, depending on how old you are, that are not going to have care. And it's coming, guys. Just saying.
They're going to have care. They're going to take it from you.
No,
they're not. They're going to take it from you. They're going to make their kids pay for it. They're going to force you to pay for your parents' care. That's how it's going to work.
Well, I love
they already
$10,000
are.
to $15,000 a month. I'm not sure how many Americans are going to be able to afford that when most Americans don't have $1,000 in the bank right now.
They already do. In fact, I'm being forced to take care of my mom because if I don't pay it, then she's
forced?
And they take her entire pension. Yes, because again, they're taking her entire pension. And so I have to make up the difference. Otherwise, what? She lives with me and I can't take care of her?
Is it
it's already starting.
Inherently?
That's why you need AI.
Is it not your duty inherently to take care of your parents?
No,
That's why you need AI.
It's not your
That's why you need AI.
to take care of your
robots.
parents.
That's why you need robots.
That says a lot about you, Peg.
That's why you need Elon. That's why you need Palantir.
You can't moralize economics because when you say, well, isn't it your duty to take care of your parents? You're belying the entire reality of the fact that she obviously can't afford to in the first place. And why don't our elderly have some sort of subsistence to live off of other than like Medicare or Social Security, which aren't
social programs don't work then, huh?
Going to say like, oh, well, you should take care of your parents. Aren't you not shit? Like it's
Medicaid doesn't work.
Can you guys
Medicaid
stop?
very well.
Can you guys stop talking over each other, please?
Yeah. I'm also just going to do a gentle reminder.
It's not even me.
That capitalism doesn't own markets. The concept of markets. Libtears, your rejection of what we've been saying about socialism. You're ensuring that we somehow also want to get rid of markets at the same time. When we told you that competition with cooperatively owned or employee-owned companies competing against one another in a market is still going to exist. Competition's still going to exist. But again, you can't look past what you've been taught about socialism because nobody here, at least on this panel, has been advocating for Soviet-style, the USSR. Nobody's advocating for that.
Okay, in a socialist economy, how do you have a traditional free market, sir?
We don't have a free market today.
Hold on.
Makes all your investment decisions.
Jay,
State
hold
Street
on.
and
I want him
Vanguard.
to answer the question. I understand. Let Civics answer the question, please.
I would ask what's
Civics,
the
answer the
traditional free
question.
market?
We don't have a free market today. Why would we be advocating for a free market if we don't have one today and it works?
We don't have one today. It doesn't work. That's the problem.
So that's exactly my
Free
fucking
markets
point.
don't
We
work.
don't have it now, and it
exist
doesn't
today.
work very well.
Exactly. It doesn't
So
exist
we
today
don't
because
have it
people,
now.
Oh my
people
God.
don't buy their own stock.
That's the whole
They
point.
use-
We need a free market. We don't
We had a
need
free
what you're
market.
talking about.
What
we
happened
don't
in
need
the
a collectivist
1890s?
market.
What happened in the 1890s when we had a more free market?
The
we
fucking
had more better
1990s
growth.
was before Google and all this competition existed.
What
That was
happened in
fucking
the
40 years
1890s
ago.
when we had a free market?
People fucking schmurred each other over food.
Companies were dumping their waste in people's drinking water. There were no regulations because it was all free.
I thought you were going to say
Regulations
something
had to come because you needed to control what people were doing in the fucking market because there was a free-for-all.
I'm talking about the production, the money. I'm not talking about regulations on fucking environment, dude.
That is the free market, though. You don't want any
No,
regulations.
free market economy as opposed to the free market when it comes to like the fucking regulations of resources.
Then that's
dude.
not
I'm
a free
talking
market.
About that.
Then that's not a free market.
Well, what even would be a free market?
How about this? Since you don't know socialism, why don't you define free market?
We're talking about the
Define
economy.
free market. Define free market.
It's a market with no.
No. Libtier's version because he has his own vocabulary. What is a free market?
A free market is a market economy that has no regulations. A true free market economy has no regulations.
How is that different than what I just said? What happened in the 1890s? You literally just said, "Well, that's not what I'm talking about," and then you went on and described that in detail, the same fucking definition. What are we talking about right now?
That existed under a barter system prior to fiat currency and gold-backed currency. You're talking about a fucking system that no longer exists and will never
Do you
exist.
think we didn't have currency in the 1890s?
Not on the scale that we do now. There was a barter system in the 1890s.
No, there wasn't.
Yes, there was.
No, there wasn't. We had. No, there
Oh
wasn't.
my God. Company towns made up their own currency.
We didn't have the Fed. We didn't have the International Bank of Settlements. The Bank of
Exactly.
International.
There was no way to regulate
We
the
still
economy.
used the currency.
Well-
we still use currencies. Gold was still
It was
king.
way more different back then. I don't want to comment
Sure,
on that.
gold was king. Gold was basically a currency, and yeah, somebody else made up fiat currency. Company towns did use fiat currency.
Like that's what a free market looks like. It's fiat currency for company towns where you live there, you work there, you fucking die there, and you just go work in a mine every day. Like
Well,
that's what a free market
and the free market's also gonna, I don't know, catch rivers on fire. What the fuck?
My whole point when I bring that up is the fact that a socialist economy lacks the incentive for growth. There's no incentive to grow.
What if you don't need
Yes,
it?
it does.
There's no incentive for innovation also.
It
No, that's not
inherently
true.
regresses. There's lack of innovation, and it inherently regresses. It
well,
always
what
has.
No, that's not true because if you look at every invention that you love and that you have wasn't made because they wanted to make money. It was because people were curious and they're like, hey, this is a need. I need to address this need. And therefore, literally, all the innovation you have today is based on need. It wasn't because people wanted to make money. Are you kidding?
The scale of these things, the scale. Okay, let me explain this to
No,
her.
you're
First,
crazy.
you can invent something, lady, but unless you scale it up
Do
in
not
a way
say
which is
fucking
cost
lady
effective.
on my goddamn panel.
Sorry, I don't. Okay, Peg. Sorry,
I
Peg.
watched too many infomercials for Tesla.
Okay,
Because
well,
scale
whatever.
just means-
Unless you scale, unless you can, scale to a certain level where your actual unit cost is something that's sustainable, which is what Henry Ford did. It's not going to work. So capital is important for that. You're not going to do that without capital.
The other legacy of Ford was now we live in a post-Fordist economy.
This is insanity. Innovation comes from necessity. The majority of the things that we enjoy to this day, including the internet and things that we've done, have been because of the open source community, specifically in the last 20 years. Open source communities have moved technology forward. Then dipshit companies like Microsoft put a fence up around it and make you pay for a subscription service over something that was created by a community of people. The open source community, not just in technology when it comes to exactly for free. And the whole point of it is that you get to innovate, you get to do things that you couldn't do before because it's cool, because it's fucking nerds that are doing it. However, that same thing has always led to everything else that the government has helped with public funds. We do research, we fund universities, that R&D gets injected back into the economy and allows people to fucking, to have new technologies because they don't have to take the risk as much, right? Almost everything that you consider innovative has come from public funding in one way or another. This idea that capitalism somehow spurs innovation is bullshit because we were competing with the Soviet Union for over 50 fucking years, and if it wasn't for that competition, which again wasn't capitalism, we wouldn't have had the innovation that we had.
You need GDP growth in order to fund
It's always going to
R&D
come from
research.
necessity.
You need growth in R&D. You need growth in the economy and growth in the system and growth in government fucking funding in order to grow R&D, in order to encourage
No, you don't.
R&D.
You just need people.
Yes,
you just
you
need
do.
people to
People
pay
paying
taxes or support in. No, you don't.
If
everybody,
people, I gotta go. I'll see you guys in a bit.
If that were the fact, then we wouldn't have half the medications that we do. Literally, taxpayers, you and I paid for half the medications that we are being charged a premium for. Literally, it doesn't take that. It just takes everybody giving a little. That's it.
And also the internet, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, all came out of the DoD. All of them are taxpayer funded. Wi-Fi, internet, as well as Bluetooth, all that stuff is taxpayer
You're proving our
funded.
point, Jay.
No, I'm not.
Our point.
I'm still saying for you to scale.
It didn't come from a shareholder. It came from us.
You need an incentive to grow, and you do not get the
Money does not
incentive in
create
a
incentive to
socialist
grow.
economy.
Money cuts corners. Literally, people who want to just make profit, they don't care about the end result. They just want the money. And that literally does.
Okay, and what does that do? That it drives an incentive. It drives
No,
an
it doesn't.
incentive
It creates
to
a
become
laziness.
cost efficient.
No.
It drives an incentive to produce, to have R&D, to produce things at a more efficient rate. It creates
If
all
that were
these
the case,
opportunities to
if
innovate.
that were the case, then we would be paying a lot more for AI than we are at this point.
You don't get robots and AI without innovation. You don't get robots and AI without R&D. You don't get robots and AI without capitalism. You don't get robots and AI with socialism. So get out of here with that bullshit.
That's
I mean,
funny.
I think
Where did-
China's doing pretty well.
That's funny. Where did the
So is
computer?
Japan.
That's
China's a
funny.
fucking-
That's
China-
what the fuck.
Hi.
That's funny because computers came from R&D created by governments and by individuals doing shit in their fucking garage, not from capitalism.
Thank you.
So does the
Okay,
internet.
and they created the computers, and what did they do? What did they do?
They made it
They
called
wanted
the
to
home-
make.
They wanted
they
to make their
patented
own.
it, and they wanted to make
no,
money.
they didn't. No, they didn't patent their shit. They built fucking computers in wood boxes, for Christ's sake.
Who created the first computer? The blueprint for the first computer, Mojo.
Somebody in like the '60s.
Wrong.
No, it is.
It was the DOD, Department of Defense. Department of Defense.
No,
DOD.
it was like there was a homebrew computer club that created the first computers in this country.
The blueprint, not the actual computer. The blueprint, the beginnings of creating the idea of creating.
It was some fucking dipshit in his garage with his buddies just deciding they wanted to try and do it. I don't know what you're looking for.
No.
That's what it was. It was the home. It was the homebrew computer company that ran out of somebody's garage, and they just did it for fun.
Okay, this shit was the size of a room. You're talking about the physical computer. I'm talking about the initial concept.
That is a blueprint. That is the concept. And it was back in the 60s.
Look up Charles Babbage, and I know this because I went to school for this. Charles Babbage and Ada Lovelace in the 1830s. And it's sad that I fucking remember this because I remember this in fucking high school.
Oh, for clothes.
No, I'm talking about a computer, the concept of a computer, not the actual computer.
And how much did Lovelace make from that? Did she make money from it?
She actually did.
No.
Yes.
She made money from a concept.
Oh yeah, she did.
Did she do it for the love of the money, or did she do it because she just wanted to try it out?
I don't know. I can't speak for her personally.
There you go. Well, you can't, clearly you think everybody's doing everything for monetary incentive, and I think you couldn't be far from the truth.
Yeah, who invented the internet?
Al Gore.
The government.
Hey, it was absolutely Al Gore.
It was 100% Al Gore.
I mean, it kind of actually, sort of, kind of was.
Al Gore was involved in it,
for sure. There's a guy in Massachusetts who said he invented internet first. I forgot his name.
The government.
It was actually DARPA. Yeah, DARPA created the internet.
With our taxpayer monies.
Yeah, they used it for professors to send information back and forth.
Yeah, I don't get how you guys don't get this concept, right? We pay taxes. The government then takes that tax. Well, it's weird, right? It makes you wonder why you want to start a sentence in the middle of somebody else's.
Makes you wonder what happened in New Mexico.
You're doing right now. Like you're doing exactly right now.
New Mexico.
It makes you wonder how you guys cannot wrap your head around. We pay taxes. The government takes those taxes, says, hey, we're going to give this college funds to look into this kind of research, right? They're not doing it just for profits, right? They fund these things because they go, hey, I need you to find an answer or a cure for this fucking thing, right? And all of us have collectively paid into that for them to be subsidized to do that thing. And then the government's like, hey, this is actually super beneficial. What they do is they go, hey, you're not going to be able to sell and patent that. We're going to nationalize it because we think the American people need it. They did it with the electric grid system. They've done it with fucking the internet. They only then later on said, okay, this is now established. It's something that's commonplace. Now you guys can have this in your capitalistic system to fucking charge people for the services provided. It's only afterwards that capitalism fucking takes over and ruins it, makes it worth money. Before that, it's usually before that,
the internet was never nationalized. The internet was never nationalized.
It was internalized. It was only held by the government. It was the Ethernet.
The government never owned the internet.
The government created the fucking internet and then gave that information to the rest of the world, and then we use capitalism to fucking make money off of it. It's supposed to be for everybody, just like electricity.
The government created the cell phone too. 4G, 5G, yeah, that was created by the government as well.
Yeah, all these things, what I was trying to say, Mojo, was Area 51. Remember that?
Oh, shit.
That's what I was going. Like, they have all this technology come out every few years. Like, wow, where did this come from?
No, we're not talking about fucking aliens.
Was it re-engineered?
So dumb.
And I just saw this.
Reverse engineered, you mean?
What the fuck
I want to talk about aliens.
Yeah, I'm saying, was it reverse engineered?
Do you believe in aliens, Jay?
I think you were reverse engineered from a fucking donkey's ass.
Yes, from the top tier alien class. From the alien caste system.
No, a donkey's
alien
ass.
caste system. From the alien caste system.
And they believe in socialism. The top tier alien class believes in socialism, and so should you.
They left us a little crystal disc that just explains Marx to us, and we fucking
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
these dumb aliens, they don't know what they're talking about.
I really do wish that you guys would just be able to wrap your head around the concept of like the collection of wealth and the redistribution of it and the benefits that it's had to society since our
That would
inception.
take an IQ, CT, and they don't have IQ.
We'll never have.
They have the average IQ of the average American.
Fuck socialism.
I like how Lib's like, I'll never have the IQ to understand that.
Nope.
Ever.
I'd rather not have an IQ than deal with socialism. I'd rather have an IQ of negative 100.
Buddy, you deal with socialism every day.
I think a lot of people forget that just the shit we do throughout our daily lives contributes to the economy in some way. So like even if the government paid taxes to fund some research, those researchers are getting paid some sort of wage. They go home and they spend it, or they rent an apartment, or whatever the fuck people do. So it's not like you're throwing money into a black hole. You're still churning the economy. Like I don't get that growth has to be the most important thing, because why do we need growth as a motivator in the first?
We don't, and it's not a motivator. It's absolutely not a motivator.
It's weird. It's like very.
I can't believe we humans are sitting here talking.
Why is
talking
everybody
like, this, saying growth is not a motivator?
all the way across?
It's not a motivator. It's a motivator
That's
for
crazy.
for the
For its
ultra
own sake,
rich class. It is not a motivator for the average person ever.
So you don't want so you don't want to continuously educate yourself and gain new skills in life. You just want to be a stagnant human being.
But that's not growth. No, I do. That's not growth.
That
but
is
that's like
growth.
literally the pursuit. No, it's not.
Libtears, you just
Oh
said
my
the
God.
opposite. You said I'll never.
Oh my God.
You have an opportunity to learn about like how you're involved in socialism every day, and you're like, I can't. The word's so scary. I can't even
Indirectly
participate
involved in
in the
social
idea
programs
of how.
isn't the same as a socialist economy, sir.
Buddy, taxes
What are you
themselves
talking
are
about?
taxes themselves are a fucking socialist fucking concept.
Yeah, if we're talking about Marx, then yeah. If
No, we're talking about in today's world. Every time you participate in capitalism, you're paying into a socialist system. It's collecting.
mixed economy is fine.
It's collecting the revenue of all to redistribute along. That's it. You're part of a socialist fucking system now. You just don't fucking like it because you're not smart enough to
A
understand.
mixed economy is fine.
Then great,
The
then you're fine with
firefighters,
socialism.
The police, the EMTs, the fucking paramedics, all these people that we fucking pay money into. I'm fine with that, dude. But when you want to control the means of production when it comes to the goods and services, to me, that's a fucking problem because I don't want dumb fucks controlling my fucking goods and services.
Hate to tell you this,
My
military
production.
industrial
It's not
complex.
just one person, though.
Yeah, the military
It's a
industrial
collective.
complex is
It's a
literally controlled by
collective
the
of
government,
dumb
bud.
fucks, and I don't want that. I
But
don't
you have
want
no
a
problem when it comes to the
collective of dumb
military.
fucks making decisions for me.
No, not at all, CT.
Fuck that.
They make decisions for you every day. I'm sorry you don't like it, but it's reality. Deal with it.
I
Grow
mean, you
up.
voted for Trump, so I think like you're talking about dumb fucks. You literally
Trump
voted
is
for
a
one.
dumb fuck. We can agree with that. We can agree on that.
Who isn't
And
a dumb
the
fuck?
whole Republican Party is as well. So
No, not everybody.
Who isn't a
There's
dumb
some good
fuck that
people.
you trust?
Yeah, this is again. I can't wrap my head around the
Willem
fact.
Dafoe, he's probably not. I mean, I don't know if he's a dumb fuck, but he's just a guy, and I would listen. I'd follow him anywhere.
I'm just a guy.
Follow Dr. Michael Burry.
He sounds like he's
Michael
going to sell
Burry.
me peptides or something.
Is he the one that taught you your economics course done at the Holiday Inn next to the bypass?
No, dude. He's the guy who ran Scion Capital. Have you guys not seen the movie The Big Short?
Oh, he's that
Yeah,
guy.
He's very.
about all,
he's
about all the
very
guys that went to jail for
Yeah, he went to medical
fucking
school.
selling stocks.
He went to Harvard Medical School, then dropped out. I mean, he's a doctor, so he completed Harvard Medical School, started Scion Capital, made a huge bet against mortgages back in 2006. He's always early on stuff. And he made his investors, I think he was losing a lot of money in the first few years, but then he made his investors something like $800 million.
Wait, is he one of the ones that got arrested for illegally underselling
No.
stocks?
No, he's the guy who called the scam.
Ah,
He's one of the guys. He was on 60 Minutes. He was one of the guys who called the scams. He bet against mortgage-backed securities, AAA bonds. Watch the movie The Big Short or read the book by Michael Lewis.
Yeah, he's actually
Christian
very
Bale.
intelligent.
Christian Bale plays him. Batman plays him. Christian Bale plays
shit.
Michael Burry. Dr.
He
Michael
was
Burry.
very good at He was very good at pattern recognition. That's how he noticed that.
Exactly.
the markets were gonna-
Super intelligent guy.
I can't believe I just didn't think about this. You guys realize the stock market is also a socialist program?
Yes.
Yes, it is. I just fucking said that about 20 minutes ago.
Well, I wasn't here, but I
same
was just
thing.
thinking about that. I was like, wait a minute, that's another collective and redistribution of wealth.
Yep, for large fund managers like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, they invest for you, so they pick your winners. Everybody invests in a stock. No, everybody invests in their 401k.
They pick your what?
Yeah, you invest in your 401k, and
Wait, what
then
do they
BlackRock
pick?
picks the
Wait,
stocks.
what do they pick?
They pick the stocks.
The winners.
No,
The winners.
the what?
The winners, yeah. The winners.
The ones that have a lower risk.
Said that
being
so
rewarding.
weird the first time.
Tesla stock went up 40% because they got in the S&P. How did they get in the S&P? BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. They said, "Oh, yeah, okay, market cap's good enough. Let's get Tesla in there." And their PE is like 400. Okay,
Well,
400 PE.
So why aren't you like
Who has a
anti-socialist
400
dorks against the stock market?
I'm actually
'Cause I get
capitalist,
rich.
but what we have in this country is not capitalism. What
Oh
we
my
have in
gosh.
this country is social
Pot,
welfare
meat,
for the
kettle.
rich.
Pot, meat, kettle. Jesus Christ. You do understand that like the more involved we get in this, the better like distribution of wealth that we have down to everybody, the more everyone gets fucking rich. If you weren't such a self-centered prick, you maybe would understand that.
I don't want dumb people getting rich.
Why?
Sorry.
You just said you got
Because
rich. You're fucking dumb.
Because they're dumb and they make bad decisions.
Lib, you're dumb. You're a dumb person, right? You're a very
Okay, thank
unserious, dumb person. You got to
Yeah,
make
I'm
money,
dumb.
right? You had the
Yeah.
capital at some point to invest in some shit, which, by the way, you added no fucking labor to. You
I'm
produced
very
nothing
dumb.
that made the world better. You literally fucking played with digits, ones and zeros, and made money off of it. And you're dumb.
No,
you got to
I've done
benefit
other
from
things.
No,
I've
you
done
haven't.
many other things.
that. I don't
Yes,
believe you have. I bet you didn't.
Are
even
you
get
my
a-
stalker?
You
Are
didn't
you
get
my
a single
stalker?
gold star in kindergarten, not one.
Are you my stalker?
I bet you fucking
know what
ate
I
the
do,
macaroni
CT?
picture you made in second grade.
You know what I do,
You are
CT?
so
You don't even know what the
mean.
fuck I do.
I bet you didn't get one fucking macaroni picture right because you ate all the macaroni.
Oh, good one.
I believe you produced nothing in your
Ad
life.
homs because you suck. Ad
Only,
homs.
only people like you are the ones that are like, I don't think anyone else should benefit.
No,
you know
people
why? 'Cause
like
you're-
me are the ones who make good decisions. People
it's-
like you are the
no,
ones
it's
who
'cause you're an-
advocate for those
it's
who
you're an
don't.
asshole. That's
you
it.
advocate for people who make bad decisions.
I do.
'Cause you probably make bad
You
decisions.
know why
in
I
your
do
life.
that? Because I'm an American and I want to see the American people fucking
No, because
thrive.
you're a
And
fucking.
you don't.
give a shit about
you
the
don't.
American people, CT.
You don't
only
give a
care
shit.
about yourself.
You just said you don't give a shit about
You
dumb
only
people.
care
There's
about
so many
yourself,
fucking.
you
There's at
always
least
have
70
only cared
million
about
dumb
yourself.
fucking.
I need Ella with her fucking ruler, her little fucking tape measure with the goddamn millimeters on it right now. Jesus Christ. Hi, Rosa. Hi, Ibanez.
Hi, what's up, Mojo?
I like millimeters.
Hey, how you guys doing? I love the metric system.
Rosie, you know damn well you don't know how to read the fucking metric system.
I was raised, dude, I was born here and I went to school in the UK. What are you talking about? The metric
I think-
system makes so much more sense
you learn
than
that in
imperial.
Scientology?
What are you talking
learned it in your
about?
Scientology process.
What are you talking about?
We use the metric system in the UK. What are you talking about?
Hey, Lucius, you know your attitude towards socialism. Your attitude towards socialism. Your attitude towards socialism reminds me of like an old person that refuses to stop smoking. He's like, I've been smoking for 25 years and I'm okay.
No, because I,
I mean,
can
no
see
offense to
people.
smokers.
People
Yeah,
like
way to personally
CT
attack
who
me.
advocate for socialism is exactly why I don't want it.
I don't advocate for socialism. You don't.
You do. You do.
I just need you to realize that you're part of a social fucking society. You are part of something. It's called America. Maybe get fucking involved in it once in a while. Care about the people that
Oh,
fucking
I'm in it.
live here, you unpatriotic fuck.
I do. I actually care about people probably more than you do. You only care about people that agree with you.
I think the dumb people should be poor and die. Yeah,
Yeah, you think the rest of us, you think the majority of
I
people,
think the dumb people shouldn't make very important decisions that base their likelihood of innovation and growth on their company because they like to make bad decisions in life.
Yeah, but you also
I
don't
want
you
pay
think
for
they don't
fucking
deserve
social
anything
programs.
though, Liv. You literally said they
No,
don't
I
deserve
don't.
anything because they're not smart.
Exactly. You're a dumb person. You're just not an intelligent guy. It's okay. We need dumb guys like you too. Somebody has to carry the tiles up to the roof. Okay?
There
We
you
need
go.
guys like you.
Who cleans your toilet, Liv?
I
Mom?
Who cleans your toilet, Liv?
I do.
Who does your laundry?
I do.
Who works at your grocery store? Do you don't think they deserve a living?
I'm fine with them deserving a living wage. I'm fine with that.
But even if they're with an IQ of 80, you think they deserve to have a living?
Worth it.
Yeah, they're allowed to live and breathe and eat stuff. Sure.
But but didn't they make a bad decision by being a grocery store clerk versus whatever the fuck it is you do? Are they dumb because they didn't do what you did?
Maybe they decided that they didn't want to go to a trade school. They didn't want to go to college. They didn't want to get certifications in IT. Maybe they did all that
There's tons of people who have college degrees who literally cannot get a degree in the job. Like, when I got out of school, I couldn't find a job with my degree. Half the millennials couldn't do the job that they got degrees in. Why? Because the market was trash.
Was it history?
No.
Because you chose a bad
No.
fucking. You chose the bad major. That's why. I don't know what to
You
tell
think that having
you
think that
made
having
a bad choice,
social
Peg.
did nurses make a bad choice? Did pilots make a bad choice?
Pilots
Did teachers make a bad choice?
The shortage of pilots right now.
We need
shortage of
teachers,
nurses?
but we don't pay. We need teachers, but we don't pay teachers jack shit. So half the teachers are leaving. Did they make a bad choice?
Do you know how much?
Well, why did
They
the
already
teachers
knew what they
stay
were
in
going to
for the
get.
tenure?
They
for like the
knew what they
benefits
were going to
and the
get
retirement
into.
plan.
They knew what they were getting into, right?
They didn't. No, they didn't.
Of course they did. You can research what an average fucking. You can research
So then,
what the average
then
teacher
no
makes.
teachers, no teachers anymore, right? They need a master's degree to teach, but no teachers anymore because
No, they
we can't.
don't. You don't need a master's degree.
No,
to
I
teach.
agree.
Yes,
I agree.
the
We need to
fuck
pay
we
teachers
do.
more.
No, you
we need
don't.
to pay teachers more. Yes, we do.
Hey, I can.
Teachers, one thing we need to pay
In
more.
public school, as a teacher, you need a master's degree.
Are you okay?
All right, hold on. Hear me out.
I know this because my mom
like
was
in
a
the,
teacher.
all right, like for example, here in the state of Kentucky, they passed a law where all new teachers hired wouldn't be like a pension; they would be like a 401k hybrid. So all those people up to a certain date. So all those people that were in college to take less money to be a teacher, but still weren't done with their degree. Now they're like, okay, they changed the system of benefits I was supposed to receive after retirement. How's that fair to them? Right? That's an example.
I don't even know what you're saying, UK.
Private school teachers make a lot of money. They make a lot. Private schools.
Don't they?
Promise you.
Peg.
No, they do
Peg.
not.
By the way, Peg, you do not need a master's to get a job as a teacher.
Yes, you do.
In a lot
Well,
of
in New
states,
York, if you're planning on teaching long term and not just being like a substitute, then yeah, you do. You do
Yes,
need a
long
master's.
term. It depends on your tenure, and it depends how long you want to work as a teacher. Yes, and depending on what you want to do.
Be a substitute teacher and only make $100 a day and not have health insurance and any type of benefit. No one. No,
I don't know.
absolutely no one. You need a master's.
So why would somebody want to work at fucking Stop and Shop then? What's the point? Because you don't get health insurance. What's the point? Right? It's their fucking choice.
We're
They
talking
made
about
that choice.
professional.
They made that
talking
choice.
about professional degrees, professional jobs that are literally professional jobs are disappearing because we're not paying people what they're worth.
Whatever, man.
And we're taking things away like pensions, like I said.
That's because of the H-1B program, folks. H-1B and the H-1B.
This is because of law.
Taking away all the jobs.
These are because
H-1B,
of
L1.
There's the ladder pool of energy.
Brown people.
As long as they take your job, Jay, I'm okay with the H-1Bs.
I'm curious. I am curious. How's he tying in H-1B visas and pensions?
He's such.
They're taking our jobs, dude. You don't understand the $100,000 or $150,000 visas, and then you have L1 visas, which is another $80,000. That's 230,000 visas a year, 10 years, 2.3 million, and then you have all the undocumented people working under the table.
Jay, you know what you're
You
gonna
don't have
get.
any fucking jobs.
You're gonna get their taking their jobs fucking comment from somebody in here. It's gonna happen in about.
Well, all
Taking our gerbs.
all stereotypes are based on realities.
Oh, Ella.
guys.
Hi. Hey,
Why am I here?
I just asked. I asked for your millimeter tape measure because CT and
Taking Mojo's job.
Just were going back and forth. I said, I wish Ella was here with her tape measure.
Oh, I've been listening for a while, but I was playing a game and like all I heard was my name, and then Robot invited me up, so I wasn't quite sure what was going on.
Ella, you're always needed, dude.
Have you guys watched South Park?
I don't know if I like that.
Have you guys watched South Park?
They're taking her jobs. Yes, we heard that.
Exactly. That's what they're taking our jobs. Taking our jobs.
So Lib
That's a
Tears,
funny show.
So Lib Tears, do you hate Jay for taking your job?
I love Jay. He's awesome.
But he's an immigrant that took your job.
Well,
He's
I didn't
not-
technically
I'm
take
still
his job.
working.
Listen, I'll be honest with
Oh,
you.
you mean
My
there's some
dad took a
nuance to
job.
that statement?
My
Crazy.
dad took jobs. My dad came in as an H-1B. He did take a job. But yeah, I got my naturalization before I started working, so I didn't take anybody's job, but yeah, they're taking the jobs.
Well, no, according to people on the
They might
right,
take your jobs, Jay.
your
After every
nationalization
time
could
that
be.
Jay's been on here, I feel like I fucking know Jay's dad better than his dad knows his dad.
Can I say something about the stock market that you were talking about a minute ago, Jay? All right. So, do you know the stock price of Tesla?
200. Let me look it up. I haven't bought it in a while. I think it's like 200. I mean,
Fucking $7,000 now. Holy shit! It's $407.
Yep. It doesn't take that long to Google it, dude.
the PE is 372. Find me another company that has 372. Nobody has 372. Nvidia has like a 30 PE. Price per earnings. That's because Tesla has a 372 PE, which means for every dollar they earn, the stock is up by $372. Price per earnings. It's a fucking scam.
Okay,
it's gonna come crashing
their
down.
stock price is $408, right? Their annual revenue is $97 billion, right?
Yeah.
Do you know
PE is 372. Look at the PE.
I'm still talking, man. All right.
Sorry.
General Motors, their stock price is $78, and their revenue is double what Tesla's is. So, tell me how your stock market and where you like for all those private equities that you were praising a minute ago to be able to pick winners and losers when it's all based on BS.
Yeah, they're the ones because the large fund managers like BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, they manage all the retirement funds. Okay, so most Americans don't actually invest in direct stock. They invest in their 401k or they invest in index funds like BlackRock has index funds, Vanguard, State Street, all these major fund managers, they have index funds. So all the American savings, retirement 401k savings are funneled in by these fund managers, and they pick and choose who they want to send it to. Like they can send it to this. Oh, Elon's an amazing guy. Elon's amazing IQ. This guy is fucking.
You why it's good. We know how.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's not good.
Fake.
I'm saying it's not good. I own Bitcoin in self-custody. I freaking invest in my own stock. I do have a 401k, but I invest in my own stock. I pick my own stocks. I don't invest in fucking funds. I don't invest in ETFs. I buy my own stock. I have my own Bitcoin that in self-custody. I don't buy these fucking ETFs. I don't.
Jay, Ella says drink water.
So who here on the panel, like that's their job is like day trading or like stock involvements?
No.
No? Okay. Nobody here? Good. Because yeah, I think like if that's the only thing that you contribute, right, is like I just make money to make money. That should be. I think we should outlaw the fucking stock market. I don't care about the arguments of like, well, people use that capital to do investments to grow company. I don't give a shit. That shit's whack as fuck. The fact that people can become rich by literally producing nothing or servicing nothing to me is a wasted fucking economy. And there's so much fucking money tied up into that shit. It should actually be going back out into the American people.
Yeah, I don't do shit at my job either. Like I sit around all day in conference calls, and then I have AI write my code. I have either a Claude or fucking Copilot write most of the fucking shit that I want to build. I even make it write documentation. I even use it to fucking speak in meetings. Right? I don't do shit at either. I work in a big tech company. Half the time I'm working out, or I'm on lives.
Well, good. Your shit will be AI'd out in like
with my kids.
5 to 10 years anyway. You
I
have to
take
get a
my
real
kids
job.
out. Yeah, I gotta take my kids to the museum every day in the daytime because it's less busy. I just take my phone with me, and then I get on conference calls. If I get too bored, I just jump on lives. Because conference calls get really boring.
I'm about to change my stance on immigration.
Already have.
What's that?
Hear that, Lib Tears? I'm sure that makes you happy.
Hey, I'm a hardworking immigrant, okay?
I know, Ella. Jay fucking sucks in every capacity.
He's the type of dude, like, if there's like a bunch of like racist white people saying like, we're tired of the Indians taking our jobs. And Jay will come out from behind him and was like, yeah, you stupid Indian stuff taking our jobs.
He's like Clayton
like
Bigsby.
the whistleblower. I'm the whistleblower. I tell white people the truth. They're like, wow, your dad came on H-1B? I said, yeah. My dad came on H-1B, but he also said it's a
eating
scam.
in my goddamn ear, you fucking bastard.
Yeah,
Sorry,
stop eating and talking.
It's just
Like,
pizza.
have some
I'm sorry,
fucking
it's just
respect
pizza.
for our ears. I
Well, a
don't
slice of
give a
pizza.
shit. It could be a shit sandwich. I would still ask you to do the same thing. Please don't talk and eat at the same time.
I bet Jay works harder than you, UK.
Oh, he just said he does fucking nothing, Lim. Are you deaf?
Yeah.
No, I still believe he works harder than him and yourself, CP, actually, combined.
All right, what do you do versus what do I do?
I lift heavy shit.
Hey, I was right. You're just one of them fucking dumb fucks that carries tiles up to the roof.
God. Laughing at your own jokes. Holy moly.
Oh,
what a loser.
I love when I can
What a
fucking,
loser.
when I see a
You're
spade
a
with a
loser.
spade. That's hilarious.
You're a loser.
You do actually just lift heavy shit all day?
No, I program CNC machines.
No, you don't. You fucking work in the back.
I actually do.
Yeah, it doesn't for him.
Yeah. You preload auto parts and you push 2 fucking buttons inside of a light curtain.
No.
Yeah, you do. Guys like you have worked for me for 20 years, buddy. Yeah, you do.
Yeah. What do you do, sweetheart?
Well, I work in.
Don't do that.
I like.
All right, what do you do, CT?
Yeah, I work in. We'll just say I work in distribution.
All right, what do you do in distribution?
I
Drive a
distribute.
forklift?
I distribute
White
things.
powder?
Do you bring wine to distributors?
My
He works in distribution with the Colombians.
Mojo,
He's in business with the Colombians.
I can't hear
dish-
because these fucking immigrants are talking. Oh, I mean, whatever.
Hey, I'm American. I'm American, all right?
You're an American. You're an American.
I'm American.
Ella catching fucking strays.
Right?
Ella, I'm
Consider
sorry.
me
Would you
bleeding
say-
on the ground. Jesus.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Ella?
I was just
talking
asking
about
you
Jay.
if it's. I'm
If
just
somebody
asking
in
if
tech
it's
is telling you
been-
they're working,
and he's
they're
like-
lying.
Just
Okay,
shut up,
does
Jay.
nobody
not-
works in tech.
Shut up.
He cannot hear the frequency of my voice, I swear. I was just asking you if it's been like a whole day of like cockfighting like this.
Yes.
No, just the last half hour.
No.
Yeah,
Actually,
Shake off.
HIR and I talked one-on-one because nobody else was on the panel and nobody else requested up. So we talked one-on-one for a little while, like basically podcast style, which was kind of cool. I got to ask her questions and she just answered a bunch of questions of mine. So that was kind of cool.
So it was the only intelligent conversation you had all day?
That's probably true.
Sad I missed it.
You can go back and watch it. It's on YouTube. We were talking about just her doing a podcast and just me like asking her questions for the podcast, like picking a subject and I'll come up with a bunch of questions and ask her and challenge her on some things, and then she'll just like give explanations. I don't know. What are you?
Hey, you guys got a cheerleader in the comments. Mom Donnie is #1 is here.
Do you feel like HR has enough stances to fill like a podcast though? She's not very opinionated.
Really? All right.
If anybody
I
should
don't
have a
know.
podcast.
Yeah, I know. The talker, the biggest yapper.
Tucker versus
put-
Piker. Hassan Piker versus Tucker, 2028 or 2032.
Versus.
Either way.
I don't know what worse is.
Hassan Piker, the freaking guy on the left.
No,
What's his
I don't
name?
know
Hassan
what worse,
Piker.
sir. I don't.
No, I
I
said
don't know
Tucker.
what worse is. What's worse is?
Tucker against Piker for 2028 or 32. One of those two. But I think it's going to happen eventually. The parties don't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. The parties don't matter.
You said this multiple times. You don't. Have
This
to
is the
say it
argument of
anymore.
a 16-year-old, right? Like
Jay,
there's
we
actual
should write in
adults talking
Trump.
about politics.
2028, we should write in Trump again, Jay.
So
I
two
think
children.
you should.
Lip tears. Lip tears. If
Let's
I
get
told
it
you in
going.
2015 that
should.
Trump was going to be president, what would you say?
I think you guys should write it.
I would say,
Absolutely
yeah, I
believe
love
that.
Trump.
I agree. No
Yeah,
balls. I bet you won't.
2015, in 2015, if I told you Trump would be president, lip tears, what would you say? You'd say, yeah,
Well-
I saw it coming. Dude, all this stuff is breaking new ground. We're done. We're
They said the same
post-party.
shit when Reagan won. Grow up. Good God.
I got a kick out of Jeb Bush. He was such a dweeb. Oh my God.
Such a dweeb.
He was horrible.
He went into the fucking debates like they thought he was going to be popular, and he was just such a doofus. Couldn't fucking stand that guy. And who's that lady?
You know when Trump became president, when he told Hillary, he said, "Oh, thank God you're not in charge of the law," and then he said, "Yeah, because you'll be in jail." That's when he became president.
Exactly.
That second,
Yeah.
when he said that, I was like, "Fuck, this is better than sports." Fucking,
I got a fucking I got a Woody when he said that.
I can't imagine how boring your fucking life is that you watch a political debate where some guy's like, I'd put you in jail, and you're like, boner. How fucking boring.
The way he said it was just insane.
That's idiocracy.
The timing was perfect. The timing was just insane.
How fucking
it
was good.
It's the beginning of idiocracy. That's what it is. It's like politics turns into some kind of fucking wrestling sport and shit.
You guys can say what you want, but Trump was funny.
Fucking weird.
CT, that's probably the reasons flashlights exist.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, like MAGA's just a bunch of fucking dorks that finally found each other. They're a fucking Renaissance fair. That's all they are.
Lib tears.
I know.
Oh no, the IQ went up by 13 points. The panel's much better now.
It's a Friday.
This is my favorite Jay when he starts talking like fangirling over Tucker Carlson and like talking about the election like it was his sporting event. It's my favorite because it's so lame.
It's the dorkiest thing I've ever heard. Like I can definitely tell who didn't get laid well into their 30s when we have these conversations.
Well, the heart of the heart of the Democrat Party is with Hassan Piker. Let's be honest here. The heart, okay, the heart. It's not Kamala. It's not fucking Biden.
The heart.
Yes,
let's
the
be
people,
clear,
the Democrats love Piker.
It's the heart.
They love him. They're the guy.
Hot.
I don't think he's that hot.
They want. He's not the like the settle down kind of guy, but they just want him. Like he's like that fucking the hottest guy in the block. They wish they could have, right? So Democrats are like, yeah, can we get Piker, please? And then their DNC daddies, the DNC daddy and mommy come along like, no. You can't have him. You can have Newsom. That's all you can have for today.
All right,
and
Jay,
then they'll lose.
You're a grown adult, right? Like you're like not like 25, right?
Like 37 with 3 kids.
How old are you?
37 with 3 kids. 37.
Okay.
3 kids.
So maybe it's just me, but like I'm 38 with 3 kids as well. I don't sit around talking about fucking YouTubers and TikTokers when it comes to fucking American policy. I talk about senators and governors.
I'm not so sure.
House representatives. You fucking dorks are the ones watching like Jake fucking Shelley or whatever the fuck that dork is that keeps getting knocked out and Chud the Builder. You guys are fucking dweebs. We are talking about actual American politics from fucking policy-driven candidates, right? Senators that have gotten things done, House of Representatives, Congress people that are actually looking to become this. Only you fucking dorks would literally be like, did you see what Dwayne The Rock Johnson tweeted? That should be the fucking president. Like, when are we going to start having adult conversations about policy and stop talking about fucking YouTubers?
Piker just elected Mamdani. Piker was the reason Mamdani got elected.
Mamdani got elected because he ran a good campaign. God damn it!
Yeah, but Piker
fucking
Piker spoke at his fucking. He spoke at his fucking major rallies, and he spoke. And even this guy who's running in Michigan, I forgot his name, Saeed, some guy from Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan, who's trying to be the senator. The Democrat side has Piker campaigning every fucking week, and it's a fact. Okay, the base loves Hassan Piker. They love Mamdani. They love AOC. They love all these people. That's their heart. But the DNC, which is their daddy and mommy, will be coming in and be like, no, you can't have that. Sorry. But you know what the Republicans
You think of Hassan Piker more than the left does.
The Republicans don't give a fuck about mommy and daddy because we'll be like, fuck you. That's what we would do.
Or we like the
That's why I love Republican Party. That's why I love MAGA.
We don't.
That's why I love MAGA.
Or we like the policies that they advocate for, not them as people.
Jesus Christ, everybody's getting fucking violations.
I would like for everybody to reference to Mamdani the correct way. It's Mom Daddy. Okay.
Yeah, CT, I want to know what you got against 25-year-olds. What you got against us?
I think that you guys hyper focus on the fucking online unrealistic reality that politics actually is. And when things boil down to, well, Hassan Piker should fucking internet box Jake, or what's his name, Nick Shelley. I just kind of stopped giving a shit. I don't know what it's fucking Nick Shirley, Jake, whatever.
I'm 25 and I got a better mentality than Jay Patel. Jay Patel's a 40-year-old man with fucking 4 kids who's sitting here talking about YouTubers, bro. What you got us against us? We're more mature than you motherfuckers.
And some of you are.
Definitely say there's something to be said for intelligence over age in this case, you know, if we're comparing JD and Jay.
You know, Dorks Online, you guys see Jake Lang get his ass kicked here in LA? It's fucking beautiful.
That was funny. He got tossed like a fucking rag doll.
Did you guys see McGregor get his ass kicked? No, I'm just kidding. He didn't get his ass kicked, but he did hurt himself and lose the fight.
McGregor was like a 40-year-old dude. He can't basically, you know,
What was
he
the
got
scorecard?
knee something, knee ankle
He blew out his
sprain.
Yeah, he blew out his knee like on the very first.
He blew out Jay's back. Anyways, what was the scorecard?
He blew
There
out
was no
his knee.
scorecard. Yeah,
he
the ref
blew out
called
his
it.
knee. He blew out his knee on the very first kick.
Yeah.
The very first round?
The very first
kick.
Yeah, he tried to come out and do it
on
on
the
the
first
roundhouse.
round, he tried to kick, right?
Yeah,
JD,
the very first strike.
Right, which would have been in the first round.
Oh my god, you're such a dipshit.
Do you guys like Dan Bilzerian?
Jay is
Okay, if I'm asking you, did he hurt himself in the first round? You should just say yes or no. You shouldn't fucking just... Like, that doesn't make any sense. We were just talking about how 25-year-olds are, like, more immature, and then here you guys are.
And
not even
you
able to
are.
answer a
Listen
fucking
to you.
question.
Listen to
You all
you,
are
you
40,
dumb
50
shit.
years old, and you
Yeah,
can't
listen
answer a
to you,
single
you
fucking
dumb
question.
64 seconds in is when it happened.
No, it wasn't. Jesus fucking Christ. You guys are all
Yes, it
dumb
was.
as fuck. It was not 64
Yes, it
seconds
was.
in. It was like
It
3
was like the
seconds in.
first 2 minutes.
It was in the first
No.
fucking 10 seconds. You
No,
dipshits.
no. They ended the fight a little bit later, but he did hurt himself. They showed it back over and over again. He did hurt himself the very first kick.
Yeah, bell rang. He threw a kick, blew out his fucking knee. That's what happened.
Right. Well, they stopped it. They stopped it.
Yeah, he got punched on the ground for like a minute, and then they finally were like, "Wait, he can't walk." In the fight, that's what happened.
Okay, like who are you all, and what did you do to Mojo that he's actually arguing sports? I feel
don't know.
uncomfortable.
Well, yesterday I ended a live because they wouldn't stop fucking talking about McGregor. So I got to hear all that fucking nonsense, and then I end up finding out this morning the damn fight lasted less than like a minute long.
Yeah, most of
And
those cards are
they
shit.
spent like fucking 40 minutes arguing about it, and the fight lasted a minute. It was annoying.
What do you guys think about Dan Bilzerian? He's running for Congress. in
Another
Florida.
fucking YouTuber. God damn it! I hate this
No,
fucking.
he was on
timeline.
Instagram. On Instagram, not YouTuber.
It's the same
Because
fucking
that
thing, you
makes it
dipshit.
better.
To be fair, we're all millennials here, right? Millennials and Gen Z. Kind of feel like around like as soon as I start watching like cartoons on TV or whatever, I just started watching things on YouTube and all that. That's like back in like basically as soon as YouTube came out. So I feel like we're all kind of on it. We're all kind of like we all know internet personalities basically.
I'm Gen X. I remember reading news in the newspaper. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll say I'm 38. Like I still watch the fucking news.
Thank you.
Like an
Thank you.
adult.
Yeah. I'm not embarrassed about it. We're good.
Oh, I don't fuck with newspapers because I think that shit's whack. But like, goddamn, news articles are a fucking thing, and they're sourced, which is even better.
What have you been playing all day, Ella?
Oh, I haven't. I played some Crimson Desert this morning. Then I met up with some friends and whatnot. And now I'm playing World of Warcraft.
Ace. Oh, I just got to the point, Ella and Mojo, where I'm getting it turns out, like, I have not been doing enough story missions. I thought I was doing story missions, but I was literally doing fucking side missions for, like, the last 2 days, 3 days. But now I'm on chapter 3, finally. And I'm getting to the point where I'm getting, like, Abyss gear. or whatever the fuck they're called for that thing you were talking about, Ella.
That thing you were talking about.
You still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, you got, I don't know, another fucking 400 hours left.
Yeah, I literally spent like the last 2-3 days just exploring like the first region, I guess. I wasn't fucking paying attention to what the fuck I'm doing.
Well, that's kind of what I've been doing all day, is just side quests. Sorry, go ahead and yell at each other. Oh, look at that, we ran everybody off.
Jay literally said in comments, gotta go as wifey wants me to clap her cheeks. Crazy. Wild.
Some men are so gross.
Yeah, nobody says that when it's actually happening. He probably has a diaper to go fucking change.
What? I mean, he hides his TikTok debate habit from his wife. Like, that's some pathetic shit right there. Like, just, I don't know, have a fucking conversation about it.
And who uses an AI image of fucking Taylor Lautner from Twilight? That's crazy. Team Jacob.
I don't think he has a wife. Like, truly, I don't.
Yeah, that's probably right.
That means he's available.
Hey, Rosa, get on it.
Adrian just asked a question in the chat, and now I can't unsee it. She says, are rights discovered or invented?
Rights are invented.
Yeah.
You can come up and ask the question. Do you want to have the discussion? We can do that. I can piss off a bunch of liberals right now.
Violence. Yeah, you're choosing violence right now.
That's not true. I also agree. I don't think natural rights are a real thing. Me and Paula actually had a good back and forth on this.
Adrian! You can come up if you want.
Got her.
Hey guys.
Adrian!
Never heard that one before.
Yeah, it's a new one, right? I'm an older guy. Let me tell you about this movie. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh. And I played sports growing up, so.
So we got it all the time.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I saw that question. Every once in a while, I'll use ChatGPT to, I guess, ask it, what are some deep questions at the bottom of politics, or like at the baseline of politics, like what is everything built off of? And that's one that came up, and I'm like, you, Ella, I can't unsee it, and it's blowing my mind.
So, what did you find?
You've never heard me talk about this?
Oh no, is that why it was such a big thing?
Oh yeah, natural rights. That's
I just talked about it this morning with John Galt a little bit.
Oh, I've never heard you talk about it before.
Yeah, I don't believe in natural rights. I believe that rights are all created by... We actually create societies to have rights. Rights don't exist without societies.
I agree.
I'm at this point just actively trying to rage bait, by the way, with my photo. Let's see if we can get some people in.
You want to switch yourself over to the big box?
Oh gosh, no, I don't need that attention, but thank you.
You're funny.
So I'm trying to get my thoughts behind me. So is there some sort of social norm, if a society wasn't invented, that would have rights, even if they're not called rights?
Yes. Even outside of society, animals, for example, will give themselves leeway when it comes to hunting grounds, right? But again, those aren't rights. It's protectionist. It's the idea of survival. In the same way that things are sourced like food, but again, these aren't rights. There are natural laws of order, right? Like certain animals realize it's not worth trying to fight a turtle shell to get the food for, so they just leave them alone. In the same way that there's benefits to like sucker fish that clean off algae and shit off sharks. Those are laws and orders for survival. But rights in of itself is something that has to be established by somebody and upheld by somebody else. There's nothing natural about rights. That idea of natural rights was an invention by a guy named John Locke in the 1800s that mainly religion based said that you have God-given rights. So for people that don't believe in religion, that instantly takes it away. But for even the people that do, if your rights can be taken away from you, they were never God-given in the first place. There's no superpower about them that establishes them to you. It's the upholding of it by somebody else or a group of other people that establish it.
Ella, they don't like your image.
This app is getting soft.
They give her Ella, is this your first violation?
Wait, hold on. Mojo, you have a tag that says consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health.
Oh, it's because he had a cigarette in his mouth. I'm sorry, I didn't think of that. No, it's my third fight.
Oh, damn.
Mid-sentence.
Sorry, Ella.
Rude.
Well, I kind of meant to know.
Brutal.
I've only gotten one violation, and it's because I was on video with an empathy sweatshirt, and they said I was doing sexual content.
Tracks. So what are your thoughts, Adrian? You said you're in this weird wormhole of trying to figure this out. So I gave you my explanation of why I think rights are more man-made and upheld by man more so than natural. What are your thoughts?
Well, I guess my thoughts are behind the actual words discovered or invented. So I understand where you're coming from. I used to debate theology, and this was,
Oh, yeah?
this was, not that I want to, JD. This was a topic that got covered several times. But I think the question here is discovered or invented. Trying to get my mind behind it.
Well,
I guess I don't have an opinion yet.
We'll take the idea of society out of it, right? Let's just say it's you and 100 people on a deserted island. You don't know each other. The idea is survival. How many rights are you affording to the people on that island, to them and for yourself?
Say that again. I got distracted by HR.
Yeah, remove society, right? Society has not been established yet. And there's 100 people on an island. There's only so many resources. How many given rights are you affording to people, and will people afford to you?
I guess, yeah, that it's determined by the majority or by the quote society that's there.
Yeah, or removed by the majority, right?
Yeah.
So if it's something that can be subjugated like that, there's nothing natural about it.
Okay,
I think go ahead.
I was just going to say this analogy, kind of this is where my mind is. So say we have money, like the US has a piece of paper that holds value. We invented it. Somebody invented it, and the value is because somebody the government collectively agreed that it was worth something.
The reason that we know rights are subjective to society is because people in this country alone, one of the youngest countries in the world, have had to give rights to people when the majority decided that at one point in time they didn't deserve them.
I mean, I think there is a natural right, which is the right to exist, right? Like nature kind of provides you the right to exist. But it can be taken from you by anybody in general.
Well, then if nature can provide it and take it away, it's not a right.
Right. I'm just saying, I think that's the only right that nature provides you is existence in and of itself. I think inherently rights are provided to you by governments, by groups, by societies. And that's only because we are inherently political creatures. Like Aristotle talks about this in Nicomachean Ethics, right? That we are inherently political, that we are inherently societal, as even our own genealogy and biology shows that we are inherently social creatures. We are herd animals, essentially, that come up with different ways to organize ourselves.
And in that organization, our prefrontal cortex has also given us the ability to discriminate, to have prejudice, to predict that people, initially a lot of our ability to know whether or not somebody is safe was mechanical, right? It was, you look like me, you do the same thing as me, maybe you are safe to be around, right? And then eventually as society got more complicated, like with cities and industrialization, it became more organic, right? Specialization happened. We now understand more about each other. So we are able to grant rights and we're able to grant like these ideas to more people, but we do it poorly. Like, we are creatures of like seeking safety. We are naturally prone to like negative emotion. We are naturally prone to remember things that are negative because that's what keeps you alive evolutionarily.
So I think heuristic
There's so many ways you could discern rights. Yeah. I think there's just too many, but I also think that like it's not binary either, right? Because we are so complex at this point, right? Like you could make arguments in different ways. It's just a matter of like understanding the society you currently live in. And in our society, we can say that, right? I think that the way that people give rights is also inherently just subject to culture and society.
But I think the argument is, are there natural rights or are there societal rights, right? And we can even just look at state by state when it comes to AB laws or AB rights. We know that different states have different outlooks on what rights women have to public health. And so to me, that tells me there's no natural about it. Otherwise, everyone would just understand it, agree, and go with it because it would become a natural thing.
I think, so my argument, or not argument, but what I got from this question is, I guess another way to ask it or say it is, invented to me means that you are giving people rights to possess. And the discover part is, say, the government implements them. I'm being so bad here.
What do you think rights are? I mean, what can you name for me some rights that we can discover?
So
the right to property, you can discover that. That's what the Europeans did, right? They discovered the right to property everywhere they went.
And property.
So I would say that I guess we do need a distinction between, say, if we're talking about the rights here in America with the Constitution, or like CT was talking about, like human rights, I guess. But I guess in my mind it was implied that we were talking about constitutional rights. Does that answer your question?
Okay. But each country would have its own rights. And I guess my point is, if you're going to say that we have the right to bodily autonomy, or we have the right to life, or we have the right to whatever, I think you can safely say that we don't discover those because each society is going to treat those things differently, which means they're not discovered, which means they're defined by the society that you happen to be born into.
Also, I don't think we've ever instantly came up with a right where we're like, oh shit, we didn't even think about this one, and then everyone instantly just were like, oh no, this is absolutely right. It had to be fought for. There's always people that will oppose that right. So again, I think that's where another causation to say it's not natural, because there's always people that want to oppose giving rights to people.
Yeah, I think the only way I can think to really argue that there are natural rights would be to suggest that in some ways, right, our natural inclination as human beings was to create like religion, to create some sort of like way of understanding the world that then created these kinds of like ideas on how to run society through that. But I do think that science disrupts that process, right? I'm not making that argument like personally. I'm saying like I'm trying to think of the way that you could argue that. I think the only way that I could really kind of get it would be to say that we are kind of naturally seekers of the spiritual, seekers of a way of understanding. and like trying to create meaning. And in that process, you kind of discover this like process of rights or process of like organization of humanity in that self-discovery or like search for meaning.
Well, heuristic, I always like to like come up with a steel man for my own arguments, and the one that I do struggle with is every human's basic right to free thought, because it's the one thing that you can train out of people, but it's very unnatural to do that, right? They have to go through like immense amounts of torture pretty much to get rid of free thought, to be cognitively trained to just follow. I think that
or you can just be MAGA.
But you know what I'm saying though? Like we're naturally born with the idea of free thought, and we're tested on that every time. But that's really the only thing I could grasp onto to make the argument for natural right is the natural right to free thought.
That's like a Kantian argument, like an a priori knowledge, a knowledge of being able to think for yourself. But they could also make the argument of the tabula rasa, that like no one is really born with free thought, that you are raised by somebody or you're raised in an environment that provides you a way of thinking, right? Like the reason that sometimes I like realize that like not everyone was born with parents who like when I asked questions, like my parents would logically and thoughtfully describe the answer to me. They made sure that I understood things, and that has provided me a way of thinking about the world that a lot of people maybe didn't have access to, right? So like you could make the argument either way, and philosophers have for a long time.
For sure. And this is a hyper meta conversation because, like I said, I had to go into the fucking cockles of thought to even think about this. There are animals that give birth to children and then leave them, and natural instincts take over. But the decisions to go left and right are still left up to them, right? It doesn't even take like a high cognitive understanding for them to understand that they have the free choice to make decisions to go upriver or downriver, across a stream, through a stream, up a hill, down a hill, but they still make those decisions.
You know, CT, I think you would really like the book The Master and His Emissary. It talks about the right and left hemisphere, and it describes like what the interplay is between the right and left hemisphere. And after describing the neuroscience, he uses that framework to describe like Western history and civilization. And I think you would really like it if you're into this kind of conversation.
Is there an hour-and-a-half movie I could watch, or a miniseries?
No, it's an absolute slog of a book, but I think you can do it. I believe in you.
I don't read books. I fucking hate books.
Listen to it then.
Audiobook.
Get it on audio.
That tracks.
It's a great book. I think you would really like it.
No, we don't need Donovan CT 2.0. Okay, we had enough of that last night.
No, actually, I was listening to a live today. I won't say the person's name. I'm not trying to cause any more issues, but like somebody on the left, I like listening to a lot, and they made a really good point. Getting upset talking to people on the right is like getting upset because a 2-year-old's throwing a tantrum. And I think I'm choosing not to do that anymore. I look at everything that I hear from the right now in the perspective of like an angry 2-year-old. And I think that with that perspective, I get to just kind of be like, okay, yep, nope, for sure. I just think about how I handle my kids. And it really did put it in perspective for me. It was like, why would I get upset about something a fucking toddler's screaming about? Like, that's just where I'm at with MAGA anymore. They're funny. They're entertaining, but they're just like little toddlers. They're fun.
That would actually be funny to go on a...
Hi, Donovan.
That would actually be fun.
Or not.
I don't know. I just think like at this point, like if you haven't looked at the corruption and you're not absolutely sickened by it, you're just lost, and there's no helping you understand that like we are being literally robbed by this guy. Like it's terrible. He's a bad president. He thinks Japan is an Islamic republic. He literally looked at Zelensky and called him Putin 2 times. He has been trading nonstop in his position of power. He has been using his position of power to enrich himself. It is very clear he is a pay-for-play president. He doesn't care about anybody. He doesn't care about the economy. He says things like that. He's bored, and he is the worst thing that has happened to this country in a long time, and it's going to take us decades to recover.
HR, you forgot the funniest part of that day, which was Trump takes the shitty plane back home, and then on bright blue carpet, Trump doesn't know where he's going, so Turkey president has to help him.
Even worse, I think it was the French president who had to help us. Like, how weak do you have to look for Emmanuel Macron to have to guide you up the stairs?
Again, HR, put it into the fucking goggles of a 4-year-old that just made a friend because they both realized they like blocks, and this is all much funnier.
Yeah, and he has access to a nuclear football, CT. It's absolutely discouraging and like dystopian as fuck.
I love it.
I mean, there's a chain of command
for more than 6 years now.
I'm sorry.
But I saw.
You say his first words. What was that?
Said Trump has had access to a nuclear football for more than 6 years now.
Oh, yeah. Good job. Good job.
So
and now he doesn't know where he's at.
Is this where I bring up that all of this is wildly hypocritical, and that quite often I get derided for speaking my fears.
Hey, it's okay. Hey, you're amongst friends. Relax. You're cool. You're good.
Really? Okay. That's nice of you to say.
Donovan, it's not about, like, I understand that like other presidents have also done some bad things. He has done not a single good thing. You can't look at this presidency and honestly tell me that after looking at all those trades that he did, that looking at the amount of money that he's made, looking at the amount of people he's gotten paid to pardon, looking at all of that corruption, looking at all of those things.
Every single member of the IRGC that no longer draws breath is a wonderful thing.
That's like, it's just such a silly thing.
Is
to
it?
Like,
Ooh,
it is.
Because what?
Exactly.
The IRGC is such a noble organization.
How many times have I had to fucking say to you that I do not like the IRGC, but the only thing that Trump has done is he has made the IRGC more powerful. He has absolutely killed off any kind of democratic swell that was going to take place in that country, because when in history has an external force allowed for a revolution to take place
opening
like
fire
that?
on protesters?
He ruined any ability for the Iranian people to take the IRGC down, because now they are worried about an external force coming in on them. They will rally around the people that have power. You don't understand how Iran works. You do not understand how history has happened. All you think about is the way that you're just thinking about it from the Western lens. It doesn't make any sense, Donovan. He has given the IRGC the Iranian people on a fucking plate.
All right, wait. But
sense.
she brings up a good point up here that I'd like you to address. They are more powerful now because the people will rally around them because they are more fearful of the United States than they are the IRGC.
Well, how does that track given the fact that they know that the United States is in direct opposition to the IRGC? They're signaling to the people of Iran that if there was never a better time.
120 little girls.
Wait. What we have to do. Yeah, see, there it is. You complain, CT, about, children, but I can't help but notice that every time I make a well thought out and well articulated point, that one of you can't help but open your yap.
It's not well thought out or well articulated.
No, it is.
No, it's because
hold on, guys.
Stop.
What I'm trying to tell you,
HR.
Yeah, let him finish.
Let him finish.
He needs a space. Give him a space.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that the people of Iran know that the United States is in direct opposition to the IRGC. They have relieved them of their Navy, they've relieved them of their Air Force, and they are now in a very methodical fashion relieving the IRGC of their lives. And there isn't a better application, I'll say it again, of the flaming sword of righteous justice that is the United States military than the complete and total destruction of the IRGC.
But Donovan, there's a problem with
Wait.
Everybody wants to go.
We are notorious for leaving, especially under Donald Trump. So they cannot expect us to stay and dismantle the IRGC. So the only option that they have at this particular point is to support the IRGC because they know that we're not going to be there to take them down for them.
You have to understand that they don't want the West coming in and doing it for them. That hasn't worked out once. They've seen Iraq, they've seen Afghanistan, and they saw how that worked out for everybody. It did not work out for them. It did not work out for the people there.
And Donovan,
The IRGC, like you are making this argument from somebody sitting here in Virginia, in America, who doesn't understand the people there, who doesn't give a fuck about what they wanted in the first place.
Yeah,
You've never been
that
there.
sounds
You've
good.
never talked to the people there. You've never
Does Israel and the
experienced
United States have
Iran.
complete air superiority right now, Heuristic?
Dude, it's not even
it
about
doesn't.
Simple.
that.
It's a
That's
simple
not.
question. It's a simple
That doesn't
question.
matter.
That
Oh,
doesn't
it does.
matter. It's an
Well, then answer the
irrelevant
question.
question.
Does it or
It's an
does it not have
irrelevant
complete air
question.
superiority?
Donovan, I need you to understand that righteous sword that
Not
you're
a
talking
single
about.
leftist can answer that question.
You hear me trying to answer it, and then you're the one complaining about people interrupting, which is again the traits of a 4-year-old, right? So I'm gonna explain this with crayons for you. That righteous sword that you're talking about, that's coming in and giving them all fucking freedom fires. We're killing innocent civilians. We're killing innocent women and children. For every, I'll say 10,000 IRGC members that you think you're taking out, we're taking out 20,000 civilians, which is then creating 60,000 more fucking rebels against the United States because that's all their family. They're saying you guys are willing to sacrifice us innocent people to do the bidding of harming this
Y'all
organization.
are just going to sit here for this?
Are you going to keep
He just said
interrupting
we're
again?
unaliving 2-1 IRGC versus civilians. That's what he just said.
Yeah. Should we go look up the numbers?
Cite your source.
Are we not?
No, we're not. I would love for him to cite that source.
Yeah.
We
sure,
take,
let me go
matter of
inside
fact, most munitions that we have now have cameras on them, so we can tell.
Hey, Donovan, do me a
I've been
favor.
seeing, check
Hey, do
them
me a
out for the
favor.
last 3 days.
Donovan,
every
do me a
single
favor.
munition flies in to hit a mobile.
Yeah, I'm going to do that one time, but I'm going to say this.
Missile launcher.
Donovan, hey,
There are
Donovan,
no
stop
civilians.
fucking whining like a bitch about people
CT.
interrupting you.
So go ahead.
Because you're actually getting on my fucking
Like-
nerves at this point. Stop fucking
Sure, CT.
complaining about people interrupting if you're going to fucking do it
Liar.
every time.
Liars.
This is why you're a fucking 4-year-old. I'm going
Cite your
inside
source.
right now to find my source. But
That's
again,
what I thought.
if you fucking bitch one more time about interrupting because you do it all the fucking time, I will abuse all the mod powers.
The mag is on this panel there, CT?
Oh, imagine that. You go somewhere because you
Yeah,
want
you're
to
just
stay there.
complaining.
The
You're just
fort's
complaining
gonna be
because it
there.
only takes one MAGA to walk all of you. That's why you're complaining, CT.
You're a fucking
And that's
4-year-old
why
and a
6
joke.
people need to complain that I, by myself, am interrupting.
You're
Okay.
a fucking joke, Donovan.
5. I haven't engine.
Imagine that.
Imagine it only takes one MAGA to gang up on 6.
Have you what is happening?
Where'd he go?
CT dropped him before I had to drop CT.
I just don't understand how he thinks that he's dog walking us. He doesn't address anything that we actually say. We're not winning here. The strait isn't open. Do you know what we're doing now when we are looking at futures? We're not listening to Iran and we're not listening to the United States and what they're saying. We're literally just looking at whether or not ships are crossing through. That's it. We're just looking at whether or not ships are crossing through to do futures now because we can't trust anyone, right? We've never really trusted the IRGC with that kind of information, but we usually have trusted our own government, but we don't do that anymore. We just can't because we literally can't stand the instability anymore.
Watch this.
People who have
Watch
been
this, HR. Are you ready? I'm gonna cut right to the quick. I'm gonna ask a very succinct question and not bloviate for 10
Did you
or
let her
15
finish, dude?
saying the same thing three different ways. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna ask you a simple question. You can answer yes or no. You can answer however you want. All right. Is the IRGC and ultimately the government of Iran an authoritarian, theocratic, evil regime? Yes or no?
They're authoritarian and they are violent. I wouldn't call them evil because I don't call any one place evil. I think it's kind of a stupid word to use because I think it's beyond good and evil. They're authoritarian, they are violent, they are not a group that I would ever support, but I support the Iranian people. And by supporting the Iranian people, I must be against the US interfering and bombing the Iranian people.
So it's your position that the U.S. and the Israelis specifically are intentionally bombing Iranian civilians? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think it was ever up to us
That's a
whether
yes
or not the Iranian people rose up and changed their government. I don't think it was ever up to us. It is not our place to do that. There are many authoritarian and violent regimes, ours included, that are not facing external pressures now in which people have to become a monolith in order to survive. It is an absolutely ridiculous argument that you are trying to make, and you are not going to change my mind.
I'm going to illustrate that it's not. Are you ready, HR? Does the Iranian government, specifically the IRGC, not only encourage but order their soldiers to grape female prisoners, especially virgins?
Doesn't Israel do that all the time? Didn't we do that in Abu Ghraib? There are so many governments who have done things like that. Like fucking hell, Donovan. They are not the only evil people in the world. They're not the only bad guys in the world. It is still not our fucking job.
Well, no question, HR, you whiffed it.
The problem being, Donovan, here is that you're treating it like black and white when it's a lot more nuanced. So, like,
I'm asking simple yes or no questions that y'all are unable or unwilling to answer.
I haven't said anything.
Can I ask Donovan a simple question?
Donovan, I haven't said anything.
Tortured multiple people.
Hey. One person at a time, please. JD, go ahead.
Thank you. So, essentially, HR is saying, like, even if she grants you all the things that the IRGC is responsible for, you have to remember that the IRGC is just one of many factions that exist inside this world. You have North Korea, which literally had in 2002 a survivor come to the U.S. and testify that, yeah, the prisoners within North Korea are being treated like housewives and they're being raped left and right.
And I did find that source if Donovan still wants it. The human rights activists, the HRNA. I'm sorry, it was not 2-1. It's 1.73-1. There have been 1,701 civilians killed to 1,200 military personnel, and there have been another 700 non-confirmed. And they're not even taking those into effect. If they did, it'll be a 2.3-1 civilian to military personnel KD rape. So do you have a source that says different, Donovan?
What
Or you
is
just
the
up here
source
fucking
you're using,
bloviating again?
CT?
HRNA, Human Resource News Organization. They're pretty unbiased, like they report worldwide news. I looked them up just to make sure. Oh wait, no, there's more actually. Hold on. Let's see. Human Rights Activist Group, HRNA, Reuters, Al Jazeera, AP News, Day 39 exceeds 3,000. Yes. Oh shit. Even Statista has a fucking study on it. That's crazy. And yeah, 38% of those are women and children, civilians.
Oh my god, a red trash panda. Those are my favorite. They're so cute.
We love red.
They are adorable, and I have my hand up. Can I ask Donovan a simple question?
While I'm checking his source, I'm listening. What's up?
On 9/11, did we rally around the flag or the hijackers?
Flag.
So you don't think that Iranians are rallying around their flag right now?
No, I think that if the people of Iran are going to attempt to rise up against the IRGC and then get gunned down to the tune of tens of thousands at a time, and that if the U.S. comes to their aid because of the behavior of that evil regime, that it's ridiculous to try and compare what happened in 9/11 to what happened here. It's
before you laugh at it, you consistently
it's a hilarious whiff, but nice try.
Before you laugh at it, you consistently come up on these panels and tell everybody that the left absolutely hates this government, this country, this flag. So you're telling me that the people that hate this government and this flag rallied around this flag, but the Iranians won't do it. They'll rally around the invading force.
Yeah, the Death to America people, right?
Trying to say leftists.
No, you say that the Iranians all shout death to America. That's why it's okay to unalive them. But now you're pretending like they like to rally around us to save us. Which one is it?
Well, they do say death to America.
Okay, so why would they rally behind us?
Because we're trying to save them from the IRGC.
That's why they chant death to America?
God, we're not saving them. We're not saving them.
Well, we're trying to take down the IRGC, no? We're not trying to taking out the IRGC?
Whoa.
No?
It's so crazy for you guys to think that that's what's happening. We're not saving
Are
them.
we not taking out the IRGC? Is that not a
IRGC is
goal?
still there.
During the
The IRGC
2026
is
conflict
still
involving
there.
Iran, data indicates that the military to civilian death ratio was approximately 6 to 1.
Yeah, where'd you find
6
that
to
at?
1 military versus fucking civilians.
What's
so
your
where
source?
did you get that absolute bullshit you just read to me?
Yeah, Human Resource News Network.
Oh, okay.
Where'd you get yours?
Let's see. Hengod.net. It's a
What's that?
It's a source from the Middle East.
Yeah, mine's a source that's nationally
it's written
recognized.
in Arabic. I had to get it translated.
Yeah, mine's nationally recognized.
Wait. You're trusting a translation from Google.
Verified data
From a source that you've never heard of. From a source that you've never heard of.
Stand by.
Are you fucking serious?
No, I'll get more.
Yeah, mine's a national news network.
That's a wild thing to do right there.
Dude, I wouldn't
translate a source that you've never heard of and then trust that over a source that
it started from an AI aggregate, Mojo. This is how searches work.
A wild thing actually just
a proficient
happened.
device.
This is why the
Did
right
you not hear?
have access to AI.
Did you not hear Rosa? She said that we're trying to save the people that chant "Death to America." She literally said it.
This is fucking look, Brobot. You have some silly takes sometimes, but if you live
This
under
isn't
an
even my take, Donovan.
if you live under an authoritarian regime and you do not comply with the edicts of that authoritarian regime, I'm not talking about the bullshit you guys normally say that Trump's a fascist and authoritarian, all that bullshit. I'm talking an actual one where if you speak out against the administration, they'll drag you out of your house, throw you in jail. If you're a young female, you can, they'll grape you before they execute you simply for disagreeing. So this idea that you're trying to draw comparisons between the United States of America, where you clowns have the ability to come up here and talk the most ridiculous fucking shit every day, and Iran is pretty fucking funny.
Just remember,
How many Germans
4-year-old
fought
temper
for
tantrum.
1930s
Oh my God, here we go.
Nazi
Rachel
Germany?
World War II. Why don't you guys address
How
this without
many
saying it
Russians
other than
fought for the
making shit up?
USSR?
Oh, an authoritarian.
These are
regime.
these are
They get to say death to
authoritarian
America, so we
governments,
should.
aren't they?
So you're saying we should unalive them? Durr. That's ridiculous.
Oh, that was pretty childish.
I told you, it's a 4-year-old having a temper tantrum. That's all they are.
Wait, so are we not over there taking out the IRGC? Is that like not one of our main objectives?
Yes, 6 to 1, and they're trying to say that we unalive more civilians than we do military, even though every single one of our
Right.
fucking
Well,
bombs
you know
have
what?
cameras on them,
It's called
and they're blowing up. They're blowing up ballistic missile launchers left
it's
and
called
right.
collateral damage.
And somehow
That's
these
what it
clowns
is.
are complaining about that. Oh, well, let me guess.
I cannot believe they're
strap
talking over
kids
each
to the
other.
ballistic
What
missile
the fuck?
launchers? Because
Are
that
you
is
guys
the kind of
okay?
thing that Iran does. And
Do you guys need a
are holding
fucking
water
nap?
for 'em.
What are you doing right now? You and
I'm
Rosa are
telling you what
screaming
you're
over each
doing.
other
You
like
don't
I'm not
fucking
saying anything, bro. What are you
You
talking
guys are
about?
yelling over each other like buffoons.
I'm not
Calm
saying
down.
anything, dog.
Jesus Christ.
What is wrong with you?
I want to hear what Donovan was saying.
Yeah, I would love to have heard it too. I'm sure it's bullshit, but we'll listen to it.
Yeah, this is from, what is this? The Henga Organization for Human Rights. It's an international organization. And this particular
Donovan, one sec.
this particular source was from
one
March
sec.
14th, 2026.
Donovan.
What? You wanted a source.
Just one sec.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, about that source. What was? How do you spell it? I just want to get the background.
HENGAW. Henga Organization for Human Rights.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
This particular article was 14 March 2026. At least 4,900 people have been unalive during the first 14 days of the war between the U.S. and Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran. According to data compiled by the Henga Organization for Human Rights, verified data and Henga Statistics Documentation Center shows that 480 victims were civilians, accounting for 9.8% of the total unalive toll, while 4,420 were members of the Iranian military forces.
Okay, so another thing you posited real quick, and then you can go back to whatever you were talking about, but I really wanted to focus on it.
Well,
Earlier, Donovan,
wait a minute.
you
This
made-
is important because
Donovan,
why would
I
anyone
haven't said anything
believe
at all,
the
Donovan.
kind of
Please
shit
don't
that
interrupt me.
CT
Donovan.
is offering here right now?
I
Buddy,
don't care about
buddy,
your
nobody
comments.
takes you
guys can
seriously,
throw each other off after Can I just finish?
I come to leftist panel, CT,
Donovan. Oh my god.
for a reason.
Okay, Penny Mod.
Okay, let Jay finish, please, guys.
So you guys can return to your jerk off battle after this one question. Donovan, earlier you made a statement that we have air superiority, but how many jets are we losing left and right?
How many what?
How many jets have we lost so far? I guess more specifically.
A couple.
I wouldn't say just
A couple helicopters.
I would say
One or two.
well, yeah, helicopters too, yes.
And I would
I wouldn't say just a
go ahead. Divine in the comments. I was looking up the source while you were talking, so I didn't hear it. But were those stats including like up to recently, or did they just stop at March?
March 14th, I believe, was when that particular article came out.
Okay.
Mine's from July, so shocker. Imagine that's newer too.
JD.
So magically, 5,000 or more civilians got on a line?
I don't mean to defend you, Donovan.
We magically started bombing the country just recently, didn't we?
Well, no, we were under a ceasefire for like.
Yeah, but we just magically started bombing the country, didn't we?
Well, yeah, in the last few days.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the HRA has documented 6,324 unique incidents comprising 12,798 distinct attacks between February 28th and April 8th of 2026. With HRA's data set, 77% of incidents involve civilian harm and damage to civilian objects.
I don't mean to defend you, Donovan, but I will defend the U.S. military. JD, can you tell me how many of those jets that were shot down were not 1950s manufactured F-16 Growlers or 1960s F-18s?
Wouldn't that also play to my argument, though, if these are like fucking
It's our
1950 jets?
Cold War era equipment. I'm not that ultra concerned about it. And most of it was friendly fire.
Also, Atron has documented
I don't care whether or not it's like friendly fire or enemy fire. The point is, like when you say, "Oh, these are jets that are really old," it plays into my sort of argument that A, we don't have air superiority, and then B, I guess now adding on to that, we don't have air superiority because we rely on such old fucking shit.
No, we have air superiority. I don't know. You're having a little argument sake over old tech. I mean, we haven't lost anything that was built at the turn of the century.
I think that's besides the point. Like, even if it's old, it still works.
That would be the point. We have not lost any F-22s that were made in the 1980s, for instance. We haven't lost anything turn of the century.
I like how in the middle of a conversation where we're talking about killing thousands of fucking women and children, we're arguing about fucking planes. I think we lost the plot, boys.
Thank you, JD, for arguing about planes.
The fact is that the United States.
I don't know. Do you guys want to return to your fucking jerk off sesh where you and fucking Jonathan sees who has the bigger cock? I don't know.
Civilian casualties. You know who doesn't? The RGC.
I don't know why we're arguing this in the first place. In all honesty, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. I obviously the RGC is bad. Obviously, we're not going to like them, but the IRGC was born from constant involvement in the U.S. in the Middle East by the U.S. The IRGC was a necessity that was created because of shit that we've done in the past. It didn't exist before we started meddling over in the Middle East. So now it's there. We've got Israel there. We've got the IRGC there. A lot of people are doing a lot of bad shit. But there was no reason for us to go into Iran in the first place. There really wasn't.
I think it's their lack of ability to understand that we're creating the next IRGC right fucking now. That's the fucking irony of it all.
Yeah, those
500
Mojo. People that were killed. Why?
Quick question. Should I continue to try and fight this fucking... I know it's not relevant to the conversation, so I apologize. I really do. Should I continue to try and fight this scuba marine fucking guy that's at this quarry or not?
Are you talking about the guy with the? Yeah, you have to fight that to move to the next chapter, and it gives you a drill that makes it easier to get resources.
God, fuck. I died immediately then. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Fight harder.
So I think the conversation, if I understand right, I don't know a lot about this or haven't researched a lot about this, but HR was saying that you can't say the whole country is evil. Yes, their military is, but they're killing civilians. My question is how could we narrow down or have more precision to not kill civilians?
Boots on the ground.
Oddly enough, a comedian has the correct approach to this, Bill Burr. When people on the right were saying like, well, they're using human
I fucking
shields.
love that guy. He's fucking hysterical, right? You know
Yeah,
he
well,
is, Chet.
Yeah, but he
You
was
know he
right.
is.
His take on this was absolutely right. When the right says, well, they're using people as human shields, his response was, yeah, you got to figure that the fuck out. If somebody's grandma's being held in front of somebody upholding, like, robbing a mall, you don't shoot through fucking grandma to get the robber. You'd never justify that. That's dumb. That's the way dumb people think.
So, if I can say an anecdotal here, boyfriend's dad was an F-16 fighter pilot, and this is actually a question I asked him at one point, is basically how do you live with yourself if first of all, did civilians die whenever you shot down? And the answer was yes, and then I followed up with, how do you live with yourself like that? And his answer was that he was doing it and he didn't want to kill the civilians, but killing the civilians and getting the bigger evil saved his family and his country back home.
That's called indoctrination, Adrian. You know what the worst part is? Again, I'm not rooting for fucking the bad guys here for sure. But I can at least say that I probably have more in common with the people that are getting fucking bombed by a first world fucking nation with the most advanced fucking military in the world, right? Like, you ever see those guys out there fucking in sandals and like climbing on monkey bars and shit, shooting AKs? They don't even know what the fuck they're doing. They're just like, hey, we're just trying to defend our fucking homeland here. And then you got a guy in a fucking jet fly over, kill like fucking 10,000 people. And you know what he says afterwards? He's like, mission done. I can't relate to that. I can't relate to fucking just killing like fucking thousands of people and being like, target hit. That's fucking crazy to me. I can't even wrap my head around that shit.
Well, these are people that live on martyrism. They think that if they go and unalive themselves, they're going to go to heaven and get the 72 virgins, and that's all good stuff for them, right? Like,
we live on, sorry, Rosa, finish, my bad. We live in a world where people can literally go kill thousands of people with a fucking flyby and think they're saving and protecting their family. That's indoctrination.
And we live on martyrism. Like we glorify the idea of dying for our country, dying for freedoms, things like that.
that's
Like
that's not the same
death.
thing. Nobody in this country is going to strap a vest onto themselves and go to a public busy place, right?
No,
Nobody's going to fly an airplane into a building because
even worse, Rosa, even worse. They'll sit fucking 3,000 fucking feet in the fucking air and drop bombs on them because they know they don't have to fucking connect themselves to it. They only have their own fucking thoughts and PTSD to deal with later.
That's not when you're unaliving yourself. That's martyr.
When you're killing civilians because you think you're protecting your family, you're fucking indoctrinated.
All right, that might be indoctrination, but I'm talking about martyrdom. So,
which is worse?
Hey, did the RGC still have the internet turned off in Iran?
Who gives a shit? We're literally talking about the fact that you fucking military fucks are indoctrinated into thinking that you're protecting America by killing civilians. It's fucking gross.
dude, it's collateral damage. CC, what are you talking about? Like, what are you supposed to like dodge? What is the whack-a-mole where you can dodge every civilian? If there happen to be there, then they happen to be there. Like we're not going to bomb in like.
Think about what you're saying right now.
Right.
Listen to what you're saying.
What?
This is the same thing that Israel did. So they just dropped bombs and made it impersonal at that point because they didn't want to put boots on the ground, because they didn't want to go door to door, because they didn't want to lose their own soldiers. If we're gonna do shit like this, maybe we should have boots on the ground, because we could go door to door and we could without the RGC. What? If you're gonna do this, just fucking do it to make sure you're saving as many people as you can.
We are doing it.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're dropping fucking bombs and we're killing whoever we kill, and this is not going to accomplish the task. You are never going to take out the IRGC.
We're never going to take out the whole IRGC anyway, Mojo, because half of them are in Africa right now.
You are never going to take out the IRGC from the air. That's never going to happen.
Listen, it's not going to happen anytime soon anyway, because half of them are in Africa doing the things over there. And then they're over in Iran.
If you really want to do this, you do it on the ground with boots going door to door.
We could pull off the same.
Then you end up killing a whole lot of innocent civilians
from the air.
Then you end up killing a whole lot of innocent civilians, and by doing that, you are creating martyrs in the future.
Mojo, these are the same people that teach their children to chant on a life to Israel and on a life to America.
And these are the same people. These are the same people, just like everybody else. When you kill their parents, they fucking hate you.
They already hate us. Like, it's not getting any worse.
Because we killed their fucking parents 25 years ago. Why do you not understand this?
So it's not getting any worse, right? They already hate us. I mean, what does it matter?
Stop fucking doing this. Rosa, grow up. Stop fucking interrupting like that. Stop doing it.
Don't say that.
It's
Who
childish.
Are you talking to, CT?
I'm talking to you. Stop doing that.
I know you're not talking to me like that.
I am talking to you.
You can talk to your
right
kids
now.
like that, maybe.
No. I talk to you like that. Because
no, I don't think you do talk to me like that.
You are an adult.
I don't think that's going to happen, CD. That's not really what we do over here.
Can you grow up?
When I'm done talking, I'll finish talking and I'll shut up. But
again, the start of your fucking sentence shouldn't be in the middle of mine.
I was still talking. Well, I was still talking.
You just took a nice long pause there. Just took a nice long pause. At some point, grow up and realize we're not the fucking good guys.
You know what, CT? Shut up, stop talking to me, and carry on with your conversation.
Sorry, what was that? Say it one more time.
I said, shut up, stop talking to me, and carry on with your conversation.
Stop.
I couldn't hear you, Rosa.
I'm going to say that both of you guys are in the wrong here. I'm sorry. There's no reason for you to say grow up.
I'm sorry. This is the fucking argument of a child.
Yeah, so is telling somebody that they're arguing like a child.
Well, when they go, oh, what, the civilians just happened to be there. Sorry, we just fucking happened to blow them up. That's a fucking childish argument.
Yeah, I mean, Rosa, with all due respect, like, the goal should be to try and get those people evacuated before you bomb those areas.
Well, they know what's going on in their country right now. They should definitely be in, like,
how do they know?
Bomb shelters, right? No, or like some kind of something.
Sure.
Yeah, they should go to the safe zones.
They should be somewhere, right?
Wait, just as an immediate question, how do they know? Who gives them that information?
Wait, hold on. So if you see a bomb land over there, right, in your country, wouldn't you say logically, like, oh wow, we should probably go shelter somewhere?
Do you think our tech is not that good that we would hide our planes intentionally? Do you think, even just on a more simple level, that they're able to fucking see a plane that's 30,000 feet in the fucking sky?
I'm not saying a plane. I'm saying once you see something drop and an explosion in your area. But like, what are you talking about?
There's no place to go.
Wow. Well, again, it seems like a them problem. I mean,
yep.
No, we're the ones
adult
dropping.
combo.
We're the ones dropping the bombs. What do you mean it's a them problem?
Because if they know they've been at war and they've had all these wars and all these issues and all these everything, and this is what happens to their country, why wouldn't you make somewhere where everybody has like a bomb shelter? Israel all has bomb shelters.
Sorry.
Like, I'm not getting it.
Iran is not being attacked by any other country besides the United States of America. This is not what just happens to their country. This is what the United States does.
Maybe we start giving $3 billion a year to Iran. Maybe they can afford those bomb shelters.
But Israel is logic, they should have been safe at a school that wasn't anywhere near an active base or anything.
It was half on
I don't think you understand what collateral means. Collateral means you hit a base and there were civilians nearby. Collateral damage does not include the actual target being a school. I don't think you understand what that word
means. The school wasn't on a military base? Is that what you just said?
I said the school was on the military base.
Not for 10 fucking years,
right.
dude.
That's what I thought Divine just said.
Not for 10 fucking years.
But
and they weren't even using that base at the time. They weren't even using that base at the time. So why were they targeting that base?
Also, regardless of whether
the administration admitted they were using 10-year-old intel. I don't know why you're arguing with me.
Well, because
this is coming from our own administration.
When it was.
This is coming from our own Joint Chiefs. This
right,
is
so if they were using 10-year-old intel, right, then they would think that was still part of the base, not a school, right?
I mean, I have to call you out. If you said something factually incorrect, I have to say something.
Well, when she
No,
does, go
I
ahead
didn't say
and pipe
anything
up.
factually incorrect at all.
That wasn't an active
Because I
base,
just looked it
Donovan.
up to confirm it.
Yeah, you should know that
It
with
wasn't
all
an
your
active
fucking.
base.
Aren't you in the fucking know?
And
Real
Rosa,
fast, guys. JD, will you mute? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Brendan, you should
Sorry.
know this with all your insight that you have, right? All of the people that you know.
Rosa, what you're
That was an
missing is
inactive
that
base.
it's actual policy to verify intel before you ever fire. So why can't you say, are people fucked up? Just like our own Joint Chiefs have come out and said.
Oh yeah, we fucked up. We 100% fucked up, of course. But that wasn't part of a military base, and if they didn't verify it before, then they didn't verify it, and they were going off of 10-year-old intel. Like, I don't know, like, what else you want to do about that? I mean, it was like bad, right? It was really bad, but you know, sometimes
you're using it as an
you know the
excuse
whole
as, like, shit just
the whole
happens. No,
Afghanistan
shit
thing
doesn't
was
just
wrong and
happen.
bad, right? It was like accident.
Yeah.
I love that you brought up Afghanistan. So when we went into Afghanistan and Iraq, did the people like rally around us, or were they suspicious and firing
especially
at
the
us?
women, because we let them go to school and have rights and stuff.
No, they actually came and attacked our own soldiers because they didn't know who was coming into their home in the
Were
middle of the
attacking
fucking
children
night.
like Malala Yousaf. They were literally going onto school buses of little girls going to school and shooting them in the face.
We're creating future fucking terrorists, you dipshits.
Okay, you
He's
can
into
keep
the iron
saying
side.
that, but
He said
understand
that
that you sound like a terrorist when you say dumb shit like that.
If the schools for girls didn't exist in Afghanistan or Iraq when we got there.
Girls didn't exist.
We had to build them. It wasn't immediate that they rallied behind us. We were there for like 2.5 years building the schools and actually helping the people.
Correct.
They were fighting us the entire time.
The Taliban were.
Yeah, who's the Taliban?
The religious
You know who the Taliban
fundamentalists
is. It's the people in the
who
villages.
stone people and cut off people's hands and, do all that disgusting stuff that you guys pretend that you're against. But when it comes to them, you're really not.
That's their culture, man. Like, did you not learn this over there?
There it
Yeah,
is.
the same people it took us 25 years to not defeat and give the country back up to, those same people.
Yeah, they didn't stand up. I've encouraged many people to look up Afghani jumping jacks on YouTube.
Apparently we're not too fucking good at this.
That video says a
So you're
thousand
just
words.
as upset at Saudi Arabia then? Because that's their culture too.
Why do you guys have to pivot to every country except the one we're talking about? Why do you
Because
guys,
it's the one that allies with Trump and we fucking hate it.
Listen, maybe we were
really
supposed to.
excitable for that.
Maybe we were supposed to hit that school because don't they keep all their like weapons and stuff like under schools and hospitals and stuff? Don't they do that?
stupid. All right, look, I want to say this: like even
It's
even
not
American
Hamas, man,
military
it's
bases
Iran.
have schools too. Even American military bases have schools.
He
Like,
doesn't know the
I can vouch for that because I literally went to school.
Okay, Rosa, let me just let's go down your logic real quick. Okay, so even if they had stuff that was in tunnels under the schools, I don't think that's true for this location, but I'll give you that one caveat. Then why did we bomb in the middle of a school day when we knew the kids were going to be there? And then why did we hit it a second time after we already saw that we hit kids? I asked Rosa, Donovan, not you.
Donald Trump said to stay. Donald Trump literally said to stay home, and once you hear the bombing stop, then you come out and reclaim the country.
Trump says.
So everybody was supposed to stay home. No one was even supposed to be at school.
Trump told them in English.
No. They aren't listening to Donald Trump over there because first of all, I think the internet was down at that time, and second of all, half of them don't even listen to the leader of another country. You are wrapping yourself around this tree to make it make sense.
So you're about
Instead
to go
of just saying
have a
it doesn't make sense and we shouldn't have hit that school in the middle.
I already said that. I already said that.
Why?
I already said that.
No, you're giving every excuse in the world instead of just saying maybe we shouldn't have done it.
I definitely said that already, miss. Listen, the point is if you're about to have a military conflict with another country, wouldn't you be watching or listening on a radio or like watching on TV, like what's going on with that other country? Like, I mean,
It was a surprise,
strikes ahead of time. We don't announce our strikes ahead of time, you girl, please.
Rosa, are you listening?
Negotiating
you didn't announce it. You didn't have to announce it. He said stay home.
Rosa, you know the Ayatollah also puts out like a fucking newsletter. They have a news broadcast. You listen to that because we're at war with them?
But no, why can't you just
What's
say
that?
it was
It's not
an soil
in the middle of a school day?
Oh, so you're not listening to an enemy of our country? Like you were just saying that they should be doing? That's
Well,
crazy
they
that you're
knew
not
that
doing
it
that.
was coming. They knew that it was coming to
Just
them.
stop,
I
Rosa.
saw the
Just stop. You're
report. I
smarter
saw the
than this.
report today from Iranian television that said the new quote, the news was so good, I'm going to read it twice. Lindsey Graham is unalived. Yes, so I do watch Foreign News Report CT. Maybe you should. Oh, wait, that's right. I know how much you hate to read and edify yourself. Books are
Yeah.
wonderful,
Austin,
right,
we're talking
CT?
about villages, not you with a computer in your hand, genius.
Yeah.
Striker, what were you trying to say?
Wait a minute.
On
Are you trying to say that Iran
one
is a
second.
bunch of
Hang on,
loosely
Donovan.
connected villages, like with goats and shit? Is that what you're saying?
Brother, your ability to try to center
Pretty
yourself tonight is
racist.
getting fucking old. Can you let him go?
I was gonna say that
Wait,
basically. Oh,
I just want to say, CT, you gotta chill. He is the only. It is everybody against him and Rosa. So
No, I'm good.
they,
It's all good.
yeah,
Safe
I know.
spaces for opposition. I get it.
Yeah, you don't
No,
have to
dude,
do
I don't
that. And if
care.
you
Be
don't,
fucking radical. Do it up.
no. I want to give people equal time here. I don't want to have 7 different people talking to one person, like people like Penny, things like Penny do. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that kind of panel.
I feel you.
Go ahead.
oh, you can go ahead. I kind of forgot what I was gonna say.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man.
It wasn't you. It was a while back already.
I know you said something there, like he told them in English, and I thought that was a good point too.
Yeah, I was gonna. They're like Trump telling the Iranian people to go into their bunkers or whatever to go hide. That was not for them. That was for us. That was basically PR pushed towards the American people, so the American people can be behind it and be like, oh look, our government cares about the Iranian people. But in reality, it's like how Netanyahu was like telling people in Gaza to like shelter or like telling them to uprise against Hamas and all that. But he was saying it in English. It was not tailored towards an American. It was not tailored towards an Israeli audience. It was not tailored towards a Palestinian audience. It was tailored towards the Americans, so the way they can continue to support Israel. It's propaganda. That's what I'm saying. It is.
I think this is the time for the opposition to talk that they so desperately need, right?
Well, listen, if
Yeah,
they wanted to have it directed at Iran, and if they were showing it on Iranian TV, I think that they would have a translator, translating what Trump was saying. So that's the thing.
Well, they did stop internet, and they don't necessarily have the same kind of access to televisions that we do. They don't have the same kind of culture we have. So even if they have
Radio, cell phones, you got things.
well, again, there was not the access to the internet was shut down. I can't imagine that they weren't jamming radio stations too, and I think that came from both us and them. So I'm not sure what kind of access to information that people actually had. But I guess my question is, why are you guys so dead set on killing people in Iran? Didn't you guys vote for no new wars? I mean,
It's not. Listen, if you want to be technical, it's not a new war. It's been going on.
It is. It is a new war.
It's been going on. Don't you remember the oil situation with BP?
If you want to be technical, every single country on the face of the planet you can make the same argument about. So we would justifiably be able to invade every country on the face of the planet and say 30 years ago they did something bad to us. That's
they're still harping off of 30, 40 years ago that, with the oil thing, that's where it started with BP and the British. And then it was the embassy thing in Tehran and the hostages and the 444 days. And then it just went back and forth tit for tat since then.
We have continually meddled in the Middle East. This is not the United States. There's no reason for us to be there in the first place. It makes sense that the people in the Middle East don't like the United States because we have been killing them for that long.
If you want to be actually technical about it, Trump said he would end all of the wars.
Yeah, when they say metal, it always reminds me of a Scooby-Doo villain. I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling kids. Yeah. I love when you use that word, Mojo. That's awesome.
Super great add to the
combo. Most of these countries,
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say most of these countries are not like scheming or anything like that. They're just trying to operate on their own volition, like Latin America, how well we meddle with them when they're just trying to have their own country operate the way they want to nationalize their own resources. But then the U.S. and Europe and other Western powers have to be like, no, you have to play our game, otherwise we're gonna topple you. If you don't capitulate to us, then basically we're gonna fuck over your government and make
Yeah,
sure we put up a
I'm going to
dictatorship.
have to ask you the same question I asked Heuristic. Do you think that the regime in Iran, the IRGC, do you think they're an authoritarian, totalitarian, theocratic, evil regime, Ibanez? Do you believe that?
It doesn't matter because we would have propped up another evil regime just as long as they capitulate to the United States because we propped up dictatorships before.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because we ally with the same
Why
people
does
that are
that
bombing
affect
them
your
as well.
ability to answer the question, I wonder?
Yeah, Donovan, I think they
Because you're
are.
trying to.
And we're allied with one exactly the fucking same. Israel is a fucking
Really?
direct copy of fucking Iran.
So if you speak out against the Knesset, they'll drag you out of your house, throw you in jail, possibly marry you off to some random person before they hang you. They do that in Israel, do they, CT?
No, they just kill people.
They do that to
They kill people that are
Palestinians.
their neighbors.
There was a Palestinian woman.
Hilarious.
There's a Palestinian woman that basically responded to a post about how the IDF was going to go into Gaza. I forgot what exactly what operation it was, but it was the one where basically they went in and the woman just replied, "Where like my prayers go to them," and she didn't specify anybody. The IDF basically showed up to her house to basically take her.
Yeah, let's not forget that the IDF Israel was doing this shit like 40 years ago, by the way. Let's not fucking gloss over the fact that only recently they've trying to change their fucking laws to adhere to being fucking allies with America. On top of that, they're still killing fucking women and children indiscriminately while also growing and expanding into greater Israel. That's fucking happening. And you can't deny it.
It sounds like it's a totem for you, CT. It's really getting kind of cringe. But I'll ask you the same question that Heuristic refused to answer and that Ibanez refused to answer. I'm going to go ahead and put that question to you. Do you have the courage to answer?
Yeah, I've never shied away from shit.
Go ahead.
The question you just asked again, are you just repeating yourself? I said yes. And I said Israel's a fucking direct copy and paste of fucking Iran. They're a theocratic, fucking gross fucking leadership that fucking kills and unalives people for no reason.
Actually, they're more of a ethno state. I wouldn't say that they're
both fucking ethno states. They're both fucking gross. You're talking to an anti-theist.
Well, they have a representative government. They vote. They don't. It's not even close to the same kind of structure that Iran has.
Yeah, sure, whatever. They're both fucking gross.
That right, CT?
Yeah, Israel's nice enough to fucking do all of its raping and pillaging in other countries. I guess Iran just does it within its borders. It's still fucked.
Here, do you ever use TikTok language? Ever?
No, not usually.
No, he's got a potty mouth.
Respect for Mojo's panel, CT.
Usually, I don't think people get caught up on words like that.
Like your feet before you walk into somebody's house.
Yeah, sure. So either way, I like how you pivot away from what I said. Like again, Israel just does it in other countries or on the borderlines.
So I felt I had to address it.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. Thank you for nothing, I guess.
Wow. Ashamed of nothing, offended by everything.
I'll answer your question too. I think that the first three things you said, described him as, are probably true. I think the last thing, evil is, I don't know, evil is a term I generally don't use. It's pretty subjective and relative. I think it's based on, I think actions can be evil. I don't know that people can be evil.
You reserve that for Trump, do you?
I don't think I've ever called Trump evil too, either. But I think it's specific actions. I think we should save the term evil for specific types of actions, not specific people. Because even evil people can do good things. Even people that do evil things can do good things as well.
Unintentionally, yeah. And I'm very
even intentionally.
Yeah, I use that word sparsely too. But when I heard the reports about the way that especially prisoners are treated in the custody of the RGC, that I deploy that particular moniker.
Yeah, I looked that up too. It is pretty gross.
I mean, if it helps y'all at all, evil to me is subjectively that they can do no good things. So I don't think evil actually exists as we're describing it.
I kind of feel the same way. I would suggest, though, that the stuff that I'm reading in the Human Rights Watch, Israel has done a lot of those things too.
Ever heard of the White Room? Have you ever heard of the White Room?
That's every fucking new house that's ever built.
No. I mean specifically within the context of reprogramming. The Iranians have been famous for keeping what's called the White Room. It's a specific type of sensory deprivation deployed during interrogation. And during my time in the military,
we've done that. We've done shit like that. We've blast Britney Spears and shit at people.
Yeah.
We also have solitary confinement.
Right. I'm talking a particular type of a breakdown of a person's psyche that deprivation to do it.
Yeah.
I think we do that. But
sleep deprivation is a huge one, actually.
What my comment? I don't know why you're responding with this. My comment was that Israel does the same things that I'm reading in this Human Rights Watch. Human Rights Watch has done a similar report to the Palestinians being held in prisons in fucking Israel, and they were doing the same things. These are reports. They were reportedly doing the same things to Palestinians, raping them and torturing them to try and get information. Israel's doing the same thing.
There are consequences for specific guards who engage in that type of behavior. By contrast, the RGC encourages it.
No, they don't encourage it. I don't read that in Human Rights Watch here. That it's been encouraged. It just happens.
Hey, Mojo.
And on top of that, the people that did rape that guy and kill him through internal bleeding or whatever, those guys, they got off. They weren't even in prison for it.
Should not you have used those words? You should have used they weren't prosecuted. Well, because you said they got off.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Poor choice of words.
Yeah.
Right. There's been several instances of them graping their prisoners and then having charges brought up and then the charges dismissed. So I don't know what's worse, not charging them or having charges and then getting them dismissed and saying with video footage that the entire world has seen that they did nothing wrong. And it actually is encouraged. If you ever talk to a couple of IDF people, they'll tell you it's encouraged.
I mean, the SEALs do that here to prisoners here. It's wild that even happens in
No, they do not, ma'am. No, they do not.
What are you talking about?
The SEALs do not grape their fucking prisoners. What are you talking about?
Yes, they
Rosa,
do. There's
you have
cases
been
of it happening.
watching way too much TV. That shit does not happen within our borders.
There's cases of that happening. That 100% is.
That are prosecuted and then they spend the rest of their life in Leavenworth. That is not something the U.S. military engages in.
None of the people in Guantanamo went to fucking jail. Not one.
Yeah, but all of the people at Abu Ghraib went to fucking jail, and everyone but the CIA that was involved went to fucking jail for that. And the whole nation stood up and was like, "This is fucking absurd." So what the fuck are you acting like every fucking tier 1 operator is out there graping their prisoners? Because honey, trust me, they can get it when they're not on mission. Trust me, they don't have to even fuck with that shit.
Well, let's not forget that if an Israeli American is charged with something in America, they flee to fucking Israel and they don't get extradited either. So, shocker. We have an ally that we don't have an extradition treaty with. Crazy.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, it's pretty fucked, to be honest with you. Any thoughts on that, Brandon?
If you're going to use the wrong name, at least use the wrong name correctly.
Whatever you say, Brandon.
There it is. We all know how much trouble you have reading, CT, so I guess I should give you a pass.
Yep, told you. I don't read.
You're going to pay for saying, I don't like books.
Yeah,
Fuck you, Mag, and all your fancy book learning. Good job.
Wait, you think you fucking inbreds read? You can't even read a news article or listen to a fucking video. You think I'm worried about if I
And it only takes a moment to dismantle your goon babble.
Buddy, you had to bring a fucking AI translation to fucking counter my point that you still haven't proven wrong. I found a news source.
I found the English version, gave you the name of the author, the day that it was written.
You're not good at
have all of their accredited sources.
I would give anything to be as delusional as you and fucking frugal and thinking that you're good at this. This is embarrassing.
Well, yeah, we come up on the leftist panels. We don't go to You notice I'm on this panel more than I'm on Penny's. Why do you suppose that is?
There's a reason you come up this panel.
I don't crave affirmation. I don't feel a need to be heard. It's a completely different motivation that drives me, CT. Do you know what it is? I bet you do.
No, Donovan, you had a bit of a Freudian slip earlier where we know exactly why you're here. Because when you go out into the wild, you get booted for saying gross shit, right? When you sit on fucking your panels that agree with you, you don't say anything because you can't add to the conversation. You come here because you know Mojo protects you and gives you more talking time to center yourself. That's why you come here.
Ridiculous. And not only that, CT, but I will point out, and you know this because you're on the Discord.
I hit a nerve.
Quite a few of Mojo's angels used to follow me around TikTok, dying for a moment to be able to screen cap something that I said.
That's why we know you make it 3 minutes on most panels,
never
Donovan.
Materialized. Not a single slur ever. Not even the F slur or the R slur, which people tend to use quite often.
Weird.
Matter of fact, I've been called slurs on this panel more than I've ever used slurs in my life.
Ruh-roh, we hit a fucking emotion.
CT, just stop.
Listen, you can actually look up and reference the cases I'm talking about where correctional officers have been intimate with inmates. So, I mean, people should go do that before they come. Before I'm told.
Yeah, that's all illegal.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that it does happen over here, right?
Peace officers that engage in that conduct go to jail.
Yeah, maybe after 20. But you know how many times they've got away with raping these people already?
They didn't get away with it. They went to jail.
Or SEALs. Your original argument was Navy SEALs. Now you're talking about correctional officers. Yeah, fuck cops.
I said COs. COs, not SEALs.
Wow.
Those are not Navy SEAls, my girl.
I didn't say Navy SEAls. I didn't say that. I said correctional officers.
Okay, hey guys, let me clear
I
that.
said COs.
I thought you said SEALs too, but that makes more sense that you said COs.
Yeah.
It does.
And yeah, it's messed up for sure. Both are messed up.
Jeez Louise.
Well, I can say it's messed up, but there aren't like correctional officers at a military prison in a foreign nation.
But COs also have qualified immunity like cops do. So what are you talking about? They usually don't go to jail for that shit. And if they did, it's for like a couple of years.
Oh, damn.
How many fucking COs in Louisiana have actually gone to fucking court for that shit and gotten away with it when there's fucking video of it? I don't know about your state, homie, but look into fucking Louisiana.
I would like to see that news story. I live in Texas. Yeah, those motherfuckers, even cops, would go to jail essaying somebody. Like, I'm sorry, they just do. You cannot fucking fondle the person in your custody.
I also said for a couple of years. If they do go to jail, it's for a couple of years. It's not for the rest of their life or anything like that. The Bureau of Prisons says that most rapists spend less than fucking 5 years. I mean, not even just COs and cops. That's everybody.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. I mean, that's in the damn law. Just kind of is.
That's why I think it's hilarious that we're using that as a talking point when shit happens over here too. But it's definitely, and maybe I misheard you, but all I heard was SEALs, not COs. Those sound.
I heard SEALs too. That's why I was like, "What the fuck?" I'm sure they can pull wool on all their off time.
She's got that Jersey Turnpike accent. Leave her alone.
Hey, I admit it. Maybe it was my southern brain.
Sorry, Rosa. I was just kidding. She didn't even hear me, I'm sure. Otherwise, she would have been bitching.
Oh, I heard everything, Mojo, but you're the host, so I'm going to just ignore it.
Thank you. Are we done?
What we're doing is we're drawing the distinction between a regime that prosecutes that kind of behavior and regimes that endorse and even mandate that type of behavior, because that's what we're up against. It's one of the reasons it's so frustrating to realize that the most effective weapon that the IRGC has are leftist, feminist American women. Well done, CT.
I think it's wild. I just think it's wild that we're justifying invading other nations. And that you're justifying invading other nations. You are a neocon. You are absolutely a fucking neocon. You think that you were going to bring freedom to the rest of the world at the point of a gun. And that's just sad.
Third try, but I finally defeated the scuba guy.
I have figured out that most of Donovan's notion is to bring the Western Christian morality to the rest of the world. Though he doesn't say it or try to claim it, it is absolutely his entire talking point.
Well, let's not forget
that Western Christian morality is superior.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's not forget when boots on the ground were a fucking red line, right? Or attacking another country. I'm anti-Trump. He stands on fucking nothing. He's fucking clown shoes.
Is something really superior if you have to spread it at the point of a gun?
That's actually a fascinating question.
We don't. That's the opposite of what we do.
Yeah, but we do. We spread it at the point. No. That's exactly what we're doing in Iran. That's exactly what you're supporting in Iran.
Not what we're doing in Iran.
That's what you're supporting. As a matter of fact, that is what you are supporting in Iran right now.
No, I have a much better view of the big picture and aerial. There's a way that we got here. There's a way that we got here, and you guys want to ignore all the portions of why you got here. The reason you have to do that is because your dogma mandates it's absolutely essential that you skip key points in order for your train of thought to work. The idea that the IRGC, which is a country, again, we've already established, I appreciate some of you at least being honest, that the IRGC and the government of Iran is a theocratic, authoritarian, evil dictatorship. You guys don't want to use
that. Is irrelevant. That is irrelevant.
The idea that they might have nuclear weapons is unacceptable to the rest of the civilized world.
They don't. And if it was unacceptable, we would have stayed in JCPOA.
Do you guys remember before, well, at least when we met Donovan, how many times he mentioned Iran?
We're well past that.
Because he never mentioned it, right? He's told what to be outraged by. This is a cult. He is hand-fed exactly what to be upset about.
You always address me.
Do you notice that you never brought up Iran?
Did I address you, CT, as a person in particular?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm right here. You notice how I brought your name up? Like, you never brought up Iran.
You remind me of Salacious Crumb. Do you know who that is, CT?
Do you notice how you never brought up Iran until you were told?
You are the small Muppet at the foot of Jabba the Hutt. That is who you are.
Do you understand
you are here to provide the most basic form of absolute political
jingle. Hey, focus.
Did you say Muppet?
Jingle.
Yeah, he is a Muppet.
Jingle. Focus. You never brought up Iran at all. We had months of conversations with you.
I focus on the IRGC. I don't know if you've noticed.
You didn't even know what the fucking IRGC was until you were told about them. You didn't care. You didn't care until you were told to care.
What do you think you know about me, CT? And I have to point out, this is also common for you. You just make shit up.
You never brought up Iran.
And you
never
hope
once
that it lands, right?
Donovan, you used to make the argument
that
if
claim to know
Donovan, I know you're trying to take advantage of the fact.
Point in time.
Donovan, I know you're trying to take advantage of the fact that you're going up here, so you think you get more fucking talking time. I get that
too.
Yeah, I get that. But again, you used to tell us if we would have voted for Kamala Harris, we'd be in a war with Iran. She wouldn't be able to handle foreign policy. Those were your fucking talking points. You did.
What I said is that we were on the
those exact fucking
possibly
words.
already in World War III, and I would feel much more comfortable with Donald Trump at the helm if we were engaged in World War III than I would Kamala Harris.
Donovan, your arguments would be at
the
war
things
with
that
the
I
Middle
say are
East.
far more sophisticated than the things that you say.
They're not that sophisticated.
When you, being a simple creature, attempt to relay my quotes, you come up with something like that.
Yeah, I definitely remember when we were watching
the saddest game of telephone ever.
I definitely remember when we were watching the California riots, and you're like, if we bomb any countries, I'm checking out on MAGA, and then you fucking double
Never
down.
said anything even close to that.
You're a cult member.
Okay, you're gonna make me say it. You know what I'm gonna say next, don't you?
I don't actually give a shit what you say.
Yeah,
you're
only one party sacrifices children, and that excommunicates for heresy.
I do not care about the dick measuring contest that's happening between you two. Okay, you guys have been going at this dick measuring contest for 2 fucking days now, and I'm getting so bored of it. So let's actually move the conversation to something like a little bit more productive. Even though that I know Donovan isn't capable of productive. So Donovan, you said you're looking at the bigger picture. What is the bigger picture that the left isn't looking at?
The bigger picture is that there is no better use of the American military than countering regimes like the IRGC. There is no way we will have a lasting and stable peace in the Middle East and to a greater portion of the world with the IRGC still in place. So Donald Trump has the will.
Didn't we say the same thing about Saddam?
Capital
Didn't we say the same thing about Saddam Hussein? Didn't we say the same thing about
focus on today?
Hey, shut up. Didn't we say the same thing about the precursor to Saddam Hussein? Didn't we say the same thing about the Mujahideen? Didn't we say the same thing about the Taliban? Didn't we say the same thing about the Syrian government? Didn't we say the same thing? Yes, we have said this about every other country. Every single time that we've ever invaded a country, we just say the government sucks, so we're going to invade the country and replace it. And then the government still fucking sucks, and it still does the same things that we don't want them to do. So we have to do it all over again. Whatever happens in this fucking war, we're going to be right back there again at some point in the future. And if he's going to do this right, we're going to be there for 20 years, just like Afghanistan, and it's probably going to end up just like Afghanistan as well. We fail. We are so fucking bad at this, and yet people like you want to continue doing it over and over and over again.
Just going off the back of
Wait a minute. Before any of you start spurging out, I just want to point out, he just a moment ago said that you come up here because Mojo.
Can we just get it one at a time, one person at a time? That would be great.
Then addressed me for a good 60 seconds, and I'm not expected to be able to retort.
There's that. I'm the only man that give me my safe space.
Go ahead. The conversation, if that's okay with you, Donovan.
Go ahead.
JD.
For longer than.
Why are we still doing it? Is it like a 2-year-old in here? Can we just one at a time? Like someone goes and then the next person, and then you go back and forth like that.
And I did comment to Donovan, so he does get a chance to respond.
The Mujahideen were freedom fighters that eventually became the Taliban, but were originally funded by the United States to counter Russian, specifically Soviet, takeover of Afghanistan. So simply because the United States can have a nuanced approach to foreign policy doesn't mean that every time people like you say that we have to engage a country in another, it's a gross oversimplification of the complexities of foreign policy. And if the rest of you leftist nitwits want to clap like seals because Mojo had to oversimplify and ignore what we're doing today in favor of bringing up yesterday, well, that's fucking on brand.
I may clap like a seal, you bark like a good little bitch. There's a difference between us two. Now, with that being said, Mojo can have a point there, and to exemplify his point, we could use the matter of the fact that Trump decided to pull out of Syria. He pulled all of his troops out of Syria in 2018/2019 at a time where we were still needed in order to fight ISIS and the al-Assad regime. And as a result of us doing that, that only strengthened them. That was a failure on our part, and we should never have pulled out of there.
Donovan, do you not recognize that when you call everybody else that has their own
I'm
opinion
going to
as
respond to it
seal?
very quickly. Having Bashir al-Assad in place would have been a much better choice. With regards to what's happening now and what happened with regards to ISIS engagement with Bashir al-Assad, we absolutely should have taken greater care. And one of the main reasons that Tulsi Gabbard is no longer vice chair of the Democrats is because she had the courage to say that and was absolutely excoriated by the knuckleheads in the Democrat Party. Go ahead, Robot.
Do you not recognize that whenever you call everybody with their own independent opinion a seal, that you're using ad homs?
No, I was talking about the comments. I wasn't specifically talking about people on the panel, but there was some agreement with the ridiculously oversimplified take that Mojo wanted to offer there. I hope that's a complete enough answer for you.
It certainly is. I just hope you would recognize that is in itself an ad hom.
What, that they were clapping like seals to nonsense? Yeah. I would ask that you kind of keep your comments confined to specifically the IRGC and what I said, and not the Mujahideen, which is a completely different set of circumstances.
But it plays into the actual story, right?
Not only that, but it's noteworthy to also bring it into this context, the fact that we're talking about action over multiple regimes. America changes their foreign policy with the face of its president in a lot of cases, not always, but in some cases. And there's pretty much consensus on both sides of the aisle that Iran is probably the most toxic regime, and relative to its toxicity, the most potent regime on planet Earth. They are the top bad guys of bad guys. And this idea that now it's fashionable for the left to somehow be on their side is disgusting. And it just shows how completely turned around you guys are.
But Donovan, we aren't on their side. For us to say, for us to just admit that our military intel has played this war game of us invading Iran since 2002, and every time we fucking lose, or it's bloodshed, or it's a draw, we never fucking win. So for us to just say, hey, it's a bad decision for us to go attack Iran, it's not us protecting Iran, because I'll be the first motherfucker to say fuck Iran, because I'm a feminist. Fuck them. But what I am going to say is I don't want to lose my brothers and sisters' kids who are now serving over some dumb shit. Like I lost many of my fucking friends over some dumb shit. That's not protecting Iran. That's just being actual, like, truthful of the reality that Iran is not Iraq and Iran is not Afghanistan. It's so much fucking worse and harder.
Do we have an all-volunteer force?
Today, yes, we do. I don't know why you would ask that question.
Do we have an all-volunteer force? Yes or no?
I said today we do. I don't know why you would ask that question.
Well, I was asking Devon.
That was the answer to the question. He's asking for, get to the fucking point, bro. Yes.
Well, here's the thing. You just said you're a feminist. So I'm going to extrapolate and say that you're a Democrat. You're a leftist, yes, Devon? I mean, I've engaged with you many times up here. So by pointing out the fact that we have an all-volunteer force, that makes me smile, because it flies in the face of the idea that you know, we've been this toxic influence all over planet Earth that the left likes to embrace.
Two things can be true.
If your nephews or nieces or whatever are in the military, isn't that an affirmation of not only the current but the former foreign policy of the United States, being willing to join the military and, you know, and further the aims of the administration or the American empire?
Not really,
as it were?
because so here's how I'm going to answer this question is truthfully, because you served and you know that not every MOS goes and fights. There's finance people who will never leave American shores, and everybody signs up for the military for different reasons. Some are just poor as fuck. Some, like myself, it's a family tradition. And we were stupid enough to buy the fucking lies in 2001, and we're over there gung-ho until we got over there and saw what was really going on. So no, I'm not going to say that you signing up is signing up to unalive, because if you're smart enough to pick the right MOS, you'll never fucking leave America. So you're safe and sound. So no, what you just said, it has no basis in fucking reality.
Yeah, that's aid and support. Yeah, I mean, it just seems to me with an all-volunteer force, that's a huge contrast to, say, how the military work in Iran. I mean, they have forced conscription, yes?
But our military is not like theirs for damn good reasons. Thank God. But just joining the military is not you signing on. I don't need you to interrupt me like everybody else does. Just signing up for the military is not you signing on to whatever war we're in the middle of. Because like I said, choose wisely and you don't have to be a part of it. The military has always famously been non-political, and usually, like, if you do look at the voting, split right down the fucking middle. So nobody's signing on for bullshit just because you decide to wear the uniform. You know this. You served.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of is.
Ulysses S. Grant. W.
Donovan, you keep deriving these qualities of evil from Iran, that Iran is just inherently evil. And I could grant you these things, but as I told you before when you were talking to HR, the black and white situation that's happening here is not a black and white situation, it's a nuanced situation. There are far many factions within the world that are super fucking evil, but yet we hyper focus on Iran, and I don't know why. There's North Korea, which exists, which I told you in 2002, a person came forward to the US Senate and testified that prisoners within North Korea were being treated like housewives and being raped left and right.
You said this already.
I know, but the reason why I'm saying it again is because you just keep adding like a circular argument, which is Iran evil, so he must attack. Like you're hyper focusing on that aspect.
No, you're oversimplifying.
What do you guys think happened to that guy Otto Warmbier when he stole that thing from the North Korea and then he came back like discombobulated? What do you think they did to him over there?
Discombobulated. He didn't last. What was it? 2 weeks.
No, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Yeah, he unalived after 2 weeks. But what do you think they did to him? No one has any. Okay.
She's giving you an opportunity to defend the North Koreans.
Do you think we're going to defend North Korea?
No, I'm asking if you guys, if anybody heard any more news. Then I mean, that case always gets to me. It bugs me because I don't.
Oh, they experimented on him. I'm sure they experimented on him.
But then they would send him back here like that.
Probably been a while since they found someone so well fed. All you need to defeat the North Korean army is like a box of fucking Haribos or some.
That's all you need. Then why don't we just go defeat them?
Well, hold on. We're dealing with
Did you just say gummy bears? Did you just say gummy bear? Is that what Haribos are?
Yeah, they're all
gummy bears.
Yeah, because they're all starving.
If all I need is a fucking Reese's bar and a bag of Haribos to defeat North Koreans. Why don't we go and defeat them right now? Because we can both recognize, Donovan, that North Korea's government is inherently evil, just using your logic.
Haribos are great.
Yeah. Do you know what triage means, JD? Do you know what that word means? Triage?
Define it to me like I'm for, so that way we can move forward.
Okay, so when you have a mass casualty event or some other type of event and you have like an aid station and you bring people in with all kinds of catastrophic injuries, you have to focus on the ones that are important right now. Stabilize them and then move on to the next patient that you can stabilize. In some cases, you have to look at a person in a particular state and be like, yep, I can't help them. They're going to unalive. And you have to make that call. It's called triage, right? So what's happening is that we have a whole bunch of different issues going on the planet right now, and we can assign them the order of importance. So when we're talking about something we're engaging in right now, what we're saying is that American foreign policy says that this issue is more important and more pressing than those fucking starving clowns over in North Korea. Do you understand?
Gotcha. So now that you've gotten your diatribe out about how the triage means that certain enemies are more important than another, how is it that even though we can use a fucking bag of Haribos to defeat North Korea, we haven't done so yet?
This is the part where I say that the left has become immune to anything resembling humor. Did you really believe for a moment that I was serious that we could defeat the North Korean army with a bag of candy?
Are they infused with psilocybin?
I do think in some sense that you are serious about these types of things. Yes.
No, I just expect
you never
you to
come
be
off as a
adult enough to
sarcastic
pick out
person to
humor
me. You always
and
come off as a
sarcasm.
very gross,
Yes,
serious
ma'am.
person. True. Now,
Wait, if you infuse them with suctional choline, I mean,
time without anyone interrupting me, because I'm just going to overtalk you if you try to interrupt me. Why is it that even though using your logic, we can make the deductive reasoning or inductive reasoning, I forget which of the two it is, that North Korea's government is inherently evil, that we don't go and fucking attack them right now because they're inherently evil?
They are. But what I'm saying is that there's a triage that it's more important right now, especially because Iran
I'll just
is
engage with
a
this then.
sponsor of
Even if
terrorism
we use
all
that
over
as a
planet Earth.
definition for what
That
is
they
more
are
important,
more
I would say North
important
Korea is very
than-
fucking important because they're being
They're a
backed directly
target
by
begging
BRICS.
to be addressed.
And
I can
they're
definitely
looking
hear both of you all at the same
they're
time.
looking to
North Korea?
proactively.
Yeah.
They're looking
That's
to
the funny
proactively,
case.
because this is
Please
so
stop.
boring, you talking about the triage, right? They're proactively looking to undermine all the sanctions that
Thank
we're
you,
putting
Ricky.
on them right now by engaging with BRICS, by engaging with China and fucking Russia. So they're 10 times more important as someone who not only is undermining our fucking scope of economics, but is also they literally have, fucking their hands on nukes compared to Iran, which you just fucking accuse has nukes.
Is that it? You done? Yeah. So bulldozing isn't really effective when people know you're bulldozing, JD, right? So we have a triage. We have strategic goals that are aligned with our allies, and Iran is and has always been a global state sponsor of terrorism. So, and they've presented us with a wonderful opportunity that we are going to capitalize on. Now, by contrast, North Korea doesn't really import its foreign policy on other countries. The closest they have gotten is they have sent troops to Ukraine and fought on behalf of Russia. They haven't been doing too well.
That is true, though.
But yeah, that's completely.
I'm not sure that I would classify Iran as the global sponsor of terrorism, considering that all the terrorism that we know of is being done with Russian munitions, Russian equipment, and the Russian ruble.
All right. So wait, are you trying to say that the IRGC is not a state sponsor of terror? Do you accept that Hezbollah
does the IRGC actually produce anything of their own? Or are they using Soviet area equipment?
Is Hezbollah a direct proxy of Iran? Yes or no?
Is Iran a direct proxy of Russia? Yes or no?
So, no, they're not. Is Hezbollah a direct proxy of Iran? Yes or no?
Well, no. I guess if you're going to concede that Iran doesn't have any help from Russia and they're using literal AKs to arm their troops.
All right, no, I'll do it. I'll tell you what, I'll even search your ridiculous question. But to say that Hezbollah is not a direct proxy of Iran is pretty fucking funny, and you know better.
Donovan, just remember.
Well, no, I'm only answering in the same way that you answered.
Because Iran is not a direct proxy of Russia. They're a strategic partner. They're a sovereign nation apart from the will of Russia. They're not a vassal state, even close. Not even close. Where Hezbollah is clearly sponsored completely by Hezbollah is completely sponsored by Iran and the IRGC, and you know this. So you
also know specifically, just because we don't call them a vassal state, that they are a fucking puppet government. You know they are. They have been for fucking 40 years.
They're allies. It's like saying Canada is a puppet government of us. Do you believe that to be true?
No, Canada is a puppet government of the UK. That's why they have the same king and crown.
Kind of, sort of. Let's not get in the weeds here.
So you know it. So you know that to be true.
No. For fuck's sake, they're strategic partners. They are not a direct sponsor of. There isn't a line item in the Russian defense budget of parliament that says this is what we're paying to run Iran. That's not how that works.
Do you have any line items in our budget that says we run any other country?
I'm sure they sell them a lot of arms and armament, but that does not make you a vassal state. That makes you a consumer.
Remember, once again, Donovan, bulldozing is not an effective tactic. You spent plenty of time bulldozing other people interrupting you, and then you just do the same shit. But I'm not going to be CT about it.
Bulldozing?
He was in the middle of several points when you decided to interrupt him, but that's fine. Again, I'm not going to be CT. I'm not going to sit here and fucking meta this shit.
Hi, Laura.
Good evening. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Good job with golf today, by the way, Mojo.
Oh, you were listening. You were listening.
I was.
There were so few people in there. That was so weird. I've heard from a bunch of people that they were listening. I just went in there to talk to them.
I watched you most of the time. I only had to walk away when I went to show a house, and then I re-listened as I was driving. I was driving a lot today.
I don't know. I like Galt. I think Galt's a character, but I like him.
I would say overall the whole thing was respectful. I just thought, especially at the end, I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
He crashed a little bit.
It was a good conversation, though. I agree.
Yeah, it was.
You got Galt to crash out. It's actually
A little bit.
Not much. I mean, we were pretty civil the entire time, and then he brought up a couple other people that made me crash out a little bit. Dude said Carter was after Reagan. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Maybe he meant it in the form of Carter was like trying to get something on Reagan. I mean, that's sort of true.
Oh, I don't know, but it was just weird. He was insinuating that Carter was the president after Reagan was.
You just made him crash when you kept reminding him that that he was AI overviewing you. That was really funny. Like you wouldn't get off of it, and he lost his mind a little bit.
That's right. He got so pissed off on. Well, I have heard him over the last couple of days. The last couple of days, he's been talking about Reagan, and he's been talking a lot about how he just does the AI overview on these things. And then, if it's interesting, he might look a little further into it. But most of the stuff is AI overview. So I thought I just had to bring it up. I just thought it was funny.
It was. But when the funny part is your delivery is always really like calm. So I think that gets under his skin, I think, a bit. But no, he's a good dude, yeah.
Everybody's a liberal. I draw nothing but liberals, I swear to God.
You want me to draw?
You're a liberal
I mean,
too. I just replaced you with
got people in the queue, I can drop Mojo.
No, they're all liberal. Like all of them.
This isn't entirely true, Mojo. We may be somewhat on the left, like in Donovan's case, or fully on the left, but we definitely argue with each other. We don't agree on everything.
That's the thing with like this mythical extra that I don't understand. Because like we can, like me and Brobot can sit here and like argue to the unalignment about some things. I've gone toe to toe with many a fucking liberal on things, but like I mean I'm not like fully on the left either. But
well, let's go then.
What do you want us to argue about? Give us a topic and we'll go.
It's all women till no women.
Oh no!
Look,
that's true.
I'm the first one that'll say if it's proven to be like a false report or something, then bitch should go to jail. Like I'm the first one to call it my own time.
I was just kidding. Holy crap!
No, some women are. See you next Tuesday. Sorry, I respect your panel. Normally I'd just say it, but some of us are shitty fucking people.
Damn, you're just you are wild.
It's all Donovans
Alrighty,
until it's no Donovans.
It's always a Donovan, let me tell you.
We should definitely bring back It's All Men to No Men. That was a fun summer.
Oh my God.
I kind of miss all that, honestly, to tell you the truth.
Just
at
let
the
me know
time
so
it
that way I
didn't
can
seem
stay out
like
of
it
the way
was
this
so
time.
much fun. At the time it didn't seem like it was so much fun, but now I miss it.
Well, yeah, nobody was getting unalived over that conversation.
Well, I like that.
Except for women's rights.
At that time, some of the debate panels were structured, and I miss that.
I do miss really structured areas. Like, I hate having to holler over people to be heard. I'm always like, let me raise my hand, and people are like, we don't do that here. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna.
Well, so this is something I've thought about, and nobody really does this, but I enjoyed people actually like researching what they were going to talk about and having points to actually make instead of just going off of vibes. And I know that's rich for me saying it because I'm usually talking off of gut feelings, but you actually learn something from people researching.
I'm not going to say everyone does it, but I mean, I certainly have my own. Notes. I mean, I don't just like talk out of my ass. If I'm wrong on something, I'll make sure that I own up to it, and then beforehand, whenever I'm learning about a new topic, like I'll go to primary sources.
I hear you.
Yeah. Who does a really fun one? Adrian, have you done the Devil's Contract that Hazzy runs? Where you don't have the topic, but you got to pick a...
Oh,
what is it?
I don't know.
You pick agree or disagree, and then you get the topic. It's fun.
I don't know if he brought it back recently. He said he was going to, but he used to, and yeah, I'd listen into that.
It really makes you rethink your own point of view on things when you have to defend the other side. It makes you like take a different kind of investment investigative lens to, okay, what am I reading? Let me reread this again now that I've
that's
been in
what
that side
complete
for a minute.
understandings.
that's something I wanted to ask Donovan because when you and CT were having the dick measuring contest, you were saying something like you liberals, sills, all that, and I didn't want to interrupt y'all because y'all were having fun, but I did want to ask you what policy or what ideal or value do you actually have that is democratic? Or do
That's
you fit
democratic.
perfectly in
The
the
idea
Republican?
that we have a franchise and we vote for our leaders, and then we have to, you know, we don't have to agree all the time. But I think that having democratically elected leaders is important.
I meant like the left, on the left, views that are on the left.
You mean what? You, crystallize your objection or your question.
So I'm asking, do you have any viewpoints, values? Do you like any policies that the left have pushed or have, or
Yeah,
do you
we
fit
should have
perfectly into the
socialized.
Republican?
Yeah, we should have socialized healthcare. Number one, for-profit prisons should not be a thing. There, happy.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah. Any others?
I would not have
Expansion
accepted.
of 2A rights. That is
I
very
would.
left leaning.
Fuck you. I would not have accepted Donovan if it weren't for those two fucking things. I probably would be. I probably hate him, but he's just a neocon. So
Donovan, I had no idea that you wanted socialized healthcare.
Well, yeah, I mean, with just drugs alone, one could make that argument, and it'd be kind of obvious because of the protections that the drug companies get in this country with regards to patent evergreening and things like that. I think are gross examples of crony capitalism.
Is it only? Sorry.
Yeah, allowing for collective bargaining and obviously having some type of price controls on doctors, I think, is a really light-handed way of fixing the system. And also punishing Medicare crime, fraud, and that kind of thing more vigorously. I think that would be an easy way to fix it. And the best way to do that is the kind of the socialist lens of, common sense collectivism in a collectivist kind of context, which is socialized healthcare. I think America can show the way and make it
Is
easy.
it only relegated to just healthcare, or are there other areas where you might concede, like, yeah, we could probably
Possibly the
nationalize
military
that?
too. Yeah, possibly the military too. I mean, obviously our military budget should be reined in. It's been out of control for way too long.
What is happening?
I disagree.
This
What?
is Twilight Zone, dude.
No,
Donovan, I had no idea.
These are consistent takes.
Yeah, you
Well,
gotta.
I'm confused though, because you don't seem to hold these positions all the time, do you? Because I don't think I've ever heard you argue this. Have you ever argued this on a mostly right-leaning live? Or
Yes.
I've never heard this. Well, okay.
How do you think we can
you be
afford
okay?
universal health care, Donovan?
What's that?
How do you think we can afford universal health care?
Well, I just said if we can get the costs where they're supposed to be. For example, the pharmaceutical lobby for a drug that sells for $100 here in the United States, that same drug sells for $10 in Great Britain. That's disgusting. The fact that that's not raised on the local news every single day, it blows my mind. A CT scan or an X-ray here in the United States might cost $3,000 to $5,000. The same procedure costs, $75, $95 in Great Britain. That's disgusting. So we have this huge industry that needs a more oversight and control than has been applied here, up till now. They've had lots of funding, lots of research, lots of, good intentions and bucket loads full of cash. And they are not serving the people of the United States well. And it's kind of weird how it happens because the military is the inverse, because their funding is supposed to be patriotic. Like, they need as much money to do the right thing overseas, and they don't
What are you
always do
doing?
the right thing.
JD.
Who's JD, would you
That's
stop
on me.
rubbing your fucking mic? Stop rubbing off your microphone.
Okay, that could be taken in so many different ways. Hey,
It
Donovan,
was
really.
supposed to be taken a specific way.
I'm not rubbing my mic. I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. Anyways, one question that I wanted to ask Donovan is...
Wait, hold
if we're
on.
going to
Donovan
other
wasn't done. Hold on. Donovan wasn't done. I was just asking you to shut up on your microphone.
Yeah, the military gets all their money because the way it is in our government, if you're not for the military, it's hard to get reelected because it's patriotic pap that can be, waived during election time. So that's gone out of control all the way back since the 80s. I mean, after the Cold War ended and the Berlin Wall fell, everybody stepped back and America just spent more. So we could take a lot of that money, put that towards healthcare, and smooth it all out all over the planet. And then we can get back to blowing shit up. But we should have some fucking socialized healthcare in this country, being the only fucking superpower. And that's a example of our own deficiencies here.
Donovan, do you like Mom Donnie?
No,
Okay,
he doesn't.
why not?
Just
Oh, sorry, Judy. Oh, wait. Go ahead.
the question that I wanted to ask was just going off of your assessment that we are a superpower, therefore there are some things we ought to or should socialize or nationalize. If we're going into other countries and we're taking all their oil, do you think we should be able to nationalize that as well?
I think that's a gross oversimplification of what we actually do. I mean, in some countries we go there and develop their resource. Jesus Christ! All right, in some cases we go there and we help develop their resources. We don't do this like through the government. It's a weird relationship between those oil companies and the subsidies that they get. But to say that we just go there and conquer them and take all their natural resources is not accurate.
So then what happened in Venezuela and what is happening in Iran right now?
A lot of different companies went there and developed their resources, paid a lot of money to set up oil rigs and set up all kinds of infrastructure. And then it was nationalized by local interests, right? So that's going to create...
Which was previously disputed, in which the determination was that Venezuela actually owned that land, therefore they get the rights to that oil. But now that's not true anymore. Now we have the rights to that oil. So essentially we're taking their oil. Now the question being, if you can acknowledge step one, step two, can we nationalize that oil?
Okay. Trump seized a bunch of oil, if you remember, off a few tankers and put that in
so
an
we
account.
are seizing oil.
Now that we... Wait a minute. Now that we have removed Maduro, that money is being allocated to the people of Venezuela. That's already commenced, hasn't it?
Probably, I don't care. The question being, and you keep going, every time we have a conversation, you like to say that, like, oh, it's an oversimplification. It just gets so fucking boring to have, like, conversations with you when you're not actually willing to engage in the substance.
And then
if you acknowledge yourself, like you literally just said, Trump decided to seize oil, can we nationalize that oil? Is it fair for us to nationalize that oil?
No, and we haven't. Are you talking about taking the oil and to the United States, not buying it from them and refining it and helping them put it on the global markets? Is that what you're saying?
That's all I wanted. It was just a yes or no. So you don't believe we should nationalize that oil?
I gave it.
That's all I wanted. Like you didn't have to spend like 5 fucking minutes.
Trump seized. He placed in an account and is now being dispensed to the Venezuelan people and government. I believe the remnants of the Maduro government are cooperating with the U.S. State Department. Good thing.
For now.
I have figured out that leftists are awfully angry people. Y'all are angry.
It's very rich for you to say that, Mojo.
Yes, they are.
Why is it rich?
You're the angriest out of all of us. What the fuck?
You think so?
I came in here you're just
thinking is one way to put it, but it's also an underestimation. I know so.
No, I'd say Mojo just gets irritated easily by dumb people.
I do get irritated. I don't get angry.
The other night, I watched Laura get kicked off of like 3 or 4 panels left and right, and she never got angry. It was hilarious.
Really?
Yeah. She was getting called the B word, all of it.
Ooh, what were you saying?
Yeah, no shit.
I don't. I mean, I know the night you're talking about, Adrian, but I don't remember the what we were talking about.
Oh,
It happens a lot.
it was
though.
last
People
night.
get mad at me.
It was last night with the Lindsey
Wait, what the
Graham
fuck?
thing.
Mojo, you didn't tell me I could fucking play Street Fighter in Crimson Desert. What the fuck is this?
So, Donovan, I do have some follow-up questions about the healthcare, if that's okay if we go back to that.
Can you please
Well,
stop?
JD.
Jesus, JD.
Playing with your joystick, damn it.
I have a question. Laura asked Donovan if he likes Mom Donnie, but it got cut off.
No, I don't.
Why
He
not?
said no. He's a Muslim.
Correct.
This is brown.
Oh,
So
Has
that's
nothing
really
His
to
skin
do.
color doesn't matter.
Has
Once
nothing to do
again,
with him being
Donovan
brown.
is. Sorry, Donovan. Once again, Donovan is into spreading the Christian morality. He doesn't like any other religions.
Wait,
It's not
Donovan,
true.
is that for real? That's your only
That
reason
is
why?
not true. No, I have all kinds of Hebrews.
he especially doesn't like
So,
Muslims.
well,
He
allyship
just
is
said
something
Hebrew.
special. That's
Hang
something
on.
special, Donovan. You would not like take off your jacket for a Tibetan monk. You would not
I sure
glad
would.
hand.
I love
You would not
Tibetans. Look,
glad
I
hand
like
with the
I
Sikh.
like
Don't give me any of
Shintos.
that.
I like Hindus, but Hindus are not as warlike as the Muslims are. You know, they're just it's the biggest collection of bad ideas like ever.
Donovan, is your only knowledge about the Middle East from your time in uniform, or have you gone like outside of uniform?
Yeah, I know what the Al-Aqsa Mosque is. I know why it's there. I know about the history of Islam relative to Christianity, and
I didn't ask that.
it's
Answer my question. Is
like
your knowledge
military
from over there
history.
only? Have you ever been over there? You know what I meant.
Yeah, you understand that
Outside of uniform.
I'm an American in my late 40s, so like I also
Outside of the
have a firm
uniform, you've
grasp
been
of
over there.
military history. Okay.
You've been over there and you visited outside of uniform, yes or no?
No, not outside of uniform.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Donovan, real quick. So, I asked you if that's the reason why you don't like him. You said no. So, can you give me some reasons why? Because at least for the last 10 minutes, you seem to be pretty aligned with his positions.
No, I'm not. I could have sworn I just told you. Yeah, I don't agree with Islam. I think largely the kind of things he's doing and the greater interest of Islam in this country is not a good idea.
No. Put Islam aside. I'm talking about his policies within his governance in the city. You seem to be pretty aligned. So what about? Is it just strictly that he's Muslim? You just don't like him because he's Muslim?
Offering something that he can't deliver is probably not a good idea.
He's delivering, bro.
If you're talking about loans that he got, then okay, good job.
Wait, what did you just? I'm sorry. Say that again. What did you just say?
It was a good job. He got some money from the Iron Bank or whatever, but he promised the people of New York, I think it was free bus fare, and couldn't deliver.
Ooh, you want to talk about them? You want to talk
Wait,
about
hold
that?
on a second. But he got money from the state. The state is there to support. The state governance is there to support all cities, including New York City. And also, he did not receive a loan. There is no promise for payback. Those were grants. Those were. There's no requirement for payback on those. I've heard this argument from right-wingers talking about how it's a loan. It's not a loan.
So how big is New York City's debt?
You know what? Here's the deal. New York City pulls in enough taxes that New York sends tax money out to subsidize other states. Maybe it's a good thing that they're holding some back to help the biggest city they have in the state. I'm very confused as to how you have a problem with that. But anyways, beyond that, you're talking about socialized healthcare, which is awesome. which you agree with. You're talking about price capping on medication. That's amazing. What about housing? Where are you on housing?
124 billion executive budget for fiscal year 2027. Give me just a minute. I'll find the number that I asked you. What was your other question?
Where's your positioning on housing?
He's talking about seizing properties. I think the justification was slumlords, things like that. Right?
Yeah,
Right.
no, yeah, definitely with the slumlord thing, but it's not even necessarily seizing. He's just finding them so hard that they're going to either have to put up or shut up. But I'm asking you, what is your positioning on housing?
With regards to New York in particular, or in general?
Just generally speaking, like when we're talking about,
I think that illegal migration has an upward effect on the cost of housing, especially in places like New York City. Because if you're lowering the supply, obviously that's going to raise the price. So being a sanctuary city is generally a really bad fucking idea.
So you're saying
last time I checked, New York City was a sanctuary city, right?
Yeah, but you're saying that there's
You
so
answered my
many
question.
immigrants that there's
Illegal immigrants. I don't mind
impacting negatively
immigrants.
the housing supply.
Yeah, I don't mind immigrants. I said illegal immigrants, like illegal aliens. That's a bad thing.
But Donovan, Chase, Red State Rhetoric, like actually looked into the numbers of it. It's only a 1% increase that was caused by all immigrants, not like immigrants as a total. There's only a 1% rise, which would have housing prices rise more than that anyway, especially if you're renting.
Yeah, I was on that panel.
What do you?
Yeah, I was on that panel when you read that. I think you were there too. Yeah, it ended up being a little higher than that, I believe, like between 3 and 4%. But it's cumulative, and
So explain how that's such a
for
big
years
thing.
and years we have been saying this because it's obvious that widespread illegal immigration has a downward effect on wages while simultaneously having an upward effect on cost of living because of lack of supply. So now we're at a point, and you're talking about the study that Chase read, which was, I believe, from the Dallas Fed or some perfunctory at the Dallas Fed, because the study just came out and it's not verified. I think there were issues with how he extrapolated the data, mostly from Zillow, if I remember correctly. But yeah, now we're at a point where we're arguing that the data is more current and up to date, because these are things I think that most countries accept. Those two metrics that I mentioned, most reasonable people accept them. But we've been fighting this battle where you guys say quite the opposite, that illegal immigration is good. The more illegals we have, it helps the economy, and it's ridiculous. So now we have
Is that the biggest?
But that's okay.
So is that the biggest
yeah.
reason that you have on why the housing prices are going up?
Well, it's an effective reason, and it's true. And it's a bedrock leftist position that needs to be, changed, because
Is it the biggest reason in your opinion?
Well, there's lots of reasons why it's important. How about that?
Donovan, earlier when talking about Mamdani, you said he wasn't delivering on his premises, and then you used the bus fares as an example.
Yeah.
I would actually tell you you're wrong on this. You ready?
Oh,
He
no.
just passed a $180 million infrastructure bill that would include infrastructure upgrades for the bus routes. That's step one. Then step two is acknowledging that the state controls the buses, not Mamdani as mayor, right? So Mamdani is actively going to negotiate with the state to lower those bus fares. People will often tell you, well, the bus fares just raised from $2.90 to $3. That was devised 2 years prior to Mamdani even taking place.
Maybe it'll be
in 2024.
Catherine Hochul. I doubt it. I think Trump's going to flip New York red.
I don't think so. I think you're dead wrong on this. The matter of the fact
Texas
that
blue.
Mamdani is going through extensive effort in showing people as a socialist that socialism actually works, you're probably not going to see people going back to the red side for a long time.
Okay, back to the housing real quick. Can you show any kind of quantitative data that there's a massive impact on our housing supply here in the U.S. because of illegal immigration, or is that just a talking point that you've pulled off of other channels?
No. Listen, I know you want me to read fucking stats and figures up here. Divine just brought up the fact that we did an unpacking of this on Chase's panel a few days ago.
Yeah, but you knocked that it was Zillow.
That's
Zillow was
not the
probably
main
no,
right.
problem.
Laura,
The
I'm just not
distracting
going to sit
mechanism.
here and count beans and split hairs with you. I'm going to make a
But you're
position.
making a
But
If you
Donovan,
want
the
to do
reason
the
why
homework rather than have me sit up here and school you,
no,
that's
dude. You're
fine.
making you
but
have a
Well, yeah, I
position. You're
know.
making
I
a
could have
definitive
sworn. Well,
statement. So
it's
I'm asking you,
12:20
where are
Eastern
you
time.
coming up with that?
Like, if you want me to unfuck you during normal business hours, I'd be happy to do that, but you have to pay
What?
me.
But Donovan, I brought that up for a reason, but you went on this
Wow.
long
I
diatribe.
know.
The
At least
reason
you were there,
is the
Divine, right?
problem. Can
What
I
the hell was
finish?
fucking
Okay,
Laura doing?
can I get the rest of it out without you going
Yeah,
on
go ahead.
another long
Go ahead.
diatribe?
Yeah.
The reason why I brought that up was because the problem with housing has nothing to do with immigration. That's what I was trying to get to. I was reminding you of that conversation because
No, it
that
did.
was that conversation. The issue with housing is a myriad of things. It's a whole bunch of things that if we tackle little by little, which it looks like Mondami is trying to do, especially when it comes to like slumlords and everything that Laura was saying, like if you attack each little bit of it, then you can fix the housing problem. But you are focusing on one little slice of that issue. And it's not the
Big
biggest
issue for
problem with
America.
housing.
It's the big issue for Americans. That's why, one of the main reasons Trump got elected. Right?
It's
So
not a big
besides
issue.
that, but
It's
you
not a
missed
big
what I
issue.
said
Uh-oh.
again. That's not the main part of. That's not the main issue with housing. You missed what I'm saying. I'm sorry if I'm speaking Mandarin. But the biggest issue with housing is not immigration. There are other things that we can tackle, but you are focused on one little portion. Let's look at the rest of the problem with housing.
I guess we're going to do triage again, huh? All right, let's do that.
So my question is, besides undocumented immigrants, what is the next big issue in your opinion that's driving house prices up?
Lack of supply, overregulation.
How do we fix that? Besides deporting.
Besides what?
Deporting.
Lower taxes, lower property taxes. Force the government to do more with less. Clamp down on waste, fraud, and abuse. Next question.
That's like it's like a fucking readout report he got from the administration this morning. This is a useless conversation.
It's off the top of my head.
It's literally useless conversation. I don't even know why we need to engage with him on this any further. You're not saying anything, Donovan. You're just spitting out talking points. It's annoying.
Well, no, you're asking me wildly fucking general questions. How do we fix that? I'm not running for office, ladies. What I'm here to do is relieve you leftists of your illusions.
You're doing the
Yeah,
opposite.
you guys, I don't like Donovan by any means, but you guys for the last 5 minutes have just been asking him question after question after question. And even when I decided to posit something that's affirmative in which we could all engage, you just walked over that and went back to the fucking questions on housing. But I just don't care at the same time. So you guys have your conversation.
I do have
going
Because
to
the original
oil?
question I asked him about Zoran Mamdani. So I asked him what he doesn't like about Zoran Mamdani. He couldn't really say anything other than the fact that he's Muslim. So then I gave him first of all, Zoran Mamdani is not the person that invented sanctuary city status,
sanctuary city
especially
today,
in New
Laura?
York. Of course it is, and it should be.
You're welcome.
It should be. But that does not impact that doesn't impact housing in the way that you're describing.
Can I interject?
That's why I say you're not saying anything. Sorry, Zial.
No, I am. You're just
No, I
not
just wanted to
sophisticated
go
enough
back.
to understand it.
I just wanted to go back to, because Donovan's always dodging things and saying that's an overgeneralization. Well, he actually just pulled the same thing on us. I just looked up his claim about undocumented immigrants and the effect on wages and inflation. It's very nuanced. It is not something that you can just blanketly say that that wages go down and inflation goes up. It's very nuanced. It depends on location, depends on population, it depends on what type of jobs you're talking about. Generally speaking, don't interrupt. If there are comparable jobs where their skill levels are pretty much equal, so typically that's construction, some laborers, maybe hospitality, those kind of things. It can have a small effect on wage. And then the downward effect on wages for certain groups.
You having a stroke?
Donovan, you are rude as fuck. Can you let me finish? For real. Upward effect on overall inflation. Evidence does not support illegal immigration as a major cause of broad inflation. It can contribute to higher prices in specific markets, such as housing, in areas with limited supply, which that limited supply is not related to illegal immigrants, while also putting downward pressure on prices. So there are also studies that show that it can actually have a positive effect on wages and a downward effect on inflation as well, depending on the location. So that was just an overall generalization, Donovan, that you did, and it's just a talking point, and it's completely baseless. And try again.
Yeah, so this is the standard boilerplate Democrat bullshit that mass illegal immigration is a good thing, which it's we all know is ridiculous. So this is just another study and more edification to the fact that we on the right object to this type of thing. The Democrats have always traditionally objected to this type of thing. Barack Obama talked about it. The Clintons, shut your mouth. The Clintons talked about it. And this idea, wait, what the fuck?
No,
The
don't
idea,
say what the fuck up. You don't say shut your mouth on my panel. You know that.
then why do you let her do it?
You just did it to me, and I'm wondering why you're getting so mad.
I'm usually one word in. We've been saying this thing for years. The Democrats used to say this thing, and now for some reason, because the left has become so deranged, you're justifying an invasion of this country. This is one of the red lines that the Americans have. That real patriotic Americans have. And other people all over the world are saying this. With regards to their illegal immigration.
The irony of the
You
words
guys
you
just
said,
refuse to hear it.
The irony of the words you just said couldn't be further from the truth. The idea that the left is so deranged that they're justifying invading other countries, that's literally what's happening in every other fucking nation by the Republican Party. What are you talking about, brother?
Also, I never once said anything about mass immigration is so good. Let's bring them all in. Open the borders. That's not what I said. And I'm not the one getting all feisty and angry. My blood pressure is not going up. You insulted Islam. I'm Muslim. I'm not getting all feisty.
Shocker.
You're freaking out. Shocker.
I mean, definitely Z brought up facts. She didn't necessarily say what her position is on it. I did want to ask Laura a question though. Doing what you do, how do you, or what are some things that you think would help the housing market?
Well, we have a supply issue, that's for sure. And then you have the counterbalance because of inflation with the rates up. Rates are, I mean, generally speaking, they're still like historically low, but they're higher than what we were used to. What I'm seeing is a short pause, hopefully it's short, pause in buyers' movements because of their insecurity about the future of the economy and their ability to retain their job. In fact, today I went and did a home evaluation on a family that wanted to go and buy, but they just informed me today that yesterday they had layoffs at their company and he got a layoff notice. So that's going to impact them buying. They're not going to buy. They are going to sell their house and then they're going to go into a rental for a while. So that's kind of part of the problem. But I mean, I don't have all of the solutions. I can just tell you what I see on the ground, and that's mostly what I'm observing. But I also don't live in a major city either. I live in the suburbs. I service the suburbs, so it's a little bit different than like a highly metropolitan area.
Did y'all hear Robert De Niro is moving from New York? Of all people to be moving because Mamdani is mayor.
What's the actual justification? That's not just Mom Donnie, because I know it's not fucking Mom Donnie.
Yeah, he's definitely very left, so he would not leave because of Mom Donnie. So he must have other reasons.
I can imagine, if anything, he was upset about the whole little Italy situation, but even then, Mom Donnie clarified about that map, which was made well before he was fucking mayor, like, hey, we're going to try to expand out this map, and we're going to include more of the provinces.
By the way, if you leave your home city because of a map, ridiculous.
Well, I mean, again, like, Little Italy was an important part of the development of New York City, so, like, I can understand why people would be angry that they weren't included on that map.
What are you talking about, a map?
It's fine. It's
the map to the treasure of El Dorado, Donovan, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, that's funny. That was fucking funny.
Stop, you made me bust out.
I wasn't expecting that. That was
a very good quip.
Donovan, is there anything that Mamdani, but I'm sorry, I can't ever say his name, Mamdani has done policy-wise, or, I mean, anything that you respect?
Well, he won, didn't he?
You know what I mean.
I thought going and talking to Trump was a good move. Remember right after he won the photo op? He went to the White House shortly after.
Why?
Well, it shows that he can cooperate with the other side.
You think he's been cooperating?
Well, he's going to put his policies into place that he thinks are best for the people that put him in office.
Okay,
Right?
I can respect that.
That's how politics works.
Isn't it weird when you don't have corporate donors, how well you can do? Weird how that works.
Corporation is supposed to be a bad word, like chemical
When they buy you.
or
yes.
nuclear.
Yeah, when they buy you, yes. When they own your every move and you make decisions for them and not for the people that you represent, yes, it is bad.
Well, sure.
I'll put it another way for Laura. Whenever I hear the word corporation now, that is my autism word. That is the RFK paranoia that I suffer.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's
yell and shout like they did on Pee-wee's Playhouse. Right?
Donovan, weren't you just? I swear, you were just complaining or advocating for lower medical costs, and you were talking about how obscene it is that a medication costs $100 here and $10 in the UK or wherever. That's because of healthcare corporations. So it sounded like you were against corporations then, but now you're not. I'm confused.
Clearly. You are, in fact, a Muslim woman, so you are by definition confused.
Don't, Donovan.
Wow. Hey, Brobot, just out of curiosity, where are you on that? Because you were pretty quick to jump on any commentary about Jewish people, so I'm just curious, what are your thoughts on what Donovan just said?
What did Donovan just say?
Said because she is a Muslim woman, she is by definition confused.
I think all people that harbor a religion are confused.
I could say, Donovan, that you are a mediocre white man, so therefore you are lacking in so many areas, but I really won't. So
But you
Donovan,
just did.
I know I did, but I didn't. I did, but I didn't.
Donovan, just to add some salt into your wound from the earlier quip, I decided to actually take a serious look into the De Niro claim, and you are literally
I was
the
joking.
exemplification.
I was joking.
You are
Before you lose your mind again,
exemplification.
we all know you are
don't backwards pedal like you were joking. No, don't do that.
Yeah.
You were being serious.
Every time now that I say a joke, I'm just fucking
now you can't back out, motherfucker. Look, you're trying to overtalk me because you look so stupid right now.
No,
No
you're
one's gonna
funny,
fucking
JD.
know him. So I
You're
decided to
funny.
do a fact check on that, and no, he's
That
not
was a
fucking
joke,
moving.
JD.
You literally
It's
bought into
Robert De
Facebook
Niro in New
satirical
York City.
posts.
All right,
You are the
JD. Okay.
exemplification
So I
of the
have
average
something that
60-year-old cult
we
member
can
of
All
the
right,
engage
Trump
in.
buddy.
clan.
All right. You're okay. We all know you're autistic. Thank
I
you.
know. You can't backwards pedal out of this. You were so serious, and then you decided to talk over me so that way you could try to backwards pedal. I know.
God.
You're
It's
so
not all
fucking
about
salty
you, JD.
now.
So let's explore reforming that white men can't vote.
What?
What?
I think that would do the country well.
I
Why?
love that, Adrienne.
Ruh-roh.
I mean, I
I,
love that idea. I think that's
I
a great
want you to.
idea.
I want you to justify that.
Well, I mean, we all know that men just vote with their tape measures, and basically it's like, oh, who can spend the most on defense? And, it's just a big dick measuring contest, and it's, I don't
If
know.
I could vote with my phone, I would do that.
Of course you would.
I don't know what that means.
I'm
But
just kidding.
wait,
Anyway.
my choice is AOC. I don't know what that says about me as a mediocre, semi-white man.
You're semi-white, Mojo. You get a pass. Plus, you like AOC, so you're completely out of the woods.
Yeah, but is it all men until no men?
Mojo.
There have to be
What if
exceptions.
what if I tell you the only reason I want to vote for AOC is because I'd rather look at her for 4 years than anybody else?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, well,
Let's
to be
go,
fair, that's how
Mojo.
most Americans vote.
It's really cringe, Mojo. Please don't ever say that out loud again. Those are inside
No, Mojo,
thoughts.
say
Those are
it. Say it all
definitely
the
inside
time.
thoughts.
Say it all the time,
hello.
Mojo. She's hot.
I mean,
Well,
I think
have
that makes sense. I'd rather look at her too.
I have an update for you, Ella.
Yes,
took me
but don't say it like that.
I have an update for you, Ella. It took me 3 tries, but I defeated that fucking drill guy with the Subnautica suit, or whatever the fuck. And I got the drill now. It's fucking cool as fuck.
I know, we listened to your controller the entire fucking night. Who do you think was muting you? That was me.
I'm
Fuck.
sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention. I was busy playing my own game.
Congratulations, but the controller noises were driving me absolutely bonkers.
Wait,
It is louder down there for sure, though.
It is. Like, JD, seriously, please mute yourself in between when you're talking because all we hear is like the clicking of your joystick on the controller. And
You want to hear some more?
It was loud.
No, I'm about to drop you if you keep it up.
You can do that if you
I love y'all.
JD. JD was feisty this morning.
I was. And I don't take it back.
You made Adrian facepalm so we cannot talk video games anymore.
I can only handle so much.
All right, before we stop talking video games, I finally got that shield that you have, Ella.
Oh, the Drake shield? Yeah, it's kind of awesome.
It's pretty cool.
And just so everyone knows, they're playing medieval Sims right now.
You hate gamers?
No, it's just in VC. It's just everywhere. I'm not dogging on y'all, but just there's only so much I can take of medieval Sims.
It's kind of I will say this. I have found that we have a large piece of overlap between gamers and political nerds, and I very much enjoy it. And I don't know how many I personally inspired to play Crimson Desert, but there's a pretty decent group of us that play the same game. So it's been a lot of fun to connect and to talk about it, and I don't know, it's just been fun. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And alive the Eagles.
Wait, what did you call it? You called it Medieval Sims? Is that what you called it?
Medieval Sims is funny.
That's what it looks like.
That is pretty funny, actually.
I just want to know how to get better equipment. Like, I'm so fucking.
Okay, JD.
That wasn't me, JJ.
Yeah, right.
Adrian, am I right that instead of talking about video games, you'd rather talk about Taylor Swift or something?
I mean, it would be better to know.
That's going to talk about fucking Taylor Swift.
Let me say, yeah, I have nothing positive to say about her.
Adrian brought up a couple good topics earlier. She was talking about where rights come from. I love that topic. I think it's awesome. I didn't get to speak on it, but it's okay.
You said where
I tried to request up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to request back up when that happened.
I don't think I fully formed how I was trying to ask in my opinion behind it, and I don't think I still have. I'm still trying to.
I understand what you were saying, whether we discover them or whether governments
I
create
did
them.
too.
You mean discover, meaning that the governments or people discover it and use governments to implement the discovery.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I heard it too. Because I think that like the things that that humankind decides should be rights, all just kind of, they already exist, right? We just like a person needs some form of healthcare. The invention of medicine happened, and like, why should one person be, more entitled to that healthcare than another? So it just became a right. But like the thing already, you know what I'm saying? Like we just discovered the fact that it should be a right, but the thing already existed.
Yeah.
So
that was John Locke's stance. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Did CT
Judging by how
when he was talking about
judging by how hard the right fights us on some things, I would have to say that this would be human nature. Because there is no way that a human 100,000 years ago came up and said, hey, let's all get together and start this thing I'm going to call society. And I'm sure the other cavemen just turned around and smacked him in the face with the club.
All right, you guys will love this. So I'm talking HR earlier, and we're going back and forth about something. I don't remember what the topic was, but she accidentally let the term human nature slip out of her mouth, and she's like, oh, I mean this. And she said, don't you even fucking dare. And then she continued talking. She didn't want to argue about human nature.
Yeah.
I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, that's funny.
I was going to say that, like, did CT even quote John Locke's shit on God-given rights correctly? Because I feel like when John Locke was arguing for God-given rights, he was saying that while those are unalienable and undeniably inherent rights, they're also given to you by God.
He didn't say they were given. He said that they're. Maybe he did say they were given, but not specifically. I guess he said that we're born with them, and he did believe in God. He said that we discover them through life in general, and then we create governments in order to protect the discoveries. That is what his treatise on government stated. But I don't appreciate that.
What do you think?
God. I just think that there's no such thing as human rights. That we are born without any rights at all. In the state of nature, you have no right. You have no right to live. You have no right to eat. You have no right to property. You have no right to anything. The only reason that we create societies, or the largest reason we create societies, is to ensure that we do have rights and that those rights are codified and protected.
I don't know. Because, like, if you think back to, like, very early civilizations, there were, even before there were, like, official governmental bodies, they still had, certain rights that were recognized, certain, not like what we have now, obviously, but, so I don't know if I don't.
Yeah, but they invented them.
Rights would be like a man-made term, but Mojo, you could probably agree, like, when you are born, there are things that, how can I put this?
I mean, it's still society.
Like basic necessities, I guess, or like entitlements. Like, for example, I am entitled to life.
No, you're not. Not in the state of nature.
Right. Who grants you that entitlement, JD?
The mere fact that I'm born would mean that I have the entitlement to life. Again, like I'm taking the rights out of this because rights would be a man-made term, which is something I'm not really like I'm like 50-50 on it.
Other things in nature get born. They don't necessarily have the right to stay alive because there will be other things that, I don't know, come to the nest and eat them.
The same thing with a baby in the state of nature. You don't have a right to life because right after you're born, a bear could come by and fucking eat your ass and nothing's going to happen to the bear.
Yeah, but the bear had the right to do that. See how that works?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if
you
all
have
rights.
the ability to
hunger is not a right.
Survive, but you don't have the right to life.
So somehow we've made it to the forest. We found the bear and it wants to eat our ass.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it like eating is not a right. It's just it's a thing that you have to do to survive, but it's not a right.
Human nature.
No.
Well, I think the problem that we're having.
That's just, it's a bodily function, right? You get hungry, you have to eat. Like, otherwise you die. This is just nature.
Desires.
Like, it's a bodily thing. No, being hungry is not a desire. It's a bodily function.
I think
your
the
body
problem that we're
desires to
having.
eat. You
have to eat. Your body needs nutrition.
Yeah, and so
think
it's like
that's not a desire.
You instinctually
No,
desire.
it's not. No.
Well, explain why
Your
it's not a
body
desire. Distinguish it.
It's not a desire. Your body has to have it. A desire would be something you would like.
No, desires aren't just wants. Desires can be needs, like urges. I would say, like
an urge is not a need either.
It's a desire.
I think the problem that we're having is we're sort of like making the vegan argument here, where we're trying to compare like the animal to man. I think that men are and women, before anyone gets mad, are unique. Humans, are unique. So I'm only going to talk about them in this aspect. There are certain things in which I, as a human, would be entitled to. You try to contrast like the negative actions of me on these things. I'd probably be lenient with you. Like, am I entitled to murder someone else? Probably not. But like the most basic things, I would say, yeah, I'm probably entitled to that. Like I almost said right. Like the ability to drink water.
Who gave you the entitlement? Who decided that?
The mere matter. Okay, we're gonna go back into step one. The mere matter of the fact that I am existing, I have that entitlement.
I think a better word would be capacity. You have the capacity to survive. But like entitlement implies that you can say your parents entitle you to live.
We'll put it like this. If nobody has that entitlement, then that's where like the sort of Republican argument comes in, where it gets like super selective and super choosy. Like, okay, these people probably have more of an entitlement than other people do. Whereas I try to treat it as a fair game.
And then entitlement's not the word you want to use, because entitlement implies that some do and others don't. Because the ones that do are entitled.
Sure, I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to find another word that's not right.
Yeah.
Because Mojo on this point is correct, because rights are not given to you. Mojo is correct on this part, because rights are not like just automatically given to you, since right would be a man-made term. It's something that's going to be created by society.
Everything is a man-made term.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a bad argument.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Wait, substantiate that. So, like, if I were to say things that predate my existence, those are all man-made?
What predates your existence? What English word? What English word predates your existence?
The universe?
Human beings' existence. English word. You said
universe.
Right is an English word.
The universe.
the universe, the name universe is something that we gave it.
I'm okay. So then,
The
what would
word
you call it
universe.
then? If it predates my existence, it's something that fucking exists, right?
Yeah, but the word universe is something that humans created, as is the word right.
Okay, so then what the fuck would you call it?
I don't know. The big
Exactly.
hole, the asshole, the fucking chocolate starfish in the sky. I don't fucking know.
What?
It's definitely a pitch black asshole, that's for sure.
The way I think about it is that the need to eat existed before society and humankind decided that it was a right for everyone to be able to eat. Like before that, it was survival of the fittest. You either gathered, hunted, or killed to eat, or you died. It is society that made it so that everyone has the right to be fed.
Right, exactly. Before it was made a right by society, it was a privilege that you had to earn. You had to earn your right to.
Okay, so let's go to
survive.
prehistoric times and say that, but now in modern day times, we're born with rights.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't even know. I'm not high enough for this conversation.
No, the original question was just rights in. The original question was just if rights were discovered or invented. That's what we're answering. It's not necessarily like what happens today. At least that's not the impression I got from Adrian's question.
I'd say it's the idea whether if there's a God that grants us rights or are rights something that has emerged from society.
Wait, if there's a God, by the way, my whole stance changes. I just don't believe there's a God.
Yeah, fair enough.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Let's pretend there is one.
And yes, rights come from God.
All right. So then, de facto, we're born with them.
If there's a God, but I don't believe there is a God, so.
I think that's an unfortunate position because I'd like to believe that Lindsey Graham had a life review. Yeah.
Brutal.
I was saying this earlier, Laura, but I'm really hoping that within the next day or two we get that Lindsey Graham version of the CK song.
Oh my God.
See, I thought about using
Go ahead.
I thought about using CT's backgrounds here today, but I didn't know if I really was in the mood to piss people off.
Is that the one with Lindsey Graham hugging up to the devil? I saw that one somewhere.
Well, I don't know, but I kind of like this one.
Oh, there you go. What is that Trump? What is that?
You are welcome.
It's Mitch. Oh, that was yours? Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham.
What is the ladybug thing referencing what was exposed about him? It's crazy.
His ladybug spots.
Oh yeah, dude. I tried to explain that to. Okay, so one of my grandpas is like a big time Fox News watcher and everything. And so I was trying to explain that about Lindsey Graham in a way that was like not too graphic. It was hilarious. Shit's nasty.
Just out of curiosity, does anybody believe that photograph that they released today with Mitch McConnell and his wife, anybody think that that's real?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see
Is he still supposed to be in the hospital or something? Or what's going on with
McConnell? I thought she went back to China too.
So
it's like a Shutter Island situation, Strive. Mitch McConnell was made up by the fucking government. He's not actually real. He's a figment of our imagination.
He's like a extraterrestrial turtle that pretends to be a human.
No, they released a proof of life photo today.
I'll check it out.
No, I didn't see it, but I saw.
It looks absolutely
Is he fucking
ridiculous.
kidnapped?
He looks so healthy and like nothing's happened, and they're just like chilling in a chair. It's really weird. You should look at it.
That is pretty rare.
Ooh, John Stone just came in. Do we want to talk to John Stone?
Oh, give him my
white
spot.
supremacist. You just every time you come in here, you can't wait to leave. You can leave whenever you want. You are not being helpful.
No. I just know you've got a lot of lefties up here, so I'm always willing to, take a hike.
You really want to give up your seat on the bus to a white supremacist?
I mean, for the betterment of the live, sure.
Wait, not only is he a white supremacist,
Mitch McConnell's wife is Chinese.
you didn't. How is it that you didn't know that?
Mitch McConnell.
Wait,
I
you gotta
can't
take
hear
your
somebody.
phone. You gotta take your phone out of your butt.
He's got his phone inside the chocolate starfish.
The hot dog flavored water.
And he clearly can't hear us because he's still talking.
Oh shit. Oh my bad. My finger was covering the mic.
Is that what it is? Yeah, blame it on the finger. Sure, it was an accident. That finger just slipped. Yeah, I get it.
No,
Wait,
I
so
have my
you
phone on the
use
charger.
phone and your finger up to that?
Okay.
That's a lot of
No,
real
but seriously, did y'all even hear me? What I said was, how did I just find out Mitch McConnell has a Chinese wife?
I don't know.
That means you need to pay more attention. But you had your finger and your phone up your butt? How do you have so much real estate?
I'm gonna blow your mind. You ready,
I was
Strive?
just bored this way.
I'm gonna blow your
Maybe I
mind.
was bored this way.
Are you ready, Strive?
Yeah.
Katie Vance's wife is Indian. Can you believe that?
Dude, I know about that one.
Maybe it's him. Maybe it's analing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
How much do you want to bet that baby was, what do you call it when you get the shots?
IVF?
IVF.
Yeah, I don't think GD's winner has touched anything female in a long time.
I would agree. I saw
It's been touching the couch in the White House.
It has done that.
Maybe
Wait,
Trump
which
has a
JD are we
special
talking
spot
about?
on the couch in the Oval
Vans.
Office.
Vans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, you're right. My wiener hasn't touched a female and only touches men now.
I wouldn't out you like that. I leave that up to you.
I think Trump has like a customized couch in the Oval Office for JD, for Vance, just,
Couch with
whenever he needs
fuckles.
to relax.
Available in IKEA? Probably.
No, because they don't like, NATO countries. It'd have to be made in like India.
I missed the first part of this conversation, and I thought y'all were talking about JD down here.
No.
We were talking about my wiener.
JD definitely did not knock up his Indian wife.
No.
I don't think so either.
No, I mean the one next to me.
Oh, yeah,
Definitely didn't happen.
Yeah.
She wasn't Indian. She was Chinese.
Oh.
Right. He went the McConnell. He went the McConnell route. Oh, it was like a lady.
She
it was a
was-
lady boy. It was a lady
She was
boy.
specifically from Thailand.
Right. Thai.
Nice.
Hey. If
So
you don't
definitely
realize,
Chinese.
if you don't realize till it's already happening, I mean, you didn't notice it.
Our government is made up out of some strange individuals. We got tortoises. We got couch fuckers.
Ladybugs.
We got ladybugs.
We got Cheetos.
Cheetos. Tacos.
For what?
What was that?
Oh my God.
What was that? Did he just have a?
What just happened?
Did a bat just fly out of his hand?
Wait, what was that background? What happened? There we go.
Flag and
I
free
like the
since
Fat
2020.
9000.
Good boy, Graham.
Who makes these backgrounds? There's too much text on them. I can't read. It's too small.
I know. CT's got to stop this. Wait, you didn't make this one, did you, Brobot?
No, that's CT.
Yeah, CT adds way too much text to his.
I don't like how familiar the
ChatGPT
people.
will.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Strive, go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, being from the South, I don't like how familiar those people look. Like they look like I'd see them in Walmart on a regular basis.
They're based on CT's neighbors.
Yeah. Where's he from? Is he? I know he's from the South, but like,
No, CT lives in Ohio.
oh, he's Midwest. I just spent time with a bunch of people from Ohio.
Ohio.
Wait, hold on now. CT just the other day made an argument that all of policing was based off of slave catchers. Yet the first policing force in the United States in 1848 was in Boston. So I guess the Mason-Dixon did move north quite a bit.
Why are you arguing with CT while he's not even here?
Well, that sounds like a
Because he'll hear me. He'll come out of the ether.
It's the only argument Brobot can win. It's the only argument Brobot can win. What are you talking about?
He'll be summoned.
Summoned. Beetlejuice.
I think it's interesting that last night we had, and yesterday afternoon for me, we had entire conversations with all the words and about all the things, and not a single violation happened. I think one violation happened. Yeah.
On yours?
Yeah.
I get violations so often. I don't know why.
I'm telling you, the game thing, it's the game thing.
You switched it off the game thing and it seemed to be okay.
Oh, that's that's true too. Well,
Mojo, are you getting violations for stagnant background since you're not on camera?
I am not.
I do every time.
And so I'm like forced to come up on camera now, even on days I don't want to. Otherwise, I just won't go live.
Yeah, I think it's the followers I have that give me some sort of leeway on that.
How many followers do you have, Laura? I wonder if there's like a cap, like if it's like 5 or 10 or something like that.
Like 40, 43 or
4,500.
Something like that.
Oh, I just looked. It says 4,531.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I wonder if there's like a certain threshold.
Yeah, they don't bug me. They don't bug me about that. I probably should start going on camera again. I just haven't felt it.
Yeah, there was a lot of positive feedback about it, so that might help you.
For women, it's work though, because we got to get like ready. You can just throw a cap on and go live.
So true.
We have to
Yeah, but it's been no shave June and July, so I got this big nasty beard.
That's funny. Yeah, I miss when we could see when you get irritated at people and just watch your face. You're like sitting there trying to get a word in, and you're just like shaking your head. What's up, John?
I don't know if anybody else does this, but I get pictures in my head of people when they're talking when I don't know what they look like, and Mojo is a tiger. And so when he came on camera, it really messed with that.
I'll get that. Why does Mojo's face kind of fit the whole aesthetic and everything though? Like he kind of looks like you would imagine he would.
Well, he doesn't. He looks like a tiger to me.
Yeah, in a good way.
I'm gonna buy you some of those like tiger ears, so you can just,
Look, can we not talk about Mojo?
Yeah.
Why not?
I'll just be silent.
I'll end it with this. You should get him one of those furry masks of like a tiger.
No, just tiger ears. Or maybe like one of those noses with the whiskers attached to it. But we gotta see the rest of his face, Anyway,
Did you guys
I'm about
ever
to get
see?
draft, probably.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you better watch out. Did you guys ever see HR's ears?
The moving ones when she would like concentrate and not concentrate. Yeah, I remember that.
Those are pretty awesome, I thought. She only wore them for a few days and then just didn't anymore. But those are awesome. It was awesome that they reacted to what she was saying or what she was doing.
Hi, John. Hi, Riz.
I just wanted to add, I thought your guys' the conversation around like the aspect of like rights and everything is just such a fundamental, inherent good question that like, because we're all in like our own everybody's, as far as like things globally are concerned, and then like there's like the whole politics aspect of it. Then there's even like the historical layer of everything, and like we look back on things and like we try to like understand it as which from where we are, I guess, in regards to how we understand it, which we do like a pretty good job at, but it's almost like the conditions that must have been in order for that like to be, it's hard to imagine. It's hard to like really look back and think like, okay, what type of society or what sort of society, like what is this, like what produced this almost. And I think on the aspect of rights, I think like often about America and what sort of conditions existed to be what ultimately like became like out of all of the different convergences and kind of entanglement happening like between like, I guess you can look at it as like the Western and like the Eastern hemisphere, but like even both of those hemispheres were organized in similar but like really fundamentally like different sort of ways. And on like the aspect of rights, I guess like something I found really interesting is that prior to rights weren't really like a thing. It was kind of like a divine authority of something, or like it was just like assumed by like the king or like whoever was ultimately ruling. And again, you can go like way even before this, like keep following it like all the way back. But like just something interesting was, as far as rights go, like what is like declaring that, and like the aspect of like the Declaration of Rights, because that's kind of weird, because like you kind of think about it and you're like, okay, we have to declare this, what sort of like inverse or whatever is that? And like it kind of was an inverse entirely. It was an inverse total reorganization of how, as far as like most people were concerned, it was a total inverse of like what was organized. So it's like we're declaring rights, and it's like, what do you like? Because like the Enlightenment era.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Oh, sorry, I don't mean to.
I get what she's saying about how it went from like the American Revolution was about we the people declaring their rights against the king, or like to be free from the king.
Yeah, it was kind of like government exists. They were saying like because rights are presumed to precede government, which wasn't what it was like prior. But yeah, I'm sorry to ramble, you guys. I don't even know how long I was talking for. Goddamn. No, I just thought it was a super interesting conversation. I just reflected on it not too long ago. With like Independence Day or whatever the heck, and it's like, what even is that? Like with everything, it's kind of like wasn't always really this way. But you guys touched on like the aspect of like nature and stuff too, which is just like all like so really very, I guess it's just interesting. I don't know. I think we're just so like from a global perspective, everything is I almost like think like, when is it gonna pop? Like everything is so just like, it almost seems like in a perfect little, and I don't know how to describe it, but perfect kind of order, but then you like add on, not really, obviously, there's a whole bunch of bullshit happening, but then you add on like the aspect of technology and like, I don't even know what the act of like kind of seeing all of that really for everyone, you know, what that looks like. I was curious if anyone has any thoughts on that. Not anything specific, I guess, but I don't know. Maybe that's too
On technology?
Yeah, even that. Yeah, really anything. I guess that's kind of where I guess I ended up in that.
In the regards to rights?
Can you repeat all that, please?
I don't know. What was that? Maybe just in regards to like innovation, even like progress.
Like what in regards of innovation? Because I do, you darted a little bit and you lost me for sure. So.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying. I guess I was more so like declaring. I guess I'm done with my rant or whatever. I was just kind of like, I don't know what I'm asking specifically, but I don't know if anybody. I'm not really saying anything, trying to like, I guess, declare, put anything forth or argue anything necessarily. I just, I'm just adding into what I heard, a traverse, a bunch of what everybody was kind of already just kind of touching on that made me, yeah.
Yeah, and you lost most of us in terms of like you darted across so many thoughts and you didn't actually finish any of them, so we're not able to respond to you.
No, that's what was going through my head, I guess, as I had heard you guys kind of speak on each of those like smaller but like larger premises that just made me want to give my thoughts surrounding it. On like the aspect of rights is where I was and stuff, like because you guys were talking about that. I just wanted to add that. But it's interesting in that way.
So well, I guess I think this is an interesting question. Actually, is
what was the question? Because I don't know what it is, Adrian. Well, if you can tell us, please do so.
I don't know if this is exactly where she was going, but it did bring up a question in my head on the question of are rights discovered or invented. If we are to go and say that we're born with them, when new technologies, when we have new technologies, are they creating new rights? I don't know if anybody can dissect what I just said there. I'm trying to get it out of my brain.
No, 100%. That's. I don't know how to. Yeah, I don't think it's a really good. It's a really good question or premise that I think you're treading on, and it's hard to like fully like think even about it because like I think we're kind
they
of.
Are. Yeah. And they're not in our favor. Look at Palantir. All of a sudden they have the right to gather all of our information and we have no say in it.
Yeah, and the aspect of so like computers and software and like even like the world like like browsers and stuff or like just your phone. Like these are all just like kind of they're all just objects. They all do their own thing. Like a phone calls people. Like your computer and like software had a job and its job was just to like be the software. But you have software like as companies go, but now you have like these large companies that are even Microsoft. All of our businesses and everything that we as humans do digitally, we all have files. We all use these like tools that existed as tools to begin with that like now. Huh?
What? Huh?
I think she said go.
Yeah, she said I'm gonna go, Mojo.
Yeah, you just like it's what provider is that ultimately? Because even like as far as governments are concerned, you have Europe and the EU, who are like I believe are kind of looking over like at America right now, and they're like with rights as it pertains to, or like how to limit certain, like way too much control as far as, I guess, tech goes.
Like censorship? You mean like censorship? And like on social media, what you have the right to say?
Not so much that. So like they're concerned right now, like really concerned, about like data and like privacy rights and stuff like that. But ultimately, from like the kind of global, the globalization sort of aspect, and how like we've entangled like corporations and businesses, you know, like extend. They're concerned kind of about, I would even say maybe security, but also like they want competition, so that it's not just with as far as technology is concerned and providers, because like software as like product, like now software as service, they kind of have a lot of power, if everything is on their servers and stuff, or if you have to at a certain point. I think the biggest thing as of recently was it's so hard to leave, almost. Like there's not enough, because once you have stuff organized or on a cloud or backed up to any one given place, it's hard to like apparently get that stuff back. Like you're kind of like locked in a way, and it's not necessarily a good thing as far as if you think about it. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I don't think that when it comes to like privacy and like all the data that companies are able to access, I don't seem to think it's that big of a deal. I mean, what do you think are the worst things that could happen when it comes to companies having our data in that way?
I think the worst, it's not so much companies, because like it was really like it was really local before. Like companies had their own kind of everything, really, like their own tools and stuff, and like their own way of, as humans manage, and like humans have their own way of like going about things, and like how they measure success, and like how they scale, and like how who to hire, and like all these things. But it's like from my experience, like the last 5 years, I don't know if I'm just way too tool picky, where I'm like, okay, I always want to know, like, I need to get something from something that I'm using, but not if it's working against me. Like I can tell almost if there's a delay, like on a touch screen, if there's an interface layer that's like, okay, I can't like actually function as much as I feel I should. But I think that the biggest thing with the company aspect is, things are being...
Mojo, check the queue.
Huh?
I was talking to Mojo.
Like Microsoft. You have Microsoft like Teams, and you have all these like tools and stuff. My concern, I think, would be is like when that starts to influence how it is that a company sees itself with whatever it is that's useful that you get out of whatever software tools that you're paying for. Like how does that measure people, I guess? And then you start to like but then you have everybody kind of using that same sort of whatever the heck. Everything is still separate, but it's just kind of like, what does that sort of measurement ultimately look like?
I think you're kind of all over the place in regards to this, especially the technical aspect that you're talking about. I'm going to go over a couple things that you talked about, and then you can respond in kind. One, you're not necessarily locked into anything, even if you bought it, like working in Azure tenant infrastructure versus AWS versus self-hosted versus...
No, agreed. That's what Europe was concerned about.
You're able to get all of your information away from all of it. It is just, do you have the means and the hardware on-prem in order to be able to like migrate it off of that? As far as the privacy concerns are considered, Europe has what's called the GDPR, which is a privacy standard that they have now set for the individuals over in Europe, where the United States has their own version of it called Trustee. They are separate, but realistically, they kind of accomplish the exact same goal in regards to like centralized privacy standards that everyone is supposedly trying to go for, especially when it comes to federal contracts and stuff like that. And if you're talking about like interconnectivity for things like Microsoft Teams and devices, like all of that kind of stuff, there's a whole myriad of open source material that companies are starting to transition towards, as opposed to Microsoft, because they don't want to be able to continuously just spend over and over and over again into a service that isn't realistically growing. It's like Microsoft is trying to go towards the standard of providing virtual machines instead of physical machines for individuals to work off of. So
they're not tool centric
to be the future.
Yeah, no, that is true about well, and I think the shift, Microsoft, they're not like giving tools really necessarily. I guess that's like a good point. They're not really selling anything as like that would have been like before really any like shift. Yeah, you're saying they ultimately want to be what, the provider or whatever.
Yeah, Microsoft is trying to transition to a desktop as a service kind of model. They don't want you to be purchasing your own hardware and running your own operating system locally. They want you to purchase what's called a thin client that requires an internet connection to connect to a remote virtual instance that will be your desktop in the future. This has been a thing.
What do they benefit, or like what's the transition? What is that ultimately? What does Microsoft really get out of that, I guess?
They get more money.
Yeah, they're centralizing the data. It's a subscription model.
So what? Centralizing data. What is that? That's the concern then, like this whole centralization of data thing.
No.
So you know how Microsoft Word, you used to buy the program and you got to keep it on your computer and you owned it, and now you have to pay monthly for it?
Yeah.
That's essentially what they're trying to go to, except for with your computer, your actual computer.
Oh, okay.
They don't want you to own the rights to your own operating system.
So that's
pay for them monthly.
Yeah, so that's what do we think about that?
It's dumb. It's not going to work. It's going to backfire. And even though Microsoft is the largest provider of the operating system currently for the whole entire globe, you're going to see a mass transition to either Apple or Linux. And I'm going to tell you that Linux is probably going to take over Apple.
Apple, well, and don't they all already, like, because you have your computer or whatever, but now you have like your phones, and then they have like connect your devices, and then everything's like tied into like accounts, but like you go in the browser aspect, like with Apple. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I feel like it's just also, and then it's like Google's like constantly.
Yeah, you're talking about two separate like account infrastructures.
I am.
Around the account like sync ability, which is Google's account with Android and Apple's account with iOS/Mac OS. And I get what you mean here, where it's more like integrated, but there are alternatives, and there have been, and they've been getting better.
That's good
for self-hosted material and stuff like that.
I've heard of like Linux is kind of like in the background, I guess. Not really. They've been here like that since they are like over like Google and Apple. Linux is kind of like, I don't know what the word is for it.
Linux is the architecture for all of Mac OS. Mac OS runs off of Linux. or Unix specifically. Let me back up a little bit. Mac OS runs off of Unix, which is the basis of Linux.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, this is all my personal opinion. Yeah, you said a lot of things there. I mean, really since the Patriot Act, our rights have been slowly with technology. I think slowly declining in terms of privacy, and we're even kind of looking at things now. Like I think they're implementing in China like a social credit system, and something like that will probably come here too. So it's really kind of Orwellian.
Because like before, like digital, like whatever, like cool, okay, we can store all this shit digitally. Then it's like, and yeah, people are online, okay, yeah, it's like, okay, you have like from two kind of worlds or whatever, like just being online, okay. But then it's like, okay, but before our institutions and our systems and our governments now, do you guys think we're currently like in the transition of
Technology is going to create like a surveillance state, right? That's what that's what smart cities really are, aren't they? I mean, and on one hand, there's probably a safety aspect to it, which is nice, I guess, but there's the right to privacy is really fading, I think.
And what do you think the downstream implications are for human beings as far as like take the clock, for example, or like how even time like was kind of implemented technically, I guess, technology wise.
Back it up a little bit. John, how long do you think it will be until we have reached this police state that you think we're going into?
I'd say probably, with the rise of AI too, probably 10 to 20 years.
Okay, what do you define as the police state then?
Well, I think certainly mass surveillance, no privacy is part of it, and then also too, I think that if the left gets power back, they're going to really kind of really restrict free speech in terms of they're gonna create all kinds of like hate speech laws.
Okay, so you don't think the Patriot Act was a form of police state-esque type material?
No, I do. That's fair. That's a fair. Yeah, no, I do. It started with the Patriot Act. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you think that was the start of the police state was the Patriot Act in regards to being able to surveil individuals in the United States, regardless of a subpoena. It's just they're able to access your data.
So it was like warrantless wiretapping, right?
Yeah, kind of, to an extent. Yeah. I would agree, and I would say that it even goes a little bit like a step further, especially in today's standards, because I don't think the majority of Americans are aware of how advanced it has gotten to today's standards, and how exposed all of you are just on a general day-to-day basis, just walking into a store.
Yeah, there's like massive data on just about everybody, right?
Like you're like even at your Bluetooth and stuff like that. I know like a lot of times I think what do you guys think is like holding, as far as I know we're going like with tech and everything, because you go from do you guys ever have MySpace? But like you log out, you're like logging out, you're like, I'm not leaving this like account up, and like just so very safe about kind of everything, and then just more and more
yeah,
I don't know.
I think TikTok has some positive aspects, but when it took me a while to get used to, it was Orwellian to me with like the language stuff where we have to say all these weird ass words like like Mr. Mustache or unalive or it's just fucking it's so Orwellian.
It's weird.
Well, I think it's mostly because they try to say that this app was made for kids, or like supposed to be kid friendly. But I agree that, especially since now it's used by everybody, that it should give us the right to say what we want.
We got to say like Yahtzee and the Triple K, and it's just
Yeah,
fucking weird, man. It's
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 annoying.
Orwellian. It's Orwellian. I
That's
mean,
not Orwellian.
well, look, I mean, if you just if you think about 1984, what was
I
Newspeak?
am.
What was Newspeak?
Or
It's
double speak.
it's
Yeah.
controlling language. That's a big part of it.
Yeah. Explicitly by who, though, John?
By the state.
Exactly. Is TikTok the state?
Yeah, but the whole idea is that corporations, and I think Mojo would probably, corporations are an extension of the state.
No. No, they were not.
Can they be?
So.
Can they start to be? Can they benefit? That's the question. Like big, like yeah.
But the 1984 standard.
Okay.
No. If we are talking about like the oligarchic control over specific like influence over senators and congressmen, then I guess you could make an argument for that. But as far as the Orwellian version of what we're talking about here, no. Because the state was the state.
Yeah, but I mean, think about the control of the military-industrial complex, or think about the control of like the pharmaceutical industry over our government agencies that are supposed to regulate them. Think of the prison, for-profit prison. Man, dude, our corporations are intertwined with our government. You don't think? Mojo, you should agree with this, right?
No.
You don't. You don't think there's corporate power and control that is intertwined with our government at the highest levels?
Nope.
Really? Interesting. You're a Marxist, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I would have thought you would have agreed with me on this.
Why?
You're talking about Palantir or some of these other...
Palantir.
I thought it was Plantier.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't even know. No, I say it in my head. I'm like Planetary, but I can never get it right because I don't know what it is. So it's Palantir?
It's
Palantir.
Named after
Palanta.
the all-seeing eye from Lord of the Rings.
I love Lord of the Rings. I have Lord of the Rings tattoo. Sorry.
But the one that owns TikTok is called Oracle. But it's like a mega company too.
Yeah, no, it was really like owned by the Chinese until
Originally,
recently.
yeah.
Yeah, it was yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Or it was some guy. I remember the CEO. He was interviewed by Congress.
And this was around the same time that everybody on TikTok was like, I can't get rid of this app. Don't do it. Like, hate, and it was like, did we not already see, like...
Dude, it seemed like if it was the Chinese government, I mean, it was really a tool of subversion.
It wasn't, though. It was owned by a Singaporean entity that was a subsidiary of ByteDance, and then the Trump administration deemed this, for whatever reason, a national security threat, and therefore, if they wanted to continue operation in the United States, they then had to sell it to a U.S. entity.
Do you guys remember
They broke off a section of TikTok and sold it to a U.S. entity, which happened to be Larry Ellison of Oracle.
Do you guys remember Mike Zuckerberg and Facebook? Mike Zuckerberg?
Yeah.
He, for years...
Mark Zuckerberg?
You guys remember that guy?
Yeah. What about him?
I don't care.
He buddied up with Trump here lately.
Really?
Or like during the campaign, he kind of sided with Trump in like a
interesting,
in a libertarian way of saying like, "Oh, Trump will be better for us billionaires."
Okay, I wonder. Yeah, that is very kind of like, huh? Yeah. I remember, and I'm like, thinking back, I don't know when it was, like 2015 and maybe 2016, I don't know. But I like have in my head like the little when he was, these big tech guys were like brought in and they're like being asked like to explain, because there's all these concerns over, there was a whole bunch of stuff, I think, even as far as like advertisements and stuff going. And Mark Zuckerberg was the one that was like no ads like ever. But then he, something with when he, because he did a total, apparently one of the Facebook top dog, can't remember what her name was, but she was somebody up there like close in that little circle that I think got fired or left or something like that. And like there was a complete, I don't know if it's a world, what you want to call it, like shift entirely with him. And it probably just comes from what it is that you can ultimately do with the power of whatever platform you have that can probably go so many different directions. But China would not let him in. They would not let their people use Facebook. I don't pretend to know, like I know all the reasons and stuff as to why, but he was obsessed with going there and like getting these other countries, whatever. And
well, I mean, I would get why he'd want to go to China because it's a huge market to try to.
Yeah.
But and I also would get why China would see Facebook back then. They would have seen Facebook as like Western influence.
Interesting, yeah. I didn't, which is like so. Okay, yeah, that's it then. That's what I'm trying to maybe get to is.
Well, you mentioned, I think you said like 2015 or 2016. I remember something happening during the campaign. They were saying that some people tried to say, or there seemed to be evidence that, or people were claiming that Facebook was limiting ads that supported Trump's campaign and promoting ads for Hillary's campaign. There were claims of that, I remember.
Yeah, like there was weird. That's like, yeah, no, I that's 100% with all because obviously there's a whole bunch of stuff going on from a tech and digital standpoint. I don't want to be conspiratorial because I think maybe that's what's holding us back so much from being as aware as we literally kind of probably should be.
Has anyone ever told you that you speak like Trump?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Okay. I'm
the
kind
weave.
of shocked.
It's the weave.
It's the weave. It is.
What's the weave?
You are going back and forth between specific subjects while not actually talking about the subject that you're trying to talk about. You talk about all these different points and then go back and forth between other individual points trying to make a concept, but you end up not like talking about the thing you're trying to talk about.
I'm not trying to make a concept. I'm just orienting all the things that we are currently orienting as like a.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I don't even know. I don't know. These are just things to like think about.
I don't know that they are, but
I mean, are they okay?
Well, she actually brought up something interesting, which rights are have to be implemented with force, don't they? And we just make them up, right? Or do we not?
I think we do make up rights, yes, and I think that we codify them and we protect them, yes.
Are you?
Excuse me.
Am I what?
Got that cough. No, I said excuse me. I didn't.
Yeah, mute next time. What, John?
You are you a subject? You believe in subjective morality? Is that?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Because you're an atheist, right?
Yes.
Well,
so do
objective morality to you, John?
Yeah. No, this gets a little tricky. It kind of depends on how we define it. So there's different ways too. So
wouldn't that make it subjective by definition?
subjective. So if you say objective, like objective would be something that exists outside the human mind is one way people define it. Or we could say something universal.
It would be universal. It would have to be universally accepted for it to be objective.
Do you think there can ever be exceptions?
For something that is considered objective? No.
No exceptions?
No.
Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah, an objective standard would have to be the standard. You don't get to make exceptions in the standard.
Right. Okay. So, if I mean to unalive, like people would be, in your view, wrong, right? But there are exceptions to that, like self-defense, right?
It would be subjective and relative, so it depends on the situation.
Right. So it's context.
And it depends. Well, sure, it's always going to be context oriented, and it's going to depend on where you're at in the country or in the world, and the circumstances surrounding it. So yeah, it's always going to be subjective based on context.
Okay. So, do you think the way we ended WW2 in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was wrong?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't think the context of them not surrendering and the alternative... See, this is why I think it was actually justified.
They were surrendering. They had already signed the surrender.
Took them 9 days, man, and 2 nukes.
And no. This is before the nukes. The meeting happened before the nukes. They had already signed the papers. They just had not been declared over to the United States yet. Known by our intelligence agency. You can look this up. This is historical.
Look, I know what Oliver Stone. I've watched his documentary on this, and I just happen to disagree with it. That they.
You're disagreeing with the historical context.
When was the first
who lived during the time? But I can't argue with nuh-uh.
Well, hang on. When was the first bomb drop?
Fuck, I don't remember the date.
August 6th of 45. Okay.
Okay.
The second one was dropped 3 days later. When did they surrender?
Sure, right after.
August 15th.
Okay, when did the initial coalition of Japanese forces to discuss the surrender and talk about it happen? Because it was before the first bomb.
Their people were split on it. Some of them wanted to surrender, some did.
No.
It had to do with like keeping.
There was that's not how Japan worked. There was an emperor. It does not matter what the people think. There was an emperor who decided to surrender.
They had a council of a war cabinet.
Doesn't even matter what the council thought. There was an emperor.
I understand there was an emperor, and part of the deal was they wanted to keep their emperor. But
correct,
man. Look. We're gonna end up disagreeing on.
That's true. They did have a council and they did have the emperor, but they were also highly militarized. Like the military was kind of yep.
That's right. And there was some of them that didn't want that would want to fight till you gotta understand something about Japanese culture too, man. They have an honor system where they'd rather be unalive than surrender. So it's I disagree.
Well, yep. They wouldn't even. Yeah, that's whatever you just said there, because that's really actually. Yeah, the way they even fought people. I mean, everyone was terrified of the Japanese.
Extremely brutal, like in Nanking.
Yep. They were literally trained. Yeah,
Nanking. The stories of Nanking is insane.
No one was arguing the brutality of the war and what the Japanese forces did to individuals that they came across. However, when you're trying to talk about the individuals who were trained to listen to their emperor regardless, to the point where they were going to unalive themselves in a known attempt to try and disrupt individuals. They would literally throw themselves in front of machine guns in an attempt to try and deplete their supply lines. That is how bad and how fervent they were for the emperor. So the emperor trying to, surrender before the atomic bombs were dropped. Are you trying to tell me that they would still fight beyond the emperor's word? The emperor's viewed as a god.
I'm just telling you that they started the fucking war and it took them 9 days to surrender after Hiroshima, and that's why it's their fault. And the alternative to it would have been a full-scale invasion. It would have been a nightmare. We would have lost about 300,000 to 400,000 Allied soldiers, along with millions of Japanese. It's their fucking fault, man. They had a choice. I'm not happy about it.
They chose the correct choice. They decided to surrender. We decided to drop the bombs anyways. You, having seen the Oliver Stone documentaries in regards to this, and still go nuh-uh about the historical context of the situation, sounds like a you problem trying to make shit up on the spot.
No, man, you can't get around the fact that it took them 9 days after the first clear weapon was used. That's just true.
That does say something. That says something. And I think even with Pearl Harbor, there was some weird thing as far as Japan goes, and like emperor and like I know about like the council thing too. Like there were certain aspects that Japan, things were like decisions. I think that there was major communication even left out as far as like what was going on with like Pearl Harbor. I don't think that what am I trying to say?
There wasn't major communication left out in regards to this. Like we had decrypted.
Why do you say that? How do you know?
Decrypted because we had decrypted Japan's encrypted communications, their diplomatic cables. It's called the magic intercepts. Is what happened back then. This is why.
Okay, I wasn't saying what happened. I wasn't asserting what happened there. I brought in Pearl Harbor, and I'm thinking of their state.
I'm talking to John. John.
Okay, you've been very dismissive and very much, okay, you do this, I'm talking to this person. But I'm just adding in an added comment to the discussion. So I know you're talking to one person, but I'm just bringing in something that as far as facts are concerned, as you seem to care about and things, I'm bringing in some contextual, whatever the heck. So thanks.
You're not bringing in the context. You're bringing in supposition, and you're bouncing from point to point.
I'm not bouncing from point to point. I am adding in something when you are in a discussion. Okay, things bounce.
I apologize, Riz.
And orient. Okay, Mr. Context.
John, we knew that before they had actually sent the unconditional surrender over, that because we had decrypted their encrypted communication over their diplomatic cables, this is called the magic intercepts, that we knew that they were already going to surrender, yet we still decided to drop both of those bombs. This is uncontested in history.
No, I just disagree with you, man. It also had to do with the Soviets.
How do you disagree with this?
Look. Another problem would have been there would have been Soviets in Japan, which is part of the reason they surrendered too. But you just can't get around the fact that it took them 9 fucking days, man. You just can't get around it.
What does that matter?
Because if they were going to surrender, it wouldn't have taken 2 nukes in 9 days. That's why.
Why does that matter? In what context does that matter?
I'm just telling you why it was morally justified.
How is that morally justified when we knew they were going to surrender?
We did not. Why didn't they just... We warned them too. Truman warned them.
And they were in the process of surrendering.
There is no fucking process. It takes all the fucking snap of a finger. We surrender.
No, it doesn't.
They didn't do it.
It takes an unconditional surrender where the diplomats from an individual nation come out and they sign a surrender or a paper of surrender, meeting with the individual or the representative of the nation they are surrendering to. So on occasion, it kind of takes time to set that up, especially back in the days in 1945. So the fact that we had decrypted the communications and we had seen that they were talking about, not even talking, excuse me, had already deemed that an unconditional surrender was the only way that Japan was going to survive this, and we still decided to drop both of those nukes. You're saying that's the morally justifiable option.
Yeah, man, because they had a choice to surrender and they wouldn't.
They did. We knew they did.
I can't. We're just going back and forth here. Look.
Again, the only discontent and the only disconnect here is you being like, nuh-uh, to historical context.
Dude, the reason I'm saying is because it took them 9 fucking days. What do you not get about this?
That doesn't matter
we
had the diplomatic communications that stated that they were going to surrender.
Okay. Look, okay. The reason I was bringing this up is because this is a moral dilemma that why I say that there can be exceptions to things. It's
not a dilemma at all. It is the opposite of a dilemma when we know the outcome because we decrypted the communications, John.
Let's just say that I am right for a second, and let's just say that they refused to surrender. Would it have been justified then? There was actually a discussion.
So they didn't. They didn't. I just looked it up. They did not surrender, and their government was all disorganized too. There was
actually a discussion to use a third nuke on Tokyo, dude. Rev, I don't know if you're. I don't know what you're doing here, man. I don't know if you're doing this on purpose or what.
Doing what on purpose?
You're trying to rewrite history.
I'm not. It's called the Magic Intercepts. We had decrypted the encrypted diplomatic cables of Japan.
What about it?
We were going to surrender, and yet we still dropped both of the nukes.
We knew they were going to surrender?
Yes, we did.
How would we? Who would have told us that?
The CIA.
The CIA?
There was no fucking CIA.
There wasn't.
I'm sorry, whatever fucking military intelligence department.
The OSS?
Do you think that the United States during World War II is like the same United States like as there is like today as far as being organized and having the type of knowledge and stuff from other
in what context?
In the context that you're claiming that we would have known anything at all.
Again, in what context? Like, what are you grading this against?
What?
What are you grading this against? You asked me, are we the same nation as we were back in World War II times?
Yeah, it's a good...
What?
Yeah, because it's where I'm saying this because you think that we would have had this information. You think that it sounds like that there'd be some organized whatever where we would have known that they were planning on surrendering, that we would have known anything as far as how it is like Japan's, whoever Japan is, whatever's going on over there, that we would have had that kind of information to have known that they were going to surrender, but hence did anyway, just because like why the frick not? But by any count on our ends, would have been 9 days of not having had any diplomatic anything coming to us as far as that's concerned.
Mojo, check the queue.
The conversation is in regards to whether or not we knew that Japan was going to surrender before we dropped the nukes. And the fact that we had already broken the encrypted communications with Japan's diplomatic cables explicitly showed that the Japan's intent, the Emperor of Japan's intent, was to surrender unconditionally to the Allied forces back then, and yet we still dropped nukes on them.
I mean, I'll look. That's a fascinating history to look back and see. And I believe you. I completely believe you. I also believe in the generals that were making those very, very hard decisions at that time.
I don't think it were hard decisions. I think we did them to show how much force we had and to make sure that the world knew that we had nukes and to show the world what they could do.
Because if you use a nuke,
hello.
Yeah, well, you just interrupted me, but I wanted to add upon that. Exactly.
You stopped talking.
Oh, well, I think what you're going to say is what I believe in, like the art of war.
Wait,
and also
why don't you
Machiavellian.
just let me say what I'm going to say?
You have to use absolute power to annihilate completely and win.
Why do you not just let me say what I'm going to say?
Go for it. Oh, host, yeah.
Jesus. I have a different take on this. I don't know that I care about the communications. The thing that I care about is the fact that we had the island blockaded and they ran out of fucking oil. They were going to be forced to surrender. We had them surrounded. They couldn't go anywhere. They had no oil. They had no heating element. They had no way to cook their food. They had no way to travel in any way, shape, or form. They were stuck on an island. All we had to do was surround them until they surrendered. That's it. We didn't have to kill anybody.
I'll repeat what CFO said to me. It was required that we had to drop those nukes, dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
ended a war, right?
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. The war would have ended. The war ended anyway, and it would have ended with Japan simply by blockade.
No, dude, you had Japanese people fucking living in the woods, fighting for 50 years. Didn't even know the war was over, right? So we had to take measures, a little bit extreme ones, right?
No.
That happened regardless of the nukes being dropped. I'm sorry, your argument is moot.
Can we take into account the brutality of the Japanese army against all other armed forces in the region? And all of that was going on for years and years and years relentlessly. Absolute, utter cruelty.
So we should be.
No, I'm not saying. I don't think Hiroshima and Nagasaki was humane, warranted, and I believe you that there were 9 days of warnings, but it is impossible to actually comprehend what either of those actually meant for humanity.
I mean, Japan is an ally partially because we did what we did in the past, right?
Yeah.
I'd say so.
Just in terms of pure war, pure power, we did the thing that makes all nations fear us for the history of mankind, for forever. We did the thing that no one else dares to do. We Kaiser Soze, and that remains in everyone's heads. And now we have this maniac at the helm, and everyone's,
And they're allies now because we did that.
That is not why we're allies.
They're not allies.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's helpful.
They're
it's helpful
strong
for
allies,
conversation.
actually.
Okay. It's helpful for a conversation, but it's not what creates friendship and strength and actually making the United States strong. Real trade, real cooperation.
No, I would disagree with you because I think if you look at Germany, you look at Japan, right? They're probably one of our closest allies now, and we just had to, put them in line.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not. It's not ridiculous. What I'm saying is true. Are they not our closest allies?
It's also not the same.
Huge, logical.
Germany.
That was a Machiavellian thing to do. It won us in that time, but now we are allies because we have worked very, very hard to become allies through diplomacy.
China was our biggest ally, but prior to World War II, and then it obviously no longer the same China, but
ally or sheep. I mean,
pretty interesting.
No, well, China is not a good example, but I gave you Japan and Germany, right? Two great examples of huge allies to our country now, right? When they were pretty much super against us before then, right? And then you just you slap on maybe a nuke or something, and now they're allies.
No, lift and shift. What did we do after World War II for Japan? What happened?
We enforced their constitution. We
We help
created
them to
their
reconstruct their
constitution.
society. Yeah.
It was the Reconstruction. It was called the occupation. It was from 1945 to 1952. And in regards to how we did this, it was not like Versailles originally. We actually attempted to reconstruct Japan. That's what built the tie to allow us to become allies after the fact that we had straight up hard fucked Japan in Hiroshima and fucking Nagasaki. It wasn't the bombs themselves.
Can you bring in Germany into this conversation as well?
No, it's a different.
Explain it. Explain it as well. No. It's the same thing. Explain it.
It's not the same thing. We can talk about that, or we can talk about the Asian conflict. Like, it's different.
Well, no, we're specifically talking about Japan and Germany. So, keep them in context when you speak about them.
Yeah. So D-Day, 1 year later, we won in Europe against Germany. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, we won shortly after that, but different theaters of conflict.
Well, Germany was defeated about several months prior.
To D-Day?
Oh no, to Hiroshima.
Yeah.
Dude, whatever. Look, at the end of the day, right? They are one of our strongest allies, right? And so disregard, how we got there. Maybe
that's the whole point of having, technical cooperation, having conversations.
No, not technical.
Our way of doing business, like, rules the day. Like, those things, they're more effective if we have a backdrop of utter power and annihilation. Yes.
Okay, but we're talking about alliances with countries, right? And we are now allianced with two of the most powerful countries, right?
Sort of. I mean, the NATO alliance is pretty shaky.
No, not sort of.
No, it's pretty shaky now. It's pretty shaky. NATO is laughing in our face now.
I don't know
come on.
You are delusional.
NATO is laughing in our face.
No, NATO is putting up the money that's required to spend on.
Not how it works. It's not money. It's not money.
Well, that is money. It's a GDP. It's a percentage of your GDP as a country, right?
Gross national product. Yep.
Yeah. So stop. To
build up their own weapons. And where do they buy those weapons and arms? From the United States.
It is a percentage of GDP, and first of all, it provides protection for our for all countries involved in NATO. So,
all right, we're not just talking about NATO and money here. We're talking about cooperation, and I just wanted you to point and look at General Chris Donahue.
You can't use my point.
I want you to look at General Chris Donahue, who was just forced to leave, and he was the one who was the last one out in Afghanistan.
Is that? Nobody knows who is that.
I want you to look him up because he was the one the last major general who was, it's important that you look him up. He was just forced to quit by Hegseth, and he was the main person who was pushing all of the drone technology that was helping us to defeat Iran. He worked with Ukraine to help ensure that they had drone technology. And he was the one who ensured that we would possibly understand the drone technology that was going on in Iran.
Just because you read a little article on
no.
On
my
some
partner worked
website.
for him. No. My partner worked for him.
Okay. All right. So your partner works for what? A drone technology company? Whatever.
No, sir. No. He's a colonel in the army. And Chris Donahue is a total badass who Hegseth pushed out for no decipherable understanding. very, very important 4-star Army general who was very, very important for our readiness, for helping Ukraine, and for also like defeating Iran. Pushed out.
All right. Well, we're not in the business of defending like
Wait,
Ukraine.
was he
We're not in the
demoted
business
or
of talking
Not our
about
purpose to defend Ukraine, right?
military readiness and U.S. readiness. Didn't we just like over and over again?
Well, dude,
How many
fucking
times?
put in another
How many
general. It's
times
not
have
a
we
big
quote
deal.
unquote defeated Iran and they're like kicking our ass diplomatically? They're just like they've gone over. They've pew-pewed 11 U.S. bases around the region.
11. What a big number. It's. I mean, like.
what I feel like is like ever since World
11.
War
They've
II.
okay. 11 bases. Did you just like wait? Did you just downplay 11 bases?
11
So that's Qatar,
attempts at
Bahrain,
attacks, first
Kuwait.
of all.
That is our
11
entire defense in the
attempts.
Middle East.
11 attempts at attacks.
No, sir.
Come on.
Attacked,
All right,
bombed.
well, you know what? We're
Sir,
learning.
you really, if you want to talk about our military or
we're
military,
learning
you
how
really
to
need to get
defend
we are going to
against.
good facts.
We're learning how to defend
No,
against
no,
ballistic
honey.
missiles.
No,
So
honey. We're not
you want us to
learning.
get
We know how.
Wait.
This is way out of control.
First of all, we have to go one at a time. Second of all, do not use pet names on my panel. Call him Lift. Call him something else. Just don't call him Honey.
Okay, it was
Honey,
definitely
sweetie, darling.
an attempt to be patronizing.
I would say the Russia-Ukraine conflict is more the fault of the West than Russia. Very, very dangerous what we're doing with the Russians.
Yeah, I know. You buy the party line, the Republican Party line.
Look,
It's NATO encroaching, even though every other fucking state around fucking Russia has been joined NATO since then.
Part of the reunification, the agreement of the reunification of Germany back around 1989 was.
It was not.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. It was never. It was never in. It was never in any written document.
I know it was informal. I know that. I understand.
It was not even informal. It was one fucking phone call, and it was one fucking sentence.
Just look at Chris Hedges, man. He's a leftist lunatic like you, Mojo. He actually agrees with me. Okay.
Well, he's fucking stupid then. He's fucking stupid then. Again, he's fucking stupid.
The policy toward Russia was extremely hostile. If you look at Zbigniew Brzezinski in 1997, he wrote the Grand Chessboard. He lays out the
1997, dude. We're in 2026. I mean, come on.
Dude, you have to understand. You have to look at where all this came from. That in 1997, the plan was to encircle Russia, to expand NATO, to cut off Russia's access to the Black Sea, and ultimately break up Russia into like several different parts. Okay, we did this. We provoked them. Okay, and we provoked them again in 2014 by orchestrating a coup in Ukraine. All right, this is the fault of the West, man, and to
orchestrating a coup so that they could have a more democratic government.
Russia.
I mean, the only thing we did poorly was like telling them to give up their nukes. We should have told them to keep them.
And then didn't Putin try to become part of NATO?
You know,
bro, the border of NATO has expanded exponentially. Like, I'm not sure what if you're trying to say that the Western society was encroaching upon Russian territory.
Yes.
Well, I mean, like now you have NATO who fucking like. I mean, look how many miles of border NATO is now part of there. So I'm not sure.
Russia tried to be a part of NATO though, and then they said no.
No, that was Ukraine and Turkey. Turkey
It was
became
back in 2003, 2004. I'm pretty sure it was Russia. I'm pretty sure it was Russia.
George Kennan, who was the architect of Cold War policy, advised not to do this. There were so many of the top military people saying, "Do not do this. It's a mistake." Okay, we provoked them. We provoked the Russians. It's extremely dangerous.
We'll say there's a benefit to it, right? Now we have NATO borders all across or all bordering Russia now, right? So I'd say it's a success.
Ukraine is not NATO.
Okay, not
just
Ukraine,
simply
but
and I simply
Finland.
disagree with your statement, John.
No, I'm saying Finland.
Shut up, Lift.
I
Disagree
understand.
with your sentiment.
No, I understand you do. I think it's extremely reckless to be arming Ukraine with long range weapons to hit Moscow. Look, the Russians have about 5,000 nukes, and they're not fucking around.
So was it? I mean, I just want to like point of history.
You can't use
Clinton convinced them to give up their nuclear weapons. Chernobyl is in Ukraine.
The Budapest Memorandum.
Ukraine is was traditionally the capital of the Soviet Union, now Soviet Union, for centuries.
No, that's
John, you understand that
let's just keep going back and going back and going back. Like we disarmed them.
The Russians.
John, you understand if you use
the critical part is it is actually. Can anyone here please tell me and please have a conversation with why it is important that we have a border between non-democratic and democratic countries? Let's at least pretend that we have democratic countries.
John,
that those values are important for democracy and economics and stability, and that we care about healthcare, that we care about our society.
If Russia were to release nukes, you understand that it hurts other countries, right? And some of those countries are NATO allied countries, right? You can't just... Russia does not have the ability to just drop a nuke. You can't do that. They can't do that.
Yeah,
you understand that, right?
If they're fucked with enough, they might.
It doesn't that they won't do that.
They can't.
They won't do that. They'll just go into a city and turn off all your lights and water. I mean, they can do that right now.
They would essentially nuke themselves if they nuked Ukraine that close.
Exactly. I mean, nukes are kind of off the table in terms of now that we have cyber.
It's such a terrible idea or solution or even thought that they could drop a nuke because, dude, the repercussions from the nuke is not worth the value that they would gain from dropping it, dude. It's not even close.
I don't know. I don't know if humans have proved themselves. I don't know if we.
Well, we haven't done it yet, have we?
What we'll do.
They're not.
We haven't done it yet.
It is dangerous in a sense. No, I guess.
That's right.
No matter what, but
we haven't done it in the last 20 years.
Hey,
hold on.
John's trying to talk.
They're not going to... I don't think they're going to accept a strategic military defeat on their border. That's why this is so dangerous. And just we just need some sort of détente with them, like we tried to pursue during the Cold War, and it's just really reckless.
Okay, I know Brobot's not up here, but I'm going to go ahead and Brobot. Wait. I know that Brobot's not up here, but I'm going to go ahead and Brobot for everybody here right now. I think we ought to just first strike Russia. I think we ought to take out their entire military. We ought to surround them and take out their entire military, and then just keep them surrounded until they oust Putin.
I even
I think we have
now that Trump has made $2 billion, nah.
No,
Trump will never do that to his best friend.
Mojo, I think we have to give them that little island.
Lift and shift. God damn it. They cannot utilize their nukes. They can't even keep up with their current armaments. I'm sorry, I don't think you all understand the upkeep and the cost it would take to upkeep the nuclear armaments that they had and declared to have potentially had. I don't think that Russia even has the nuclear capability they claim to do. They are a complete paper fucking tiger.
Well, they at least have one, right? And also, I think I think Ukraine should give up that little island shit. Whatever.
Yeah.
It's not here.
What Russia does that the West is not willing to do? I'm sorry, host. Go ahead.
Is anybody in the panel asleep? Let me know if you're sleeping.
Come
on.
How would they?
Come on.
How would they let you know if they're
I have
sleeping?
That's the point. I have 3 people in queue right now.
Who are they on that drop
Z,
phone?
are you here? Z, are you here?
Here, I'll drop.
Where are you?
No, don't. No, don't drop. No, don't. Well,
give up that little island.
Those nukes expire, right?
Give up that little.
Just
Don't
what?
expire?
Are you awake?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Don't the nukes expire like the uranium?
They do.
No, it gets way worse.
Does
They
it?
do.
Oh,
They
it
do
like
expire.
ferments?
No, like it's called a
No, they do
isotope.
expire. They
Yeah.
fucking expire. You have to use some sort of fucking
Holy shit.
rare earth mineral to keep them active over a period of time. It's, I don't know, every 5 years or something. They need to have some sort of update to make sure that they can still work.
So is that what you're
Let's be
talking about,
clear.
Rebel? How
Let's
they
be
can
clear.
keep up with their
They might expire
armaments
in
already?
terms of efficacy, but they don't expire in terms of absolute toxicity. Like one little like handful could like poison an entire like 30 miles.
Do you not agree that Ukraine should give up that little fucking island?
No, I don't know. I don't think they should agree to anything because as soon as they do that, then it's like 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch.
Well,
I don't
no, I mean, like, if
basically
they,
no. It's Russia, like they had
agreement
no
where
right.
the war
They went
ends,
over
if
a
the war
border.
ends,
Come on.
give,
They had
give
no
up.
right. There was a border. They went over the border because they're saying like, oh, this is us and the blah blah blah. It was an agreed upon border that they went over and they want that land. No. Because as soon as we say yes,
I'm
is
not
because
talking
as
about
soon as we
Donbass.
say
I'm not
yes,
talking about that area. I'm talking about that little fucking island. If you give up that island,
it's their land.
in return, the war ends.
That little island
is that
is
not? Is that hold up? Is that not?
That little island is strategic for all of their shipping, for all of their strategic.
No, it's not. It's not. It really isn't. But like, so you give up that little island, and you
just give
end
up
the
your
war.
little pinky.
I think that's
that's easy. Just give up your little pinky. It's fine. I mean, that's the point. Just give up Hawaii. That's the point.
If it meant
I think we should start with something smaller.
I mean,
maybe like Guam.
No.
Well, first of all, Hawaii is not
appeasement didn't work. Appeasement didn't work. Like talk to Sir Neville.
Well, I'm saying,
World War II, it didn't work.
well, I mean, like, look, dude, we want an end to the war, right? So we understand that Russia is obviously a superpower, right? And
Not
they
really.
are. Well,
we've already established they're not. Let's just like show with U.S. might behind Zelensky.
Okay, dude, but they
we
have
stand up
more.
to bullies
They have
who
more
stand up to him.
manpower.
Holy cow!
No, they don't. You know where their men? Do you know where their manpower comes from?
Can you guys please
Nepal
stop?
and Africa.
Can you
That's where their
guys
Hey,
soldiers
the
are
host,
coming
the
from.
host is talking.
Can you guys please stop talking over each other, please?
Yeah, if we could just do one at a time, that would be great.
Yeah, it would be great.
So the manpower that is going now to the Russian front is from Nepal and Africa. They are doing advertising in those places and saying, oh, come here for a new way of life. And then they're taking those men and putting them on the front line in Ukraine and Russia.
Okay,
and
they
using them
haven't
basically as cannon fodder, which is evil and terrible. So they do have an unlimited supply because they are using all kinds of nefarious means to use human trafficking in order to just add more and more men at the front.
Okay, and they still have Ace in their back pocket, which is calling a draft. They really wanted to, right? And
Which is
so
Trump.
they hold up. They still have the Ace in the pocket where they could do that if they wanted to.
Yeah.
They have more manpower than Ukraine, and so they could. I mean, like, look, they could pull that out, which they might. I think they might actually in the future.
No, they can't because that would go.
Yeah, they do.
Wait, let him finish.
No, because he's
They have
ridiculous. That would completely
No,
the
it's
whole.
not ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. They have the Ace in their pocket where they could.
He could what? What?
What happened to Lyft?
He was
Lyft was not.
He wouldn't stop talking. Was he saying they have the ace in the pocket in regards to what? A nuke? Like they could pull out nukes? Like what?
No.
So what then? What was he saying?
Hey, are you really that freaked out about it?
I was not. I was not tracking. Not one bit. What ace is in his pocket?
The draft
Oh shit.
that already happened, though.
Yeah.
In Russia.
A matter of fact, that's when you saw all of the kind of entry points, like going into Finland. They had to stop it because there were too many Russians going. But if you looked, down south, there was an exodus of men who did not want to fight in this, and families trying to leave. This has not been successful. And if we just stopped, if we hadn't lifted the sanctions, Russia would have had to pull back for quite a while.
Yeah, why did we do that with the sanction thing? Because I remember they were like kind of choking.
Yeah. Because Trump was trying to reduce the price of oil, and that's something Russia has a lot of.
But if you remember when the tariffs went on, Trump didn't put any tariffs on Russia because they had the sanctions.
That wasn't our point. We basically gave them access to money again.
There was a whole thing where
fund their war.
all of NATO,
silly.
everyone was cutting them off, like squeezing them, like with they had the banks and stuff. Like I don't even know. It's so weird because I can't even recall like when everybody was just like, okay, let's be done doing this. Because they were. I don't know. Does anyone know? When was that?
They were months to being where this war would have had to be negotiated for an end. It would have. They were out, and Ukraine started hitting them deeper into Russia with our blessing. And sadly, we turned the tap for income back on. And the war can continue.
There's also a secondary thing that needs to be considered here is that there are queues forming in Russian gas stations right now, specifically because of drone strikes from Ukraine on Russian oil refinement factories.
Yeah.
Russia cannot refine the oil that they currently have, despite them having large deposits. So they are like turbo fucked currently in regards to that, because they don't import oil from realistically anywhere else. Like, they could potentially get it from Iran, but I don't think it fits the needs of the people. They're kind of in a Cuba situation currently due to this ongoing conflict.
Well,
So if they would go ahead.
Well, first of all, we kind of devolved their ability to obtain Iranian oil because we are attacking them. So we've kind of cut that supply off, right? Which is a good thing, right?
No, I believe there's a way that they were actually doing trade, Iran and Russia.
Sorry, what?
I said I believe there was a way that they were trading something.
Yeah, they
Iran and
can't
Russia.
trade when they're in active war. So, we kind of prevented that from happening, right? I mean, they're not like trading, or they're not sending their Shihad drones right to Russia, right? Because they have to use it for self-defense right now, right? So that's right. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They're
Yeah,
getting like
so-
parts and they're getting like a bunch of stuff to like even with weaponry, like they're not actually getting like, I know like China was sending them like the stuff, the material to like make it, but I don't even know because they were using even weren't they using old like even
Yeah, they're
World War
using
II
Cold War
equipment?
era weapons. Yeah.
I think China has largely stayed out of this conflict.
They have the way that they're staying out of it, and the whole China subtle sort of way is like they're still sending supplies, but not supplies in like, oh, here's like this here's this fully drone.
Okay,
China has their own issues with Russia historically, and that's happened post World War II to today.
Yeah.
We just don't learn about it. But yeah, China and Russia are not the best of friends, except for when the United States kind of gets too powerful.
Right, but if China's
why
going to
are they not best
economically,
friends? Like, what? Can you elaborate?
No, I really don't feel like giving a history lesson today. I
China's
really
kind
don't.
of China's interesting in the aspect
You don't
where
seem
like
like the person who could give a history lesson anyway. But
That's rough.
China's interesting though because like economically, as long as it suits them and them, economically they'll still do it, but they're also very like hyper aware of just what it is that obviously it might look like. They have their interests and their interests only, but
Yeah,
but
and a
they're not
strong
really.
Russia is a
Are
threat
they?
to China. So there's the
But
succinct. You can use Google lift and shift.
but China isn't really supplying Russia, right?
no, they're not like supplying them like as far as like war, like trading for like war purposes go. But that is as far as any sort of supplies go, because like I don't know what Russia's like manufacturing or how. I don't even know how that. Yeah,
I think they're
because
probably
you need
taking
supplies
the
for
North
repairs.
Korea type of uh, take to their economy, right? They're kind of like all doing it in house now.
Who?
You brought
Who's
North
doing it
Korea?
all in house? Lift and shift.
It said like North Korea, right? They're doing it all in house. I
Who?
think Russia is now also kind of relegated to doing all their manufacturing and whatnot, and agriculture like in
Uh-huh.
house right now, right?
Russia
I
doesn't
Is
don't
that
have
even
the
know
fair
if
to
we
say?
land.
know
That's why
much.
they're.
I mean, who are they
Yeah.
trading with?
Oh boy.
Nobody.
What is your whole point about this lift and shift? You're just
No,
rambling about topics right now. So tell me
no,
just
I'm not
what
rambling
is
about
your
topics.
point about what is your point about
You don't
Russia?
even have a fucking point, so I'm
What
not
is
really
your
sure why
I'm
you're
not
What is
asking
your
me about
attacking
my
you. I'm
point.
asking a
what is your
question.
problem? What is your problem?
Mine?
No, lift.
I don't. I'm just trying to state the facts, dude. I'm not trying to start an issue. I'm just trying to level set on where we can all agree on a certain fact, right?
Yeah, no, I see like that we're just trying to get an idea of like little parts and things that I don't think we necessarily even have a full idea of, which is the point of discussion. So like, I
No,
mean, like I see it. I mean, I think, yeah.
well, I'm saying that like Russia is kind of relegated to manufacturing things in house. That like they're they're kind of isolated from the global market, right?
Yeah, so are you kind of saying that like they are totally self sufficient?
Not
There's
totally, not totally. I'm sure they trade with some people, but like kind of close to it. Yeah.
I would yeah, I mean like their reserves
But
and stuff that they have
yeah, but you can't. I think your point.
like their production capabilities, like they're in like as far as what they're doing. I mean, what is Russia's main thing now that I think about it? Oh, is it oil?
I think it might be
Oil and
oil. It
natural
might
gas.
be.
They have
Oil and
oil.
natural gas.
They have oil, natural gas. They have a bunch of rare earth minerals.
Okay. So the problem is that they have no one to sell to.
Well, Russia buys Iranian oil. Also.
So that they
Russia
don't even
provides.
have their own oil capabilities, is what you're saying?
Which is interesting.
Russia provides natural gas for most of Europe, or has for quite a long time anyway.
Oh.
They're trying to move away from that, or sells.
They've actually effectively moved away from it. First of all,
For like to like reserve it or whatever.
no, they've been acquiring other sources. I think mainly from U.S. I think at this point, but
Interesting.
Thanks to Trump.
Interesting.
Thanks to the war in Ukraine.
Well, I guess you could say
So
that
yeah,
too.
Russia would need materials that I'm not sure they can obtain on the market. Their economy has been in a free fall for a while. Again, their access to selling oil, even if they can't refine it, is what's given them money. What they're spending it on, and who will be willing to sell it to them, is another question. But I would say that Russia was on its way to having to negotiate with Ukraine, and then we opened the money spigot back on. But to Rev's point, there are lines for gas.
I talked
There are
to.
lines for gas in Russia that are huge right now, and the people are finally learning the true impact of this war on them. So I think it's better that Russia is brought to the table and negotiates. It's over.
I talked to some Russians, actually, believe it or not, and it wasn't a friendly conversation, but they kind of agree also that I think old people are the problem. And so in Russia, right, the older population, right, they kind of side with the war, and the younger population, they don't kind of agree with it. I mean, they can't say it. They can't say that publicly, right? Because they'll get screwed over by the government or whatever. Same thing that happens here, but like, I think there is there's some
thing that happen. Wait a minute, Liv. The same thing that happens here. Are you kidding me?
I think both our countries get screwed over by old people. To be honest, I don't think that's a crazy statement. I think it's a pretty fair statement, to be honest.
Where? Can you explain how that's happening?
Who, me?
Old people.
Yeah, old people should not be dictating our laws, and I mean they're not going to be around here.
Oh, you mean like the people in government?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, do you disagree?
Don't say that. Don't say gotcha. Fuck you.
They are. They're all old. People in Congress, people in.
They're old. They should not be ruling us.
War is when they're young. What is old?
Just to sorry guys, just to settle, because I know I was wondering. Just tried to Google whatever's the exports and imports or whatever that come up. I guess there's a whole bunch of pipelines, just from what I read really super briefly, a bunch of pipelines in China, east, west, all this stuff, and and that connects ultimately to Africa or to Kozomoko. Just kidding. No, I don't. Kazakhstan. But that's what I just found briefly. I don't know. I think we were on that for a second. I just tried to search it. So it is, but China's the pipeline, but that all just, I don't know where that all connects to anyway, but.
Probably developed by
what's
old
old? So what's old?
I don't want to be offensive because I don't get offended, but I know other people do, so I don't want to touch that subject, Mojo. But you can go ahead.
No, I'm asking you. You guys are talking about old people. What's an old person?
I don't think I see a quote saying that war is when.
What is an old person, dude? I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? 65 plus, probably.
65
I would say.
Plus.
I don't even know why I would think 65 is old. That old. I'd say maybe I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, you shouldn't be running our country if you're 65 plus old. I mean, I think that's
the Republicans keep lifting the retirement age for Social Security until 72. So personally, I think you shouldn't be able to run for office.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about politicians in office.
It's how long they keep their seats for that, because sometimes they just
no, it's not about that. It's not about that, because if you're a good politician, you should run for however long you want. But I think once you hit the age of 65 plus, then you're no longer relevant. You don't understand, or you're not going to live with the repercussions of the policies that you push.
I think if you reach a certain age, you should at least become more of. You should at least have an apprentice or something like that. That way, they understand the new ways while you teach them the old ways, and they can.
Dude, we should have 45. Everyone who's a politician should be 45 years old.
Isn't it kind of weird?
Everybody that's bitching about this right now should be the apprentice. They can be the master. That 65-year-old. They can be the master, and you guys can be the apprentices.
No, I don't think so. That's not how it works. I think we should
Well, you
fire
guys are too
everyone.
stupid. You guys are too stupid to understand what's going on in the world,
No,
and
no, I
maybe they
think
can. Maybe these old people can teach you something.
Yeah, you need a
no, they
Palpatine and
can't.
an Anakin.
Look, they only the only thing they can teach us
Not
are
like
things that
Jedi.
they learned back in the fucking I don't know, fucking 50s or whatever. Like their time is done. They can't teach us anything. We need fresh people
That's
I
sad.
think that's a toxic mentality that I think the West has just like had about like just people in kind of general. But I get it though,
I
because
agree.
here's the weird part. Let me just say that like what the interesting part is. The weird part is how they don't abide by societal kind of, hey, it's time to like retire, which is kind of like fuck, like frick yeah, like retirement. But they don't the fact that they continue like they continue. You would think that it would be like a 55 to 60. It is kind of interesting how it kind of extends kind of past that point,
let
but
them
I don't know.
retire. Let them retire. They live. They had a good life, and they just fucking spend go on cruises or whatever the fuck they do,
What the
and
hell?
probably go on cruises. But and then
Okay, we can stop. You can stop.
I think it's good though. We have young people
You can
coming
stop.
in and
We can
oh,
stop.
I'm sorry. I
We
didn't
can
hear
stop
you.
Yeah, we can stop the conversation. It's a ridiculous conversation.
Facts.
well, have you been
Matter.
on a
I'm
cruise?
still.
It's not terrible.
I would never get myself
Oh,
stuck on a
thank you.
ship.
It's a fucking petri dish.
I've been on a
Stuck on a
few of
ship.
them. But it
Yeah, it's
depends
kind of
on the
fun, right?
cruise. Not, it depends.
You guys know
Depends
that
on
we're
what.
on top of a melted
On if you have
rock?
centers there or no. What does it depend on? Honestly, cruises are fucking fun. So I'm not really sure why you say it depends on something.
Then take your old dumbass on cruises and shut up.
Well, yeah, obviously you don't want to be on a cruise with 60-year-olds. Like, okay, fair. But like, that's why you have separate cruises for 60-year-olds. They all just congregate.
I'll take a 60-year-old over a bunch of you every single day.
Dude, I went on a
Yeah,
Disney
well,
cruise. It
you'd
was
be
like,
very
oh
bored.
god.
No lift. I'd never be bored sitting next to you. I would ask for the table to be moved.
Well, first of all,
I don't mean to be
it's
rude.
not how
You
cruise
don't pick up
works.
on social
First of all,
cues
it's not
very
how it
well.
works. First of all, I wouldn't sit next to you because you don't seem
That's
like a
fair
very
enough.
fun person.
I'm not.
But like, yeah, clearly I can tell. You don't need to tell me that. I can tell.
Okay. Do you pick up on social cues or not? Do I have to be mean to get you to stop talking sometimes?
No, I have a better suggestion. Here, get a little of this, right? How about you shut up, and then I can take the cue from that.
Bye.
That was like a really nice like 5 seconds of like
Where the hell's Rosie?
I feel
I was gonna show him his theme song.
You're gonna show
I
what?
feel the peace.
His theme song.
His theme song. Lift and shift? What? I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, lift and shift.
Oh, that was lift. I wasn't really looking.
You hear it?
I was hearing like so like when you're just your eyes are not kind of, you're just looking away, and then it's like it kind of connects. It's like, okay, lift. I'm like connecting people's names with their voices. I am looking like sometimes. Like I just had to look up Russia for a second, and then come back, and yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, Carlos was lift. It's hard to stick to.
Lifting away.
I'll just say Lady G is in a better place, I'm sure. I mean, Senator Graham.
Yeah, hell.
Okay.
I'm not going to make I'm not going to make that determination, but I'm sure wherever he is where he belongs.
Wait a second. Somebody passed away?
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham passed away?
Yeah, today.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You didn't know that?
Oh, wait, is that the... Wait, hold on. Is this the guy that's, like, up there, like, talking for Trump all the time?
The senator, yes, from
He's
South
like,
Carolina.
oh my, Iran, or no, Iran is... No. He didn't have an accent.
Nah,
That's
he
the
went
other
on a
guy.
cruise. That's what happened.
He went on a cruise and passed away?
No, he
No.
went on a cruise.
If
He
you
went
do
to
that
Ukraine.
again, Lift, I'm just gonna fucking block your dumbass.
All right, I apologize. He went to Ukraine on a trip, and then he toured a drone factory, and then he came back, and then he died from a quote unquote sudden illness or some shit. I'm not really sure, like, what exactly happened to him, and they didn't actually release any information about what happened to him. They just said he got a sudden illness and died.
Yeah, they released it. He had an aortic event where his aorta fractured because of the calcification that had occurred, and he was bleeding internally. So there's a rupture of his aorta. So he just basically suffered a massive heart attack.
Yikes. One would think with their medical insurance, he would have been able at his age to have, I don't know, a cardiologist.
I saw him recently, but he was... So it was, what's the senator's, dang it. He's the Democrat, but he's kind of like in the middle, and he's very much, what's his name? He's in, doesn't matter. Sorry, I really want to.
Do you guys think it's weird that he visited like Ukraine and then like suddenly like passed away? Like, do you think there's something?
Well, no, I was gonna say, like, I seen him recently, and he was waiting after all the reporters were talking to the one dude after some sort of hearing or whatever, and then he was like waiting there, like awkwardly waiting for them to finish with him, and he kind of came in and then like started talking, but he seemed really kind of like almost out of, I don't know, how old was he?
Actually, can I ask you a question? What is going on with this Mitch McConnell thing? Like, is this dude alive?
That's another name I've heard recently. Who's that again?
Yes, today he was seen with a picture holding a newspaper of today's date like he was a freaking hostage. And
he alive?
Apparently.
It starts being at 1 beat per minute.
Just okay. I had to search for the
I'm not
face.
trying to spread conspiracy theories. I just think
Reminds me of
it's
the
a little bit
Microsoft.
weird. Like, I don't know what's going on with Mitch McConnell, and also I do think that something nefarious happened with the senator from who passed away.
Another one passed away?
No, the one from South Carolina.
Oh.
Forgot his name. What's his name?
Lindsey Graham.
No, the guy from South Carolina.
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham. Yeah, Lindsey Graham. Yeah, I think something nefarious happened. I think maybe this is. All right.
Well, why was he traveling? Why was he traveling to the freaking like you say Ukraine?
Ukraine, because he is a big supporter of Ukraine, and then he went there.
That is
and
okay.
He toured like a drone factory, and then he I don't know, he passed away, I guess, suddenly.
Okay, it is coming back to me now because I remember hearing something about him, or I wouldn't have been able to locate really a face, but I remember thinking at the time, which I totally forgot about, that he was going to like Ukraine or something like that. And I remember thinking like, that's why. But I don't know, like, necessarily, like, with the death thing. I think, like, I mean, I guess, like, I'm sorry if that's the wrong word to use on here. And I hate that. I have
No,
to apologize
so
for
he
that.
did actually go there, and he I think obviously Russia doesn't like people align themselves with Ukraine, right? And so
Well, has any
I think
senator done that? Is that not odd for a senator to do that in the first place? Or do they do
I
that?
mean, I don't think it's
They
that
do
odd
that.
because we had Ro Khanna go
Really?
to Israel's right to the West Bank. So like, I think they randomly do this shit. I'm not really sure actually.
Yeah, I wonder. It's kind of like,
They
okay.
often go. Yeah, they often go, especially within the armed committee or the intelligence committee. They often will go to Ukraine to see how our money is being spent, to just show
That's
their
like
people
U.S.
that,
diplomats.
well, not diplomats, but just the Senate does go often to many different places, not just Ukraine.
Okay.
So
Okay. So they. Okay. Yeah.
there are trips that they'll go, often sometimes to seek peace, often sometimes to see investments or to see troops overseas, or
That
it could be a
explains.
variety of reasons
That
why
ex-
they go.
that explains the whole thing with them and like the airlines. There was something, and I
They
was like,
shouldn't
We need
be doing that, right?
71. No, oh boy.
I'm sure. No, that makes sense.
Graham is one of those. He's basically a huge shill for weapons contractors.
Oh, he's a huge what for weapon contractor?